The Villainous Lady Doesn't Speak. Volume 3, by Yuyun Hiroshi, translated by JP Translations for Fun, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 103, Coffin in Black Pattern 1. That day, a rare guest visited Liliana's mansion near the royal capital. In the parlor, furnished simply yet elegantly, Clyde Benito Clark spread out the documents and maps he'd brought on the table. Liliana, with a serious expression, leaned in to listen to her brother's explanation while reviewing the materials in front of her. Father has already agreed to your visit to the dying district. However, given the distance from the capital to the district, I'd prefer not to make it our sole purpose, as we did when we visited with His Highness before. If possible, it would be nice to showcase something unique to our territory, or at least something distinct to our country that would make the trip more enjoyable. And it would be even better if they could take some of these special products home with them. After hearing her brother's words, Liliana wrote down her opinion on the paper in front of her. Clyde nodded, saying, "Exactly." Additionally, it was crucial that the area be easy to secure since they were inviting a state guest. That naturally limited their options. But if they were too rigid in their thinking, they wouldn't be able to properly entertain the prince. Balancing entertainment, interest, and security was proving to be a challenge. "I've already come up with a few ideas," Clyde said as he showed her a list that included items like urban-fused beer, wine, and woolen goods. The beer was made using herbs grown in the Clark Duchy, and the wine was produced similarly. Beer, in particular, was widely consumed and might be familiar to the envoys from the Unation Empire. However, none of these products were exclusive to the Clark Duchy. Other lords would likely perceive this as preferential treatment. If the prince from the Unation Empire favored these products, it could lead to potential exports to neighboring countries, which might stir discontent. They had to avoid that at all costs. Beer and wine are also specialties of other territories. In that case, wouldn't it be better to have each territory bring their special products to the capital instead? Good point, Lily. I thought the same. It might be better to showcase something in the territory that can't be brought to the capital, but finding the right thing under these constraints is tricky. Clyde smiled warmly, indicating that Liliana's suggestion had already crossed his mind. To be honest, Liliana doubted that Clyde was seriously seeking her opinion on Prince Roland's visit. For something like this, he could have made the decisions without consulting her. In that case, how about the smithy? The smithy. Nevertheless, Liliana felt obligated to provide a thoughtful response since he asked for it. After some consideration, she suggested something that wasn't on the list. As expected, Clyde tilted his head in confusion. "Yes, I've heard that the Unation Empire is also a country where magic is prevalent, just like ours. However, it seems their farming tools are not as advanced as those in our territory. So, although there is a risk of technology leakage, I believe it would make sense to have them observe the production of farming tools in the Clark Duchy." "Oh, yes, that could be quite interesting. I hadn't thought of that. And if that's the angle we're taking, it would indeed be the smithy, not just the assembly area." Clyde blinked in surprise, evidently caught off guard by the idea. Liliana made sure to keep her expression neutral, though a small, satisfied smile formed on her lips. Clyde, meanwhile, eagerly added visit to the smithy to the bottom of his list. There was also talk of visiting the silver mines, but the silver extracted from other territories and the Unation Empire was of higher quality and in greater quantity. It wouldn't be anything new for Prince Roland. While industry was gradually expanding, agriculture remained the cornerstone of the Kingdom of Slybegrad's economy. Ultimately, it's probably best to focus on a showcase of each territory's specialties in the capital, with only limited visits to the countryside. The dying district should definitely be on the list, especially since there's a patent award ceremony there, and considering their request. Did His Highness specifically request the visit? Liliana's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Riley had mentioned it to her in passing, but he hadn't said anything about the Unation Empire specifically requesting the visit. Clyde nodded. "Apparently, yes. I didn't know at first either, but it seems Princess Edith has an interest in fashion. That's probably why the request was made." Clyde answered with a wry smile, and Liliana understood. Princess Edith, Prince Roland's younger sister, was indeed 1 year younger than Liliana. She was known for her exceptional beauty, but also had a reputation for being fond of extravagance, a fact Liliana had learned from Obsidian. I don't recall her appearing in the game, though, Liliana mused to herself. Despite being the younger sister of Prince Roland, a key character, Princess Edith's name didn't seem to appear in the game. Will Princess Edith be accompanying him as well? When Riley had mentioned it earlier, it was vague at best. She might come, he had said. If her presence was confirmed, they would need to reconsider the itinerary to ensure it appealed to the princess. However, Clyde shook his head. It's not confirmed yet. I wish we could find out sooner, though. Liliana noticed a hint of unease in Clyde's expression. Are you making two plans, one if the princess comes and another if she doesn't? You figured it out. Yes, if the princess does come, there's a proposal to invite only the prince to the inspection while she stays in the capital. Clyde let out a small laugh, and Liliana couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated internally. Hosting royalty was a significant responsibility for any nation. Ensuring their safety was paramount, but they also had to enjoy themselves, requiring meticulous attention to detail. This included not just the itinerary and the schedule of events, but also procuring food, planning meals, decorating the guest rooms, preparing for evening receptions, arranging for greetings from the nobility, providing accommodations, and even managing waste. All of this needed to be handled in a manner far beyond the norm. The regular palace staff wouldn't suffice. They would need help from the royal knights and even personnel from nearby territories. The cost of labor alone was enormous, and if it couldn't be covered by the national treasury, they'd have to find other funding sources. The sheer volume of work on top of their daily duties was enough to make one's head spin. With less than a year until the royal visit and no final confirmation on the main guests, they would have to plan everything in two different ways. There isn't much time left. Do we have enough food and accommodations? I've asked each territory to make arrangements, but with monster stampedes still occurring frequently, even if less severely, many of the affected regions haven't fully recovered. Honestly, handling just the prince's visit will be challenging enough. Clyde sighed, and Liliana felt a pang of sympathy. She was beginning to understand why Clyde had been put in charge of the inspection plans. Even the highly capable Duke Clark likely didn't have the bandwidth to manage such detailed arrangements. While matters of state could be delegated to aides and civil servants, the affairs of the duchy couldn't be entrusted to them. The prince will likely be accompanied by a detachment of his royal guard, probably about 150 men if it's a unit from the empire. If the princess comes as well, that number will likely double to 300. We'll need to start instructing the lords on how much food to secure, especially since fresh produce can't be transported from far away. It can be preserved to some extent with magic, but still. Exactly. And with that many people staying, we might need to consider opening up some of the palaces as well, which means we'll also need more attendants and stewards. Liliana found herself staring off into the distance, and Clyde didn't bother hiding his bitter expression. The Unatian Empire had a stronger military than the Kingdom of Slybgrad. Even if Crown Prince Riley were to visit a neighboring country, he couldn't simply bring a full detachment of knights along. The fact that the Empire was sending such a large force was not just about ensuring the prince's safety. It was likely a display of power, a way to assert their dominance over what they viewed as a vassal state. Clyde looked at Liliana with a concerned expression, as if something else was on his mind. However, Liliana couldn't quite grasp what was troubling him. She tilted her head slightly, signaling her question. Brother. Well, since the princess is about your age, I wondered if perhaps you and she might. Clyde started to say something but stopped himself, instead offering a dismissive smile and a shake of his head. Seeing this, Liliana frowned slightly but quickly composed herself. If he wasn't going to say anything more, it probably wasn't that important. In that case, how about the perfumes that are a specialty of the Central Clark Duchy? Whether the princess accompanies the prince or not, iris perfume is popular with women, so it might make a good souvenir. Oh, that's right. That's a great idea, Clyde said, nodding in realization and quickly adding it to the list. They discussed several other ideas, but none stood out as particularly ingenious. After dinner, they each returned to their rooms. Section. When Liliana returned to her room after dinner and her bath, she found that Adulite had settled near her bed and was relaxing. Oh, it's been a while, she remarked. It's been 4 days, but yes, Agilite replied. Interestingly, Agilite and Obsidian never seemed to visit at the same time. Liliana even suspected that they might be avoiding each other on purpose, though she kept this suspicion to herself. When did you arrive? She asked. Actually, I've been here since morning. I just made myself invisible. Well, it would have been nice if you had made an appearance. Liliana chided gently, to which Agilite snorted. I have no interest in being seen by anyone other than you. Finding this typical of Agilite, Liliana took a book and sat down on the sofa. She opened it to a bookmarked page and casually asked Agilite, "Did you see my brother?" "Yes, I did. He doesn't really resemble you much." "Oh, really? Is it about his appearance?" Surprised by the comment, Liliana tilted her head and asked for clarification. While Clyde and Liliana did not share similar hair or eye colors, they were often said to have a similar aura due to their delicate and ethereal appearances. Agilite nodded nonchalantly. The appearance is quite different. He's a man and you're a woman. Oh yes, indeed, that's quite different. That wasn't exactly what I was asking about, though. The unexpected response left Liliana momentarily speechless. Agilite continued without any concern, but this time Liliana was left utterly speechless. And also, both of your personalities are quite different. It seems your brother has a great fondness for you. Liliana froze, holding the book in her hands. She took a moment to process Agilite's words and, with a frown, cautiously looked at the black lion. Its beautiful eyes sparkled like the night sky. Despite the captivating gaze, Liliana spoke quietly. My brother came to discuss the inspection. That's just an excuse, isn't it? He could manage with just himself. He probably wanted a reason to meet and talk with his sister. How touching. Me and my brother, we don't have that kind of relationship. The unexpected observation left Liliana bewildered. She fell silent, unsure how to respond. Originally, there hadn't been much interaction between Clyde and Liliana. She was disliked by her mother and felt a strange hostility from her father. Her maternal grandparents were already deceased, and her paternal grandparents had no interest in her. As it stood, Clyde should have neither liked nor disliked her. So, being suddenly told that he liked her or wanted to talk with her left Liliana confused. Does this mean he likes me, wants to get closer as a sister? It was all too unclear. In the game from her previous life, Clyde had seemed to harbor some disdain for his sister. Love and hatred were simplified terms, but he struggled with his feelings throughout, growing more resentful despite his attempts to care. If the heroine pursued Clyde in the game, Liliana would face a choice between poisoning herself in a happy ending or being imprisoned in a bad ending. The former represented a final act of familial affection, while the latter was the result of unresolved hatred. If that's the case, it makes a certain sense. A sister trying to get closer could end up resorting to dark magic, harming not only the heroine but also the crown prince. At present, Liliana was working to avoid such a tragic ending. Therefore, other questions needed to be considered. However, at the start of the game, my brother was depicted as having a black-hearted nature. As the future prime minister, he was portrayed as highly intelligent, but despite his current abilities, he doesn't seem to be black-hearted at all. It had always puzzled Liliana. Of course, the characters were still young. With 4 years remaining until the start of the game, it was not surprising if some factor changed their personalities during that time. The problem, however, was the scarcity of information about that period. The strategy guides and setting materials were mostly vague, with only a few specific events that could be pinpointed in time. No matter what you think, that brother of yours clearly adores his sister and wants to get closer to her, Agilite said, interrupting Liliana's thoughts with an unflinching reality check. Liliana, deep in contemplation, was not disturbed by Agilite's blunt remarks. She sighed deeply, considering whether it might be better to build a closer relationship with Clyde rather than maintaining a distance, as was generally advised to avoid disaster. She closed the book she had been reading and slipped into bed. Are you going to sleep? Agilite asked. Yes, I'm quite tired today, Liliana replied. Agilite nodded and hopped onto the single sofa beside the bed, curling up comfortably. As the striking eyes of the black lion were hidden beneath closed eyelids, Liliana also closed her eyes, embarking on her journey to the world of dreams. Unaware that a storm would soon sweep in, she drifted into a peaceful and quiet night. Chapter 104. Coffin and Black Pattern 2. The next morning, Liliana and Clyde were having breakfast in the dining hall when a messenger, dismounting from a swift horse, was led in by a servant. Liliana did not recognize the man, but Clyde seemed to know him well. "What's the matter?" Clyde asked, his eyes widening. The man, after bowing to Clyde, offered a similar courtesy to Liliana. Clyde introduced him as a servant from the Forsha estate. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out a letter. Clyde confirmed the wax seal of the Clark family and opened it. His eyes widened briefly before his expression turned serious, and he nodded. "I understand. I will go immediately. Lily, prepare yourself too." Liliana tilted her head in confusion, and Clyde, speaking in a subdued tone, revealed the contents of the letter. "Grandfather has passed away." Liliana's eyes widened in shock. The last time she had seen her grandparents was the year before last, when she had gone on an inspection trip with Riley and Clyde. Since then, she had not seen them again. Although they had exchanged letters a few times, all the letters from her grandparents were dictated, and none mentioned any illness. Thus, Liliana had never imagined that her grandfather might have passed away. Was grandfather ill? Liliana asked. "No, I hadn't heard anything about that, but perhaps they kept it hidden," Clyde said, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. It seemed he had not known about it either. Liliana nodded in understanding. The fact that a servant from the Forsha estate brought the letter meant that her grandparents were staying at the Forsha estate. The presence of her grandparents, who usually rarely visited, was also surprising to Liliana. She quickly spoke to Marion and began preparing for the urgent departure. The journey to the Forsha estate was a considerable distance away. In the kingdom of Slibegrad, burial is generally performed shortly after death. Once the body is placed in a coffin, it is typically buried by the next day at the latest, though in the southernmost regions of the kingdom, it is customary to do so on the same day, especially during the summer. However, if necessary, the internal organs are removed and preserved with balsam to prevent decomposition. For nobles, including high-ranking royalty, it is common to use magic to preserve the body as well, to allow for the attendance of dignitaries at the funeral. However, this type of magic can only be performed by the church and comes with a very high donation fee. As a result, even among nobles, few would request magical preservation from the church. Thus, using magic for preservation is also considered a status symbol. It was expected that Liliana's grandfather would have undergone magical preservation. Grandfather Rodney Antit Clark, who had served as a prime minister and was the previous head of the Clark family, one of the three major ducal families, would certainly have had such arrangements. The body would need to be preserved for the visit of royal and noble mourners. Section. During the journey, despite some difficulties, Liliana and the others safely arrived at the Forsha estate. Their father, who was in the capital, was expected to arrive a day later. The butler, Philip, greeted the party upon their arrival. The coffin has already been taken to the church. Lady Forsha is in the reception room. And mother, she is resting in her private quarters. Philip answered Clyde's questions calmly. Clyde nodded and turned to Liliana, suggesting they visit their grandmother in the reception room to offer their greetings. Liliana's grandmother, Barbara, whom Liliana had not seen in 2 years, was dressed in black and sitting wearily in the reception room. "Grandmother, it's been a while," Clyde spoke first as they entered the room. Since Liliana was still unable to speak, she merely offered a bow. Barbara glanced briefly at Clyde and Liliana, murmured in yes, and then fell silent. Her left hand, resting on her lap, tightly gripped a handkerchief that was crumpled and damp, suggesting she had been crying for some time. Liliana gently tugged on Clyde's sleeve. Though she did not speak, Clyde seemed to immediately understand what she was implying. It appeared that their grandmother was not in a state to engage in conversation. Although some time had passed since the death, it seemed Barbara had not yet recovered. Thinking back, someone once mentioned in my previous life that they were so overwhelmed with funeral preparations they had no time to grieve until the first 7 days had passed. Here, since all the funeral arrangements are handled by others, they have the opportunity to grieve. While internally reflecting, Liliana and Clyde left the reception room. The room is the same as before. "I apologize," Clyde said, looking apologetic. Liliana smiled reassuringly and shook her head. The room being the same as before meant it was likely the one with a poor view that she had stayed in 3 years ago. Although Liliana did not mind, Clyde seemed to feel remorseful about having moved her from the room she had used as a child. Liliana parted ways with Clyde and proceeded to the assigned room. Marian and the others had already moved their belongings in and prepared the room for their stay. As expected, Marian was organizing their things on the shelves to make the room more comfortable. Liliana-sama, there is some time before the funeral and the meal, so please take a moment to rest, Marian suggested. Liliana nodded at her opinion. She changed from her travel attire into clothing appropriate for the ceremony and relaxed on the sofa. Marian prepared herbal tea made from herbs bought in a town they had stopped by on the way to Forsha. As Liliana sipped the tea, savoring its aroma and taste, she felt the tension in her body ease. She smiled naturally, though she also felt a tinge of melancholy. In this world, funerals are accompanied by meals, held to honor the deceased and strengthen bonds among the survivors. The ceremonies and meals are held on the day of the funeral, the day of the burial, the day before, and the day after. While such meals can be positive if family and relatives get along well, Liliana had few pleasant memories with the Clark family. Although her brother Clyde was somewhat favored compared to her, Liliana had little connection with her grandmother or parents. Clyde appeared to be caught between Liliana and the rest of the family, but still, he was likely favored more than Liliana. Nobles are often distant even with their family, but this does not necessarily equate to being impolite or cold. Even within politeness, there can be affection and warmth. However, the relationship between Liliana and her family was uncomfortably unnatural. I would prefer if they showed at least some of the courtesy they extend to outsiders to their own family. If her parents, particularly her mother, had shown even a fraction of the politeness they reserved for others, Liliana would likely feel more at ease. Rationally, if her parents, especially her mother, had treated her the way they did, Liliana would avoid such individuals in social circles and minimize interaction to the bare minimum, confident in never attending small gatherings. Being forced to engage with family, simply because they are family, felt like a trial. For the duration of my stay here, I should keep my distance as much as possible. There might be a possibility of having Clyde stand in for her, but she hoped he would do his best as the next head of the family. "Young lady, I will be stepping out for a bit. I'll come to get you when it's time," Marian said. "Understood," Liliana replied. After Marian left, Liliana was about to turn her attention back to her book when she noticed the window slowly opening by itself. However, Liliana remained unfazed. As she watched quietly, the window closed again and the black lion Agilite appeared. Liliana smiled slightly. "Oh, you followed us here. I'm free at the moment. I had thought you didn't like this place." Agilite tilted his head, as if questioning why she would say such a thing. Liliana deepened her smile and mentioned their first meeting. "When we met in the garden of this estate 2 years ago, you seemed eager to leave." "Oh, I remember that," Agilite admitted, looking as though he had forgotten until now. He then explained with a somewhat awkward expression there were various unfavorable conditions back then. "I was lacking in power, there were those damned dogs, and there was some strange attraction." "Attraction?" Liliana furrowed her brow at the peculiar term. Agilite nodded easily. "It might not be quite accurate to call it attraction, but it's something similar. Do you know that monsters are drawn to miasma?" "I've heard of it. It's similar to that. You might call it a kind of drug. Even though you know it's dangerous and should be avoided, you're still drawn to it. Normally, it wouldn't affect me, but I had just awakened back then and had to escape before I was detected." Liliana continued to look at Agilite with skepticism, but the black lion seemed unconcerned. He grinned and concluded, "That's the situation." After thinking for a moment, Liliana sighed deeply. "So, you're saying you don't intend to explain things in a way I can understand. It's helpful that you grasp things quickly. But I'm not lying." Agilite smirked with a sense of pride. Liliana sipped her slightly cooled herbal tea to calm herself. As she did so, Agilite's aura changed slightly. Noticing this, Liliana looked at him, and the black lion stared at her with a serious expression. Tilting her head, Liliana listened as Agilite spoke quietly. "Be careful during your grandfather's funeral, especially with the body." "Grandfather." But the coffin has already been placed in the church. Agilite's advice was difficult for Liliana to understand. It was well known that Sage's advice in fairy tales was often obscure, but she wished he would be a bit more specific. Just then, Agilite provided a clearer explanation. After a person dies and until they are buried, their body is an optimal vessel. It is easier to attract magic. Liliana recalled a description she had read in a book about a fantastical story where a dead body was taken over by a monster. Agilite's implication seemed to align with that fantastical tale. Does this hold true even if the body is in the church? Usually, churches are protected, so it's not a problem. But if something is summoned from within, it's a different story. The barrier becomes ineffective. It creates a pathway. Liliana looked up, feeling uneasy. It was unsettling to think of an unfamiliar person being possessed by magic, but it was even more disturbing if it were someone she knew, especially her own grandfather. Liliana was confident she would feel no emotional pain if she had to purify her grandfather's remains. However, seeing her grandmother weeping in the reception room made her realize that the psychological shock her grandmother would suffer from such an act would be immeasurable. I appreciate the warning. You're welcome. Agilite closed his eyes as he said this. Liliana turned her attention back to her book, but the Black Lion's words lingered in her mind, making it hard to concentrate. As time passed with few pages read, Marian arrived to escort her. They would head to the church for the funeral, return to the estate for the meal, and with the Duke of Clark arriving the next day, the only time available for magical wards to protect against possession was today. Taking a deep breath, Liliana steeled herself and left the room. Chapter 105. Coffin and Black Pattern 3. The church where grandfather's coffin was placed was about a 20-minute carriage ride from the estate. It was a stone building with impressive spires, and a round stained glass window was set in the central part. Although it wasn't very large, the interior was spacious and open. Walking through the beautiful arches and ceiling of the nave, the group made their way to the crypt where the coffin was temporarily laid. Barbara Clark had been visiting the church daily since her husband's passing. No matter how many times she cried, the sadness kept flowing, as if her body would dry up from the ceaseless tears. Barbara had met her husband Rodney when she was still under 10 years old. They were betrothed from a young age due to their neighboring territories. Rodney, even as a child, had an intelligent and thoughtful demeanor. He wasn't the brave and chivalrous knight often depicted in court literature, but Barbara fell in love with him at first sight. The more she saw him, the more captivated she became by his sharp charm. I have decided that you will be the only one in my life. On their wedding day, Rodney had said just this one thing. Though Barbara didn't understand at the time, she was overjoyed to marry the man she admired and nodded in agreement. Rodney was kind in his own way. He treated Barbara with respect as the Duchess of Clark and granted her freedom. Although he did not take mistresses and was often absent due to his dedication to his duties, it didn't bother her. Every time she heard of his achievements and good reputation at social gatherings, she felt recognized as a supportive wife. Rodney, acknowledged by the previous king, became well regarded among other nobles, which naturally elevated Barbara's status at social events and further encouraged her devotion. Even after stepping down as prime minister and passing the title to his son, Abram, Rodney continued to support the former king behind the scenes. His prioritization of the king over his son was a source of pride for Barbara, and she felt it exemplified what it meant to be one of the three great dukes. Rodney, Barbara whispered her beloved husband's name. Her husband's body lay unchanged in the coffin. With trembling hands, she touched the edge of the coffin. He had been someone whose sleep was light, waking at the slightest movement. Yet now, even calling his name elicited no response. What am I to do without you? When the former king passed away, Rodney decided to retire completely, showing no lingering attachment to the capital where his master was gone. It was then that Rodney first truly saw Barbara. He took her hand and suggested they tour their estate, not for inspection, but for their own enjoyment. I see now that I have come this far because of you. Seeing their land, once ravaged by political upheaval, bustling with people again, Rodney had murmured such a sentiment. For Barbara, that alone made her feel that everything was worthwhile. She had been content merely to support her husband, believing that was the nature of their love. Yet, with one casual remark from him, she felt as if the sediment that had accumulated in her heart had vanished. Rodney, who spoke few words, was merely awkward. Though Barbara mostly spoke alone, he remembered the flowers and jewelry she had once told him she liked. Once, while Barbara was reading in a villa, he brought her a bouquet with a displeased expression. Every flower in the bouquet was one she had once mentioned she liked. Now, the husband she served and supported was gone. It was as futile as spending her days weeping, with nothing else to do or desire. Only sadness and emptiness spread within her heart. Rodney, I truly cherished you truly. Though she never heard the word love from Rodney, Barbara had indeed felt love from her stern husband. Section. Seeing Barbara's sorrowful face in front of the coffin, Liliana was inwardly taken aback. It seemed that her grandmother truly loved her grandfather from the bottom of her heart. Liliana, who had had little interaction with her grandfather, couldn't understand what there was about him that could inspire such deep affection. Clyde, who glanced sideways at Liliana, was also casting a somewhat sorrowful gaze, though not as intense as Barbara's. This was probably due to having had some connection with their grandfather. Suddenly, Liliana felt a gaze upon her and turned her face in that direction. She couldn't help but gasp. She had been subjected to disdainful feelings before and had often thought that she was disliked. However, the gaze now directed at her was even stronger than those past feelings. Mother. Liliana blinked in surprise. The moment their eyes met, Belinda averted her gaze from Liliana, yet it was unmistakable. The look Belinda gave Liliana was filled with clear hatred and even murderous intent. Since leaving the estate, Belinda had kept her distance from Liliana. 2 carriages had been prepared intentionally, one for Liliana and her grandmother, and the other for Belinda and Clyde. Liliana had been slow to realize this, but it was clear that Belinda's feelings toward her daughter had worsened compared to before. It had been 3 years since Liliana had last seen her mother. Whether Belinda's hatred had grown over that time or whether something had triggered it, Liliana did not know. Even if there was a trigger, she had no idea what it might be. The possibility that one of the instigators behind the assassins is my mother still remains, but I have not seriously investigated it. Although it was a possibility Liliana had long considered, she had never thoroughly investigated it. Even if she learned that Belinda was plotting her assassination and had sent assassins, Liliana had no means to address the situation at present. Killing her own mother in retaliation or taking her will away would be problematic. Not only would it likely distress Clyde, but it would also be best to avoid a situation that could make Clyde resent her. For now, I might manage to deal with the situation discreetly without my brother noticing, but considering the possibility that he might find out in the future, it's safer to avoid it. Liliana sighed and shook her head. Recalling her previous life's memories, Liliana knew that Clyde's mother had died before the game began. Clyde, upon the sudden death of his mother, had awakened his talents and became one of the most brilliant minds in the game. Thus, if Liliana were to kill Belinda to protect herself, there was no guarantee that Clyde wouldn't find out. Even if she were targeted with murderous intent, her only option was to protect herself without causing real harm. Fortunately, she was skilled in magic and possessed defensive magical tools, so she should not be in immediate danger of assassination. Nevertheless, since I do not have protective barriers set up in the Forsha estate, and there are hidden rooms, I must remain cautious. Liliana had discovered the existence of hidden rooms in the Forsha estate about 2 years ago. At the time, she had been inspecting the area while visiting the Dying Special District, and had moved to this distant location alone to learn about the immigrants in the Duke of Clark's territory. It was then that she accidentally discovered the hidden rooms when Butler Philip opened a door leading to them. The hidden rooms were filled with books on magic and occult arts, though Liliana did not know their intended purpose. The mere fact that such rooms were hidden was ominous. Come to think of it, she had also met Adulite on the day she found the hidden rooms. Moreover, it was in this very estate, Forsha. Adulite had advised her to be cautious until her grandfather was buried. Certainly, despite the church having protective barriers, if magic is summoned from within, it cannot be stopped. What came to Liliana's mind was the magic beast stampede she had suppressed near the capital. Those magical beasts had been artificially created, and they were probably once human. If similar principles were used to summon magic and possess the corpse, then some form of magic or inscription, similar to what Petra had tried to protect with the magic stone, might be engraved on the corpse or somewhere nearby. Then, let us begin today's funeral. The priest appeared and solemnly announced. Following the signal, Liliana and the others took their seats on the simple chairs placed in front of the coffin. Barbara's sobs echoed through the cool space. While pretending to quietly mourn the deceased, Liliana directed her focus toward the coffin. Clairvoyance. With a feeling of half-risk, she checked for any traces of magic or occult spells on the coffin and the body. However, she found no signs of inscriptions anywhere. Could Agilite be overthinking this? If that's the case, it would be a relief, but if I've overlooked something, it could be troublesome. Liliana considered searching the entire church. However, if the priest is sensitive to the activation of magic, there could be a risk of being noticed. It might be better to return to the estate and then teleport back at night to check again. The priest began the prayers. The unique phrasing and intonation seemed to be a tradition passed down from ancient times and could only be mastered through rigorous training as a priest. The somewhat unstable voice harmonized naturally and resonated beautifully within the church. The language used was exclusive to the priests, so Liliana could not discern what was being chanted. Nevertheless, it was clear that the incantation was intended to dispel magic and guide the soul of the deceased to the proper light. It was a common prayer typically recited during funerals. At that moment, Liliana noticed an oddity near the coffin. A black mist faintly enveloped the coffin. The mist resembled miasma but did not seem as harmful. In fact, it was reminiscent of the scene after the purification of the magical beast stampede. Even after purifying the stampede, the miasma did not disappear instantly. It would diminish rapidly to a certain concentration before gradually thinning out like fog. The black mist appearing over the coffin reminded Liliana of that gradually thinning miasma. Could it be that? Liliana's eyes widened in shock. It's already been tainted by magic. As the priest's prayers concluded, the black mist enveloping the coffin disappeared from view. Thank you very much. Clyde, representing the family, expressed their gratitude, and Liliana also stood up in unison. At that moment, she subtly placed a ring on the chair, carefully pushing it into the gap between the backrest and the seat so that the priest would not notice. With the ceremony over, they were to return to the estate for a meal. However, Liliana could not shake the thought of the black mist from her mind. Chapter 106. Coffin and Black Pattern 4. Liliana, having finished the dinner amid an uncomfortable atmosphere, returned to her room. Agilite was lounging on the sofa, seemingly having been asleep. Blinking awake, he looked up at Liliana. She informed him of her return and voiced her concerns. Have you had your meal? There is no need for me to eat. How convenient. Smiling, Liliana approached Agilite and sat at the end of the sofa where the black lion was lying. She then got straight to the point. I followed your advice and checked if any strange spells were cast on my grandfather's corpse or the coffin. Oh, and what did you find? Agilite's eyes lit up as he shifted his position, facing Liliana and urging her to continue. It seemed from his demeanor that he was merely speculating and did not have any certainty. But instead of asking why he thought that, Liliana proceeded to share the facts. The result was that there was nothing unusual. Well, that's good. However, there is one thing that bothers me. Liliana lowered her voice, speaking to the black lion, who seemed to be uninterested and resting his head on his front paws. Noticing her concern, Agilite's ears twitched slightly. What is it? When the priest began the prayers, a black mist drifted around my grandfather's body. It disappeared once the prayers were over. Immediately, Agilite narrowed his eyes. His gaze took on a peculiar light, as if he were contemplating something. Liliana focused intently on any slight change in the lion's expression and continued speaking. I suspect that magic had already been applied to my grandfather's body. What do you think? Agilite remained silent for a moment, his face serious as he pondered. Eventually, he looked at Liliana and asked a question in return. You're planning to check it out, right? If so, I'll come with you. Oh, you. Liliana was surprised by Agilite's offer. She widened her eyes in astonishment, but Agilite's gaze remained fixed and serious. Of course, Liliana intended to go to the church alone that night. Normally, she wouldn't be able to teleport inside due to the church's barrier, but she had left a ring of hers at the chair in the catacombs. Although it was not an official magical artifact, it was a suitable marker for teleportation. Liliana planned to use the ring to enter the church. Yes, I don't mind. I was planning to use teleportation magic, but is that all right with you? Yeah, I have no problem with it. The Black Lion grinned. Liliana tilted her head. Agilite, are you knowledgeable about such matters? Agilite, the Black Lion, was not a character from the game in Liliana's previous life, nor was his name familiar. Yet from their conversation, it seemed he had some knowledge of magic and curses. Being a non-human entity, he could potentially be a valuable ally, even if he might influence the game's scenario. To a certain extent. I know more than most humans. As expected, the Black Lion confirmed Liliana's suspicion. It meant that while Liliana and others understood magic and curses within a structured framework, Agilite likely had a more intuitive grasp of them, not bound by conventional systems. Liliana then voiced another question. In both the stories she had read in her previous life and the books she had come across in this life, intelligent non-human beings were often depicted as having very long lifespans. How old are you? The question seemed unexpected to Agilite. He blinked in surprise and tilted his head. When you put it that way, it's complicated. Our sense of time is different from that of humans. Well, Liliana fell silent, pondering if it was similar to the concept that time progresses differently in space compared to on Earth. Noticing her confusion, Agilite added further explanation. The time we perceive as a moment might be hundreds or thousands of years for humans. Sometimes, it's the other way around. So, it's hard to define an exact age. I see. Finally understanding, Liliana nodded. Agilite seemed unwilling to elaborate further. He hopped off the sofa and used his tail to tap the seat, as if urging her to hurry. Liliana glanced out the window. The day was fading, and darkness was about to envelop the world. There was still some time before the bath, and Marian would likely be occupied with repairing the dress Liliana had requested. Using teleportation magic, she should have time to do some work at the church. Shall we go? As Liliana stood up, Agilite seemed to smile, or at least gave the impression of doing so. Section. Liliana and Agilite teleported instantly to the catacombs beneath the church. The place, shrouded in darkness due to the extinguished candles, felt chilly and was completely unseen. Liliana cast a light spell to illuminate the surroundings. This is indeed a church, but the barrier isn't that strong, Agilite murmured. Liliana nodded and retrieved the ring she had hidden between the chair's seat and backrest. Tomorrow night, Duke Clark would also be attending the funeral. Although retrieving it then would not be a problem, it was better to avoid any potential trouble if someone were to find it during the day. Agilite quickly noticed Liliana's action and seemed to acknowledge it with a knowing smile. So, you used the ring as a marker. Yes, I thought the barrier might be stronger depending on the time of day. The fact that Agilite understood the ring, was used as a marker for teleportation, proved his knowledge of curses and magic. It affirmed that his claim of knowing more than humans was indeed true. Liliana put the ring on her left hand and approached the coffin that contained her grandfather's body. The coffin's lid was closed and, naturally, could not be lifted by Liliana's slender arms alone. She had no intention of attempting it manually and instead used magic to lift the lid. A distinctive preservative odor emanated from the coffin, which was not pleasant. Is this your grandfather? Agilite inquired. Yes. Agilite extended his front paws to the edge of the coffin and peered inside, wrinkling his nose as he observed. I can't tell just by looking. I was thinking of performing a decryption spell. Do you have a better method in mind? Originally, Liliana intended to come alone. Although she studied curses, their systemization lags behind magic, making progress slower than she hoped. Despite having more experience than most, she planned to use reliable magic. However, with Agilite unexpectedly present, she was open to using any more reliable method he might know, given that Agilite was the one who had suggested the possibility of magic being involved. Agilite considered the question for a moment, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic light as he scrutinized the body from head to toe. No, try the decryption spell first. Understood. Liliana placed the lid back on the coffin and drew a decryption circle around the coffin with magic. Typically, such circles are drawn by hand, but using magic to draw them is more effective. Additionally, this method eliminates the need for magical stones at the points of a hexagram. However, it depletes a significant amount of magical power, so few would choose to do it. Few people can even manage it. I command you by my name, reveal your true form. Upon chanting the incantation, the various patterns in the circle began to emit a mysterious light. A mist of gold and purple spread through the air, forming characters. The floating characters vanished, only for new ones to appear, repeating the process. As expected, Liliana sighed. The circle's movement and the appearance of characters indicated that her grandfather's body had indeed been tainted by magic. Agilite, observing the scene, gasped but soon followed with an appreciative remark. "It's quite beautiful. Thank you for the compliment." Liliana elegantly acknowledged the praise while keeping her gaze fixed on the floating characters. Her expression gradually vanished as she grew increasingly pale. Agilite also frowned as he read the same characters as Liliana. Eventually, the spell concluded and the glowing mist dissipated. Silence fell over the catacombs for a while. Liliana let out a deep sigh, replaced the lid on the coffin using magic, and turned to Agilite. "I hope I'm mistaken. Funny, I'm starting to think the same thing." Agilite's voice matched Liliana's in its bitterness. Both, rather, one human and one creature, needed a moment to calm down. Deciding to return to the mansion, Liliana used a teleportation spell. Despite the significant amount of magical power consumed, she remained composed. If she felt any fatigue, it was because the spell cast on her grandfather was unexpectedly malevolent. Back in her room, Liliana sat on the sofa. No matter how tired she was, her manners, honed by her training as a princess, remained graceful. Agilite leaped onto the opposite sofa and settled down. After a while, Liliana, who had been deep in thought, turned to Agilite. "May we align our understanding?" "Sure." Agilite nodded gravely. Liliana relaxed slightly, feeling reassured. Though she did not think she was mistaken, there was still a chance of misinterpretation or differing perspectives. "Is my interpretation correct that someone attempted to use my grandfather's body as a medium to summon a demon?" Agilite fell silent for a moment, but then nodded. "Not just any demon, but something not quite human. If you use your terms, a demon." "Yes." Liliana tilted her head at Agilite's cryptic way of speaking, but continued with her questions, as confirming the facts was necessary. "I gather that the spell failed. Do you agree?" "Indeed. If it had succeeded, the body wouldn't have remained so pristine. And from the patterns that emerged, it's clear that only miasma was summoned." Despite knowing it was unbecoming for a lady, Liliana couldn't suppress a heavy sigh and rubbed her aching temples. "While we avoided the worst-case scenario, the troubling part is that we can't be certain it won't happen again." Liliana had described it as a demon, but the scale and nature of the spell suggested the caster had aimed to summon something beyond a mere demon, perhaps a demon lord or a high-ranking demon serving one. Either way, if the summoning had succeeded, it would have severely disturbed the peace of the kingdom of Slybgrad. There was a risk that the 3 centuries of demonic influence could return. Suddenly, Liliana voiced a lingering question. "But why did the spell fail? From the patterns, it didn't seem like it should have." There was no immediate answer. When Liliana looked back at Agilite, the black lion blinked slowly on the sofa. After a moment, Agilite began to speak. "Do you know why summoning high-ranking demons is so difficult?" Liliana pondered for a moment. There weren't many books on summoning magic in the kingdom of Slybgrad. The royal library had only 1 or 2 volumes, and Liliana had gathered her knowledge from the mansion's collection near the capital and Petra's lectures. "Is it because only demons willing to be summoned can be called?" As she derived her own answer, Agilite nodded solemnly. "That's right. Being high-ranking implies high intelligence. Low-ranking demons, which possess almost no will of their own, are easily summoned, but high-ranking demons are much less likely to respond to a summoning. They refuse to be used by a practitioner of questionable skill, as their pride won't allow it." "I can understand that." Liliana nodded sincerely. In blunt terms, it meant they did not want to work under someone less competent than themselves. While it would be acceptable to work under someone who listens humbly despite lacking knowledge or power, it made sense that high-ranking demons would refuse to respond to someone who might issue unreasonable or reckless commands. Adulite looked at Liliana with amusement. Ah, you understand. Yes, it's true what they say, when those above are foolish, those below suffer. Adulite's eyes widened momentarily. After a pause, the black lion threw his head back and laughed heartily. Chapter 107. Coffin in Black Pattern 5. It was at the breakfast table the next morning that Liliana sighed in relief, realizing that Adulite's loud laughter seemed only to be heard by her. It appeared that what had sounded like a loud laugh to Liliana was similar to telepathic communication, inaudible to others. Still, it's quite distressing. Liliana struggled to suppress her sigh. Her father, the Duke, would arrive around noon, and the final funeral service, attended by other nobles, would take place the following day. While the prospect of burial and being allowed to return home brought her some relief, the process leading up to it was bothersome. Moreover, the constant need to dodge her mother's hostile glares, while pretending not to notice, only added to her exhaustion. Adding to her woes was the matter of the demon summoning spell cast on her grandfather. Despite confirming with Adulite, they could not identify the caster. If her grandfather had secluded himself on his estate for the latter part of his life, it might have been possible to pinpoint the caster. However, he had been a statesman, widely recognized, and it was conceivable that he had incurred grudges unbeknownst to him. If his social circle had been narrower, I might have suspected my father as the perpetrator more directly. At this stage, her father, Duke Clark, was merely a suspect. However, it was not as if she had no recourse. The spell on her grandfather required not only the name of the target, but also a personal acquaintance to activate. This meant there was a high chance the caster would attend the funeral. Though the number of attendees would be considerable, observing them all would help narrow down the list of potential casters. Then, there's the matter of why my mother's attitude towards me has worsened. There had never been much of a mother-daughter relationship to begin with, so Liliana was not deeply hurt. If there were no tangible harm, she thought it might be best to ignore it. However, if the worsening attitude was due to her mother's psychological issues, it might be less problematic. If there were other reasons, it would be useful to understand them. Even if not directly related to her, obtaining information could give her an advantage if needed. Liliana considered this briefly before sending out a rat to gather information. She didn't expect useful information to come easily, but she hoped for even a small clue. Section. By noon, Duke Clark had finally arrived at the estate, greeted by Clyde and the butler, Philip, and then retreated to his study room. It seemed that neither his grandmother nor his mother had come to greet him, but Liliana, who was also in her room, had no room to criticize. Lunch was served in their individual rooms, and the family only came together at the time of the funeral procession. They boarded 3 carriages, one with the grandmother and Liliana, another with Mother Belinda and Clyde, and the third with the Duke. The funeral proceeded with the same solemnity as the previous night, without much conversation. It was apparent that preparations for the final funeral the next morning were almost complete, with changes in the church's decorations and seating arrangements. After the funeral, the party returned to the estate and gathered in the dining hall for what was termed a dinner. At the Duke's signal, the servants quickly brought out the food. Following the customary prayer, the meal began in silence. The awkwardness at the table was palpable, and the food, prepared with great care by the cooks, tasted bland to Liliana. She mechanically put food in her mouth, chewed, and swallowed, trying to pace her eating to match the others and avoid making the silence more uncomfortable. The dining hall was filled with the sounds of servants moving and the faint clinking of dishes. Although no impolite noises were made, the atmosphere was so tense that it felt as though even the slightest sound, like a strand of hair moving, could be heard. "Father," Clyde finally broke the silence, unable to endure it any longer or perhaps trying to ease the mood. The Duke turned his gaze towards Clyde, his demeanor intimidating to those with a weaker constitution. However, Clyde met his gaze calmly and asked, "Regarding the inspection, I've prepared some details for your review later." "Understood, we'll find time for it." The Duke nodded in a completely emotionless tone. The conversation seemed to end there, but unexpectedly, Belinda spoke up. Liliana was astonished to see her mother addressing Clyde with a gentle voice and warm gaze, something she had never seen before. "Clyde, the inspection. Will it be when the Prince of the Unitian Empire visits?" "Yes, Mother." Oh, how wonderful. You're finally starting to learn the duties of a lord properly. Where will you go? The dying special zone, perhaps. And there were wonderful perfumes and herbs as well. Liliana tried to avoid looking directly at her mother, but could not hide her surprise at the sight of her mother's flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes. Clyde, however, maintained his usual composure. It was likely normal for him. The stark contrast between how her mother treated Clyde and Liliana left her feeling breathless. She took a deep breath to calm herself, but a sharp pain soon struck her head. She clenched her hands to endure it, managing to avoid any impolite noises. After overcoming the pain in her head and chest, Liliana let out a sigh of relief. When she glanced up, she found the Duke glaring sharply at her. Wondering what was wrong, Liliana tilted her head inwardly. However, the Duke soon diverted his gaze away from her, leaving no opportunity for questioning. Meanwhile, Clyde was responding seriously to Belinda. I am considering visiting the dying special zone. Although perfumes and herbs are nice, I think it would be better to showcase our region's pride, which is the forge for agricultural tools. A forge. It seemed that Belinda found the forge less appealing. She frowned slightly, showing her discontent. Clyde, however, nodded without concern. The forge was an essential choice, as the prince would likely find it more interesting than perfumes and herbs. Moreover, the region's top specialties were dyeing and agricultural tools. The forge could not be omitted from the itinerary. However, the objection did not come from Belinda. The forge cannot be allowed. The Duke's authoritative declaration resonated through the dining hall. For a moment, Clyde was at a loss for words. Belinda's face turned pale, and she shuddered slightly. Clyde, his face ashen but resolute, turned to his father and asked in a firm voice, "Why is that?" "It cannot be permitted. Look for other options. Places that must remain confidential will not be permitted for inspection. Only inspections within permissible ranges will be allowed. Even so, that will not do." The Duke, showing no intention of answering, remained aloof. Despite this, Clyde persisted, his hands slightly trembling. For Clyde, like Liliana, Abram was more than just a father. He was the Duke. Being much older and more experienced, Abram had never been indulgent. Liliana had rarely conversed with the Duke, but Clyde had only discussed matters of governance and education. Consequently, Clyde felt nervous when speaking with Abram. Meanwhile, Liliana frowned slightly. The Duke, having become prime minister at a young age with the trust of the previous king, was known for his sharp intellect despite his strict personality. Therefore, there must be a reason behind his refusal to permit the inspection of the forge. If I were to speculate based on the information I have, the reason could be to prevent the leakage of confidential information, but that has been clearly denied. But she could think of no other reason. Duke Clark cast a look of slight disdain at his son. The situation in the Unation Empire is currently unstable. If you still believe that inspecting the forge is necessary, then you are unfit for our family. If you understand, bring me a revised proposal to the study room. With that, the Duke wiped his mouth with his napkin and stood up. Despite the meal being incomplete, he summoned Philip and left the room, presumably to return to his work in the study. Liliana gazed absently at the remaining food on her plate, reflecting on her father's words. In other words, showing the forge that can produce weapons might be interpreted as the Clark family supporting Prince Roland. Clyde bit his lip, but he did not look up. Instead, he resumed eating, his hands trembling. Belinda cast a concerned glance toward him, ignoring Liliana entirely. However, Liliana paid little attention and focused on listening. "Clyde, don't worry about it. You're doing your best. It's all right if you don't understand him. There's no need to be sad." "No, Mother, I am fully aware of my inadequacies. To manage the territory properly and care for the country like father." Clyde managed a faint smile and shook his head. But Belinda was adamant, cutting him off with a sharp, "No, that's not it." Belinda continued to insist, her voice rising. "It's not about being inexperienced. I want you to remain as you are." Clyde did not respond, merely offering a vague smile. Belinda seemed unsatisfied with this response and leaned forward, her eyes shining. "Clyde," she called out to her son. Her voice grew louder, and without realizing it, she continued to plead. "You must be yourself, only you, my precious child, so please don't imitate that man." "Mother." Despite Liliana being present, Clyde was forced to raise his voice in response to the blatant disregard for his sister's presence. Even if you are my mother, I cannot overlook those words. Lily is. Don't mention that name, I don't want to hear it. Belinda, completely losing her temper, screamed in a high-pitched voice. Clyde was left speechless, and Belinda, her hair disheveled, pleaded across the table. Meanwhile, Liliana, who had been told not to mention her own name, was not so much hurt as she was exasperated. Although she wanted to question why her presence was tolerated, she knew that speaking up would only worsen the situation. Clyde, what are you saying? You never used to say such things. You should understand the meaning of my words, you. Liliana sighed quietly and poked at the meat on her plate. She wished to leave the room as soon as possible, just as her father had. The servants also looked around awkwardly. As the dinner threatened to descend into chaos, Barbara, who had remained silent throughout, slammed a tray onto the table, causing glasses and dishes to rattle, though the heavy table prevented any real damage. Be quiet. Barbara's action, in stark contrast to proper etiquette, proved highly effective in calming Belinda's hysterical outburst. Belinda, who had collapsed into her chair in shock, pressed her hand to her chest and stared wide-eyed as she tried to steady her heartbeat. Barbara, who had gathered the attention of everyone in the room, had tears welling in her eyes but maintained a composed demeanor. She gazed sternly at Belinda. You, Belinda, how disgraceful. And yet you are the Duchess. Today is the time to mourn your father-in-law, the late Duke, and the great former Duke. When your own parents passed away, would you have tolerated someone throwing a tantrum and ruining the moment of remembrance? Her voice, though quiet, trembled with the effort to suppress her rising emotions, a fact that was clear to everyone present. The tension filled the dining room as Barbara quietly stood and instructed the servants. Please bring the remaining meal to my room. As for the dinner, it has been shared up to this point, so let it suffice. With that, she left the dining room. After a moment of watching her retreating figure, Belinda, having finally regained her composure, bit her lip. If only it had been just my father-in-law, why must my own parents? With that low murmur, she stood up abruptly, causing her chair to make a loud noise. Belinda nearly tripped over her chair as she turned to leave the dining room without looking back. In the now quiet dining room, Clyde and Liliana exchanged glances as they watched the closed door. Clyde managed a wry smile. Well, let's at least finish the dessert. The chefs put a lot of effort into it. Liliana nodded. There was no fault in the well-prepared meal made in honor of the Duke's visit. She sampled the cold meat and recognized the sauce as a mix of fruit vinegar and finely chopped onions. The slight sweetness was probably from honey. Even the cold meat tasted good. As Liliana enjoyed her meal, she reflected on Belinda's final words, which left a sense of dissonance. While the words sounded similar when spoken, it was clear that Belinda had said, "If only it had been just the former Duke, why my own parents as well?" Liliana had heard that Belinda's parents had died when she was born. There might be some connection between the deaths of those two and the late Duke Rodney. Clyde interrupted her thoughts, glancing at the plates being cleared and starting the conversation again. I've been thinking about what Father said. Although I haven't received any information, I suspect that the Unation Empire still hasn't decided on the crown prince, and the nobles are fighting over who will be the next emperor. Liliana nodded. It seemed that Clyde had reached the same conclusion as her, so she refrained from interrupting. Sipping her tea, she waited for him to continue. The forge can produce not only agricultural tools, but also weapons. Although our forge mostly makes agricultural tools, if all those resources were diverted to weapon production, it would amount to a considerable quantity. Including the forge in the inspection would make the Unitian Empire think that the Clark family supports Prince Roland. This aligned with Liliana's own reasoning. Clyde continued. Since the Clark family is known as influential nobles in the Slybgrad Kingdom, there's a risk that the entire kingdom might be perceived as supporting Prince Roland as the crown prince. Given this, it would be better to guide the inspection to other options, such as perfume or beer, wine, and woolen textiles. Smiling back at Clyde, who grinned at having considered these alternatives, Liliana continued to enjoy her dinner in the dining room. Chapter 108. Coffin and Black Pattern 6. The funeral of Rodney Antit Clark, the late head of the Clark family, was attended by more than just the nobility of the Slybgrad Kingdom. A distinguished gathering of nobles and diplomats from the Unatian Empire, who had once been prominent figures, were also present. Those who lived too far away to reach by carriage apparently used teleportation arrays to travel to the capital and then to the Forsha territory. Those who could not endure the teleportation or had no time sent their condolences through letters delivered by messengers. I see many faces I've never personally met. Liliana sat near the coffin with a composed expression, observing those who approached the Duke and her grandmother Barbara to offer their greetings. By listening closely to their conversations, she was able to match names to faces, a skill honed by her education as a prospective crown princess. Her brother Clyde, who seemed to know some of the visitors, was occasionally heard exchanging pleasantries. Liliana recognized only a few, such as Riley, who had been among the first to greet her. As she had not yet made her social debut, opportunities to meet individuals older than her were rare. The news of his passing was truly unexpected. I pray for the peace of his soul. The condolences were delivered in similar terms, almost mechanically. Occasionally, someone would share a light-hearted anecdote about the deceased, but such instances were rare. Most likely, many either had little interaction with the late Duke Rodney or had memories that should not be shared. Among them, a remark by a lady from a branch family of the Clark household caught Liliana's attention. I never expected him to fall ill so quickly. He seemed perfectly fine when we last met just last month. Did he fall ill only after coming to the Forsha territory? No, we had discussed returning home for a visit, and upon coming back, he suddenly fell ill. It happened so fast. He was so eager to take care of things in the territory. The lady gently patted Barbara's shoulder in comfort. Despite the years Barbara had supported her husband and the territory as Duchess, she remained strong, not shedding tears. Though her eyes were misty, she maintained a tight-lipped smile and looked up at her friend, saying, "Thank you. There are so many people here. Is it really possible that among them is someone who placed a curse on my grandfather?" Identifying such a person seemed daunting. Liliana felt a bit weary. This news was truly shocking. I am sure it must have been most distressing for you. I pray for his peaceful rest. Thank you. Hearing the smooth condolences of a man, Liliana looked up when she felt a gaze. Standing before her was a man with a rich beard and a sharp, unsheathed sword-like aura. His expression was calm, but his eyes were piercing. The current head of the Ealdred family, one of the 3 great dukes of the Slybgrad kingdom. Though he was Austin's father, Liliana was meeting him for the first time. He glanced briefly at Liliana, his bearded mouth curling into a brief smile. Liliana stared in surprise, but the Ealdred Duke said nothing and left the scene. What was that about? The brief exchange of glances seemed unnoticed by everyone else. Liliana lowered her gaze and furrowed her brow. As the greetings neared their end, Nicholas Bergson, the minister of the Magic Division, arrived, followed by Thorn Greed, who had become the vice minister following Ben Draco's suspension. Thorn, the 3rd son of the Greed family, had no known connection to the deceased. He should not have been present by right, but perhaps he was deemed acceptable in his role as vice minister. Liliana wondered why it was worth coming to this event. When Thorn's gaze settled on her with an unsettling look, Liliana nearly grimaced from the surge of disgust. Considering the conditions, they fit perfectly. Among the attendees from the Unatian Empire, the only known magicians were Nicholas Bergson and Thorn Greed. While other visitors could have hired magicians to cast curses, it was unlikely to exclude them as suspects. The possibility of the 2 from the Magic Division being the culprits was higher. The minister seems to have had a close relationship with my father, and if the new deputy minister came here to become more familiar with my father. Oh dear, it seems that various pieces might fit together. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying her any attention, Liliana began to piece together a theory. Nicholas Bergson had previously attempted to lift a curse from Liliana's throat. Furthermore, the request for this had come from the Duke Clark, not from Liliana herself. There was a possibility that the 2 had developed a close relationship beyond professional boundaries. If this assumption is correct, could it be possible that the Duke Clark asked Nicholas Bergson to place a curse on her grandfather and summon a monster? But if that were the case, the motive is not clear. As the head of one of the 3 great Duke families and a trusted prime minister of the king, Liliana could not conceive of a reason for her father, Abram, to summon a monster. If he were plotting a rebellion, summoning a monster might be a possibility, but the risks would outweigh the benefits. For instance, taking over a country that had lost most of its territory to miasma or war would incur substantial costs in terms of both time and money for reconstruction. A bloodless coup would be far more advantageous. Even if not a coup, simply placing a puppet king on the throne would suffice. Using his position as prime minister, such an action would be relatively easy. If that were not enough, the power and influence of the Clark family, one of the three great Duke families, could easily be leveraged. While Liliana was lost in thought, the final condolences from the visitors concluded. The priest then entered, and the ceremony began. The funeral, which had previously been held privately with only the family, had been simplified. It was mainly a ritual to ensure that no evil entered the deceased's body. In contrast, the upcoming ceremonial rites were meant to protect the deceased's body and soul from malevolent forces and ensure the soul's safe passage to the divine realm. Consequently, the ceremony would be longer. The candle light dimmed by half, casting a more somber atmosphere over the darkened church. The priest's prayers were solemn and serene, seeping into the gaps of the heart. Section. When the ceremony concluded, it was time for the burial. The cemetery behind the church was spacious and orderly, yet tinged with a somber atmosphere. At the farthest end, the grave of the previous head of the Clark family was prepared. Men carried out the coffin, followed by the mourners, led by the Clark family. Weary from the long ceremony, the guests engaged in hushed conversations. Liliana, while sending out mice to record most of the conversation, also used the far hearing spell to listen directly. As expected, much of the conversation centered around the deceased. However, many of the attendees, despite being retired from active duty, had been at the core of government. Naturally, some were discussing state secrets. Those keeping their distance from others seemed to be exchanging information that should not be leaked. Luckily, since there are mice everywhere, no one seems to suspect anything. Liliana maintained a mournful expression, but inwardly she smiled quietly. While she had no intention of using the secretly gathered information to blackmail anyone, it could prove useful in case of an emergency. The procession slowly moved forward and reached the midpoint of the cemetery. As they proceeded, Liliana's ears caught a conversation. The Excellency was in good health. In his letters, he boasted of having no health issues, yet suddenly his soul was taken. Although he was of an age, I thought he would still be active for some time. Indeed, even young people can die suddenly. I recall a young man, considered the next head of a family, who passed away suddenly. And the Duchess's parents also died suddenly of illness, I believe about 9 years ago. I remember my wife lamenting their passing before they could see their second grandchild. Oh, that was a difficult time as well. Especially, the Duchess's distress was severe. It was likely worsened by her postpartum condition, as my wife said. Women tend to be more sensitive after giving birth. Understandable indeed. The men continued their conversation, but Liliana was too distressed to pay attention. Her steps faltered momentarily, but she managed to regain her composure and maintain an indifferent demeanor. Internally, she was in turmoil. She took a deep breath, struggling to calm herself. She knew well that if she lost her composure, her judgment might falter. Yet, emotions she could not control forced her to recall her mother Belinda's words. It would have been fine if it were just my father-in-law. Why did my own father and mother have to? Belinda had undoubtedly said that. Liliana had not fully grasped the meaning behind the reference to not just Rodney, but also Belinda's parents. However, if the recent conversation was to be believed, all three had died suddenly from illness. One possibility emerged in Liliana's mind. It was hard to believe, but Rodney had indeed been afflicted with a spell to summon a monster. It was highly possible that this spell was the cause of his death. Could it be that my maternal grandparents also died due to a similar spell? Had they died suddenly like Rodney due to a spell? And had Belinda been aware of this fact? It could simply be that the death of her parents occurred during a stressful period after Liliana's birth, leading Belinda to mistakenly associate their deaths with Liliana's arrival. Normally, this would not lead to thoughts of mistreating her daughter. But if Belinda believed that her parents had been murdered and linked this to Liliana's birth, if she thought that Liliana's birth had caused her parents' deaths, then it would be understandable for her to harbor hatred towards Liliana. Although it was unjust for a daughter to be despised and hated by her own mother, it was akin to a psychological state of seeking a scapegoat. Though there was no way to confirm now if Belinda's parents had indeed died due to a spell, who could the spellcaster be? Unlike Rodney, Belinda's parents were ordinary people with no significant power. They were simply baronial rank and participated in society only occasionally. Few people had the kind of close interaction necessary to cast a spell on them. The most likely suspects would be those with connections to both Rodney and Belinda's parents, probably only a few individuals. At the very least, people from the Unation Empire could be excluded. The suspects would be individuals from the Slybgrad Kingdom who were not too far from the baronial territory and of similar age. The most immediate suspect that came to mind was someone from the Clark family. There was no evidence. There was no means to verify the facts. Yet, Liliana's intuition told her that this single hypothesis was likely the truth. Despite her doubts, a part of her accepted it. If this hypothesis were correct, escaping ruin might not be possible even if she were removed from the position of the Crown Prince's fiancée. Such doubts began to surface. Still, I must seek proof. If the hypothesis were wrong, the damage would only escalate. The only potential evidence would be the array or similar artifacts used to cast the spell on Rodney and Belinda's parents. If these had been disposed of, finding them would be impossible. Liliana raised her eyes and saw her father's back ahead. His confident stride was unwavering, filled with confidence backed by experience and knowledge. He remained silent. But what kind of life had the Duke Clark led, having risen to prominence through the coup 19 years ago and becoming the Prime Minister? The path he had walked was undoubtedly thorny, and how much blood had been shed. The coup was not just chronicled in books. There were still people who recounted it. Moreover, Liliana, surrounded by a vast collection of books, had learned the hidden history not recorded in the official histories. Commoners had shed a great deal of blood, and the nobility had not escaped unscathed. There were likely still those who harbored resentment. Bearing all this was her father's, Duke Clark's back, which appeared so grand and bottomless. One could sense the overwhelming aura that inspired fear. Yet, Liliana could only narrow her eyes at it. Chapter 109. The Wind Blows from the Imperial Country 1. After the funeral of Rodney Antic Clark, Liliana employed teleportation magic numerous times to search the various Clark family estates. However, she found no significant leads regarding her grandfather's death, and the days passed without any progress. Eventually, the time came for Prince Roland and his entourage from the neighboring country to embark on their visit, and Liliana, accompanied by Marion, Gild, and Olga, headed towards the capital. The capital was more bustling than usual. It wasn't only the nobles attending the ceremony to welcome Prince Roland and Princess Edith from the Unation Empire. Merchants from the provinces who hoped to profit from the event, travelers who had come from afar just to catch a glimpse, and mercenaries seeking work had all gathered, making even the usually quiet areas crowded. It's amazing how many people there are. I don't think I've ever seen such a crowd in the capital before, Marion exclaimed in amazement from inside the carriage. Liliana nodded in agreement. The delegation from the Unation Empire visiting the Slybgrad Kingdom was exceptionally large. While Prince Roland was the central figure, Princess Edith's personal guards and attendants were also numerous. Although the Slybgrad Kingdom had offered to provide support staff, it was decided that everything would be brought from the Unation Empire, considering Princess Edith's preferences. On the other hand, Prince Roland appeared less concerned about such details, and his entourage was minimal. The news of Princess Edith's participation had come very recently, causing all related parties to work tirelessly day and night to make arrangements. Riley and Clyde did not seem excessively busy, but their fatigue was apparent. Although Liliana was not directly involved, she could easily see the enormity of the task from the sidelines. "Young lady, since you have some free time after arriving today, what would you like to do? It seems there are even shops open that are usually closed. Would you like to go shopping?" Liliana tilted her head slightly in response to Marion's question. She had no strong desire for clothing or jewelry. While she might be interested in foreign books if available, she wasn't inclined to search for rare finds in a crowded place. Instead, she felt a strong urge to once again inspect the capital's residence where she would be staying after a long absence. Her father, Duke Clark, was occupied with his duties and the additional work related to Prince Roland's visit, so he rarely returned to the Duke's residence. It might be possible to investigate the residence while he was away. No, that's fine. Liliana shook her head and wrote on a piece of paper, "You may go shopping if you wish." Marion nodded, but it seemed she had no intention of leaving Liliana behind. Section: The day after arriving in the capital, Liliana went to the royal palace. A ceremony to celebrate the arrival of Prince Roland and Princess Edith was scheduled, where nobles from various regions would gather. Due to the number of guests, only the heads of noble houses and their spouses were invited, but Liliana had been requested by Riley to attend as one of the candidates for the Crown Prince's fiancée. In a game scenario, Liliana would already be Riley's fiancée, making her attendance at the ceremony quite normal. However, Liliana was still just one of the candidates. Moreover, being unable to speak meant she couldn't converse with Prince Roland and Princess Edith. It was hard to argue that she was an appropriate choice for hosting duties. Furthermore, it seemed that other candidates were not invited. When Liliana learned this, she initially refused, stating that favoring one candidate over the others was inappropriate. However, Riley remained adamant, his smile unwavering as he insisted. "Even so, I want you to be there. You're attending the ceremony as a member of the Clark family, so it's not that different." Although Liliana felt this reasoning wasn't entirely accurate, she ultimately succumbed to it. Recently, she had noticed Riley's increasing insistence, and it didn't seem to be her imagination. "If I can just endure for another 6 months or so, I'll be removed from the list of candidates. For now, I should aim to maintain decorum at the ceremony and leave the impression that I won't be able to fulfill the role of a suitable crown princess in diplomatic matters." Liliana mused, re-experiencing the bitter feeling she had often felt. There was a secret agreement between the king and Duke Clark that Liliana would be removed from the list of candidates if she did not speak by the age of 10. However, if Liliana attended the ceremony as the only candidate for the crown prince while the Unation Empire's prince was visiting, it might undermine the agreement's execution. Once the external pressure was applied, escaping from it would be difficult. Therefore, Liliana thought of using this situation to her advantage. It was out of the question to act in a manner that would be deemed disrespectful to the Unation Empire, but aiming for a barely acceptable performance could instill some uncertainty among domestic nobles. It was a dangerous gamble, but it was the only option she saw. I wonder if father opposed this, she thought, or perhaps he didn't know. She couldn't imagine her father, who was usually aware of the crown prince's activities, missing this due to his busyness. Upon arriving at the royal palace, one of the crown prince's guards came to escort Liliana. It seemed she was to head directly to Riley. Liliana followed the guard quietly. They arrived at Riley's office, where, after the guard announced them and received permission, Liliana entered to find Riley, Austin, and Clyde present. The room had a soundproof barrier, indicating they had been discussing something confidential. "Hello, you've arrived, Liliana," Riley greeted her with a smile. Liliana curtsied as a lady would, and when prompted, took a seat on the sofa, puzzled by Austin's presence. He had recently been assigned to the Royal Knight's second squad. Initially, this squad was not planned to be involved in the escort duties, but with Princess Edith's arrival, they were suddenly included. Therefore, Austin should not have had time to be in Riley's office. Noticing Liliana's gaze, Austin grinned and explained, "My main job is to escort during inspections, so I still have some free time now." Liliana nodded in understanding. Prince Roland and Princess Edith were scheduled to participate in the welcoming ceremony, followed by a fair for local specialties, a martial arts tournament, and a conferment of titles. Afterward, Princess Edith would return home, and Prince Roland would visit various places in the Slybgrad Kingdom. Austin's main duty was to accompany Prince Roland during the inspections, with the capital's escort duties being a secondary responsibility. Additionally, the entire second squad is set to participate in the martial arts tournament's magic swordsmanship category, so they won't be able to handle the escort duties during the tournament, Clyde added as a supplement. The martial arts tournament is said to have quite a number of participants. It seems it will be quite lively, Liliana wrote on a piece of paper. When alone with Riley, they used a bracelet to communicate, but with others present, she had developed the habit of writing her words down. Although she preferred to remain silent to avoid confirming her unsuitability as a fiancé candidate, increasing conversation frequency made it difficult to stick to that decision. Riley read the written words quickly and smiled. Yes, that's correct, although it was unexpected that we had to hold preliminary rounds because of that. When the outline of the martial arts tournament was announced, not only the members of the Knights' Orders, but also the nobles who governed territories, particularly those struggling with financial management, expressed their joy at the announcement of the prizes. They took the news back to their territories, and the topic spread to the knights in each region and even to mercenaries. As a result, the number of applicants for the tournament greatly exceeded initial expectations, necessitating the hurried organization of preliminary rounds. While the knights belonging to the territorial orders were managed through regional selection processes, mercenaries and other hopeful participants required preliminary rounds to be held in the capital. Liliana had heard that Riley was in charge of these arrangements. Previously, Riley had struggled to be entrusted with important tasks and had even been frustrated by his lack of access to information. However, recently, he seemed to be taking a leading role in several administrative matters, with the conferment of titles being a prime example. Riley appeared to feel a sense of gratitude towards Liliana for suggesting the PAT system, which had become a catalyst for gaining recognition from influential nobles. For Liliana, however, it was nothing more than an unwelcome complication. While she was willing to contribute knowledge and wisdom if it benefited the people, she had no desire to become Riley's official fiancé. The position of the Crown Prince's fiancé was synonymous with the first step towards her own ruin. So, Riley-sama, may I ask why you have summoned me to your office today? Liliana asked, regaining her composure. Originally, Liliana was expected to meet Riley at the ceremony. Considering the busy preparations before the event, she had not anticipated being summoned to the office in advance. Upon hearing Liliana's question, the three men in the room, excluding Liliana, displayed entirely different reactions. Riley deepened his smile, Austin's lips curled into an amused grin, and Clyde wore an expression that was both bitter and somewhat resigned. It was Riley who answered Liliana's query. Of course. With Prince Roland visiting at this timing, I want to lay out some policies. I wanted to convey that to you, which is why I had you come here. Policies. Liliana tilted her head, wondering what kind of policies they could be. Riley met her gaze directly and with a smile said, First, let me discuss some prerequisites. Firstly, regarding the recent power dynamics within the palace. The power of the three great duke houses is strong. It's essentially a rivalry between the Ealdred and Clark dukedoms. The Rokel dukedom doesn't come into play on the public stage, so it can be excluded from consideration. When Baron Kenny's emerged, it briefly seemed like there might be three major factions. But since the Baron's son took over, we've returned to the two major powers. Liliana nodded. If Baron Kenny's had not fallen victim to the assassin, Obsidian's poison, the three major factions might still be in play. Although no one was aware, Liliana had already understood the content of Riley's statement. She had not released curse magic mice to Obsidian for nothing. However, she felt no need to interrupt and silently encouraged him to continue. Then there's Austin. He's now part of the second squad, but many people know he had expressed a desire to be one of my personal guards for a long time. That's partly why most nobles believe the Ealdred dukedom is backing the crown prince. Interpreting the words with a critical eye, it could be taken to mean that the Ealdred dukedom itself did not support Riley. However, the truth was different. The dukedom, along with Baron Kenny's, had already clearly indicated its stance that Riley should be the next king. And then there's Clyde. It is widely known that I have been close friends with Clyde. The difference from Austin is the attitude of the Clark dukedom. Most nobles are not sure whether the Clark dukedom itself supports me. Some even doubt it. The reason for this was clear. Rumors were circulating that Duke Clark was trying to remove his daughter Liliana from the list of candidates for the Crown Prince's fiancé. Although the Duke himself had not explicitly confirmed the existence of the secret agreement, he had not actively worked to secure his daughter's position as the Crown Prince's consort. In the past year, there had been increasing voices calling for a decision to be made among the candidates for the Crown Prince's fiancée. With the king's condition fluctuating, the country could descend into chaos if the Crown Prince's consort was not decided soon. Liliana and Miss Malvina Tanner, the daughter of the Marquis of Tanner, were considered the leading candidates. While Liliana was overwhelmingly suited in terms of qualities and abilities, the flaw of her inability to speak was well known. Concerns about her social and diplomatic skills had led to many supporting the Marquis Tanner's daughter as the next option. Among those advocating for Miss Tanner as the Crown Prince's consort were nobles who found Duke Clark bothersome. To them, the Tanner family posed no threat to their power. After all, while the next heir was a promising young man, the current head of the Tanner family showed no interest in power. There were also some nobles who argued that a foreign princess should be chosen as the Crown Prince's consort. But that would be problematic. If I am removed from being the next king, the throne would pass to my uncle, Duke Franklin Slybgrad. Frankly, that would not be beneficial for the country. It was an unspoken and widely recognized fact that Duke Franklin lacked the qualities necessary to be a king. Liliana knew this from the information she had. Though he was a duke, actual governance was handled by an elderly steward who had served for a long time. Someone who could not even properly manage his own territory could not possibly govern the country. It was clear that the nation would deteriorate rapidly. That's why I need a reliable backing. Riley said that merely having the support of the Ealdred dukedom was insufficient. It was an open secret that the Ealdred and Clark dukedoms were in conflict. Riley smiled as he stated that no one who could not settle the antagonism, particularly Duke Clark's hostility towards Duke Ealdred, would be able to become king. Liliana barely managed to suppress a grimace that threatened to appear at her lips. She began to sense what Riley was implying, though she was reluctant to accept it. Ideally, she wanted to leave the room immediately and return to her estate near the capital. However, she was already standing before Riley. The support of the Tanner Marquis family is not enough. The Marquis is, unlike his son, a mild-mannered individual. If there is a change of generations, it is clear he will be involved in politics in a bothersome manner. What I need is the backing of the three great dukedoms. At the very least, I want to make it appear that way to the majority of the nobility. However, Riley could not gain the support of all three great dukedoms. He could not make contact with the Rokel dukedom, known as the Shield of the Kingdom. Therefore, he needed evidence of support from the remaining two dukedoms. Even if Duke Clark did not actually recognize Riley as the next king, it would be sufficient if he could make the surrounding nobility believe otherwise. Moreover, after talking to many young ladies, I found that, with one exception, no one clearly expressed their opinions or engaged in constructive political discussions. There are many other considerations beyond just gaining support. Though it had not been explicitly stated, Liliana was certain that her premonitions were correct. It was the worst possible outcome for her, yet Riley maintained his cheerful demeanor. Perhaps Riley was aware that Liliana did not want to become the Crown Prince's consort. If he did not, there would be no reason to state this just before the ceremony, at a time when Liliana could not escape. I want you to become my fiancée. In less than 6 months, Liliana would celebrate her 10th birthday. If nothing changed, she would be removed from the list of candidates due to the secret agreement. Thus, Riley had come up with the idea of establishing a fait accompli before that could happen. If the public believed Liliana to be his official fiancée, it would be difficult to remove her from the list of candidates, even with a secret agreement in place. The upcoming ceremony would be attended not only by the nobility of the Slybgrad kingdom, but also by a prince from a neighboring country. In front of them, Riley would treat Liliana as his formal fiancée. Even if she were only a candidate in name, if Riley could make it seem as though she were effectively his fiancée, it would be easier to convince the nobles and secure the king's endorsement. The king was particularly supportive of the engagement between Liliana and Riley. The inventor of the patent system was Liliana, and the first recipient was someone from the Clark dukedom. This was merely a pretext to persuade Liliana to attend the ceremony. Initially, Liliana had been doubtful, but upon hearing that Clyde would also be attending, she did not deepen her suspicions. Even if asked to participate in the ceremony, she did not increase her vigilance upon learning that Clyde would be there. I underestimated the situation too much. Liliana inwardly chided herself. Unable to say anything, she was frozen in place. Riley, not diverting his gaze from her, pressed on with his cheerful expression. "I'll be counting on you from now on, my fiancé." With a calm yet decisive tone, Liliana could only manage a strained smile. Chapter 110. The wind blows from the imperial country too. Liliana would soon arrive at the royal palace. Riley Williams Slybgrad swallowed the surge of nervousness rising within him. Everything had gone according to plan, but the final steps still lay ahead. In front of him, his close friend Austin was watching Riley with half-lidded eyes, clearly unimpressed, but Riley had no energy left to deal with complaints. Across from Austin sat Clyde, who was looking slightly pale. Though Riley himself was feeling far from calm, it was clear that Clyde was the one carrying the heaviest burden. With that in mind, Riley spoke up. "I'm sorry, Clyde. It's going to be especially tough from here on out. No, well, just imagining what my father will say makes my stomach hurt. Fortunately, the Chancellor will be busy while the Prince and Princess are visiting. I don't think he'll question you immediately. That would be a relief." Clyde's face remained pale as he responded. Of course, Riley thought, feeling a bit sorry for him. He understood that he was the cause of Clyde's distress. Still, there was something he couldn't compromise on. Austin, who had been silently observing the two, let out a sigh before speaking up. "I had no idea you were so obsessed with this, sneaking around and plotting behind even the Chancellor's back. You could have at least told me. I couldn't risk it, even with an ally, in order to ensure everything went perfectly. I figured you'd say that. Did the Grand Duke really agree to this?" "It was easy. She was apparently lonely since she hadn't seen him recently, and the Marquis has been so busy that he hasn't returned home." Austin, seemingly expecting this answer, simply shrugged. To make Liliana Alexandra Clark his fiancée. Riley had made that decision about 2 years ago during his visit to the Clark Duchy. Compared to the other candidates, Liliana excelled in her studies and etiquette and possessed all the qualities necessary to be a crown princess. Beyond that, she had the vision to propose policies that would benefit the people and the nation, sometimes outshining even Riley's own ideas. Her knowledge and passion for expanding her horizons were invigorating for Riley. If he were to rule the kingdom as king, Liliana was the only one he wanted by his side as queen. No, she was the only one he could imagine in that role. But many nobles did not share his understanding. Even those who acknowledged Liliana's abilities often thought she was unfit to be the crown princess. Yet, no matter what they said, Riley would not yield. Even if his adversary was the Chancellor, who would become his father-in-law, his resolve would not waver. As Riley reaffirmed his determination, Clyde took a small breath and asked in a hoarse voice, "Even so, Your Highness, are you really?" His face, still pale, showed how deeply concerned he was for his sister. "Are you really going to make Lily, my sister, your fiancée?" She still hasn't regained her voice. "I can't imagine she could fulfill the duties of a crown princess. Her inability to speak is a trivial matter. Besides, I believe she is the most suitable person to be crown princess." Riley responded with a radiant smile. In the face of her qualities and abilities, the fact that she couldn't speak was insignificant. It was something that could easily be compensated for if necessary. Moreover, Riley recalled the kidnapping incident and the monster attack stampede he had encountered in the past. The kidnapping had occurred on the way to a tour of the dye district in the Clark Duchy. At that time, Riley had suspected that Liliana might be capable of using magic. That suspicion had turned into certainty during the monster attack stampede that took place near the capital on the day of Riley's 10th birthday celebration. The Liliana who was supposed to be resting was merely an illusion, and the real Liliana was nowhere to be found. Liliana can use magic. Riley was convinced. He had never seen her use magic directly, nor had she confessed to being able to use it. However, if she could use magic, then she must have regained her voice. Magic required incantations, and there was only one conclusion that could be drawn. "I believe Liliana is the best choice." Regardless of what she thinks, the fact remains that she is a candidate for my fiancé. Once she's chosen, she will be mine. Clyde's mouth twitched slightly at Riley's words. Seeing this, Riley smiled in satisfaction. He had a sense that Liliana didn't want to marry him, though he didn't think she hated him either. The reason she was trying to avoid becoming his fiancé likely wasn't an emotional one. Riley understood that feelings like love and hate were distant concepts for Liliana. That being the case, there was no reason for him to hold back. Clyde seemed to have accurately grasped the implications of Riley's unspoken words. Meanwhile, Austin looked even more exasperated. Didn't you say you wouldn't create any special relationships? Austin was the one who asked. Riley looked up and met his friend's gaze. Despite his exasperation, Austin's expression was somewhat teasing. Riley tilted his head slightly. Indeed, it was something Riley had been saying since he was a child. His grandfather, who was admired by many as a hero and revered as a wise king, had told him that a king must never create special relationships, as the doubt that arises when weighing the kingdom against someone dear would lead to hesitation. Riley had clung stubbornly to those words. He remembered clearly when he first began to question that belief, when he was summoned to the sickbed of his father, the current king, Horatio Jeff Slybgrad. Riley had learned about the darker side of his grandfather and the true meaning behind his words. His grandfather had always told him to trust no one, to constantly doubt others and search for the betrayal hidden beneath the surface, and to remember that a king is a solitary, unique existence. Someone special, do I seem that way to you? Riley showed Austin a wry smile. He still wasn't sure. Was his grandfather right to say not to trust anyone, or should his father, who loved and trusted others, be the example to follow? Riley still grappled with the question. Though he admired Liliana for her unwavering resolve, Riley had a sense that he could never be like his grandfather or Liliana. He couldn't keep his eyes fixed on one path and move forward with absolute certainty. Riley was always caught in a struggle, trying to choose the right path among many. You do seem that way, Austin replied, tilting his head as if puzzled by Riley's lack of self-awareness. Then, he glanced sideways at Clyde. Since you seem fond of her, that sister-loving fool over there is probably willing to help you out. What do you mean by sister-loving, Austin? I mean you, Clyde. You're crazy about your sister. I can't even begin to understand it. Clyde snapped back at Austin, who paid him no mind. Riley chuckled softly and nodded. I see what you mean. Austin wasn't estranged from his sister. In fact, they seemed to get along well. But apparently, they fought frequently. Clyde, on the other hand, was almost overly protective of his sister. If Riley were seeking Liliana's hand for purely calculating reasons, Clyde would never have supported him. After all, their father, Duke Clark, was opposed to Liliana's engagement to Riley. Clyde would never go against his father's wishes. Yet, though Clyde wasn't actively supporting the idea, the fact that he was silently cooperating showed that, in some way, he was open to the engagement. Yeah, maybe she is special to me. Riley nodded, though not with full confidence. The truth was, having never experienced genuine love, Riley wasn't certain what feelings he held for Liliana. Looking back, it seemed his grandfather loved himself more than his grandson, and his father loved only his mother. His grandfather probably only indulged Riley as a conversation partner, and though his father treated him as a child to be loved, that was all there was to it. Yet, in Liliana's presence, Riley felt emotions he had never experienced with anyone else. During the kidnapping incident, seeing her stand firm without showing fear made his heart ache. When he realized she had disappeared during the monster stampede, it pained him to know she was trying to do something on her own. He wanted her to rely on him, and at the same time, he was frustrated that he wasn't someone she could rely on. I want to be there by her side and support her. Riley swallowed the words he truly wanted to say, that he wanted her to rely on him. He didn't want anyone else to take on that role. Even though what he ended up saying sounded like an excuse, both Austin and Clyde seemed to accept it. Austin's expression twisted with a complicated emotion, but when Riley tilted his head in confusion, Austin simply muttered, "It's nothing." A few moments later, there was a knock at the door. It seemed Liliana had arrived. Feeling a surge of joy, Riley beamed. "Hello, you've arrived, Liliana." The outfit Liliana wore as she entered wasn't her ceremonial dress. Yet even so, her budding beauty, like a flower slowly beginning to bloom, was stunning. Standing beside her filled him with pride. If he misstepped, Liliana would slip through his fingers in an instant. This was the first hurdle, and Riley silently steeled himself for what was to come. Section. In the end, while Prince Roland was staying, Liliana had no choice but to play the role of Riley's fiancée. The intensity with which Riley pressed forward, smiling all the while, was something Liliana had never seen before. Even Austin, who was present, and Clyde, who had always been protective of her, supported Riley. Liliana had no escape. Feeling a heavy sense of dread, Liliana entered the dressing room that had been prepared for her and began changing into the ceremonial dress. The dress had been arranged by the ducal family, but as Liliana looked at it again, she felt the color drain from her face. Now that Riley had asked her to act as his fiancée, the once plain dress seemed to carry a significant meaning. Initially, the design was supposed to be simple, a pale pink base with ivory lace adorning the entire dress. However, the dress Liliana now wore was a different color entirely. While the basic design hadn't changed, the main color had been altered to a pale yellow, and the lace was now gold-threaded. To top it off, the jewelry paired with the dress was blue. The gold of Riley's hair and the blue of his eyes. Anyone would assume that these were gifts from Riley. It would also undoubtedly fuel rumors that Riley was deeply infatuated with her. He must have done this to escape from my father's scrutiny. Liliana suspected that even Clyde might not have known about the dress. Riley had likely arranged for the color change and planned everything so that Liliana would accompany him as his fiancée without anyone else knowing. It was clear that Riley was seriously closing off all avenues of retreat. Though he hadn't shown his full capabilities until now, there was no denying that his skills had improved dramatically in a short period. As much as it frustrated her, she had to admit he had done a remarkable job. Considering that no one had interfered with his scheme, he must have even managed to slip past Duke Clark, the Prime Minister. Liliana wondered what Duke Clark would think when he saw how Riley and she behaved at the ceremony. The Duke might have some words for her, but Clyde would likely suffer the most. He spent much more time with their father than Liliana did. She couldn't help but worry about how Clyde's stomach was holding up. The Clyde from the game, which Liliana remembered from her previous life, was a cunning character. But the real Clyde, whom Liliana had come to know, was a sensitive and kind young man who cared deeply for his sister. There was no trace of the darkness that would lead him to imprison or poison his sister, as the game suggested. If the current Clyde were to endure Duke Clark's barrage of sarcastic remarks, he would undoubtedly be worn out. Perhaps I should bring my brother a little something to cheer him up later, though it's not really my fault. There was no doubt that the root of all this trouble was Riley, who had orchestrated this entire farce, something Liliana could see as nothing else. She barely managed to suppress a sigh. She couldn't afford to show any signs of weakness in front of the maids who were helping her dress and apply makeup. Liliana was supposed to wait in the dressing room until the ceremony began. As the maids tidied up around her, she was about to take a seat on the sofa when there was a knock at the door. One of the maids opened the door for her. "Is she ready?" "Yes, she just finished." Hearing the voice from outside, Liliana couldn't help but let her expression go blank. It was a voice she would have preferred to hear after the ceremony had already started. But mercilessly, the owner of the voice stepped into the room. Crown Prince Riley of the Kingdom of Slibegrad, now dressed in his ceremonial attire, stood before Liliana, a smile spreading across his face. "You look beautiful. It suits you well, Liliana. I'm honored to stand by your side." "I'm honored as well, Your Highness Riley." Liliana somehow managed to force a smile without her cheeks twitching. Riley's ceremonial attire was an ivory ensemble with gold embroidery and a green tie. It was obvious that he had chosen it to match Liliana's eye color. Standing together, they would look like a perfectly matched pair. He's certainly making the most of the visual impact. Liliana took the hand Riley offered her. He then escorted her out of the dressing room. "Riley-sama, where are we going?" "To the audience chamber. Until the ceremony begins, we'll be hosting Prince Roland and Princess Edith. I'm to accompany you as well." "Of course," Riley replied cheerfully, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Even though she knew it was futile, Liliana attempted to protest. "But as you know, I cannot speak. I fear I may only be a burden rather than help." That's not true at all. Your presence alone is more than enough. Riley's grip on Liliana's hand tightened, as if to emphasize that he wouldn't let her go. Realizing she had no choice, Liliana gave up. The two of them walked in silence until they arrived at the audience chamber. Beyond it were the royal family's private rooms, including a parlor and game room. Riley led Liliana into the parlor. This is a room the royal family uses privately. We'll stay here until Prince Roland and Princess Edith arrive. Though she wanted to ask him not to bring her to a place like this, she knew he would simply reply, "You're my fiancé, so it's not a problem." Liliana smiled and sat down beside Riley. Chapter 111. The Wind Blows from the Imperial Country 3. It was quite some time after Riley and Liliana had entered the lounge before Prince Roland and Princess Edith finally arrived. The attendant who came to fetch Riley was visibly surprised when he noticed Liliana's presence, as it wasn't part of the original plan. However, since Riley had brought her along, there was little that a mere servant could say. After opening the doors to the audience chamber and ushering them in, the attendant hurriedly whispered something to a maid, likely instructing her to bring additional refreshments. Liliana felt a pang of guilt, but she reminded herself that she was now in a position where she had to help host Prince Roland and Princess Edith. She stood firmly beside Riley, maintaining a dignified posture. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, signaling the arrival of the prince and princess. Liliana straightened her back as the doors to the lounge opened, and the Prime Minister entered first. Duke Clark's eyes momentarily sharpened when he noticed Liliana, who had no business being there. Liliana caught the fleeting irritation in his gaze and deepened her smile, finding it amusing to see her father, usually so composed, display a rare sign of emotion. However, Duke Clark quickly masked his annoyance, once again exuding the calm authority of a seasoned prime minister as he ushered the guests from the Unation Empire into the room. "Please make yourselves comfortable here until the ceremony begins. This is quite a splendid room." The compliment, though neutral, was likely from Prince Roland. The young man who appeared before Liliana looked much younger than the version of him she had seen in the game from her previous life. His appearance was striking, with turquoise hair and aquamarine eyes. He was supposed to be 16 years old, having already reached adulthood. The girl standing beside him, with strawberry blonde hair and rosy eyes, was equally striking and was likely Princess Edith. Liliana recalled that she should be 8 years old, a year younger than herself. The princess blushed bright red the moment she laid eyes on Riley. Standing behind the two of them was a man dressed entirely in black, with black hair and black eyes. Although he exuded an odd sense of intimidation, his ability to blend into the background suggested he was skilled at concealing his presence. Prince Roland offered Riley and Liliana a charming smile. "Thank you for hosting us. I am Roland Dil Anakides, the second prince of the Unitian Empire. This is my younger sister, Edith Darla Anakides. The man behind us is Dalmir Butler, my attendant." His tone was haughty. Although the Unitian Empire was indeed a great power, Riley's status as crown prince placed him higher in rank. Such a manner of speech might have been tolerable towards Liliana, but it was inappropriate towards Riley. Liliana smiled beneath the surface, but tilted her head slightly in thought. Dalmir Butler was supposed to be the assistant chancellor of the Unitian Empire. If events in the real world followed the same course as in the game from her past life, he would ascend to the position of chancellor in 4 years, thanks to his remarkable talents. But why was such a man accompanying Prince Roland as his attendant? The prior correspondence had indeed described him as an attendant, but the reason for hiding his true title was unclear. Something's off. She pondered this in her mind and suddenly came to a possible realization. Riley had said he wanted to use this ceremony to make it clear that he considered Liliana his fiancée, with no interference. But now, she wondered if that was the only reason. She was aware that Riley trusted her judgment to a certain extent and that he enjoyed discussing matters with her. As someone who sought the truth through hearing others' perspectives, a valuable trait for a crown prince, he would need to share the same information with those he engaged in discussions. Riley's closest confidants were Austin and, to a lesser extent, Clyde, but neither could accompany him in such a setting. However, if Liliana was his fiancée, it would be a different story. She could naturally share the same space, seeing and hearing exactly what Riley did. Is he looking for an ally? As these thoughts crossed Liliana's mind, Riley maintained his unchanging smile and gracefully responded to the greeting. It is a great honor to welcome you to our country. I am Riley Williams Slibegrad. This is Lady Liliana Alexandra Clark, my fiancée. It wasn't only Duke Clark who reacted to Riley's words. All three guests from the Unitian Empire showed signs of surprise. Although Duke Clark and Dalmir Butler quickly concealed their astonishment, making it barely noticeable unless one was paying close attention, Prince Roland and Princess Edith visibly widened their eyes. Fiancé, I was told she was just a candidate, Princess Edith said, her face still reflecting her shock. Liliana maintained her smile, fully intending to leave everything to Riley. He chuckled lightly, clearly enjoying the moment, and gestured for them to sit on the sofa before seating himself beside Liliana. Yes, that has been the case until now. However, there have been opinions that it is time to make a decision. With my strong desire, I have chosen Lady Liliana. Naturally, Riley didn't mention that only he and his two closest advisors knew of his decision. Nor did he admit that he had yet to obtain the approval of Liliana's father, Duke Clark. The Duke was well aware that Dalmir Butler was the Assistant Chancellor of the Unitian Empire and favored by the Emperor. With Butler present, Duke Clark couldn't openly challenge Riley's statement as a lie. Riley had calculated this, and his bold move was unassailable. Riley then gazed lovingly at Liliana with a look far more mature than his years, gently drawing her close by the shoulders. Liliana responded by slightly lowering her gaze. Having little experience with romantic interactions, Liliana was entirely unprepared for such a situation. She felt completely at a loss as to how she should behave. However, she assumed that in such circumstances, blushing would be the expected reaction, so she mustered all the meager knowledge she had on the subject. It seemed to have been effective, as those around them appeared to accept Riley's words as truth. She could hear Riley's amused breath by her ear, causing her to almost frown. But she knew that would be inappropriate, so instead, she maintained her serene smile. Your Highness. Duke Clark spoke to Riley in a slightly reproachful tone. Riley smiled and shrugged before letting go of Liliana's shoulder. He then turned his attention back to Prince Roland and Princess Edith. Once everyone had been served tea and sweets, Riley began the conversation. Did the long journey tire you? I was a bit fatigued, but Prince Roland, still somewhat shaken, hesitated before nodding. However, he soon smiled. Still, as we got closer to the kingdom of Slibegrad, the scenery and culture began to change, which was fascinating. We usually reside in the imperial capital, Tutelary, so the difference was quite surprising. Is it really that different? From what I've read, Tutelary does indeed seem to have a different ambience compared to our kingdom. Oh, it's entirely different. The imperial capital of Tutelary is meticulously organized in every aspect. The roads are well maintained, making it easy for carriages to travel. In contrast here, well, it might be closer to one of our imperial villas. Riley tilted his head at Roland's words. An imperial villa, you say? Yes, indeed. The imperial family of the Unitian Empire has villas scattered throughout the empire, all located in secluded areas. These buildings are rich in historical charm, though somewhat inconvenient, but they're surrounded by nature, making them perfect for relaxing and easing the mind. Liliana, maintaining her smile, subtly hid her mouth with her fan. Noticing this, Riley gently reached out and touched her right hand as if to say, "Stay calm." Liliana responded through telepathy using her bracelet. I'm just exasperated. Though not explicit, Roland's words danced on the edge of disrespect. He was essentially saying that, unlike the Unitian Empire, the kingdom of Slibegrad was rural. Considering the history and norms of this world, this was nothing short of implying that Slibegrad was inferior to the Unitian Empire. In other words, he was suggesting that the roads here were poorly maintained, the towns were unorganized, and the lands were sparsely developed, overrun by nature. In contrast, the Unitian Empire, as he implied, possessed all these attributes as a grand nation. However, Riley did not show any signs of anger. He responded calmly. I see. Does this mean Prince Roland often visits these villas? Yet, depending on how one interprets it, Riley's words could be a sharp barb. Prince Roland was already 16 and had reached adulthood. If he frequently visited the villas rather than staying in the capital, Riley's question could be interpreted as, "Are you not involved in governmental affairs, or are you simply not allowed to be?" The room's temperature seemed to drop, and Liliana exhaled softly. There was no need to search for the source of the chill. Both Duke Clark, who had heard Prince Roland's remarks, and Butler, who had reacted to Riley's retort, were visibly displeased. However, it was Prince Roland who had initiated this exchange. Backing down without a response would indeed lead them to be underestimated as a weak nation. They needed to at least ensure they were seen as equals. "I used to visit often, but not so much lately." Prince Roland, seemingly unaware of the sarcasm, laughed heartily. It was then that Princess Edith, who had been silent until now, raised her head. "Well, I still visit quite frequently. There's a particular villa I'm fond of. If you're interested, I'd be happy to show you around, Riley-sama." The room fell silent. The fact that Princess Edith was unaware of the ongoing exchange of barbs was concerning, but more problematic was that she had addressed Riley by name without permission. A princess of one nation calling the crown prince of another by name without proper decorum was a breach of etiquette, and Butler, who had been standing behind, showed a slight hint of panic. However, he couldn't stop her. Riley responded with a calm smile. "Thank you, Princess Edith, perhaps another time." It was a clear social nicety, but it seemed Princess Edith took it literally. Her adorable face lit up, only to soon pout slightly in dissatisfaction. "Oh, please don't be so formal. I'd be delighted if you called me Eddie, just like my brother does." "Your Highness, I am afraid I must insist on maintaining proper respect towards an esteemed guest from a neighboring nation. I ask for your understanding." To the young princess asking him to address her as her family does, Riley maintained his smile but firmly and smoothly declined. On the surface, it seemed like his usual demeanor, but Liliana, sitting beside him, could sense that he was irritated. It was rare for him to be in such a mood, she noted with some detachment. And then she narrowed her eyes slightly. The name Eddie rang a bell. Princess Edith still seemed unsatisfied, but she must have sensed something in Riley's tone because she didn't press further. She closed her mouth and glanced at Prince Roland beside her, her gaze almost searching for reassurance. Liliana couldn't suppress her surprise at the sight. "It seems Princess Edith has considerable faith in Prince Roland." The prince also looked at Princess Edith with gentle eyes. It seemed that their sibling relationship was not strained. Perhaps the age difference between them prevented any feelings of rebellion. Riley, seemingly having regained his composure, adjusted his tone slightly and briefly explained the upcoming schedule. "First, you will be staying in the royal capital, where we have arranged for you to attend the ceremony, the martial arts tournament, the exhibition, and finally, the patent grant ceremony. After that, there will be inspections of various locations, but we'll discuss those closer to the time. Today is the ceremony, right? Who will be attending? Only high-ranking nobles will be present. Additionally, a few mages will be in attendance." Prince Roland nodded thoughtfully. However, his interest seemed to lie more in the martial arts tournament as he quickly shifted the topic. "What kind of events will the martial arts tournament involve?" Liliana suppressed a sigh. The flow of events, including an overview of the martial arts tournament, should have already been conveyed in advance. Had he not read the letter, or had he read it but failed to remember, or perhaps was he intentionally testing them? If it was the former too, it would simply mean he was a fool, but if it was the latter, it would suggest he was a prince with a keen mind. However, it was too early to judge. There are 4 divisions: general swordsmanship, magical swordsmanship, magic, and martial arts. The royal knights will participate, as well as knights from the provinces and mercenaries. I think it will be quite a spectacle. That sounds like fun. I'm terrified of bloodshed. I'm more interested in the exhibition. Will there be lovely dresses and jewelry? Princess Edith chimed in. Riley, his expression unchanged, replied, "The main items on display will be beer, wine, and perfumes." The princess clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, perfumes, how wonderful. Brother, if I find a perfume I like, may I take it home with me?" "Of course, Eddie, choose whatever you like." The brother's gentle response made the sister blush. It was a heartwarming exchange between siblings, but Liliana couldn't let her guard down. While the prince and princess from the Unitian Empire were staying at the palace, Liliana had her own responsibilities. Princess Edith's name never appeared in the game from her previous life. However, there was a moment when Prince Roland reflected on the past and mentioned the sister he loved. This unnamed sister had passed away at a young age. The cause of her death was unclear. But in the game, Prince Roland had said, "I sent her far away to protect her, but in the end, I couldn't protect her at all." Whether that sister was Princess Edith or someone else, Liliana wasn't sure. But from the way they interacted, it seemed likely. And if this sister was indeed Princess Edith, and she were to die while on this visit to the kingdom of Slibegrad, didn't Prince Roland mention something like this in the game? I think it was Eddie. Unfortunately, her memory was hazy. But even if it wasn't an assassination, if the princess were to lose her life during this trip, the Empire would undoubtedly place the blame on them. It could very well lead to war. Even if it didn't, there was a significant risk that they would be forced into an unfavorable treaty. Unfortunately, since this was a time before the game began, she had no way of knowing what had transpired between the nations. Since learning of Princess Edith's visit, Liliana had focused on gathering information about her security and exploring what she could do. However, there was still a significant lack of information about the princess. That was why the real challenge would begin after meeting her in person. The imperial treasure, Princess Edith, even Obsidian couldn't track her. She had lived her life away from the public eye, with few people involved with her, and since she hadn't reached adulthood, she hadn't debuted in high society. Although she claimed to have often visited the imperial villas, her security must have been impeccable. There must be a reason why she was called a treasure. It was rumored that Princess Edith was the emperor's favorite. Obsidian believed this was likely true. Moreover, the Unatian Empire's succession rights were equal between men and women, and the crown prince was chosen solely at the emperor's discretion. That's why no crown prince had been decided yet. And now, that treasure had finally been brought out into the world. There's no way she wouldn't be a target. Liliana narrowed her eyes as she observed the prince and princess from the Unatian Empire. Chapter 112. The wind blows from the imperial country 4. As the time for the ceremony approached, the 3 guests from the Unatian Empire, along with Liliana and her companions, made their way to the waiting room. Riley, Liliana, and Duke Clark entered the room together briefly, but soon departed to make their entrance ahead of the others. Though Duke Clark was visibly displeased, likely due to Riley introducing Liliana as his fiancée in front of others, he refrained from expressing his disapproval, likely because of the presence of other people. He cast a disgruntled glance at Liliana before quickly heading to the ceremony hall. As Chancellor, Duke Clark would be seated behind the royals, while Liliana's seat was placed near Riley's. Clyde also had a seat close by, though Liliana's was higher in rank. It seemed Riley was genuinely treating Liliana as his fiancée. Although Clyde was originally supposed to escort her, the fact that her brother wasn't beside her suggested that Riley intended to do so himself. As expected, Liliana found herself grasped by Riley's arm in a small room adjacent to the hall. The air shimmered slightly. Riley had set up a soundproof barrier. Liliana tilted her head in curiosity. "Riley-sama, I'll be busy later, so I wanted to hear your thoughts now. About Prince Roland and Princess Edith, I presume." Yes. Telepathy was convenient in moments like this. Although a soundproof barrier could prevent eavesdropping, telepathy reduced the risk of being overheard even further. Liliana observed Riley's expression. His face was serious, showing no signs of casual conversation. However, this wasn't an urgent matter, so she wondered why he was asking just before the ceremony. Nevertheless, she decided to share her honest impressions. There was something off. Prince Roland acted with arrogance and disdain, yet his choice of words and responses didn't make him seem unintelligent. I thought the same. The pre-visit reports described him as a foolish prince. Riley let out a wry smile. Prince Roland had a reputation for being a dullard, a second prince who indulged in pleasures and offered no noteworthy policies. This contrasted sharply with Princess Edith, who was revered as a treasure. Yet the initial impression from their conversation suggested the opposite. While Princess Edith appeared pure, perhaps due to her youth, she seemed oblivious to subtle cues. Although not exactly spoiled considering her royal status, she didn't come across as particularly intelligent. She seemed to only care about things that interested her. Prince Roland's behavior might have been a ploy to gauge our reactions. I agree. Liliana nodded. Pretending to be dull to catch the other party off guard or extract information was a valid diplomatic strategy. Knowing that Riley had the same impression reassured her. Liliana had long suspected that the personalities of the characters in this world might differ significantly from those in the Otome game of her past life. This suspicion was reinforced by Clyde's personality, which was different from what she remembered. After all, it wasn't certain that this world was strictly following the game's narrative. Considering that people she had already saved were supposed to have died, it made sense that changes in environmental factors could alter characters' personalities. However, Prince Roland's character hadn't changed much from the game. If anything, the current Prince Roland seemed more straightforward compared to his game counterpart. With these thoughts in mind, Liliana continued to speak to Riley. Regarding Princess Edith, although she was disrespectful in addressing you by name, I didn't find her to be a bad person. She also refrained from commenting on my inability to speak. At this, Riley frowned. Liliana's observation seemed to have brought up an unpleasant memory for him. As she tilted her head in confusion, Riley forced a smile. Well, you're right, she's not a bad person maybe, but she's too immature. I can't help but compare her to you. Riley sighed in frustration. While Liliana and Princess Edith were only a year apart, with Liliana being 9 and the princess 8, it was Liliana who was the unusual one. By normal standards, the princess's behavior could be seen as endearing. However, such behavior would likely only be considered charming by adults, and people generally have less patience with those who are close in age to them. Understanding this, Liliana didn't scold Riley for his words, but instead offered a gentle response. Indeed, her actions were childish for a princess, but she's still only 8 years old. Even so, it's unusual to tell someone you've just met to call you by name. I haven't even called you by a nickname yet. For once, Liliana was at a loss for words. It was true that she and Riley had begun addressing each other by name, though Liliana, unable to speak, called him Riley-sama in her mind. In public, when writing notes, she always referred to him as Your Highness. Whether Riley noticed her surprise and chose to ignore it or genuinely didn't see it, he suddenly brightened. Clyde calls you Lily, right? Could I call you Sasha? Sasha. Yes, many people call you Liliana, but I'd like to use a nickname for Alexandra, your middle name. It's a bit exotic, but I think it suits you. Liliana couldn't help but internally question how their relationship had grown so close. She had been trying to distance herself as a potential fiancé, yet here they were, and Riley seemed to be closing in on all sides. If you don't like it, I won't call you that, but if you don't mind, I'd like to. Seeing Riley's uncertainty as he spoke, Liliana suppressed a sigh and smiled. How had she grown so close to him, to the point that he was now all but sealing her fate as his fiancé? It was true that she hadn't made any bold moves. But with a lack of information and the uncertainty surrounding her father's intentions, she couldn't afford to act recklessly. If she ended up dead before managing to remove herself from the list of fiancé candidates, it would all be for nothing. Liliana's ultimate goal was to avoid her own ruin, not necessarily to stop being Riley's fiancé. Unable to bear Riley's expectant gaze any longer, Liliana finally nodded. Riley broke into a wide, joyous smile and thanked her with unmistakable happiness. Sasha, it's such a cute nickname. I'm glad it's just for me. In other words, no one else was allowed to use it. Liliana felt like sighing at the sky, but Riley wasn't finished yet. Since we're at it, why don't you call me Will? Riley Williams Slibgrad. His middle name was Williams, and Will was its nickname. Seeing Liliana's wide-eyed surprise, Riley's smile softened into something almost meltingly sweet. Just for you. He was clearly determined that no one else would call him that. Despite his gentle demeanor, Riley had a stubborn side, and it seemed he had no intention of budging on this. Meanwhile, the hall outside had grown noisier as the start time of the ceremony approached. Liliana resigned herself. Sometimes there was no use fighting the inevitable. Then I shall call you Will when it's just the two of us. Simply calling his name caused Riley to smile with pure happiness. He gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders and whispered, "Well then, shall we enter the hall together?" Liliana placed her hand on his offered left arm. The soundproof barrier dissolved like a bursting bubble. As the light flooded in, Liliana straightened her back and stood proudly beside Riley. As they took their first step into the hall, she could feel the gazes of surprise converging on them. Dressed in what seemed like matching outfits, their contrasting hair, gold and silver, only served to accentuate the harmony between them. Few even glanced toward the Grand Duke entering from the opposite side. Despite the eyes on her, Liliana walked confidently, escorted by Riley, and took her seat. As Riley and the Grand Duke took their positions, the sound of a bell rang out. The ceremony was about to begin. Section. In the waiting room, Prince Roland sat deep in the sofa with an air of arrogance, arms crossed. Kingdom of Slybgrad, huh? The words slipped out almost unintentionally, prompting a reaction from Princess Edith, who was seated next to him. She quickly lifted her head and turned her whole body toward the prince. Brother, Lord Riley was absolutely splendid, wasn't he? Huh, oh yeah, I suppose so. Prince Roland nodded vaguely, muttering under his breath. He seemed rather soft, though. However, the princess, with her cheeks flushed, didn't seem to notice. Her eyes sparkling, she continued to speak excitedly. I want to be Lord Riley's bride. I just know I could be happy by his side. Prince Roland looked down at his sister with a complicated expression, but didn't argue. He gently agreed, saying, yes, that's true. The princess, as if floating on air, sighed in delight. While we were talking, I couldn't take my eyes off him. He's truly wonderful, but... Princess Edith's brow suddenly furrowed. But brother, are Lord Riley and Lady Liliana already engaged? And that chancellor, he was terrifying. Isn't he Lady Liliana's father? I don't recall hearing that he had a fiancée. Prince Roland nodded thoughtfully at Princess Edith's words. He had recently heard that the Crown Prince of Slybgrad didn't have a fiancée yet, only a few candidates. If an engagement had been decided, it must have been within the last few days, he reasoned. However, if the engagement hadn't been officially finalized, there was still room to maneuver. After all, the Unation Empire was a great power, and no matter how much Slybgrad Kingdom might try, it could never truly be their equal. That duke was indeed rumored to be quite capable, wasn't he? What do you think, Butler? Yes, Your Highness. Dalmir Butler, who was standing behind the two, nodded deeply. His expression was gloomy, but his eyes shone sharply, like a hawk's. Prince Roland gently stroked his anxious sister's head, speaking in a reassuring tone. There's no need to worry. You should do whatever makes you happy. Oh, and since we're here, I'll make sure you get more time to spend with the Crown Prince. Then, he'll see just how adorable you are. Oh my, really? Brother, thank you, I'm so happy. You're a good girl, Prince Roland said with a smile. The princess blushed shyly, and her slightly upturned eyes softened. But soon, those eyes were clouded with concern again. But what about you, brother? Are you going to be all right? There won't be any danger, will there? Don't worry. Your brother will be just fine. You know how strong I am, don't you? Of course, brother. You're so strong, you'd defeat any villain in no time. Prince Roland's smile deepened at his sister's childish words, filled with affection, though he quickly straightened his face. However, that duke's daughter was unexpected. Butler. Yes, Your Highness. The man who had been addressed in a low voice answered briefly. He was a man of few words, which Princess Edith had once secretly told Prince Roland she found frightening. Indeed, Butler had a sharpness akin to a drawn sword. Although he rarely spoke of his past, Prince Roland suspected that he had a long history as the Emperor's shadow, filled with dark experiences. But to the prince, that past was of little concern. What mattered were Butler's abilities and the results they could produce. Can you investigate? As you command. Butler nodded. Prince Roland felt satisfied, confident that the necessary information would be gathered while they attended the ceremony. Emperor Calvin Gain Unasitis of the Unation Empire is a tyrant. His only love is power and a world that bends to his will. He shows no mercy, even to his own flesh and blood, if it furthers his ambitions. In fact, many of his children and grandchildren have lost their lives due to falling out of his favor. Prince Roland knows of more than he can count on both hands, which likely means there are even more. Even a vassal who was in favor just a few hours ago would disappear. Instantly, if the emperor deemed them unnecessary. To survive in that country, one must become the emperor's hands and feet, delivering the results he desires. It's exactly like being a loyal dog, kill when ordered to kill, take your own life when commanded to do so. Without that level of resolve, survival in that country is impossible. This also means that those with abilities that threaten the emperor's position are inevitably purged. However, Emperor Calvin is also an excellent ruler. Thanks to his policies, the vast lands of the empire have been developed, roads have been constructed, and sanitation has improved, leading to a reduction in the impact of epidemics. Trade with foreign nations has become more active, and the nation is far wealthier than it was during the previous emperor's reign. Law and order, enforced through strict punishments, have notably improved. The imperial capital, Tuterarii, is particularly clean and well-maintained, earning the emperor deep reverence from the people. And yet, Prince Roland's nerves were always on edge. Even in a neighboring country, he could feel the watchful eyes and couldn't afford to relax. Emperor Calvin never tolerates failure, not even from a child who has just learned to walk. No matter how much he dotes on someone, if they fall out of his favor, they are mercilessly discarded. Roland glanced at his sister, who sat beside him sipping tea. He barely managed to suppress the sigh that threatened to escape. Chapter 113. The Wind Blows from the Imperial Country 5. The ceremony to welcome Prince Roland and his entourage from the Unatian Empire proceeded smoothly. After the kingdom of Slybgrad extended its welcome, Prince Roland delivered a speech expressing his wishes for lasting peace and friendship between the two nations. Following this, the court musicians performed symbolic pieces from each country, and a dance was presented. Once the meetings with the influential figures of Slybgrad were completed, the princes were set to join Riley and other royals for dinner. Originally, Liliana had planned to leave the palace as soon as the dance performance concluded. Although the influential nobles included the Clark Duke's family, only the Duke, his wife, and, if the heir had been determined, the heir were expected to make formal greetings to Prince Roland and his party. Since Duchess Belinda was sequestered at home and had relinquished her duties as Duchess, the Duke had informed everyone that his wife was ill and had made the greetings alone. Clyde was expected to accompany in place of the Duchess. Naturally, Liliana had no obligation to be present. Despite this, Liliana found herself unable to return to the estate when the influential figures began to leave the palace. "Stop being so angry just because I'm apologizing," Austen said nonchalantly. Apparently, he had been asked by Riley to stop Liliana, who was trying to return to the estate with Marion and guide her to Riley's office. No matter how much Liliana tried to escape, Austen's firm grip on her arm made it impossible to break free. Though he seemed to be trying to avoid causing her pain, his hold never wavered. "It's impossible not to be angry," Liliana silently complained to Austen, but had no intention of going so far as to communicate with him through paper and pen. "He wanted you to join him for dinner. I doubt it would feel right to have dinner with just the 2 from Unatian Empire and the 4 from the Duke," Austen explained, as if feeling sorry for her. Liliana gave him a strained smile, though her eyes did not reflect the same sentiment. Austen's face twitched at her expression, and he barely managed to hold back from taking a step back. "I'm just doing what Riley asked me to do, okay?" Liliana finally took out her pen and paper, directing a chilly gaze at Austen. Apparently, she was conveying her displeasure at his attempt to shift the blame. The boy's face paled slightly at her look. Seeing this, Liliana felt a small sense of satisfaction. However, Austen showed no sign of relenting. It seemed he intended to monitor her in this room until she agreed to go to dinner. He gestured to a sofa, inviting her to sit. Liliana considered standing as a form of protest, but realized that Riley was the one behind this. While Austen might be able to deter Riley, convincing the earnest crown prince would be impossible. Resigned, Liliana sat on the sofa. Austen exhaled in relief and took a seat opposite her. "Riley will explain things directly to the Duke. Clyde is to remain unaware," he said. Liliana anticipated that her father would be furious. While she had never seen the Duke lose his temper, she had a vague idea of what to expect. He would likely exude an intimidating presence that would freeze one's very insides with a cold, stern look, rather than shouting. Even though Riley, at just 11 years old, was still a child, Liliana was curious to see how he would handle the seasoned Duke. However, with her movements closely watched by Austen, who was present with her, she had no intention of using magic due to the high risk of being detected. Austen, seeing that Liliana had settled down, continued, "After the Duke understands the situation, he will come to this room to escort you. A dress for dinner has been prepared, so you should have Marian help you change." It appeared that Riley had arranged not only the outfit for the ceremony, but also the dinner dress. Liliana had no memory of requesting this or even seeing a measurement chart. But Riley must have used his authority as crown prince to obtain information from the tailor Liliana favored. Liliana sighed deeply and looked up at the sound of knocking on the door. Marian and several maids entered, carrying a large amount of luggage. She had seen this type of situation often enough to be thoroughly fed up with it. He not only sent a dress, but also jewelry and shoes. During the engagement phase, receiving gifts directly from the crown prince was not customary. Once engaged, the crown prince might present gifts such as dresses and jewelry at his own expense. It is only once the marriage is confirmed and the crown princess is established that the budget for her expenses is allocated from the national treasury. Thus, if the lavish gifts were known to others, the social circles would undoubtedly be abuzz with rumors. And most likely, this dress would become the subject of gossip. It had already been seen by a significant number of maids. The palace maids, all daughters of families with high ranks, had extensive connections in the social world and were themselves avid gossips. Liliana's magical mice had often brought back valuable information from these maids. The rumors sweeping the social scene will include: the Crown Prince has chosen Liliana Alexandra Clark as his fiancée, and the Crown Prince is said to dote on Miss Liliana. And the Crown Prince, even before the engagement was officially confirmed, showered her with gifts and will buy her anything she asks for. There were numerous potential rumors Liliana could easily imagine. Among them, there would certainly be stories suggesting that Liliana had made unreasonable demands for gifts from Riley. People love malicious gossip. Criticisms claiming that Liliana was unworthy of being the Crown Prince's fiancée due to her silence would also undoubtedly circulate. Of course, Liliana was not one to be easily hurt by such slander. As long as it didn't cause actual harm, it was not a problem. However, if this led to a perception that Riley was unfit to be the next king, it would be problematic. That needed to be avoided, but given that he had progressed smoothly as Crown Prince in the game from Liliana's previous life, she hoped his position would not be easily undermined. Called by Marian, Liliana rose from the sofa. It was not appropriate to change clothes in the office. Hearing that there was a nearby room for changing, Liliana headed to the separate room with Marian and the maids. Section. Despite the successful completion of the ceremony, Duke Clark was extremely displeased. As he was finishing up the remaining work in the Prime Minister's office, he immediately questioned the words conveyed to him by the Crown Prince. Although his question bordered on disrespect, he already wielded more power within the palace than the Crown Prince. "What did you say?" The Duke's formidable presence could make even seasoned nobles tremble. However, the still unreached Crown Prince calmly received the intimidating look and repeated the same words as before. "I would like Liliana to accompany Prince Roland and his party for dinner tonight. Will the Duke be attending as well?" The Duke could not understand why his daughter was required to attend, and his implicit rejection was clear. Yet Riley tilted his head slightly and gave a wry smile. "It seems the Duke has an urgent matter tonight that cannot be postponed. I was surprised that anything could be more important than a dinner with a neighboring country, but it appears it is a matter of life and death, so there's nothing to be done." Riley spoke with a concerned expression, but the Duke looked down at him with a bitter face. There was little chance that the Duke was genuinely facing a life-threatening situation. It was likely an excuse, and where Duke Franklin Slybgrad had gone, there was no need to think hard about it. "Shall we go and ask him to return?" "Well, I would prefer if he were still in the palace. I've been searching for him, but he is nowhere to be found." Riley remained calm in the face of the Duke's agitated state. The Duke and his lover had left the palace long ago. Though the Duchess's husband was a marquis, he was a staunch supporter of the old regime and opposed to the pro-monarch factions supporting Riley. He was not among the key figures in the palace and had left the venue soon after greeting Prince Roland. If they pursued him, the Duke and his lover were likely enjoying a romantic tryst in their love nest. Riley discreetly observed the Duke's reaction. Given his reputation as the Blue Flame Prime Minister, he was likely aware of the Duke's lovers, but whether he could identify the current one was doubtful. The Duke was known for being notorious for having multiple partners without settling on a specific one. However, his current partner was someone with whom he had been involved for a very long time compared to other women. Even the most informed individuals never named the Duke's lover, likely because the image of his current partner was vastly different from that of a lover. A highly esteemed and wise woman who can even instruct the crown prince and crown princess. Her manners are impeccable, and her demeanor is that of an ideal lady who always smiles gently while supporting her husband. On the other hand, she is well connected in the social circles and is said to be knowledgeable about every rumor. Lady Finch, the Marchioness. Having seemingly given up, Duke Clark deeply furrowed his brow and asked quietly, "Then why insist on bringing her to the dinner? She is still just a duke's daughter, not even a fiancée. Moreover, she cannot speak. Are you intending to undermine the dignity of the Kingdom of Slybgrad?" Duke Clark, Miss Liliana's worth is not diminished by the mere fact that she cannot speak. I am confident that she is suitable to be the crown princess. Even so, that does not justify bringing her to tonight's dinner. There is no problem with bringing a fiancé-to-be to a dinner with a foreign country. Riley met the Duke's gaze directly. The standoff persisted, with neither side backing down. After a moment, Duke Clark said calmly, "The Emperor has approved that if Miss Liliana does not speak by the age of 10, she will be removed from the list of fiancé candidates. What reason could there be for not wanting Miss Liliana as my fiancé?" Riley implied that there was no one more suitable than her. However, Duke Clark remained coldly unresponsive. "I do not believe I need to answer that, Your Highness." Riley hesitated. He did not intend to concede. However, if he made a mistake with his next words, it could make it difficult not only to make Liliana his fiancée, but even to have her attend tonight's dinner. While he could use his authority as crown prince to push through, he preferred to gain agreement amicably, considering the repercussions. At that moment of silence, there was a knock on the Prime Minister's office door. When both men looked toward the entrance, they saw a confused attendant and a bearded man standing there. "Times always change, Duke Clark." "Duke Ealdred." It was clear from Duke Clark's low voice that he was not welcoming Duke Ealdred. Duke Ealdred did not typically visit the Prime Minister's office, not because Duke Clark disliked him vehemently, but simply because there was no need for it. "It's rare for you to come here," Duke Clark said, his mouth twisting into a sardonic smile. Duke Ealdred, however, remained unfazed. He kept a small, unreadable smile and ignored Duke Clark's words. "I don't know what secret agreement you've made with His Majesty, but as long as that agreement remains unknown, if the majority of the Advisory Council supports the Crown Prince's wishes, Miss Clark will become the fiancée." Duke Ealdred implied that Duke Clark should not be unaware of this. Duke Clark's eyes, sharp and unreadable, fixed intently on Duke Ealdred. Calmly meeting his gaze, Duke Ealdred then turned his attention to Riley and said cheerfully, "Your Highness, it seems Miss Clark is ready. It would be best to proceed soon." "Thank you." Riley nodded. However, he had not yet received Duke Clark's consent. For a moment, he cast a concerned glance at the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister continued to glare at Duke Ealdred without reacting. Duke Ealdred's smile deepened. "Duke Clark, the ceremony is over. The major nobles have left the palace, and the Duke is currently missing. With neither of us able to attend, I see no valid reason to prevent the Crown Prince from having Miss Clark, who has been designated as his fiancée, attend." Duke Ealdred quietly posed the question of whether Duke Clark still opposed. The participants from the Unation Empire were Prince Roland and Princess Edith, and Dormal Butler was not attending. To balance this, it was necessary for a member of the royal family to be present. Duke Clark was not of royal blood. With the Duke absent, the only other option was either Riley's fiancé or Duke Ealdred, who was of royal lineage. If Duke Clark chose to send someone he disliked to the dinner with the foreign princes, it would harm his pride. Duke Clark could not win against Duke Ealdred, whose royal blood was an undeniable fact. Realizing this, Duke Clark glared at Duke Ealdred with evident malice and growled lowly. "Just for tonight." He implied that no further concessions would be made. Riley, thus, did not nod in agreement. He smiled calmly and left the Prime Minister's office, with Duke Ealdred following behind. The door to the Prime Minister's office closed behind them. "Your Highness." After walking a short distance, Duke Ealdred addressed Riley. Riley looked up but soon appeared flustered. "Ah, Duke Ealdred, I forgot to thank you earlier. Thank you for your help. It means we can dine with Miss Liliana." "It's no trouble," Duke Ealdred responded with a beaming smile. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened, softening his strict demeanor slightly. Riley noticed a resemblance to Austen in Duke Ealdred's demeanor and smiled in return. Duke Ealdred gazed down at Riley with a serene expression. "Regarding Miss Clark." "Yes." Riley listened attentively. Duke Ealdred lowered his voice. "There is already a majority in favor of making her the fiancée in the Advisory Council. For caution, I have also secured a written agreement. I recommend that the matter be brought up at the Advisory Council as soon as possible. Lucien should be able to handle it effectively for you." The unexpected words left Riley stunned. He stared in surprise, unsure where to start, and decided to voice his questions one by one. "A written agreement, what is that?" "Oh, since it would be troublesome if it were merely a casual promise, I made sure to get evidence. The original is kept in a safe place, but I can provide a copy later." "Are the majority of the Advisory Council in favor?" "Yes. Of course, they have their own principles and factions, but they reached a consensus on your fiancé without much trouble." "Well, since both I and Margrave Kennys support it." Margrave Kennys, who had been rendered paralyzed by an assassin's attack and has since remained in his domain, still holds significant influence. Even though his son Lucien has taken over his duties in the capital, people still view Kennys' influence behind Lucien. Many would overlook some unease if Kennys himself recognizes Liliana as Riley's fiancée. Furthermore, Duke Ealdred also supports it. The only noble likely to oppose would be Duke Clark. With the written agreement in hand, it would be nearly impossible for them to retract their stance. "Thank you. Not only for Miss Liliana, but also for the matter of the Duke. I'm sorry for the late gratitude, but your help was invaluable." Though Riley did not fully understand why Duke Ealdred was so devoted, he expressed his gratitude sincerely. Duke Ealdred let out a pleased sound from his throat. "Don't mention it. It is both my duty and pleasure as a predecessor to nurture and assist talented young people. She is truly, yes, truly an exceptional young lady. She will be able to support the country alongside you." Hearing the praise from a man renowned for his exceptional talent, Riley blushed. He felt a flush of embarrassment akin to when he was praised. However, he managed to calm himself. "To hear such praise from a duke reassures me that my own judgment was not mistaken. You should be fine, you have an eye for people." Duke Ealdred mischievously added this, then came to a halt. They had already arrived near Riley's office, and the room where Liliana should be changing was also close by. "Then I shall take my leave." Duke Ealdred bowed to Riley. Riley again thanked him and turned on his heel. The dress he had chosen for Liliana had been the result of much deliberation with a tailor over the best design. Liliana, though appearing delicate, had a strong core. He had pondered what dress would best highlight her beauty. The dress he had agonized over should surely suit her well. With his heart swelling, Riley quickened his pace. He was eager to see Liliana. Chapter 114. The wind blows from the Imperial Country 6. Austen Ealdred walked through the corridors of the palace, heading towards the barracks after sending Riley and Liliana off to the banquet. He decided to take a shortcut through the corridor leading to the rear of the palace, where the servants' quarters and kitchens were located, an area devoid of nobility. However, he stopped when he spotted a familiar figure. He blinked, wondering what his father was doing here. The bearded man was unmistakably his father. Seeing no one else around, Austen wondered if his father was waiting for someone. Just as he was about to call out, another figure, a servant judging by the attire, approached Duke Ealdred. It was unusual for a duke, especially one of the three great dukes, to have a conversation with a palace servant. Austen quickly hid behind a nearby pillar. The encounter between the duke and the servant was brief. The servant left quickly and disappeared from sight. As Austen stood there, uncertain of what to do next, he heard his father call his name. "Austen." It seemed his father had known all along that his son was hiding. Austen, his face twitching with surprise, emerged from his hiding place. The Duke looked at his son calmly. "What are you doing here?" "I was heading back to the barracks." "Ah, I see, taking a shortcut then." Duke Ealdred accepted Austin's brief answer without concern and nodded as if satisfied. Relieved by his father's easygoing demeanor, Austin decided to ask the question that had been on his mind. "What are you doing here, father?" And without any attendants around. Bernard, the Duke's most intellectual, was not particularly skilled in combat. Though he could use magic to some extent, it was questionable whether he could defend himself if attacked. Austin was worried. As if understanding his son's concern, the Duke smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I always have a shadow." "Then I'm relieved." Austin's expression softened in relief. The Duke, gazing kindly at his son, told him to be careful on his way back and began to walk away. Austin started to speak, but was met with his father's back as he turned away. He realized he might not have gotten an answer even if he had asked. Nonetheless, he trusted that whatever Duke Ealdred was doing was correct. Austin had always known this since he was a child. Section. When Liliana appeared at the banquet, Prince Roland and Princess Edith looked surprised. They had likely been informed that the Crown Prince and the Duke would be in attendance. However, Riley, unaffected, escorted Liliana to the seat originally designated for the Duke. Though Riley and Liliana had changed their outfits from the ceremony, their attire matched in color and design once again. While silver had been prominent at the ceremony, now Riley's attire featured abundant gold thread, reflecting his hair color. Liliana's dress, a cascade of exquisite silk chiffon in a gradient of blue and purple, highlighted her delicate beauty. Geometric patterns embroidered with subdued gold thread adorned her dress from her chest to her waist, adding a touch of opulence. Riley's attire was a pale blue fabric with gold thread embroidery, and he had a green handkerchief tucked into the pocket of his chest. Meanwhile, Prince Roland and Princess Edith had also changed their outfits. Although slightly more casual than at the ceremony, their attire was still formal, incorporating new designs from further east in the Unatian Empire. The luxurious embroidery across their garments was a visual delight. "I hope you will enjoy this evening. We have prepared some of our country's rare delicacies," Riley said, offering a brief introduction. The palace chefs had spared no effort in preparing for the banquet. A rare wine known as the Phantom was provided for this occasion, although it would be available for tasting at a later review. While wine can be consumed at any age, it was advised to avoid it in large quantities while young. Therefore, the wine was primarily served to the eldest, Prince Roland, with lemonade and tea available for the other three. As the appetizers were served, the banquet began. Liliana, unable to speak, remained silent, but the remaining three engaged in lively conversation. Although Prince Roland and Princess Edith were unaware, Liliana could communicate with Riley through a magical bracelet. Having been instructed by Riley to use the bracelet, Liliana discreetly assisted him with knowledge. "By the way, Lady Liliana, I hear you are unable to speak," Princess Edith inquired, tilting her head after the conversation had shifted to future plans and impressions of the ceremony. Liliana smiled in response, while Riley answered on her behalf. "Yes, she lost her voice due to an illness in her childhood. It would make me very happy if she could speak again," Riley said, his expression one of affection for Liliana. Princess Edith, seemingly oblivious, frowned sympathetically and continued. "Ah, that is unfortunate. I hear you are to be engaged to Lady Liliana. It must be quite challenging for her, given the demands of social and diplomatic duties. Moreover, if she cannot speak, she may also be unable to use magic. Considering the role of a queen, it seems she will face many difficulties." Her tone, though innocent, was lightly dismissive and could be interpreted as disrespectful. Liliana maintained her smile, while Riley's demeanor grew noticeably colder. "Lady Liliana is exceptionally talented and can handle social and diplomatic matters with ease. More importantly, she is a comforting presence by my side. While expectations for a fiancé or spouse may vary, she is more than sufficient for me," Riley replied. "Is that so?" Princess Edith tilted her head, clearly puzzled by Riley's response. Riley nodded, but Prince Roland soon interjected. "Even if you are content with this, isn't it possible that others will not be so silent? Could you elaborate?" Prince Roland grinned, his expression sly. Indeed, Lady Clark is beautiful and delicate, someone one would wish to protect. With her inability to speak, she truly seems like a character from a fairy tale. However, as a queen, her frailty might become a liability. Can you not imagine how a mute nightingale might be ridiculed in social circles and looked down upon by other nations? The words were harsh and disrespectful, far beyond what one would expect. Yet Liliana's smile remained unwavering. In fact, there was a faint trace of disdain in her eyes. Riley, too, wore a complex expression, struggling to decide whether to be angry or to laugh it off. Certainly, Liliana's appearance was as delicate and beautiful as the fairy princess, fiancée. Her looks suggested she might easily be hurt or brought to tears. Furthermore, her inability to speak added a sense of tragic vulnerability. However, the reality was quite different. She remained composed even when kidnapped, unshaken by the possibility of being sold, and she had even calmed Riley when he was on the verge of losing control. Even if she could not speak directly, her expressions, demeanor, and unparalleled knowledge would surely see her through both social and diplomatic challenges. Riley hesitated, unsure how to respond. Prince Roland appeared to enjoy this, likely thinking his criticism was spot on. But Riley forced a slight, troubled smile. I believe that someone who cannot protect their wife in such circumstances would not be fit to protect the country, so I must regard it as a minor matter. There was no need to elaborate on whether he could secure the nobility's agreement. It was not information Prince Roland needed. In fact, if Roland continued to intervene, one might suspect he was overly interested in the political implications of the royal marriage. Before Prince Roland could speak again, Princess Edith, her cheeks flushed and eyes misty, exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderful! Indeed, Lord Riley is a true prince." Although Riley was indeed a prince, he was somewhat bewildered by this reaction. Riley managed a wry smile, and Prince Roland, suppressing his earlier arrogance, added, "Edith has always had a fondness for courtly literature. Courtly literature encompasses various genres, often featuring knights or princes who encounter and rescue maidens from dire situations, leading to romance. The male protagonists typically act according to chivalric principles and are respectful toward women. While the appearance of these characters varies with the time period of the works, recent trends have often depicted them with blonde hair and blue eyes, similar to Riley's own appearance. Riley understood that Princess Edith likely referred to him as a prince due to this resemblance and her fondness for such literature. However, despite being a prince, Riley did not consider himself to be like the knights of courtly tales. I see. Unfortunately, neither Liliana nor I are particularly fond of such literature, Riley said. Confused by Princess Edith's intense gaze, Riley decided to involve Liliana in an attempt to deflect. Liliana, caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name, slightly raised her eyebrows but maintained a composed demeanor as she continued to enjoy her meal. I see. I have a few of my favorite stories with me. I'd be happy to lend them to you, Lord Riley. I appreciate the offer, but I have official duties to attend to. Riley declined the offer, though he could see the evident disappointment on Princess Edith's face. While some might have reconsidered in the face of such a sad expression, Riley remained firm. Yielding to the princess's request could lead to further unreasonable demands in the future. It seemed Princess Edith was not easily dissuaded, though. She brightened up, blushing slightly with an air of embarrassment. Nevertheless, the fact remains that you are the ideal prince to me. I have always believed I would marry my prince. Isn't that right, brother? A brief silence followed her words. While she did not explicitly say she wanted to marry Riley, the context implied it. Riley smiled broadly and spoke before Prince Roland and Princess Edith could say anything further. Indeed. I hope you will find such a person for yourself one day, just as Liliana is such a person for me. At that moment, Princess Edith's expression turned wistful. Despite her efforts to continue, she was interrupted by a servant coming to replace the plates. Seizing the opportunity, Riley shifted the conversation. Fortunately, Princess Edith did not speak again for the rest of the evening. Section. After the dinner party, Riley invited Liliana to the royal family's private lounge. He had arranged a guest room for Liliana to stay in, as it would be late after the party. However, before resting, he seemed keen to discuss the events of the day. Liliana followed Riley without protest, adhering to the saying, "If you eat poison, you must finish the dish." Once in the lounge, the two took a sip of herbal tea and exhaled with relief. "That was intense," Riley remarked with a sense of exasperation. Liliana nodded slightly. The warmth and aroma of the herbal tea helped her relax, dispelling the tension she had felt throughout the dinner. Despite the soothing effect, her mind remained sharp. There's still something off. She thought, "Did you also feel that way, Sasha?" "Yes, did you think so too, Will?" Riley nodded, his eyes closed as he recalled the dinner party, before turning his gaze towards Liliana. The prince's reputation must be based on rumors. His demeanor was very arrogant and off-putting, but I doubt that's his true nature. He was watching our reactions while speaking, wasn't he? Liliana thought with a hint of admiration. Remembering her previous life's game, she felt confident in her understanding of Prince Roland's character. If she hadn't known, she might not have been able to discern the pretense behind his attitude. Although he might have refuted rumors of being foolish, it was likely he was still seen as an arrogant prince used to being in a superior position. However, Riley, despite having just met Prince Roland, had nearly uncovered his true nature. It seemed Riley had a keen eye for people. And as for Princess Edith, she doesn't seem to be in love with me. Liliana blinked in surprise at Riley's words. After a moment's reflection, she reconsidered Edith's behavior and eventually agreed. Though she spoke of it indirectly, she seems to be infatuated with the ideal prince, not with Will himself. It's a case of falling in love with the idea of love. Riley nodded in agreement with Liliana's analysis, but couldn't hide his complex emotions. Noticing his discomfort, Liliana tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Riley let out a wry smile. "I didn't expect you to say that, though I did bring it up myself." Riley seemed awkwardly surprised, and Liliana couldn't hide her exasperation. It was true that she had no interest in courtly literature and didn't understand poems about love or romantic suffering. Yet, she wasn't unaware of what others might feel or the importance of emotions in human life. Noticing Liliana's gaze, Riley apologized. "Sorry." Though exasperated, Liliana wasn't angry and quickly returned to a smile. "I'm not angry." "Is that so? Well, this is my personal matter," Riley said, sounding earnest. Liliana considered Riley's sincerity. He continued, "During our stay, I believe Princess Edith will likely push for marriage. Prince Roland, being fond of his sister, might use various methods to persuade me. That could become troublesome. If Riley and Liliana were the only ones directly affected, it might be manageable. However, involving the surrounding nobility could stir up additional trouble. Some may resist becoming a vassal state of the Unation Empire, but nobles who favor a cooperative approach with neighboring countries might become more supportive of a marriage between Princess Edith and Riley. Even if a marriage with Princess Edith were to occur, it wouldn't necessarily prevent the Unation Empire from invading the kingdom of Sleibgrad. The Emperor of Unation might view the death of the princess caught in the conflict as a necessary sacrifice. Moreover, even without an invasion, there could be schemes to subvert Sleibgrad from within. Furthermore, if such a marriage is suggested, or if noble factions are stirred up, Sleibgrad could become distracted from focusing solely on defending against foreign invasion. With the king's health declining and Riley still young, avoiding such a situation is crucial. Thus, Riley reached out and grasped Liliana's left hand. "During this period, we need to make our engagement known and decisive to everyone. Once again, I ask for your support." Liliana nodded. She had spent the past 3.5 years since she was 6 preparing to step away from being a candidate for engagement. Everything was to avoid the dire consequences laid out in the game's scenario of her previous life. Even though she felt uneasy about her father, Duke Clark's intentions, she understood that his motives were to have her drop out as a candidate and decided to align with those intentions. Yet, Liliana now doubted whether this choice truly led to avoiding her own ruin. Even if she could evade the future as depicted in the game, it would be meaningless if she were to die before that. For instance, if they were invaded and conquered by a neighboring country, not only would the royal family be at risk, but members of the 3 major ducal houses would likely be killed as well. The Unation Emperor's method is to execute all related family members to avoid leaving any future grudges. Understood. The situation has already begun to unfold. Riley and Liliana entered the ceremonial venue together and attended the dinner party as a pair. Although it was not official, the nobles who witnessed them would likely have become convinced of Liliana's engagement. This would become the talk of the court and spread widely. Furthermore, even if she is declared the fiancée, it is not impossible to dissolve the engagement. It's more difficult than simply dropping out as a candidate, but there are still options. For now, Liliana decided to go along with the flow. Chapter 115. The wind blows from the Imperial Country 7. The day after the ceremony, a showcase was scheduled to begin in the early afternoon, but there were no events planned before that. Having stayed at the palace for the previous night's dinner, Liliana, though, had no desire to return to the Duke of Clark's residence in the royal capital and remained at the palace, using Riley's permission as her excuse. She intended to retrieve and analyze the curse magic rats she had secretly released inside the palace during the ceremony, and to spend the time until lunch doing so. However, just as she sat on the sofa to start gathering the rats and begin the analysis, there was a knock at the door. Reluctantly, she packed the rats into a bag and cast a concealment spell. As if timed perfectly, Marian entered the room as the door opened. "Young lady, I received this letter," Marian said. Liliana tilted her head in confusion. She had no idea about any letter. Letters addressed to her were supposed to be delivered to the mansion in the outskirts of the capital, and since she was neither of age nor able to speak, there were no invitations to tea parties, and she did not receive letters. Exceptions would be candidates for her engagement, such as Riley and her brother Clyde. However, Liliana was currently at the palace. There was no need for either of them to send a letter when they could simply speak to her in the afternoon. If it was urgent, they would come to her room directly, or Riley would call her to his room openly. Wondering about this, Liliana reached out to take the letter from Marian. However, Marian shook her head. "It contains a blade, so it is dangerous." Avoiding any contact, Marian showed Liliana both the front and back of the envelope. There was indeed no sender's name. Liliana wrote down who brought this. It was delivered by a palace maid, but she did not know who sent it. She said she only received it from a servant and that you would understand once you read the letter. "I see, then I'm sorry, but could you open the envelope for me? Please be careful." "Yes." Staring at the plain envelope wasn't going to solve anything. Liliana asked Marian to open it. Marian carefully opened the envelope and, peering inside, let out a sigh of relief. "It appears there are no blades or foreign objects." "Thank you, then I will read the letter." Liliana took the letter from Marian. The white paper was of high quality, suggesting a noble sender. The ink was a subdued black, also a mark of high nobility. Liliana smelled the paper, which had a faint perfume. She vaguely recognized the scent, but could not recall from where. She then reviewed the brief message written in angular letters. "To the Maiden of Lilies. When 9 suns cast their reflection upon the watchtower in the sky, would you carry its scent to the tiger awaiting in the ideal land by the western peak?" There was no sender's name, as expected. The message was extremely indirect, but Liliana had a good guess about the sender. Liliana's name means lily. So, the Maiden of Lilies referred to her. The phrase, "when 9 suns cast their reflection upon the watchtower in the sky," likely referred to the watchtower on the palace grounds. This tower had 2 vertical sundials, one showing the sky and the other the earth. The message probably meant that when the sundial indicating the sky showed the number 9, she should go to the designated location. Thus, the western peak would be the meeting place. The western peak referred to the west wing of the palace, and the sea likely indicated a specific guest room. Lastly, the tiger of the ideal land unmistakably referred to Alcacia. The only tiger there was a single person. Marian, who had been watching Liliana silently, asked with a concerned expression, "Young lady, may I look at it too?" "No, I am fine with just myself." Liliana shook her head, declining Marian's offer. She suspected that the sender intended her to understand the message accurately and therefore likely had a correct understanding of her capabilities. With little time before the specified hour, it would be best to head out now. Liliana smiled and told Marian she was stepping out of the room for a while. Marian, looking worried, nodded after Liliana reassured her, "There are palace maids, and it's someone trustworthy, so it will be fine." "I'll return before noon, though she should ideally bring Marian along." the indirect nature of the invitation suggested there might be some hidden agenda. Liliana was aware that her decision to not involve Marion, despite her noble status, might seem questionable, but given she was hiding her abilities in magic and curse magic, she wanted to keep Marion out of it as much as possible. When she left the room, a palace maid holding the letter was waiting for her. Liliana smiled and silently gestured for the maid to lead the way. The maid, expressionless, said, "This way," and then walked silently. Liliana followed. However, the maid guided her only part of the way. At the door leading to the west wing, the maid stopped, turned, and calmly informed Liliana. "This is as far as I am instructed to go. You are to proceed alone from here. I must warn you that there are no guards." The maid's gaze was filled with concern, as if she were unsure whether everything was all right. She seemed confused by the unusual situation. However, the fact that she did not insist on accompanying Liliana to the end indicated that she, too, was bound by orders she could not defy. Liliana smiled and nodded, which visibly relieved the maid. As the maid turned her gaze away and stepped into the corridor leading to the west wing, Liliana heard the door close behind her. The west wing of the palace was adorned with paintings and decorations themed around the moon and the sea, while the east wing featured themes of the sun and the sky. Liliana began walking. When she thought of the sea of the ideal land Alcatia, it reminded her of the famous port city of Larg. Larg was known for its pearls, one of the most precious treasures. Although not a stone, pearls were celebrated as one of the rulers of gemstones alongside diamonds in this world. In the west wing, there was the Pearl Room, a guest chamber reserved for the highest-ranking nobles. The Diamond Room in the east wing was of equal stature, but it was currently occupied by Prince Roland and Princess Edith from the Unatian Empire. The room was exceptionally spacious, large enough to accommodate an entire family. Upon arriving at the Pearl Room, Liliana knocked on the door. After a moment, the door slowly opened, revealing an elderly butler. "We have been expecting you." Invited in, Liliana entered the room. She passed through several doors before being led into the largest room, which featured two large sofas positioned around a low table. On the table were a chessboard, some sweets, and tea. Liliana's eyes widened slightly as she saw the person sitting on the sofa. It was someone she had expected. Upon recognizing Liliana, he slowly smiled and stood up. "I apologize for the sudden request. I thought it would be difficult to speak with you privately otherwise." Bernard Chad Ealdred, Duke and Austin's father. Liliana maintained a vague smile and performed a proper curtsy. The genius known as the Tiger of the West. She had no idea what he wanted from her. The Duke motioned for Liliana to take a seat on the sofa. With no reason to refuse, Liliana sat across from him. He adjusted the chess pieces back to their starting positions and asked, "Do you play chess?" "Yes, somewhat." Liliana thought inwardly that she might have been called here to play chess. However, she quickly dismissed that idea. She was aware of the Duke's legend. His achievements in multi-board chess matches in his youth were already considered legendary. While Liliana was confident in her basic knowledge and skills in chess, she had no confidence in winning against the Duke. Whether he was aware of Liliana's thoughts or not, the Duke removed several white pieces from the board, indicating that he intended to start the game with a handicap. "Oh, by the way, would it be all right if I used this during our game?" The Duke finished his preparations and took out a bracelet from his pocket. Liliana's eyes widened in surprise. The bracelet looked familiar. It was the counterpart to the communication magic tool given to her by Riley. However, it should have been with Riley. As Liliana narrowed her eyes in suspicion, the Duke smiled slightly and put the bracelet on his own arm. The prince asked a certain magician to make this bracelet. "I know the magician as well, and though I did get permission from the prince, I had it made to facilitate smooth communication with you. You can't speak without it, right?" Liliana's eyebrows twitched as she regained her smile. She was careful to keep her inner thoughts hidden and observed the Duke's demeanor. He remained perfectly composed, but his choice of words clearly indicated he knew she could speak. He was subtly conveying this knowledge to her. Liliana realized that the Duke had not called her merely to play chess. "Well then, let's begin the game." The Duke, looking pleased, rubbed his hands together and said, "You can start." Section. Despite removing most of the pieces from the board, Duke Ealdred was exceptionally strong. Although Liliana was somewhat confident in her abilities, she found herself largely outmatched. While Liliana took her time contemplating each move, the Duke quickly made his moves, leaving Liliana no time to rest. The stark difference in experience was evident. To be able to play this well at your age is impressive. I'm not just saying that to flatter you. You have a knack for complex strategies, different from the straightforward styles of my son and the prince. Have you played against your highness and Lord Austen? Yes, a few times. The prince sticks closely to basic strategies, but can occasionally be surprisingly bold. Austen, on the other hand, sometimes tries too hard to be original and fails, but he often shows a lot of adventurous spirit. Oh, and I played against your brother once. He was more conservative than you, but he never used the moves from any guidebooks. The Duke chuckled, as if reminiscing about fond memories. Liliana's heart ached a little. She felt a pang of envy at the warm interactions within the Ealdred family, something she could never expect from the Clark family. As they continued their game and casual conversation, Liliana gradually relaxed. The Duke's conversation was light and enjoyable. Though Riley was the person Liliana spoke with most often, her interactions with Duke Ealdred were more stimulating and intriguing. I heard about your patent. It was your idea, wasn't it? Yes, I came up with it during a visit to the Dying Special Zone in the Clark territory. However, it was the prince's efforts that turned it into a practical concept. Creating something from nothing is quite an accomplishment. Duke Ealdred smiled warmly. Liliana blushed slightly at his sincere praise. Their conversation continued in this pleasant vein. The Duke praised Liliana, and she, unused to such recognition, could only look around awkwardly, unable to manage a proper response. While she suspected that he might be using flattery to manipulate her, his words were too specific to be mere flattery. Recently, I've been thinking about how to better handle the currency managed by the commercial guilds. Currency? Liliana blinked in surprise. The Duke's face lit up with amusement as he nodded. I think you'll understand. No one else in the duchy seems to get it. He introduced the name of Larg, a prominent port town in the Ealdred territory. Larg was a hub for international trade, particularly for specialty goods from the Western Islands that could not be imported from the Unation Empire. With so many foreign goods coming in, it means many foreigners come as well. The problem is with currency. Are you referring to currency exchange? Liliana guessed accurately and interjected. The Duke widened his eyes in surprise and, unusually for him, laughed heartily. Exactly right. You're even more talented than I thought. He shook his head in amusement, clearly pleased. With a mischievous gleam in his eye, he leaned forward and asked, Do you have any other ideas? Liliana hesitated slightly, but then began to speak, as though she were a student responding to a teacher. In truth, despite having studied under many teachers, Liliana had rarely found any particularly stimulating. Most provided only superficial knowledge, much like reading books. Occasionally, someone would offer insights not found in books, but such tasks rarely challenged her thinking, possibly because of her status as a potential royal bride. Therefore, her conversation with Duke Ealdred was both meaningful and enjoyable. His discussions were relevant to current issues and included perspectives she had not considered. The Duke seemed adept at expanding on Liliana's ideas, and the more they talked, the more Liliana felt her own thinking expanding. Perhaps, for frequent visitors, a system to deposit currency. And, considering the dangers of sea travel, a mechanism to compensate for losses due to shipwrecks. Yes, good points. Another idea I'm considering is credit provision, essentially lending. Lending? Liliana blinked in surprise. Duke Ealdred nodded with amusement. The commercial guilds in this country are still developing, but their power will grow in the future. For instance, you won't need to carry silver or copper coins from Larg to the Margrave Kennys. Considering the risk of encountering bandits or monster stampedes along the way, it's preferable to avoid transporting money in its physical form. The explanation was quite vague. Expecting anyone to understand it from just this would be unreasonable. However, Liliana was able to grasp the Duke's words almost precisely. By linking exchange, deposits, and lending, you aim to facilitate the movement of funds smoothly, correct. It wasn't just about personal asset transfers. Smooth fund transfers in commercial transactions would also be advantageous. If the system were successfully implemented throughout the kingdom, the economy of the Slybread kingdom would rise and further enrich the country. However, the Duke sighed and shook his head, looking troubled. There's a problem, though, not just with the exchange, but with ensuring the timely delivery of transfer notifications as well. We need to establish reliable postal services for letters between commercial guilds and private individuals in various locations. Yes, and that's quite challenging. Although large-scale monster stampedes have decreased, smaller ones still occur frequently. Even Duke Ealdred faced difficulties. Witnessing his talent and seeing this human moment, Liliana couldn't help but smile. Even someone of your stature experiences trial and error. Of course, I'm not perfect. My younger brother Adolf often tells me to consult others more. The Duke's complaint about consulting others, though lighthearted, made him seem very human. Liliana found herself smiling genuinely, not just to hide her emotions. There was much to learn from him, someone with similar knowledge but greater experience and intelligence. Yet, he was not intimidating. Instead, the real Duke had a calming presence that made Liliana feel at ease. Before long, she was genuinely enjoying their conversation. After their second game, the Duke reset the chess pieces to their initial positions. Placing several white pieces on the table again, he casually began to speak. Chapter 116. The wind blows from the Imperial Country 8. What do you think of the three of them? How do I view them, you mean? Yes. Liliana fell silent, unable to grasp the intent of the question. She made the first move, and almost instantly, the Duke responded with his. As she considered her next move, Liliana carefully chose her words, though the divided attention was beginning to strain her focus. Nevertheless, she managed to keep up. They are all remarkable individuals. Remarkable individuals, huh? That's a very diplomatic way to put it. For some reason, Duke Ealdred repeated her words with amusement. Then, in that same unchanging, gentle tone, he asked another question. What about the guests from the neighboring country? I'm not entirely sure what their intentions are. I see. Liliana moved her second piece. The Duke blinked, intrigued, and asked, Is that a move I've seen before somewhere? Liliana shook her head. However, that wasn't entirely true. Among the books left by her uncle was a guide to an Eastern game similar to chess. The move she just made was adapted from that guide and wasn't entirely her own creation. You really do come up with interesting moves. Even so, you can't figure out what those guests are up to. No, it's odd that they would be traveling abroad during such a time. What do you mean by such a time? With tensions between our countries rising, I find it strange that even two of many potential heirs to the throne would be allowed to travel abroad. I've heard the Emperor is a ruthless man. If that's true, don't you think those two might have already been cast aside? If that were the case, it's strange how calm the prince seems. Setting aside Princess Edith, the prince should be more desperate, yet he showed no signs of it. While it was possible the Emperor had given him some secret mission, there was none of the urgency one would expect from someone in a dire situation. When Liliana pointed this out, the Duke nodded, his smile fading. You're absolutely right. On that note, just out of curiosity, what do you think about me and your father? Liliana's lips curled into a smile. With a deepened grin, she glanced up at the Duke. I believe both you and my father are crucial figures who play central roles in this kingdom. Liliana still couldn't figure out what the Duke was aiming for in this conversation, but she had no intention of giving away anything unnecessary. The Duke, who had dropped his smile at some point, was now staring intently at her. So, if I were to come into direct conflict with Duke Clark, would you side with your father? I cannot say for certain. I would choose what I believe is right and truly in the best interest of the kingdom. If she were to be honest, Liliana already felt a certain affinity for Duke Ealdred, enough that she would prefer to support him. If asked whether she would favor Duke Clark simply because he was her father, the answer would be no. That's the textbook answer. So let me ask you further, what does "in the best interest of the kingdom" truly mean? The kingdom's interest lies with its people. If the people perish, so too will the kingdom. The Duke silently observed Liliana, who had responded quietly. Eventually, he relaxed his expression, seemingly satisfied with her answer. Exhaling softly, Liliana moved her piece. She realized she had been unconsciously tense. The Duke quickly made his next move, bringing the game back to her turn. As she stared at the board, deep in thought, the Duke spoke. It seems you really are everything the Margrave of Kenny's expected. Liliana froze, utterly caught off guard by the unexpected remark. Why would Margrave Kenny's be mentioned here, and what did he mean by expected? She looked up at the Duke with a puzzled expression. He leaned back against the sofa, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. I've heard about your progress in princess consort training, not only in fundamental subjects like foreign languages, history, arithmetic, and geography, but also in advanced courses such as imperial studies and metaphysics. You've excelled. Your etiquette training as a lady is nearly complete as well. I think you're someone who works very hard. I've enjoyed our conversations, but it's clear that you don't just absorb knowledge, you also think deeply about it. That's a rare talent. Liliana couldn't immediately grasp what she had just been told, and for a moment, she was bewildered. Receiving princess consort training was only natural for someone in Liliana's position. Not only that, but her family, as well as her tutors, never praised her for it. Excelling was simply expected, and she had been sternly taught never to flaunt her achievements, no matter how outstanding they might be. Though there were other candidates who took pride in their accomplishments, Liliana had always been instructed that such behavior was unbecoming. Occasionally, someone would praise her, but their words were always the same. As expected, or you're well suited to be the crown princess. But this was the first time she had ever been called a hard worker. Not knowing how to respond, Liliana could only look back at Duke Ealdred in silence. Feeling restless and uneasy, she shifted slightly and adjusted her posture on the sofa. The Duke chuckled softly before continuing. At your age, most people are fully occupied with just acquiring knowledge, but you're different. You're able to think about what you can do in your position and then act on it. You also don't overestimate your abilities and take on more than you can handle. The way you manage to accomplish things that even adults find challenging is truly impressive. While Riley and Austin were also exceptional in their own right, the Duke shrugged as if to say they didn't quite compare to Liliana. Prince Riley always tried to think of what he could do and take action, but he struggled to find the right approach and tended to be overly cautious. Austin, on the other hand, wasn't as adept at thinking for himself just yet. He relied on the guidance of trustworthy adults around him, taking their advice to determine what he could do and the path he should follow. Even so, both of them are remarkably mature for their age. The Duke smiled wryly. The words he muttered next, "I feel bad that our generation's failures are falling on them," went unheard by Liliana, whether fortunately or unfortunately. Seeing Liliana tilt her head, wondering if she had missed something, the Duke met her gaze and changed his tone. "You're aware that Margrave Kenny's was attacked by an assassin and left paralyzed, right? I imagine you also know who that assassin is." Of course, she knew. Not only did she know, but that very assassin was now working as her shadow, conducting various intelligence operations. However, there was no need to reveal that. The Duke, noticing her silence, chuckled briefly before his expression grew stern. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, revealing the strict Duke Ealdred, well known in high society. "You're aware that this particular family is active on the continent, but did you know their origins lie in the neighboring country? While they do have some clients in our nation, they're primarily pawns of the neighboring state. They were involved in our country's political upheaval before you were born, and recently, their activity has increased even more. That's why we need to address our biggest concern." Liliana said nothing, but she understood what Duke Ealdred wanted and why he had summoned her. His intentions were blatantly clear. At the same time, she realized the true reason why Prince Roland and Princess Edith had come for this diplomatic visit, and why Riley had gone so far as to treat Liliana as his de facto fiancée. While the reason Riley gave was likely genuine, it was also undeniable that Margrave Kenny's and Duke Ealdred had orchestrated this behind the scenes. No matter how capable Riley was, he was still only 11 years old. For seasoned veterans like the Margrave and the Duke, guiding him without his realizing it would have been easier than taking candy from a baby. Simply having guards at the prince's side isn't enough. We need a highly skilled mage, but there's no one I can entrust with such a responsibility. The Duke's smile remained the same as before, but Liliana felt no warmth from it. It wasn't his face that drew her in, but rather his voice, his words, and his demeanor. For Liliana, Duke Ealdred had become one of the few people she truly respected. She looked at him calmly, still wearing a gentle smile. Margrave Kennys was aware of Liliana's ability to use magic. While she had asked him to keep it a secret, personal requests often took a back seat to the greater good. The Margrave may not have explicitly stated it, but Duke Ealdred had clearly obtained enough information to be certain. The next king must be Prince Riley. We cannot submit to the neighboring country, and if the throne were to go to another heir, our nation would not last long. Liliana immediately understood that another heir to the throne referred to Grand Duke Franklin Slybgrad. Indeed, he had no qualifications to become king. Although he should have received some form of education in his childhood, none of it seemed to have taken hold. On the other hand, Riley had undergone rigorous crown prince training from a young age, and his demeanor and capabilities far surpassed those of the Grand Duke. There was no question about which of the two was more fit to be king. In other words, Riley's life must not be lost under any circumstances. Having implied this without directly stating it, the Duke continued. Lady Liliana, I want you to remain by His Highness's side as his ally. I believe you have the ability and the strength to do so. Can I count on you? There was no room left for refusal. Liliana stifled the urge to let out a heavy sigh. The Duke might have simply used the word ally, but from the flow of the conversation, it was clear he was asking her to use her magic to protect Riley. Since the monster stampede that occurred near the capital about a year ago, the power of the magic ministry had increased significantly under the leadership of Director Nicholas Bergson. Deputy Director Ben Draco had been demoted and suspended, and Petra, who was clearly part of Ben's faction, had remained on leave ever since. It was natural that the magic ministry had lost credibility due to such questionable personnel decisions. This was likely why the Duke believed Riley's magical protector should come from outside the magic ministry. However, if he proposed increasing the prince's guards to the advisory council, the guard would inevitably be selected from the magic ministry. Should the Duke try to personally appoint a magical guardian for the crown prince, the council would likely criticize him. Even if he tried to disguise it as simply adding more guards, the chancellor, who had close ties with the magic ministry, would surely intervene and direct Nicholas Bergson to assign a mage. In other words, Liliana was the only person who met all the conditions, a mage who could protect Riley without anyone else knowing. In the game from her past life, Riley survived until the end. If anything, Liliana was more worried about her own safety. However, there was no guarantee that reality would follow the same path as the game. She needed to do everything she could. Besides, Liliana wasn't so heartless as to refuse in this situation. I understand. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will, of course, be honored to stay by His Highness's side. Duke Ealdred smiled gently at Liliana's words. Then, saying it was to protect both her and Riley, he handed her a pouch full of magical items. When she opened it, she found it filled with numerous pieces of jewelry that could be worn with either casual or formal attire. While it was impossible to determine at a glance, some of them seemed to be rare magical tools. When she looked up in surprise, the Duke was smiling warmly at her, with eyes that resembled those of a father gazing lovingly at his child. Liliana, who had never received such a look from her grandparents or parents, widened her eyes slightly and froze. "Thank you, I'm counting on you." His calm voice resonated quietly throughout the room. The low tone lingered in Liliana's ears. Her heart skipped a beat. It was the first time she had been thanked not for helping someone, but for being relied upon. She hadn't even demonstrated her magic, nor had she explicitly confirmed her abilities. Yet the Duke had chosen to place his trust in her. She couldn't understand why, but she didn't feel bad about it. She had been called a hard worker. He had told her he believed in her and was counting on her. And even though she had simply agreed, he had thanked her, looking pleased. To be needed, and told so, by someone so far above her, someone who could see so far ahead, why did that warm her heart so much? What if Duke Ealdred had been her father? Would her life have turned out differently? Could the Liliana from the game have avoided the path that led to her ruin? These thoughts surfaced in her mind, but Liliana quickly brushed them aside, knowing they would lead nowhere. Duke Ealdred, unaware of Liliana's brief, vacant expression, spoke cheerfully. "Next time, I'd like to talk about something more lighthearted while enjoying some sweets." I find our conversations quite stimulating. Liliana blushed. To be told, I find our conversations interesting, by a man reputed to be a genius, she had never known how happy such words could make her. She certainly enjoyed exchanging opinions with Riley. But she felt that talking with the Duke would open her eyes to a world she had never known. Moreover, the Duke recognized her as an equal. The realization of how much that thrilled her was something she had never anticipated. The butler, who had been out of sight for some time, approached them silently. As Liliana looked up, the butler bowed to her. It seemed their time together was coming to an end. In the end, she hadn't won a single chess match, but she didn't feel any regret. She left the room with a secret resolve to one day rematch and claim victory. Chapter 117. The Wind Blows from the Imperial Country 9. The exhibition was held in the largest garden located on the northern side of the royal palace, the very garden that could be seen from the Grand Hall where yesterday's ceremony took place. The garden, designed with a symmetrical layout, was filled with vibrant flowers in full bloom, providing a visual treat just by strolling through it. From the Grand Hall, one could enjoy the splendid view of the garden extending into the forest beyond. However, walking within the garden itself offered a chance to appreciate the meticulously crafted statues depicting famous legends and secret flower gardens that seemed perfect for romantic rendezvous. The venue for the exhibition was set up on the palace side of this garden. Under the clear blue sky, tables were arranged, displaying various specialties brought from different regions. Participants could freely visit the different booths, enjoying wine, smelling perfumes, and voting for their favorite items. Naturally, Riley, being a member of the royal family, and Prince Roland and Princess Edith of the Unation Empire could not mingle with the other participants as they wandered through the garden. Instead, a special guest seating area was prepared in one corner of the garden, where they were to judge the top specialties selected by the general participants. "I'm glad the weather is nice today, Sasha." "Yes, indeed." Riley smiled cheerfully as he spoke to Liliana, who was walking beside him. Although she wondered why she was there, Liliana convinced herself that it was necessary to make it clear to everyone that she was almost certainly Riley's fiancée. While the general participants were casting their votes, Riley and Liliana guided Prince Roland and Princess Edith around the garden. The flora native to the western regions of the Unation Empire were not much different from those found in the Kingdom of Slibegrad. But since the imperial capital, Tutelary, was located in the eastern region, there were some unfamiliar flowers. "Lord Riley, this garden is simply beautiful. Do you have a favorite spot?" Princess Edith, who had been happily walking with Prince Roland, suddenly turned to Riley and asked. No matter how many times she was corrected, she never stopped addressing Riley by his familiar name. Riley seemed to have finally given up, though he still stubbornly addressed her as Princess Edith. "The gardeners have put their hearts into crafting this place, so I'm sure they would be delighted to hear your praise. Every corner is beautiful, and I can't possibly choose a favorite spot. I hope there's a place here that pleases you as well, Princess Edith." "Oh, I've told you to call me Edith." Princess Edith pouted her cheeks in a cute manner, a gesture meant to charm others. However, for Riley, who was only a year older than Liliana, it had the opposite effect, causing his heart to distance itself. As someone who had been thoroughly educated that royal and imperial family members must behave in a manner befitting their station, Riley was drawn to Liliana's thoughtfulness, but found Princess Edith's free-spirited nature exhausting. Riley let out a small sigh, audible only to Liliana, and shifted his gaze to her. "You seem a bit tired." Liliana expressed her concern through the bracelet they shared. Riley quietly responded, "A little, yes. My circle of acquaintances is rather limited, isn't it? Ever since I was young, I've only been allowed to associate with those whom my guardians approved of. When I was small, I thought it was just normal, but now, looking back, everyone I knew had been taught the same values and received the same education." "That is true." Liliana easily accepted his reasoning, as it made perfect sense. Riley's oldest acquaintance was Austin, who had also undergone rigorous upper-class education. The way they spoke, their manners, their thoughts, and their words were all cultivated to be befitting their station. From the time they could barely speak, they were taught to address their father as father and their mother as mother. Riley's friends, though not to the same extent, had all been educated in a similar manner. And because Riley was the crown prince, none of them dared to defy his wishes. Austin was the most assertive among Riley's friends, but even he respected Riley's boundaries. Of course, as the crown prince, Riley understood that he had to interact skillfully with any type of person. He was aware of this and had practiced to some extent, but even so, dealing with someone like Princess Edith, who wouldn't listen no matter how many times he told her, was mentally exhausting. Compared to lower-ranked nobles and commoners, Princess Edith spoke more politely for her age, but even then, her childish tone and mannerisms were a source of discomfort for Riley, who was used to interacting with more composed individuals. My apologies for keeping you waiting. The general participants' votes have been tallied, so I will now escort you to the guest seating area. Count Mellers, who is overseeing the exhibition, approached them at the right moment. With Prince Roland leading the way, the four of them headed to the guest seating area, where the top-ranked specialties, as chosen by the general participants, were beautifully arranged. Although they were referred to as general participants, they were all nobles with refined tastes, so only the finest selections remained. Oh, how adorable. When Princess Edith spotted the perfume bottle, she exclaimed in delight. The beautifully crafted glass bottle, created using the finest craftsmanship and magic, was incredibly expensive and not widely available to the public. It was a luxury reserved exclusively for a select few among royalty and nobility, not only in the kingdom of Slybgrad, but also in the Unation Empire of Unity. Normally, perfume wouldn't be stored in such bottles, so it was likely a special item made exclusively for this showcase. Being featured in this showcase meant that the product would gain significant exposure across the kingdom of Slybgrad, and it could also fetch high prices when sold to nobles from other nations. This was why the lords and producers from various regions were so fiercely determined to compete on this particular day. Without a word, Liliana followed Riley's lead and took a seat beside him. None of them had listened to the explanations of the showcased products. Only the ones that had passed the general participants' votes would be presented and explained to them. The first product introduced was wine. The lord of a region in the southern part of the kingdom of Slybgrad passionately described the climate of his domain, the meticulous care taken in grape cultivation, and the unique methods of preservation that set his wine apart. While Princess Edith seemed rather uninterested, both Riley and Liliana were deeply engrossed in the presentation. Liliana glanced at Prince Roland, who was seated next to Riley, and blinked in surprise. Oh, how unexpected. She silently noted that initial impressions could be deceiving. Despite rumors of his dullness, the prince's languid demeanor was betrayed by the sharp focus in his eyes. That concludes my presentation. Is there anything I may have missed in my explanation? The Viscount, who rarely had the chance to meet royalty, nervously wiped the sweat from his brow after finishing his explanation. Riley gave him a gentle smile. Your explanation was very clear. Thank you. Prince Roland, Princess Edith, do you have any questions? Riley turned to the two royals with his customary polite smile. Princess Edith shook her head silently, while Prince Roland stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wine tends to have a short shelf life. How do you address that? Ah, well, yes. We make sure to keep the wine barrels full at all times. Additionally, we mix in dried, boiled grape seeds and ash from the burnt remnants of white wine mash. This helps preserve the wine for longer. Liliana blinked again, this time in genuine surprise, and stole a glance at Prince Roland, seated on the other side of Riley. It seemed the rumors were indeed just that, rumors. As the prince pointed out, wine did have a short shelf life. While temperature control could be managed if a mage were employed, not every estate could afford to hire one. Moreover, the concept of sterilization didn't exist in this world. As a result, only the aristocracy close to the production areas could enjoy the finest wines, while nobles living further away, and certainly the commoners, had no access to the best vintages. Prince Roland nodded thoughtfully in response to the Viscount's explanation, though it didn't seem to particularly intrigue him. It was likely that the Unation Empire of Unity employed similar methods. But if glass bottles are already available, using cork stoppers would be enough. The only issue is that blown glass isn't suitable for mass production. The short shelf life of wine was primarily due to inadequate storage methods. Specifically, the lack of airtight sealing was the problem. Since glass bottles were costly, wine was stored in barrels. If not barrels, then ceramic or leather containers were used, all of which allowed for oxidation and bacterial growth. Though mass-producing glass bottles might not be feasible, if it became possible, simply using cork stoppers would significantly improve the preservation of wine. Even with magic, the current technology and knowledge wouldn't support mass production of glass bottles. Liliana quickly set aside her thoughts. Next to her, Riley was also asking the Viscount several questions. The Viscount, still sweating, answered them one by one, and when Riley finally thanked him with a smile, the Viscount visibly relaxed and returned to the seat reserved for the presenters. After the wine presentations were complete, it was time for the actual tasting, where they would select the finest wine. Prince Roland, being 16, tasted the wine directly, while the others sipped only a diluted version. It's difficult to discern much difference when it's diluted, Liliana thought to herself as she placed her glass down. Even so, it was clear that the participants had put their hearts and souls into the showcase, so she carefully assessed the color, aroma, and taste before selecting just one. After the wine tasting came the perfumes. Among them was the bottle Princess Edith had deemed adorable. Several noblemen and women took turns explaining their creations, and when the final, confident presenter stepped forward, Liliana discreetly widened her eyes in recognition. "Your Highnesses, it is an honor to present to you." Smiling sweetly, the speaker was none other than Lady Malvina Tanner, the daughter of Marquis Tanner. She was one of Riley's potential fiancés. Although it was rumored that her training to become the crown princess wasn't going particularly well, she seemed convinced that she was destined to be the next crown princess, often speaking ill of Liliana's inability to speak. Even now, Lady Malvina was entirely ignoring both Liliana and Princess Edith, focusing solely on Riley and Prince Roland. She's not just unfit to be crown princess, she's a failure as a marquis's daughter. Inwardly, Liliana couldn't help but feel exasperated. Standing gracefully behind Malvina with a serene smile was her brother, who was 14 years her senior. As the heir to the marquisate, he was said to be a frequent presence in high society, and unlike their father, the current head of the family, he was known to be an ambitious man. Stepping forward with a grand gesture, he bowed deeply. "It is a supreme honor to be granted an audience today, and to present the finest perfume from the Tanner Marquisate is an unparalleled joy and privilege for our house." Unlike his sister, his demeanor was impeccable, a reflection of his awareness of his responsibilities as the future head of the family, despite his ambitions. Prince Roland and Riley both nodded in response. Malvina, instructed by her brother to step back, reluctantly obeyed, moving aside with a displeased expression. As she did so, she shot a glare at Liliana, who was seated beside Riley. Though Liliana kept her smile intact, she quietly sighed to herself. As the Marquis's son explained the herbs and extraction methods used in the perfume, Liliana silently prayed that Malvina would refrain from making any inappropriate comments. Malvina, convinced that she was destined to be Riley's fiancée, likely resented Liliana for what she perceived as overstepping her role. Unaware of Riley's intentions to solidify his engagement with Liliana, Malvina must have been puzzled as to why Liliana, who was only a candidate, was seated beside him. If she were to voice such thoughts in front of Princess Edith, it would be problematic. Fortunately, Malvina remained silent throughout the explanation, and the questioning session ended, moving on to the evaluation phase. Liliana sniffed the perfume, still unsure why Malvina had been present at all. The scent is surprisingly refreshing, considering the strong personalities of those who made it. The citrus notes were likely pleasant enough, even in summer. However, compared to other perfumes, the scent leaned too heavily into the citrus. Liliana couldn't help but worry about how the perfume might smell when mixed with sweat. Would it remain pleasant, or would it intensify the odor? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Malvina, who had been silent until now, muttered under her breath. "Still, why is the Duke of Clark's daughter here?" Liliana twitched in response and turned her gaze to Malvina. Riley, seated beside her, exuded a faint air of exasperation. However, before Riley could stop her, Malvina continued speaking. "You're just one of the candidates, aren't you? Shouldn't it be me sitting in that seat, instead of a mute like you?" Liliana barely resisted the urge to rub her now throbbing temples. This was not something to be said in the presence of foreign royalty, nor could Liliana be sitting there without Riley's permission. By claiming that she, not Liliana, should be seated next to Riley, Malvina was directly insulting the crown prince. Are you planning to disgrace our country? In any case, this behavior would undoubtedly remove Malvina Tanner, the Marquis's daughter, from the list of fiancé candidates. Perhaps realizing this, her brother's face turned pale as he scolded her in a low voice. Malvina. But brothers. Silence, Your Highness, please forgive my sister's rudeness. As her brother hastily tried to apologize, Malvina's eyes narrowed in anger. But before she could say more, a soft voice interrupted, one that didn't belong to Malvina. My. Princess Edith, who had remained silent until now, widened her eyes in surprise and tilted her head innocently. So Lady Liliana is not officially engaged to Lord Riley? Then that means I could become his fiancé as well. What a wonderful prospect. Don't you think so, brother? Indeed. A marriage between my sister and the crown prince would certainly strengthen the bond between our nations. Prince Roland quickly agreed with his sister. Liliana felt her hand enveloped in warmth. When she looked down, she saw that Riley was holding her hand tightly. When she met his gaze, she saw the weariness in his eyes. Though it wasn't her fault, Liliana couldn't help but feel sorry for him. For a noblewoman to question the engagement of a crown prince was a grave insult, and for foreign royalty to interfere was tantamount to meddling in the nation's internal affairs, something that could easily lead to an official protest from the kingdom. For Prince Roland, this was his first diplomatic visit, and for Riley, ensuring the success of this visit was crucial for his future accomplishments. But with so many difficult personalities in the mix, the situation had become more troublesome than anticipated. Will I? Feeling sympathy for him, Liliana softly called his name, and Riley responded with a faint smile. I apologize, but I am considering Lady Liliana as my fiancé. While it is not official yet, you may regard it as nearly certain. So, I will graciously accept your feelings, Princess Edith. However, Prince Roland, I would prefer if our nation's friendship could be eternalized through means other than marriage. He deliberately made no mention of Malvina. Perhaps realizing this, Malvina's cheeks flushed with anger. She opened her mouth to speak, but her brother restrained her before she could throw a tantrum. Meanwhile, Princess Edith widened her eyes in surprise, but then smiled innocently. Oh my, but if Lord Riley gets to know me better, I'm sure he will come to like me. So please, do call me Eddie from now on. She clearly wasn't getting the message. If they weren't in public, Riley would probably have dropped his head in his hands by now. Prince Roland raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by the situation. Liliana, feeling the warmth of Riley's hand in hers, found herself staring into the distance. Communicating with someone who simply doesn't understand is utterly exhausting. And above all, this was the first time she had ever been involved in any kind of romantic entanglement, and it was far from enjoyable. This is neither fun nor interesting in the slightest. Liliana thought bitterly. She had never understood courtly literature or romantic poetry, and now, experiencing romance in real life felt even more troublesome. She sincerely hoped to avoid such matters in the future, but at that moment, a question arose in her mind. Didn't I enjoy playing Otome games in my previous life? Those were games centered on romance. I wonder if the former me actually enjoyed that kind of simulated love. She could remember the content of the games, but not the emotions she had while playing them. In any case, the current Liliana, who couldn't enjoy courtly literature or romantic poetry, would probably have found no pleasure in Otome games set in this world either. She might even have dismissed it as a waste of time. But thinking about it now served no purpose. Liliana quickly cast aside the question that had popped into her mind. Chapter 118. The Wind Blows from the Imperial Country 10. After the exhibition, Liliana had dinner with Riley before returning to the room prepared for her at the royal palace. It seemed that separate meals had been arranged for the two visitors from the Unitian Empire, so there was no need to dine together every evening. Once back in her room, Liliana asked Marian to help her change out of her formal attire. The moment she slipped into more comfortable clothes, a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Sitting alone on the sofa, she sipped herbal tea, trying to calm her nerves. As the tension in her body eased, she let out a sigh of relief. Liliana was lost in thought when she suddenly sensed something outside the window and looked up. The window slowly opened, and a shadow slipped through the small gap. Liliana couldn't help but smile at the intruder. "My, it's quite concerning that you can enter so easily. What does that say about the palace's security? Don't worry, it's not as easy as it looks. And yet, you've managed to slip in so effortlessly. Well, I'm just that good." The figure, unashamedly boasting, removed the black hood that had concealed his face. Obsidian, who had nonchalantly infiltrated the royal palace, supposedly the most heavily guarded place in the kingdom of Slibegrad, strolled across the room and sat down across from Liliana. He pulled an apple from his pocket and took a bite. "Is that your dinner?" "Nope, just getting some nutrients." Liliana tilted her head in puzzlement. While it was true that apples were rich in vitamins and potassium, they didn't contain much protein or fat, two of the three main nutrients essential for someone like Obsidian, whose work was physically demanding. It seemed odd to consider an apple as sufficient nourishment. However, she didn't bother to argue, acknowledging that apples were nutritious in their own right. "Do you not eat meat or vegetables?" "I like meat, but this apple's a separate matter," Obsidian added as he finished the apple, tossing the core into the fireplace where it quickly disappeared into the flames. Liliana, who had been watching the core's demise, turned her attention back to Obsidian. "Was there something that happened today? Have you found out whose orders the director of the Ministry of Magic is acting on?" "Nope." Still no luck, Obsidian shook his head. It seemed certain that the director was connected to someone, but perhaps out of caution, he hadn't made any suspicious moves lately. While Obsidian suspected that further investigation would reveal something, he gave a sly grin. "Or what? Do I need a reason to come here?" "I didn't say that. It's just that, considering how strict the palace's security is, I thought you must have risked getting caught because something had happened." "Don't worry, I'm not the type to mess up and get caught." Obsidian shrugged as he chuckled, clearly amused. Liliana, on the other hand, couldn't help but smile wryly. Overconfidence can lead to a downfall. Call it a clear understanding of my abilities, young lady. At some point, Obsidian had started calling her young lady. Liliana wasn't sure when it began, but she didn't particularly mind, so she never corrected him. With a sigh, Liliana slumped slightly in her seat. Seeing this, Obsidian seemed to have a sudden thought and said, "By the way, Obsidian's a fine name and all, but it's a bit long. Why don't you call me something shorter?" "Something shorter?" Caught off guard, Liliana blinked in surprise. Obsidian nodded. "Yeah, isn't it kind of a hassle to say Obsidian every time?" "I've never found it to be a hassle, but..." Liliana tilted her head thoughtfully. Obsidian wasn't exactly a short name, but it didn't feel inconvenient to say either. After pondering for a moment, Liliana gently asked, "Do you want me to use a nickname?" Obsidian was taken aback. It seemed he hadn't expected Liliana to respond that way. His cheeks gradually turned red, but Liliana simply continued to gaze at him, unperturbed. "And no, not exactly." "That's not it," Obsidian tried to protest, but Liliana, observing him, nodded in understanding. It seemed he wanted to be called by a nickname, but couldn't bring himself to admit it. Liliana herself didn't have any particular preference for what to call him. Whether she used his full name or a nickname, she wouldn't hesitate to address him however he preferred. After all, Obsidian was her shadow, and it wasn't likely she would need to say his name in front of others. In noble society, casually using a nickname was not common practice. "Well, I suppose it might be a bit long. How about I call you Seed instead?" She smiled as she made the suggestion, and Obsidian's eyes widened in surprise. Then, putting on a sullen face, he grumbled, "Fine by me, I guess," though it was clear he was pleased. Liliana noticed and began, "Then Seed." When Obsidian looked up at her, she asked, "There's something I'd like to know." "Something you want to know?" Sensing that it was about business, Obsidian's demeanor shifted. Liliana nodded, her smile remaining, but her eyes were now serious. "There's a suspicion that the Crown Prince may be targeted for assassination. Do you know anything about that?" Throughout the exhibition, Liliana had occasionally reflected on what Duke Ealdred had mentioned. He had hinted at the possibility that someone might send an assassin after Riley. The Duke's primary concern had been a plot by a neighboring country, but he couldn't completely rule out the possibility of domestic nobles being behind it. There were certainly those within the kingdom who would be inconvenienced if Riley became the next king. Obsidian narrowed his eyes. You mean by a neighboring country or someone within this kingdom, right? Yes, Liliana replied with a smile, nodding. She had a hunch about who had originally hired Obsidian. His target was Margrave of Kenny's, a significant obstacle for the Unation Empire if they attempted to invade the kingdom of Slibegrad by force. When the Margrave was attacked by assassins, he had not yet made clear whom he would support as the next king. This made it unlikely that the domestic nobles were responsible. By process of elimination, Liliana deduced that Obsidian's previous employer was the Unation Empire. It could be either, Obsidian answered without hesitation, causing Liliana to blink in surprise. Seed was the Crown Prince's name on your target list. Yeah, it was. So, I guess you figured out that I was working for the Unation Empire. I didn't have any solid proof, but I deduced it from the circumstances. You're right, as usual, Obsidian muttered, frowning as if he were trying to gauge her abilities. Liliana shook her head slightly. Even so, I don't know who all your targets were. Besides the Crown Prince and Margrave of Kenny's, who else was on the list? The head of House Draco, the head of House Ealdred, and identifying and eliminating the head of House Rokold. Obsidian answered without hesitation. Liliana furrowed her brows. The Ealdred and Rokold families were two of the three major ducal houses. The Draco family, though not noble, was highly valued in the kingdom of Slibegrad due to their exceptional magical abilities. However, the third major ducal house, House Clark, was not on the list. The mention of needing to identify the head of House Rokold suggested that they hadn't yet figured out who led that house. Yet it seemed strange that the Clark family was excluded while House Rokold was targeted. The inconsistency was too glaring to ignore. Have you identified the head of House Rokold? No, I haven't even started. Apparently, his first job had been the assassination of Margrave of Kenny's. However, the Margrave had survived, and before Obsidian could move on to the next task, Liliana had succeeded in recruiting him. Thus, he hadn't gotten around to any of the other jobs. Is there anyone else targeting the same people you are? Who knows? I doubt it, but some targets might overlap. We don't usually share information on our targets. That makes sense, Liliana nodded as Obsidian confirmed there was no certainty. He hadn't informed his previous employer that he had stepped away from the job. They were supposed to be contacted once an assassination was completed, so there was still some time. Eventually, if too much time passed, they might realize Obsidian wasn't working, but for now, the likelihood of them hiring another assassin wasn't too high. Satisfied, Liliana took a small breath before asking the question that had been bothering her most. Why isn't the head of House Clark on the list of targets? Who knows? We don't usually question those details. We just do the job we're given, Obsidian replied. It seemed Obsidian didn't care much about the specifics. Though Liliana accepted this, she lowered her gaze, still troubled. The furrow in her brow remained. There was only one reason Liliana could think of as to why the head of House Clark was not included on the Unation Empire's assassination target list. If her suspicion was correct, it would also explain why Duke Clark was so eager to remove her as a candidate for Riley's fiancé. If Liliana were to be eliminated as a candidate, the next potential fiancé might be a prince from the Unation Empire. Could father possibly be in secret communication with the Unation Empire? If that were the case, it would be the worst possible scenario for both Liliana and Clyde. They had both grown close to Riley, and feelings had developed between them. Even if it was by her father's command, there was no way they could harm Riley and submit to the Unation Empire. But for now, it was just a hypothesis. If Duke Clark was planning treason, they would need evidence. Without it, they couldn't make any accusations. After calming herself, Liliana looked back at Obsidian. So, what about those within the kingdom of Slibegrad who might want to harm the Crown Prince? How many are there? It's hard to say for sure, but most likely the Grand Duke's faction. There are nobles leaning toward the Unation Empire, but they're only in it for the benefits. They wouldn't pay out of their own pockets for an expensive job like assassinating the Crown Prince. So we can exclude the Old King's faction, Liliana concluded. The Old King's faction was a major group that believed the Ealdred family had the rightful claim to the throne. However, most of them were loyal to Duke Ealdred, and while some might defect, If Duke Ealdred openly supported Riley, the majority would likely back Riley as the next king. Obsidian nodded, probably. In that case, Liliana only needed to be cautious of the Unation Empire and the Grand Duke's faction. There was, however, one more major concern. Seed, if you hear anything about an assassination attempt on the Crown Prince, please let me know. And if you can, gather evidence if my father is indeed in communication with the Unation Empire. Got it, Obsidian replied with a sly grin, looking as though he was genuinely enjoying himself. It seemed he preferred tasks that required intellect and investigation over straightforward assassinations. After some thought, Liliana decided to give him another assignment. There's something else I'd like you to look into. Obsidian blinked, as if to ask what it could be. Liliana then briefly explained the events that had transpired from last night's banquet to the conclusion of today's exhibition, particularly concerning Princess Edith. Princess Edith proposed marriage to the Crown Prince. Obsidian's eyes widened in surprise, indicating that he hadn't come across that information yet. But he quickly interjected with a teasing tone, "So, a rival has appeared." "That's not it," Liliana denied. Truthfully, Princess Edith wasn't even a threat. Although it depended on how things played out, the likelihood of her becoming Riley's fiancée was very slim. There were doubts about her suitability as the crown princess, and Riley himself seemed uncomfortable around her. Furthermore, many nobles would likely oppose a marriage that would give the Unation Empire influence over the kingdom of Slybgrad. And more importantly, in the Otome game from her previous life, neither Princess Edith nor Lady Malvina Tanner had appeared. There was a high possibility that both of them would disappear from the scene before the game began 4 years later. In Princess Edith's case, Liliana had to consider the possibility of her being killed. It just piqued my curiosity. Princess Edith has been keen on marrying the crown prince from the start. While it's possible she's simply a romantic, at her age, it's more likely that someone around her put the idea in her head. It might have happened while she was still in the Unation Empire. Maybe someone convinced her that she could win the crown prince's heart, marry him, and become the next queen of Slybgrad. The initial sense of unease Liliana felt was from that. Although Princess Edith blushed when she first saw Riley, and had since made several attempts to approach him, Liliana couldn't shake the feeling that the princess hadn't truly fallen for Riley at first sight. If she had, she would have shown more hostility or jealousy towards Liliana, like Malvina Tanner, another fiancé candidate. However, even after hearing that Liliana was almost certain to be the crown prince's fiancée, Princess Edith didn't change her attitude. Liliana was well aware that she wasn't particularly astute when it came to matters of romance, so it was entirely possible she was wrong. Still, she felt it was worth investigating. That's why I'd like you to find out if there's someone who has been encouraging Princess Edith to marry into the kingdom of Slybgrad. If someone was considering marrying Princess Edith to the next king of Slybgrad, they would undoubtedly belong to a different faction from those planning to subdue the kingdom of Slybgrad by force. If they intended to take control by military means, they would have to execute the princess from their own country who was already married to the king. Naturally, they would seek to avoid such a scenario. Obsidian nodded readily. He might need to travel to the Unation Empire, which could delay the arrival of information. Considering what to do if urgent communication was needed, Liliana thought of the magical tools she possessed. However, before Liliana could speak, Obsidian spoke up. "If you need to get in touch suddenly, I'll send a raven. That way, you can receive the letter. You have a message-carrying raven." Smart of you to notice. While she had never heard of ravens carrying messages, it was true that ravens were highly intelligent. Liliana believed that in such situations, it was better to rely on someone with more experience than herself. Although Obsidian was an assassin, he was also skilled in espionage. She nodded, trusting his judgment would be more effective. Satisfied, Obsidian nodded in return. He stood up and moved toward the slightly open window, disappearing into the night's darkness. Liliana took a sip of the herbal tea she had left on the table. It was cold, but the taste remained as delightful as ever. Chapter 119. Martial Arts Tournament 1. On the second and third days of Roland and Princess Edith's visit to Slybgrad Kingdom, a martial arts tournament was to be held. The venue was a massive circular arena located at the edge of the capital, far from the royal palace. Liliana and Riley were to travel to the arena by carriage. The arena was a colossal structure with tiered seating arranged in a circle, overlooking the central plaza. "That outfit suits you quite well. You seem to pull off most dresses effortlessly," Riley said with a smile. Today, Liliana was wearing a dress that was somewhat more practical. Riley's attire was also luxurious yet functional. "Thank you. You look quite distinguished as well," Liliana replied with a smile. Riley thanked her cheerfully. The arena was said to have been built over a massive chasm created by an explosion of magical energy during the Era of Darkness. While the exact events of the chasm's creation were unknown, it was commonly believed that it was the site where the Demon King first appeared at the beginning of the Era of Darkness. It was once a venue for gladiatorial combats and beast fights, popular among the common people. However, such spectacles eventually fell out of favor and were no longer held. Initially, the contests were about swordsmanship, but over time, they became mere blood sports where winners would slaughter their defeated opponents. Historical records show that the decline of these games coincided with the rise of chivalric ideals and the establishment of the concept of chivalry. "The arena will be used for its original purpose after a long time," Liliana noted. "The original purpose? Oh, I see what you mean," Riley said, momentarily puzzled before understanding and nodding. "Yes, it used to host gladiatorial games. There were even public executions at one point, but now it's mostly used for music festivals, operas, and occasionally street performances," Riley explained. "Indeed, it is quite cultural now," Liliana agreed. Today, the arena was frequently used as a venue for popular entertainment, with regular music festivals and operas accessible to the common people at low prices. Riley chuckled at Liliana's response. "Do you dislike the sight of blood?" "It's not that, but there's no need to become accustomed to killing. It's different from characters dying in operas or plays. In the past, most gladiators were slaves or criminals, with only a few commoners ever becoming gladiators. Their status in society was very low, and they were often trained in harsh conditions. Killing opponents without hesitation was part of their job, and even if they survived a match, they would be executed after the games. Some organizers arranged for gladiators to be mercenaries and purely enjoy swordplay, sparing those who put on impressive performances. However, the overall conditions were brutal, and many gladiators ended their own lives. In any case, using killing as a form of entertainment and venerating winners based on appearance or strength did not lead to positive societal outcomes. It could inadvertently promote discrimination and result in people treating others as less than human, essentially, taking lives without hesitation, much like squashing insects. "Indeed, there's no need to become accustomed to it," Riley said, reflecting on Liliana's words. He seemed to be trying to grasp her perspective. In this world, there was philosophy but no psychological or psychiatric sciences. Even Riley and Liliana, who received the highest education in Slibgrad, had not been educated on the psychological impacts of frequent exposure to violence as entertainment. Riley was not one to leave questions unanswered, so after a brief silence, he looked up and asked Liliana, "You mean that becoming accustomed to seeing others harmed might have negative effects, such as an increase in those who easily inflict harm on others?" "Yes, that's right. People develop their values through experiences and education. For example, if the environment, such as gladiatorial games, fosters a mindset where it's acceptable to harm those of lower status, it could lead to a certain number of people mistreating others in daily life. This could undermine societal foundations," Liliana explained in simple terms. In her previous life, it was a concern that media coverage of impactful events could lead to copycat crimes. While this world lacked newspapers or television, regular gladiatorial games served a similar function. Ultimately, people's values and behavior are shaped by their education, environment, and experiences. "That does make sense," Riley acknowledged. Riley nodded, seemingly satisfied. Fortunately, there was no slavery in this country. After the Era of Darkness, the meritocratic system had taken root in the Slibgrad Kingdom, creating an environment where merit was valued over social status. Compared to other nations, Riley's perspective was relatively close to what Liliana knew from her previous life. Nevertheless, the divide between nobility and commoners remained significant. Riley, having carefully chosen those around him, seemed somewhat uncomfortable with certain behaviors of both nobles and commoners. Considering that, it's a good thing we set strict rules for this martial arts tournament. We've also prepared medical teams on standby and deployed mages and knights to forcibly end any matches if necessary, Riley said. In this tournament, attacks that could cause fatal injuries were prohibited. However, given the nature of the event, rules prohibiting any injury to opponents could not be implemented. Nonetheless, any match not conducted in accordance with the chivalric spirit would be invalid, and the offender would lose immediately. 2 judges would make the initial decisions, and in the case of a tie, the royal family would make the final decision. The final decision on the outcomes will rest with Will, so it's a significant responsibility, Liliana remarked. Please don't put too much mental pressure on me, Riley responded with a wry smile. Then, as if recalling something, Riley's eyes gleamed mischievously. Oh, but I'm looking forward to it. Sasha's guardian is competing in the magical swordsmanship division, right? There's a chance she might face Austin. Yes, that's right. I'm looking forward to it too, Liliana agreed with a smile. It was Olga who secured a spot in the magical swordsmanship division. She was a mercenary mage and highly sought after for her skills. Although Liliana hadn't heard this directly from Olga, a drunkard named Gild had informed her of Olga's prowess, and if Gild vouched for it, it was likely true. Liliana had considered asking Olga to participate when the tournament details were announced. While the prize money was undoubtedly attractive to Olga, Liliana also had a personal interest in seeing her fight seriously. Olga had seemed hesitant initially, but had eventually applied for the competition herself. I've heard that there were fewer applicants for the magical swordsmanship division compared to other divisions, so there was no selection process. It's truly a one-shot deal, Liliana noted. That's right. While other divisions are also exciting, the magical swordsmanship division is definitely the highlight, Riley said. The magical division would also be spectacular. But the combination of swordsmanship and magic was a rare sight, so it was expected to attract more spectators compared to other divisions. However, the first day featured the general swordsmanship and martial arts divisions. The magical swordsmanship and magical divisions were scheduled for the second day. Liliana's smile deepened. While the magical swordsmanship division will be flashy, I'm also looking forward to the martial arts division. The martial arts division? That's unusual. I didn't think it would be something women typically enjoyed, Riley remarked. I've heard that many participants in the martial arts division come from the Kennys and Calvert Knight orders. Liliana explained. The general swordsmanship division focused on sword techniques, but the martial arts division allowed for any means of combat. There were no restrictions on attack methods. Striking, grappling, and even the use of weapons were permitted. The only prohibited items were concealed weapons. Using swords or spears was allowed, but magic was not. I see, Riley said, nodding as he realized something. Given that, I'm also quite curious about it. So you expect many northern immigrants to participate? Liliana said. Yes, exactly, Riley confirmed. It is said that the northern immigrants possess high combat abilities. Of course, not all of them are exceptionally skilled in combat. Both the Slibegrad Kingdom and the Unatian Empire refer to those who came from the north collectively as northern immigrants. But Liliana's guards, Gild and Yuri of the Kennys Knights, distinguish themselves as descendants of Alvaldi. Liliana knows that the descendants of Alvaldi are almost certainly highly skilled in combat, but she is less certain about the rest of the northern immigrants. However, it is certain that among the Kennys and Calvert Knights participating in the martial arts division, there will be some northern immigrants with exceptional combat abilities. This martial arts tournament presents a great opportunity to observe their physical prowess up close. I've heard that there will also be mercenaries in the martial arts division. There are relatively few knights participating. Most are entering the general swordsmanship division, Riley said. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing the results of everyone's training. Liliana agreed. Considering that, I suppose the magical division has the lowest expectations, Riley remarked with a wry smile. He couldn't say it openly, but Liliana could only agree. In truth, she wasn't very excited about the magical division. Most of the participants were mages affiliated with the Magic Bureau. It was easy to imagine that, unlike other divisions, the matches might end up being rigged. It would be interesting if the general participants managed to pull off an upset, but that was unlikely. Riley cast a suggestive glance at Liliana. However, Liliana elegantly ignored it. It was likely, no, almost certain, that Riley suspected Liliana could use magic. Since Liliana had previously avoided the topic, Riley had chosen not to press further. Aware of this, Liliana avoided bringing it up herself. Riley, perhaps wary of crossing boundaries or considering other possibilities, refrained from probing deeper. Even if Riley knew Liliana could use magic, she had no intention of participating. Liliana was confident she could dominate and secure first place without a doubt. Such a one-sided victory would not be entertaining for the audience. The appeal of a tournament lies in the excitement of evenly matched competitors. Riley, observing Liliana, let out a slight, rueful smile and gazed out the carriage window. "We should be arriving soon. This will be my first time at the amphitheater." Liliana replied, "Is that so? It's my first time as well." Exchanging these calm words, the two waited for the carriage to come to a stop. As they approached the amphitheater, the roar of the crowd grew louder, indicating that spectators had already filled the stands. People were being easily thrown aside. The moment the referee signaled the start, it was as if one participant had vanished. The opponent who was thrown crashed into the wall and lay there, unmoving. They seemed to be alive, but had clearly lost consciousness. "An overwhelming victory," Riley murmured. Liliana, sitting next to him, nodded ambiguously. They were seated in the specially designated royal viewing seats within the amphitheater. On the opposite side, in the special seats, were Prince Roland and Princess Edith. The audience, initially silent due to confusion about what had happened, soon began to clap sporadically, albeit hesitantly. "The winner is Yori of the Kenny's Knights," announced the referee. Yori, who was progressing smoothly in the tournament, was a boy Liliana had met before. When they first met, he was around 14 or 15, but after 2 years, he had grown quite robust. Still, compared to his mercenary opponent, he appeared somewhat slender, which made it understandable if he was underestimated as someone who could be easily tossed around. However, he was winning decisively, leveraging his agility and flexibility to overpower even the strongest of opponents. "Is he one of the northern immigrants?" Riley asked. "That might be the case." Liliana responded vaguely. Although she couldn't admit it, Liliana acknowledged the suspicion. Riley seemed to be certain, reflecting deeply as he muttered, "The Royal Knights might need people like him to strengthen their ranks. One person could potentially be worth several knights." Liliana agreed. "Yes, that's probably why the Kennys and Calvert Knights are actively recruiting northern immigrants. Considering that, the disappearance incidents are certainly worrisome. It would be problematic if they had flowed into neighboring countries." At Riley's grim words, Liliana responded, "Have there been any recent reports on the disappearances? It seems the Kennys and Calvert border regions have managed to get their countermeasures up and running, so the numbers are gradually decreasing. The problem lies in areas outside these two regions. We're not even sure if disappearances are occurring there. Naturally, neither the perpetrators nor the masterminds are known. Many lords who do not have favorable views of the foreign peoples are unwilling to investigate the disappearances of northern immigrants, resulting in nothing more than perfunctory reports stating no abnormalities." Liliana glanced down. It appeared that the top 5 in the martial arts division were now competing amongst the participants from the Kennys and Calvert Knights. The Kennys and Calvert Knights had a good relationship and occasionally held friendly matches, so they were essentially vying for third place among themselves. Conversely, it meant that spectators would witness matches between opponents of nearly equal skill, indeed, very strong fighters. This inevitably heightened the excitement among the audience. Despite being a one-day event, it seemed that patrons had already developed favorites, with some shouting out the names of the competitors they supported. "It's frustrating that we can't join in the cheering." Liliana said, "Yes. Is there anyone you're rooting for?" Riley asked. "To be honest, yes. There are some I'm cheering for. I suppose I'm inclined to favor those of the same age." Liliana admitted. As a member of the royal family, she couldn't allow others to perceive her as favoring a particular individual. Moreover, in such a setting, shouting out names of favored competitors was considered improper. To avoid any misunderstandings or unnecessary considerations from those around her, she had to be careful with her words. Nevertheless, Riley, who had whispered to Liliana, seemed to want Yuri to win. All the other competitors were likely over 20 years old. Liliana, feeling a natural inclination to support Yuri, whom she recognized, gave a small wry smile and told Riley, "What a coincidence. Actually, I feel the same." The two watched intently as the match unfolded. Even the competitors who had previously overwhelmed their opponents with clear skill gaps were now struggling in a tightly contested match. Yuri was no exception. Both fighters circled each other, gauging distance and waiting for an opening, but such openings were elusive. In the next moment, Yuri's figure vanished. Dust swirled and the spectators lost sight of him, but the opponent's mouth curled into a smirk. In an instant, the opponent's right hand moved and reached behind Yuri. The audience was unsure what had happened, but it became clear that Yuri's left foot was being held by the opponent's right hand. However, Yuri was not easily caught. He twisted his body and struck with his right hand. The opponent's expression changed briefly, and he released Yuri and jumped back. Yuri landed effortlessly. "That movement was so fast, it's hard to tell what happened," Riley remarked. "Yes, if they don't slow down a bit, it's impossible to see anything." Liliana agreed. "Did that boy have a dagger in his right hand?" Riley wondered. When they faced each other again, the two finally noticed the weapon Yuri had been holding. They stared at each other, assessing their opponent. Yuri was agile, while his opponent seemed confident in his brute strength. Having seen Yuri easily kick opponents away before, it was frightening to imagine the strength of his current opponent. Nevertheless, the match had become quite engaging. After a period of stalemate, Yuri made a move, and his opponent defended. This was repeated several times until, on the fourth attack, the opponent finally took the initiative. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing a significant tremor that could be felt even from the spectators' seats. Naturally, Yuri, who relied on his speed, lost his balance. It was only a momentary lapse, but it was enough for the opponent. The man quickly closed in on Yuri, twisting his arm with his strong grip and pinning him to the ground. The opponent then glanced at the referee, as if to say, "What now?" The referees, who had been seated on the ground, hurriedly got up and fumbled with their words. Then, with a faltering voice, they announced the winner. The winner is Henrik of the Calvert Knights, advancing to the semifinals. The arena erupted in cheers. Riley and Liliana exchanged glances. Although it was disappointing to see a boy of their generation lose, it was a valuable opportunity to witness the abilities of the northern immigrants. They possessed astonishing physical prowess even at a young age. Among those who watched the tournament, some might start to consider actively incorporating northern immigrants. If Riley were seriously thinking about strengthening the Royal Knights, he would need to consider recruiting northern immigrants first. At the same time, there would need to be efforts to investigate the possible disappearances of northern immigrants occurring in various regions. Even if the motivation was self-serving, it would be beneficial if the lords took action. "I'm looking forward to the semifinals," Riley said with a smile. Liliana nodded in agreement. The tournament had proven more rewarding than expected. There might even be northern immigrants who chose not to participate in the tournament. If so, the finals might not represent their peak abilities. The northern immigrants possessed immeasurable potential. Just catching a glimpse of it was enough. And it was likely that Roland, who had come from the Unation Empire, shared this sentiment as well. Chapter 120. Martial Arts Tournament 2. On the second day of the martial arts tournament, the Magic and Magic Swordsmanship divisions were held. As expected, the Magic division featured many flashy spells, but since it was mostly filled with mages from the Magic Ministry, it lacked excitement. In contrast, the Magic Swordsmanship division included several knights from the Royal Knights 2nd Brigade as well as knights and mercenaries from other regions. For most spectators, the Magic Swordsmanship division was the main attraction. Many were eager to see a match between the comparatively fewer magic swordsmen. While the first day had seen a full house, The second day saw spectators spilling into the aisles as the arena couldn't accommodate everyone. Below the stands of the arena were several corridors and rooms, where participants waited for their turn. Among them stood Austin Ealdred. It had been a year since the largest monster attack stampede in history on the day of the Crown Prince's birth celebration, and he had been steadily gaining experience as a magic knight in the Royal Knights' 2nd Brigade. It seemed he had a natural talent for being a magic knight, as Austin was considered one of the more competent members of the 2nd Brigade. Unlike other divisions, the Magic Swordsmanship Division did not have a selection test, so this was Austin's first time facing off in a one-on-one match against other knights from his brigade. While he practiced daily, the tournament was the best chance for him to gauge his abilities. Furthermore, he had never seen his captain, Danhill Calvert, or vice-captain Eden fight seriously. Though they must have fought seriously during the monster attack stampede, Austin had been too focused on survival to observe their fighting styles. Now, he was eager to see their full capabilities up close. Austin, Captain. Upon hearing his name, Austin looked up to see Captain Danhill Calvert approaching. Dressed in formal knightly attire due to the royal and imperial presence, Danhill's uniform was more elaborate than that of Austin and his peers, in blue and white. His sword, hanging at his waist, was a simple yet custom-made piece that suited his magic perfectly. Following Danhill's advice, Austin had also had a sword made by a craftsman to match his own magic. Though it was far more expensive than the standard issue swords, the difference in performance was clear. Danhill had once joked that once you used such a sword, you could never go back to an ordinary one, and Austin felt that was true. Nervous? Yes, a little. A little, huh? That's good. Danhill smiled at Austin's honest response, and Austin relaxed slightly, feeling cared for. Then Danhill glanced around and said, "By the way, is Vice Captain Eden not here?" "Oh, he probably hasn't arrived yet." He seemed reluctant to participate until the very last moment. Austin smiled wryly at Danhill's words. Eden had not fully recovered from the injuries he sustained during the monster attack stampede a year ago. Consequently, he was not enthusiastic about participating in the tournament. Additionally, Eden was a unique member who joined the 2nd Brigade because he disliked fighting people. While other knights found joy in showcasing their abilities as magic swordsmen, Eden had joined the 2nd Brigade precisely because he preferred not to harm others. Nonetheless, he was capable of fighting when necessary, which was why he served as the vice-captain. He had quite a bit of a disagreement with you about whether or not to participate. If he had refused to participate, the 2nd Brigade would have been down to just you and me. Even though his injuries haven't fully healed, he's recovered enough to be a match for anyone except me in training. In the year since the monster attack stampede, Eden's recovery had been remarkable. Once his condition stabilized, he engaged in training to return to daily life, and after 6 months, he was able to spar lightly with the other knights of the 2nd Brigade. After about 8 months, he regained his combat instincts with magical assistance and was now fit for monster hunting. However, he still felt it wasn't enough and often complained about not being in top form. Seeing Eden's condition, Danhill and Brendan Carey, the captain of the 7th Brigade and a relative of the Margrave of Kenny's, often compared Eden to the Margrave, who had survived a deadly poison from an assassin, debating who was more beyond human. If Eden hadn't participated, I might have skipped it too, Austin mused. Then it would have been just me, Danhill said, with a bitter smile. That was not an option. Although the tournament was labeled as a martial arts competition, it also aimed to boost the morale of the Royal Knights and other regional knights. Despite maintaining a friendly relationship with the Unation Empire on the surface, small skirmishes and border infringements continued in the frontier. Enhancing the morale of the knights, including the Royal Knights, was crucial. Additionally, showing the excellence of the Slybgrad Kingdom's knights to the visiting royalty from the Unation Empire might deter them from further aggression. This was a behind-the-scenes fact that ordinary knights were never told, but Danhill had discreetly explained it to Eden. Therefore, Eden was expected to participate in the tournament, even if he arrived just in time. I told him to give it his all if he's participating, so it should be fine. I've always wanted to see you, and the vice-captain fighting seriously at least once. It's not that big of a deal. Hearing Austin's words, Danhill grinned. Seeing Austin tilt his head in confusion, Danhill stepped closer and whispered into his ear. "There's no need to show the princes everything we've got." "I see, but will it really go that smoothly? There are mercenaries and knights from other regions participating this time. Don't underestimate the 2nd Brigade. Although you probably only know about us. Losing is not an option, but there's no need to completely crush our opponents." Austin nodded at Danhill's explanation. Indeed, it wasn't necessary to reveal the full extent of the 2nd Brigade's abilities to potential enemies. However, they also couldn't afford to be seen as inferior to the mercenaries. It was a delicate balance, but it was something Danhill and Eden were likely capable of managing. But could he do it himself? Austin furrowed his brow at the thought, and Danhill gave a small, reassuring smile. He patted Austin's shoulder in an effort to comfort him. "Don't worry, I'm not expecting that much from you. You have room to grow, just fight with all your might this time." "Understood. I'm looking forward to facing you in the matches." Danhill's cheerful words eased the tension in Austin's expression. Danhill and Eden were expected to advance further in the tournament. Austin wasn't sure if he'd get the chance to face them or even win the matches before potentially facing them, given his limited combat experience. In the past year, all of Austin's actual combat had been dealing with monster attack stampedes. These were significantly smaller and less powerful than the initial, hopeless stampede he had joined. The monsters were of the same kind that had previously appeared, lacking in intelligence. Therefore, the martial arts tournament offered an opportunity to gain experience that couldn't be obtained from small-scale monster attacks. Despite his nervousness, Austin's anticipation grew, and he felt his heart race with excitement. Section. Austin had been advancing smoothly through the tournament. It seemed that the matches had been arranged so that knights from the 2nd Brigade wouldn't face each other in the early stages, resulting in consecutive duels with mercenaries and knights from other regions. If he won his next match, he would finally have the chance to fight against a fellow knight from his own brigade. He steeled himself for the upcoming challenge. "Austin, your next opponent is a mercenary and quite a formidable one. Don't let your guard down." "Yes, thank you." Austin nodded seriously in response to the advice from a senior knight of the 2nd Brigade. The knights of the 2nd Brigade were all good-natured. Despite their rare talent as magical knights, many of them deeply admired Captain Danhill and Vice Captain Eden, often showing genuine respect even to younger knights who had superior skills. The knight who spoke to Austin now, though not as skilled as Austin, had been supportive and helpful. Austin stood by the door, ready to enter as soon as his name was called. Soon, the announcer declared the names of the contestants. From the 2nd Brigade of the Royal Knights, Austin Earldred, and the mercenary Olga. The mention of Olga's name caused a stir among the audience. Although Olga was an unknown mercenary, the strength displayed in the previous matches had excited the spectators. The fact that Olga was a beautiful woman dressed as a man only fueled their interest. A mercenary capable of overwhelming a royal knight was bound to attract some admiration. Conversely, Austin, with his youthful yet composed appearance, had also unknowingly gained admirers. Spectators of the martial arts tournament were not merely interested in watching strong fighters. Those who combined strength with good looks were naturally favored. Even in ancient times, favored gladiators were those with both skill and appearance. It seemed that human values didn't change much over time, as the crowd's cheers were evenly divided between Olga and Austin. Yet the competitors were entirely focused on each other, oblivious to the spectators' excitement. They faced each other silently, observing their opponent. Following the knightly etiquette, Austin took the proper stance for a one-on-one duel. Olga, noticing this, raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled gently. "Thank you for your courtesy, Sir Austin. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to fight with you, Lady Olga. Is it customary for knights of this country to show such respect even to mercenaries?" Austin tilted his head in confusion at Olga's question. Olga shook her head vaguely in response to Austin's puzzled look. "It's nothing of great significance. Forget it." "No, please don't worry about it. I think it's more about the individual than the country. At least among the knights participating in this division, they are all from the 2nd Brigade. They extend their respect regardless of origin if they deem someone worthy. I aspire to be the same." A good attitude to have. Though some knights in the Royal Knights Brigade might not hold titles, they were treated differently from commoners simply by being part of the brigade. As a result, some knights might act arrogantly, but it was uncommon for mercenaries or commoners to show disrespect. Missteps could lead to a conflict with an arrogant knight. However, Olga showed no such concern, maintaining an equal attitude towards Austin. Austin didn't mind. In fact, he felt his excitement grow as he sensed Olga's strength. He was eager to begin the fight. Saying he was borrowing her chest was neither flattery nor modesty, but a genuine sentiment. Perhaps this match could be my last, Austin thought to himself with a sense of certainty. Although he couldn't be sure until he actually fought, unlike previous opponents, he couldn't visualize a victory. Are both sides ready? Then, let the match begin. With the referee's signal, Austin drew his sword. At the same time, a whirlwind of wind surrounded him. Austin's specialty in wind magic was offensive, and initiating the attack was superior to a defensive stance. Thus, he cloaked himself in wind to launch a preemptive strike. In the name of my command, under the principle of the wind, let my sword's blade become wind and scatter. With the incantation, the wind took the form of sharp blades aimed at Olga. The attack seemed to come from the front, but the real target was behind. However, Olga had anticipated it. The water spirit says, I possess the strength to protect. With a low incantation, a layer of water enveloped Olga, nullifying Austin's wind magic attack. Austin furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar chant. Short incantations were said to be used by only a select few. Incantations are necessary to convert magical power into magic, compensating for deficiencies in the spell's structure and magical energy. Therefore, longer incantations are required if one's ability or spell structure is inefficient. It was said that no one in the Slybgrad Kingdom could use short incantations, and Austin had never heard of anyone in the Unatian Empire using them either. Generally, the magic used by magical knights is more complex than that used by typical mages, requiring more magical energy. As a result, the incantations that Austin used were considered basic. In fact, even using the basic incantations, few could exhibit sufficient magical prowess as a magical knight. Though the term short incantation actually refers to something even shorter than what Olga had chanted, Austin, who had never heard of short incantations before, couldn't judge. Austin gritted his teeth. He knew he had to disrupt Olga's composure before she could begin her attack, otherwise, his chances of victory were slim. In the name of my command, under the principle of the wind, let my sword's blade whirl the vortex of the atmosphere. In combat as a magical knight, while incantations are essential for attacks and defenses, one must be able to perform personal enhancement without incantations. Only a few could achieve this, but Austin had acquired this skill over the past year. With the incantation, Austin applied wind magic to his legs, propelling himself high into the air. The wind he conjured swirled in a spiral around Olga, obstructing her movements. Seizing the opportunity, Austin maneuvered into range and swung his sword in a diagonal cut. However, the blade was stopped by the water shield. Damn it! Austin clicked his tongue in frustration and leaped away. As expected, Olga's sword slashed through the spot where Austin had been moments before. Had he been even a moment slower, he would have suffered a serious wound. Olga merely smiled slightly, as if anticipating Austin's evasive action. Realizing he couldn't win with this approach, Austin understood that Olga had not moved from her initial position since the start of the match. She effortlessly read and neutralized his attacks. Knowing he couldn't win with a single spell, Austin decided to employ complex magic. In the name of my command, under the principle of the wind, let my sword's blade send forth hailstones, and the vortex of the storm become a blade of wind. As soon as the chant was completed, the wind hardened into invisible hailstones that attacked Olga. Simultaneously, a gust of wind swirled around Olga's feet, and sharp points of wind pierced through her defensive layer, ripping her clothes. Although the attack would have reached her skin, Olga effortlessly mitigated it by leaping backward. Typically, magic of a single element is limited to one effect per chant. However, with rigorous training, one can activate multiple effects with a single chant. The Knight Commander Hegedi could combine two elements to produce multiple effects, a highly advanced technique. Magical Knights of the 2nd Brigade start their training with complex magic involving 2 effects from a single element. Austin had begun training in complex magic after mastering personal enhancement without incantations. Recently, he had nearly perfected complex magic with 2 effects and was now training to achieve 3 effects. This was his first time using complex magic involving 2 effects outside of training. In the name of my command, under the principle of the wind, let my sword's blade narrow the space and rain down wind spears. Austin raised his sword to the sky and began chanting. In the next moment, Austin, whose body had been enhanced, disappeared from sight. The area around Olga fell into silence as she was trapped within a space created by the wind. Unable to move, she was bombarded from above by a myriad of spears. Most would have been overwhelmed and frantically tried to escape, but Olga remained completely unfazed. Instead, her unadorned lips curved into a smile as she chanted. The water spirit says its essence must shatter any attacking blade. Austin, moving at a speed almost invisible to the human eye, merged with the wind's void and approached Olga. It was anticipated that Olga would use her magic to counter the spears raining down from above. Hence, Austin had used the attack from above as a distraction. The real target was Olga's right hand, which held her sword. Considering the possibility that an attack from behind would be predicted, Austin had infused wind magic into his sword. Just as the spears descending from above were about to pierce her body, Austin's sword was supposed to reach Olga's body. Austin was hit by a sudden impact. The moment he recognized that the spears raining down from above had been instantaneously shattered, a soft ball of water appeared directly in front of him. With no time to avoid it, Austin instinctively took a defensive posture with his sword to shield himself from the water sphere. However, the sphere struck with such force that it engulfed his sword and collided with his body. Despite pressing his enhanced legs to brace himself, a small water sphere that had formed without his notice slipped between his feet and the ground. Wah! Suddenly unable to maintain his stance, Austin was pushed out of the ring by the water sphere. The match ended in a flash, and it was an anticlimactic conclusion. Winner, the mercenary Olga. The referee's announcement was met with a thunderous cheer from the audience. Chapter 121. Martial Arts Tournament 3. The water sphere vanished, and Austin lowered his sword, looking dazed. It seemed he could hardly believe what had happened to him. However, he quickly composed himself and hurried back to Olga. Despite a few tears in her clothing, Olga bore not a single scratch on her skin. Austin actually felt a refreshing sense of relief upon seeing this. I never expected someone of your caliber to be in the streets. This match has been very enlightening. As he expressed his gratitude, Olga's eyes narrowed in amusement. Likewise, despite your youth, you appear quite capable. If you can master both sword and magic at such a young age, you have a promising future ahead. I wish you the best in your future endeavors. The two shook hands firmly and left the arena. Back in the corridor, Austin turned to Captain Danhill, managing a wry smile. Captain, I'm sorry I lost. No, you did well, Danhill encouraged, patting Austin on the shoulder. Eden stood behind him. Austin gave a respectful bow, and Eden nodded in response. That mercenary Olga is skilled enough that we'd want to recruit her into the 2nd squad if possible. In that case, we'll need to negotiate not just with her, but also with Duke Clark's daughter. Danhill responded to Eden's musing. Eden raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Is she a bodyguard? Yes, apparently so. That's unusual. Eden's comment was clearly about Liliana, not Olga. Normally, nobles do not have mercenaries as bodyguards. High-ranking nobles, in particular, would employ knights. They care greatly about their knights' backgrounds, preferring those born into noble families, though even commoners who are members of the Royal Knights could be hired. Must be quite an unusual situation. I haven't had much opportunity to speak with her myself, Danhill said, casting a meaningful look at Austin. Among them, Austin had the most contact with Liliana. However, conversations with her were limited, as Riley was always present, and Liliana, who often communicated only in writing, was not very proactive in conversation. Considering that Liliana was a candidate for the Crown Prince's engagement and that Riley himself was treating her as such, Austin was cautious with his words. After a moment's thought, He offered a neutral response. She's a very intelligent person. I've seen her provide answers to questions from His Highness that even I couldn't anticipate. You're quite sharp yourself. When talking to her, I feel quite inadequate by comparison. At Austen's words, Danhill made a face of discomfort. Though Danhill was also the heir of the Calvert border Margrave, he was not particularly skilled in academics. He muttered, but then quickly remembered something and spoke up. Oh, someone asked to meet you after your match. Me? Really? Yes. Austen had no idea who it might be. With a puzzled expression, he followed Danhill's directions to the room where the guest awaited. The room was a special chamber accessible only to high-ranking nobles. Recognizing that the guest might be someone he knew, Austen nodded and excused himself to the two men. Well then, I'll take my leave. Captain, Deputy Captain, I wish you both success in your matches. Leave it to us, Danhill said with a grin. Both he and Eden still had matches left to compete in. They would likely face Olga eventually. Outside the mercenary Olga, the top 3 spots were expected to be occupied by Danhill, Eden, and Olga. Excited by the prospect of an unexpected final showdown, Austen hurried toward the room where the guest awaited. If his guess was correct, it had been a year since he last met this person. Feeling nostalgic, he quickly ran down the corridor and stood before the door. Knocking, he heard a voice from inside say, "Come in." Austen opened the door and entered the room. "Brother." "It's been a while, Austen. I'm glad to see you're well." The person waiting for Austen was just as he had expected. Ulysses Pat Ealdred, the son of the late Lady Ada and the Duke of Ealdred, was about 15 years older than Austen. He usually remained at his estate, absorbed in managing his lands and research. With a demeanor slightly softer than his father, the Duke Ulysses greeted Austen with a warm expression. "It's been a while. I'm glad to see you're well, brother." In front of his older brother, Austen's tone changed to something more fitting his age. Seeing his younger brother's delighted expression, Ulysses smiled warmly and invited him to sit. He then instructed the 2 guards standing at the doorway to wait outside. The guards hesitated for a moment, but complied with Ulysses's request and left the room. "It's a bit much to have outsiders around during our private time," Ulysses said with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. He disliked formality and rarely had guards with him at his estate, as his butler also served as his bodyguard. Thus, it was unusual to see other guards accompanying him. Austen blinked in surprise, but Ulysses seemed unwilling to explain further. "I watched your match. You've become quite strong." "Yes, though I still have a lot to learn." "I think you're more than capable for your age." Ulysses tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Austen nodded in response. "I consider myself the strongest among the trainees, but since I've been assigned to the second squad, I'm still lacking as a magic knight." "You're doing well," Ulysses said, genuinely pleased. "It's your dream to become one of the prince's personal guards, isn't it?" "Yes." Everyone in the family knew that Austen had been striving to become a personal knight for Riley since he was young, and no one had ever told him it was in vain. His father had supported him with necessary education and encouragement, while his brother had always listened and given helpful advice. After being assigned to the second squad, Austen's time had become limited, and he sent letters less frequently, but he had regularly reported his progress before then. He had always thought it was normal, but as he interacted more with other noble families, he realized it was rare for a high-ranking noble family. He only recently understood that this situation was something his parents and brother had worked hard to create. After briefly updating each other, and learning that Ulysses was currently engrossed in botanical research, Austen voiced a question that had been on his mind. "It's unusual for you to come to the capital. Did something happen?" "Yes, it's quite a mystery. I was summoned by Father." "Father summoned you?" Austen blinked in surprise at the unexpected answer. He tilted his head in thought, but could come up with no reason. "Why would Father summon you? It's not because of Prince Roland and Princess Edith, is it?" "No, I don't think so. I was instructed not to enter the palace even if I came to the capital. And here, take this." As he spoke, Ulysses showed his right arm, where a bracelet was fastened. Noting how unusual it was for his brother to wear such an accessory, Austen tilted his head. Ulysses, smiling, explained, "It's a defensive magic tool." "A magic tool?" "Yes, Father specifically instructed me to wear this. Additionally, I have a duke's shadow with me. Oh, and there's one for you too. I'll hand it over." It seemed quite thorough. Austin was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly accepted the magic tool Ulysses offered. It was a bracelet matching his brother's. Since it could be worn on either arm, Austin, who was right-handed, decided to wear it on his left arm. By the way, where is Hugh? Hugh is currently at the estate, as per father's instructions. When Austin asked about the whereabouts of Ulysses's longtime butler, Ulysses replied casually. It was unusual for Ulysses, who usually secluded himself at his estate, to visit the capital during the social season without Hugh accompanying him. Austin furrowed his brows in confusion. Both knew well that the Duke of Ealdred was considered a genius. More than that, in his younger days, he was even referred to as a reincarnation of one of the three great sages who ended the Age of Demons. Indeed, Austin had never won a game of chess against his father, and most of his father's predictions came true. Even with the same information, somehow his father understood more. Thus, it was reasonable to speculate that Ulysses's presence in the capital and the decision to leave Hugh behind were part of some scheme by the Duke of Ealdred. So, being told not to enter the palace means, you must not let others know of your presence here. That's possible. I'm trying to act discreetly to account for that possibility, though I'm not sure how much good it will do. Indeed, Danhill had only hinted at a visitor, without revealing who it was. Austin suspected Ulysses had requested that he keep it a secret. On the other hand, Ulysses, observing Austin's reaction, concluded that his younger brother was unaware of anything. Although it was a slim chance, Ulysses had hoped that if Austin had heard something from their father, he might have an understanding of the bigger picture. However, this hope was quickly dashed. Ulysses decided he could not yet reveal what his father had directly entrusted him with. A letter to be delivered to Lord Plaisted was still unopened and hidden by Ulysses. Father has always been somewhat lacking in words, you know. It's quite troublesome. Ulysses sighed deeply. Austin, slightly troubled, nodded. He's a very good father to me, though. Yes, he's made an effort after all. Austin looked back at Ulysses, who was smiling gently. Ulysses met his brother's straightforward and sincere gaze head-on. Do you remember what father was like before you was born? Austin knew nothing of the Duke of Ealdred's life before his own birth. He knew that he was the child of the second wife, Abby, and that Ulysses was the child of the first wife, Ada, who had passed away young. After Ada's death, the Duke of Ealdred had not sought a new wife for a long time. Eventually, Abby, who was 12 years younger and had been close to Ada, actively courted the Duke and eventually married him, having 2 children, Austin and his younger sister. But that was all Austin knew. He was unaware of the conflicts his father faced after losing his first wife or how Ulysses felt at that time. Ulysses had always treated his younger siblings kindly and with affection, without any sign of resentment, and even expressed gratitude to Austin. I don't really know much about it either. I barely saw him back then. Ulysses shrugged with a wry smile. Austin was surprised by this revelation. His impression of his father and brother was that they were very similar, with a strong sense of calmness in their conversations. Both were intelligent and spoke gently, which made it easy to overlook their passionate debates on various topics. Thus, Austin had always thought they had a very close father-son relationship. You know, my mother passed away when I was still young. Yes. Austin nodded. Ulysses's mother had been an older wife to the Duke, known for pulling him out of his studies and taking him out. Unlike the Duke, who was calm, she was known for her laughter and anger. She was the only one who could scold the Duke, who was celebrated as a genius from a young age. I don't have many memories of her since I was so small when she died, but her death was a huge shock to me. When I heard she wasn't coming back, I thought it was father's fault. Now that he has grown, Ulysses understands that his mother's death was not his father's fault. His mother had died by suicide. Whatever the reason, the Duke of Ealdred did not kill her. Ulysses also did not know the reason behind her suicide. However, he was aware that the Duke believed her death was his own responsibility. The only fact that young Ulysses knew was that his mother had left home in a fit of rage against his father and returned as a lifeless corpse. That's why, as a child, I came to dislike father. But I knew that if I said I hated him, it would make him sad. The servants always defended father, so I thought it was something I shouldn't say. Yet, whenever we met, I would end up saying terrible things. So I started to avoid father. Before I knew it, I didn't know what to say to him when we met. And the Duke of Ealdred, in turn, didn't know how to interact with his son who was avoiding him. An awkward father and son? Yet those around them treated Ulysses kindly, and the Duke, even without direct involvement, always kept an eye on his son. He always provided whatever Ulysses wanted for his birthday, and whenever Ulysses developed a new interest, a tutor would be quietly invited. The chance for father and me to start talking was given to us by you, Austin. Ulysses smiled with a hint of embarrassment. When the Duke married his second wife, Ulysses was 10 years old. As he was entering his teenage years, he was only bewildered by his new mother, who was more like an older sister than a mother. He didn't know how to talk to her or how to relate to her. Then, 5 years later, Austin was born. It was only then that Ulysses found a reason to speak to his father and new mother. His younger brother was adorable, friendly, and always following Ulysses around more than their parents did. Their father doted on Austin greatly and also showed the same affection to the cautious Ulysses. It didn't take long for them to become a close family. They made an effort to share meals together, and Ulysses soon began talking about his interests and research, not just about Austin. He enjoyed learning new things and gaining different perspectives from conversations with his father. Ulysses didn't expect to become a genius like his father. However, he eventually wanted to catch up with him. Despite having a great father, Ulysses did not become resentful, thanks to Austin, who always listened with shining eyes and found his stories interesting. Austin, who became attached to his older brother, eventually started consulting Ulysses with his problems. Perhaps because he knew their father, a Grand Duke, was often busy, Ulysses was nonetheless happy to be relied upon. Watching Austin work hard towards his goal of becoming a knight in the royal guard made Ulysses even more eager to see his growth. So, seeing you grow up so splendidly like this makes both father and me very happy. Austin smiled with a hint of shyness. He had conversations with their father, the Duke of Ealdred, but as Ulysses said, his father sometimes lacked in words. Because of this, Austin occasionally felt uncertain about how his father felt about him. Whenever this happened, Ulysses would explain as best as he could what their father might be thinking. Ulysses's words, similar in nature to their father's, were trustworthy to Austin. If that's the case, then I want to do my best to meet your expectations. You don't need to try to meet expectations. The most important thing is that you live as you wish. Ulysses added that there was no need for Austin to feel pressured. If necessary, both father and I would be willing to help you in any way we can. So, always rely on us. Don't try to solve everything on your own. I understand, but in that case, please rely on me if you need anything as well. Though I still have much to learn, I'm no longer a child. Until now, Austin had only nodded. But now, he spoke with a sense of maturity, expressing that he was no longer a child. Ulysses was surprised at first but quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, of course. To Ulysses, Austin was still a child. It was anxiety-inducing to rely on him, and he was still a ward. But Austin's happiness at not being outright rejected was clear as his cheeks flushed slightly and his eyes sparkled. Ulysses looked at the clock on the wall gently and spoke. It's almost time. The final and semi-final matches are coming up, right? Your captain and vice-captain will be competing. You must watch. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing the two of them, as they are very strong. Yes, I'm looking forward to it as well. Ulysses and Austin stood up. Ulysses sent Austin out of the room, saying he would watch from a different location. As he watched his younger brother leave with a brisk step, Ulysses let out a small sigh. He's grown up so much. With a deep sigh, Ulysses also left the room with his guards. Although he told Austin he was going to watch the matches, his real intention was to simply meet and talk with his brother. To see his brother, who usually stayed at the Royal Knights Barracks, he had to go to the palace, but that was forbidden by his father. Although he did not understand the reason, breaking the rule would not yield good results. The Duke's words were absolute to Ulysses. I doubt he'll tell me if I ask. The letter that was to be given to Lord Plaisted, in case of an issue, was proof of this. It felt a bit frustrating that it was not addressed to him, as it suggested he was not yet fully recognized as an adult. However, he was genuinely pleased to be entrusted with such an important task. Mixed feelings waged within him. Nevertheless, Ulysses thought that he must have met his father's expectations as he left the circular arena. The loud cheers of the crowd echoed from behind. Chapter 122. Martial Arts Tournament 4. Danhill Calvert was at a loss for words. He hadn't thought he was being careless. After watching Austin's match, he had judged the mercenary to be a formidable opponent. Even so, he hadn't expected this level of power. He questioned whether what he was witnessing was real. Despite his doubts, the pain from the burn on his left upper arm was a harsh reminder of reality. Before him stood a striking woman in men's clothing. Although she had introduced herself as a mercenary, he knew she was Liliana, the daughter of Duke Clark's guardian. However, he hadn't anticipated her to be such a powerful magic swordswoman. There was no denying he had underestimated her. He exhaled slowly to compose himself. "You're a water mage, right? How do you manage to burn me? Have you ever been to the West?" "No. If you go, you'll understand. There's a place where red, burning water flows from the mountains." Upon hearing the woman named Olga's response, Danhill frowned. He couldn't imagine it at all. In any case, Dunhill specialized in fire magic. The chances of him being able to utilize water magic were extremely low. Moreover, there was another reason why he couldn't mimic her techniques. "By the way, the magic you're using isn't short incantation, is it? Eastern magic." At once, Olga raised an eyebrow in surprise and tilted her head slightly. "You know a lot. Are you familiar with it?" "It is Eastern magic after all. The phrasing is quite distinctive. Specifically, it falls under ancient magic from the Eastern tradition." Although they were in the middle of the match, Olga took the time to explain. Danhill furrowed his brows. Ancient magic, as the name implies, was a form of magic used in ancient times that had since fallen out of use. It required vast amounts of magical power and was only wielded by a very limited number of people. In terms of magical efficiency, the currently used forms of magic were considered far superior. "So that's why you're invoking spirits and all." "That's right, you know quite a bit." Olga nodded casually. Although spirits were thought to be non-existent, ancient texts did mention them. In ancient times, when ancient magic was practiced, people believed that magical power was bestowed by spirits existing in nature. Therefore, many of the invocations in ancient magic involved calling upon spirits. Though ancient and less practical, it suits well with the sword I wield. Olga grinned. Danhill sneered in frustration, feeling at a disadvantage. Ancient magic had shorter incantations compared to the ones Dunhill used. Consequently, the time to cast the spells was also shorter. For a powerful practitioner like Olga, she could likely cast multiple spells in the time it took Dunhill to cast one. "You've been holding back all this time, haven't you? That's the same for you, isn't it? You really are infuriating." Olga shrugged at Dunhill's growl, looking as if she might say it was mutual. Both had not been using their full strength in previous matches. They had always employed slightly stronger spells than their opponents to secure victory. But facing each other now, neither could rely on such tactics. They both realized that victory could only be achieved by going all out. "I'm glad I got to face you." In the name of fire, the Crimson Lotus Flame Circle. Danhill cast a complex spell with a short incantation. The Crimson Lotus Flame Circle was a unique spell created by Danhill, who excelled in offense rather than defense. By combining it with body enhancement magic, Danhill could transform into a flaming sword and attack his enemies. Furthermore, once activated, it allowed him to cast additional effects without incantation. The flames roared around Danhill. Standing amidst the inferno with a cool expression, he slightly curled his lips, then kicked off the ground, soaring into the air and swinging his sword. The series of slashes were fierce, but Olga did not retreat. She protected herself from the flames by surrounding her body with a water barrier and neutralized the fire magic's power with her water-wrapped sword, blocking and deflecting all the strikes while finding opportunities to counterattack. The flames soared high, mingling with the water. From the spectators' seats, their figures were not clearly visible, but the intensity of their battle was evident from the sounds. In the next moment, their figures separated. As soon as that happened, a dragon of flames emerged from Danhill's side, while a bird of water appeared from Olga's. The crowd erupted in cheers. The massive magical beasts, unseen even in the magical division, unmistakably revealed their power. The flame dragon and water bird faced off in the air, each attempting to engulf the other in a fierce aerial battle. Meanwhile, on the ground, the two combatants, having created duplicates of themselves with their magic, resumed their sword fight. With the surrounding flames and water lessening compared to before, their battle was now more visible. Olga murmured something quietly. Though her incantation was inaudible even to Dunhill, he simultaneously activated one of his spells. The water bird, having absorbed the flame dragon from above, charged towards Dunhill. The resulting assault from Olga created a gap in his defenses. Taking advantage of this opening, Olga stepped in to deliver a final blow to Dunhill. But there was no impact. Realizing that the Dunhill before her was a decoy, she was struck from behind by a blade to her neck. The winner, second squad leader Dunhill Calvert. Section. The audience's cheers reached a climax with the overwhelming combination of magic and swordsmanship on display. It had been a close match, so it was no surprise that either combatant could have won. However, Olga turned to Dunhill with a refreshing expression. They both offered their post-match courtesy. In contrast to Dunhill's serious demeanor, Olga spoke gently. "I'm glad to have met you, Dunhill Calvert." "Hi." Dunhill responded with suspicion. Olga's words did not seem like something one would say to a first-time opponent. Yet, Olga appeared unconcerned. Speaking in a tone only Dunhill could hear, she continued calmly. A mere mercenary would not have the chance to meet the heir to the border count and a squad leader, nor would they see such a battle. "I thought you might be participating in the Royal Martial Arts Tournament." "What do you mean?" But it was not the time or place to pursue details. Noting Dunhill's furrowed brow, Olga smiled for the first time since the tournament began. "Please give my regards to Lord Beverley, and tell your son I was pleased to sense your swordsmanship in him." "Wait a minute." Dunhill started to protest. Beverley was the current head of the Calvert border count family. To know him and ask for a message, what kind of acquaintance could Olga be? Dunhill's mind raced with anxiety. But Olga showed no intention of answering and swiftly turned on her heel, leaving the arena. As Dunhill watched her retreating figure, he scratched his head roughly. With a small click of his tongue, he left the scene. His knights would be waiting in the corridor, but he was more concerned about Olga's final words. If he conveyed the message to Beverley, would he reveal the nature of Olga's relationship? No, probably not. Knowing him, he'll either avoid the topic or say that if I want to know, I'll have to win another match. That's likely. Dunhill grimaced. He wondered why Olga had even participated in this martial arts tournament. Was it truly just to deliver a message to the border count and confirm his son's swordsmanship? Or was there another reason? Though tempted to speculate, he shook his head slightly, clearing his thoughts. The fight with Olga had indeed been enjoyable for Dunhill. He had to go all out and had expected a tougher battle. However, the outcome had been resolved more easily than he had anticipated. Had the final blow been conceded to him? A sense of suspicion that it might have been so flickered in Dunhill's mind. But as he opened the door to the corridor, all his concerns were instantly swept away. "Captain, well done." His comrades' cheers greeted him. Surrounded by the knights with their impressive physiques, Dunhill shouted, "Ah, enough. Everyone line up along the wall. Get out of the way." "Yes, sir." The knights, looking pleased, lined up along the wall. Dunhill sighed deeply at the sight. His burned arm throbbed painfully. Before advancing to the finals, he beckoned a knight from the second squad skilled in healing magic to tend to his injury. As the healing magic was applied, Dunhill thought about the beautiful remnants of ancient magic etched in his mind. Section. In the VIP box of the circular arena, Princess Edith, her face flushed with excitement, was enthusiastically discussing the top contenders in the magical swordsmanship division with Prince Roland. "It was amazing, wasn't it? I never expected that a mercenary would come in third place. And the first place was impressive too. The leader of the second squad, wasn't he?" "Yes, indeed, quite spectacular." Surprisingly, it was more visually striking than the magic division. Prince Roland also nodded in agreement, impressed. However, while the two were enjoying themselves, Dalmel Butler, who was accompanying them on this trip, wore a grim expression. Throughout the martial arts tournament, Butler had been shadowing Prince Roland and Princess Edith. He had little interest in the martial arts competitions, looking forward instead to the magical division on the second day. Yet the magical division turned out to be nothing but mages from the magic ministry, which was disappointing. The matches were dull, lacking in excitement, and Butler quickly lost interest. Leaving the guards behind, he retreated to the back of the VIP box to attend to paperwork. The dispatch of a secret letter from the Unation Empire the previous night had increased his workload. It was certain that the power dynamics within the Empire would change significantly, and the return of Prince Roland and Princess Edith could even be at risk. The investigation into Duke Clark and his daughter Liliana was also progressing slowly, and given the current situation, it had to be deprioritized further. As Butler contemplated future measures with a headache, an unusually enthusiastic roar of cheers reached his ears. Although he had no interest in the magical swordsmanship division, it seemed that the audience was even more excited than during the magic division. He stood up and moved to stand behind Prince Roland and Princess Edith, peering into the arena. One combatant was the leader of the Royal Knights' second squad. The other was a mercenary. Furthermore, the mercenary was a woman in disguise. While female mercenaries were not unheard of, they were rare. On top of that, a magical swordswoman who could match a knight squad leader in combat was unexpected. He had never heard of such a person before, despite the rumors. But it wasn't just that. The skills of the mercenary Olga caught Butler's attention. No way. He unconsciously shook his head, denying what he had just seen. His eyes widened in shock as he watched her wield both magic and swordsmanship. Olga's appearance, demeanor, and even the way she carried herself were completely different from that person he had in mind. Of course, her name didn't match either. Yet, his instincts were screaming a warning. No, but that magical power is. Muttering to himself in a voice only he could hear, Butler was oblivious to the curious looks from the guards. His fists clenched by his sides. Olga the mercenary, huh? If she was a mercenary, it would be easy to bring her under his control. If she was currently employed, she could be acquired depending on her employer. Butler, hidden behind his emotionless expression, began to devise various plans. When the decision was made to come to the kingdom of Slibegrad, it had mostly felt like a nuisance. Although the prince was bearable, the princess was nothing but a bother. He had preferred to avoid dealing with the children as much as possible, but one could not simply avoid them during a diplomatic trip. Now, he was only grateful for that decision. If Olga was indeed the person he had been searching for, his long-held wish would be fulfilled soon. He had been searching for that person for a long time. Even after scouring the entire Unation Empire and extending the search to other countries, he had been unable to find them. Despite understanding rationally that he should give up, he had continued to be tormented by the persistent feeling of not being able to let go. This time, I won't let her go. Butler was resolute, though without concrete proof that the mercenary before him was the person he sought. His low, determined monologue faded away unnoticed. Chapter 123. Exchange of Shadows and Lights 1. The day after the martial arts tournament had concluded without incident, and they were preparing for the granting of the letter's patent. Riley and Liliana furrowed their brows as they discussed the latest piece of information over tea. Standing before them was Austin, dressed in his knightly garb. Elmer Hagen. Yeah, it seems General Elmer Hagen of the Unation Empire has passed away. While he wasn't as influential as the Emperor, he was a figure with substantial charisma, especially among knights and soldiers who were fervent supporters of his. Liliana and Riley exchanged glances. Riley was somewhat knowledgeable about the affairs of neighboring nations, but he didn't have detailed information about the military. Unlike their kingdom, the Empire's military was robust, consisting of a mix of knights from noble families and soldiers recruited from commoners. However, Riley had never heard much about a figure named Elmer Hagen. He tilted his head, puzzled, and asked Austin. I've heard the name before. I remember something about him being an exceptional warrior, but was he that old? He was still young, as far as I know. Given the tailies of his military prowess, it would be easy to assume he was a veteran, but in fact, he was young. Liliana, quietly sipping her tea, softly whispered to Riley. I believe he was of the same generation as the Grand Duke. Riley, who easily received her words through the telepathic bracelet, raised an eyebrow. That would place him at around 30 years old. So, it's likely he was assassinated, That seems like the most natural conclusion. Regardless, with the general's sudden death, the balance of power in the Unation Empire will undoubtedly shift. General Elmer Hagen had risen from the rank of a common soldier to general at a young age, a man of undeniable talent. Though born a commoner, his natural gifts and imposing physique had blossomed into an impressive military career. He was well liked by the emperor and had consistently led the empire to victory in wars with neighboring countries. Some high-ranking nobles despised him for his commoner roots, but his overwhelming strength earned him the admiration and envy of knights and soldiers alike. There were even rumors that he was more revered than the emperor himself. It was said that, when he attended court banquets, his formal attire was so covered with medals that no fabric was visible. Despite receiving sufficient honors and wealth in the Unation Empire, Elmer Hagen was an ambitious man. Though the emperor had many legitimate heirs, there were even whispers that he aimed for the throne himself. And yet, he remained favored by the current emperor, his survival skills garnering much attention. That being the case, I'm worried about Prince Rolando and Princess Edith. I hope they can return safely. Do you know what their relationship with the general was like? Riley asked. No, I don't know the details. But neither of their highnesses should have been directly involved in any power struggles yet. As for the general, he likely had ambitions for the throne himself rather than pushing any particular successor. Austen's words drew a nod from Riley. While this was the first time Riley had heard such details, it was likely that the Prime Minister and the Advisory Council had already been informed. Austen had probably learned this not directly from his father, Duke Ealdred, but from conversations within the Knights. Although this information was confidential, Austen had likely come to inform Riley, knowing that the advisors would withhold such information from him. However, Austen likely didn't possess much more detailed information. Still, the death of such a prominent figure would undoubtedly impact the Kingdom of Slybgrad. Thanks for the information, Austen. I'll look into it on my end. You should be careful not to get too involved. Austen raised an eyebrow at Riley's words. Others might have found Riley's tone dismissive, but having known him for a long time, Austen quickly understood Riley's true intentions. He smiled, unoffended. Yeah, I don't plan on getting too involved. Acting carelessly would only cause trouble for the Knights. Following last year's monster stampede, the largest in history, near the capital, it had become clear that some nobles harbored ill will toward the Knights. If something happened, Knight Commander Hegady's position could be in jeopardy. Thus, Knights loyal to the commander were all on edge, careful not to show any weakness. Austen politely bid farewell to Liliana and exited the room. After confirming that his presence had fully receded, Riley turned to Liliana with a questioning look. Do you know anything about General Elmer Hagen? Only what's commonly known. Liliana replied without hesitation. Information about neighboring countries rarely made it to them, and what did come through was often just rumors of questionable reliability. That was why Liliana had asked Obsidian to investigate for more concrete details. While she hadn't yet received in-depth reports, she had managed to gather some basic information about General Elmer Hagen. He's a commoner who rose to the rank of general at a young age. Yes, and it seems he was quite revered by knights and soldiers. Some even say his supporters' enthusiasm surpassed that for the emperor himself. Indeed, which is why rumors of him aiming for the throne had started circulating. And yet, the emperor was still fond of him. It's strange. Liliana nodded at Riley's words and decided to ask what had been weighing on her mind. The general's death will surely shift the power dynamics in the empire, but what do you think will happen as a result? Well, Riley tilted his head in response to Liliana's question. Just before his 10th birthday, he had been entrusted with a portion of the king's shadows. Skillfully using them to gather information was a crucial part of his duties. Ever since he had received them, he had been instructing the shadows to gather information not only within the kingdom, but also from neighboring countries. However, even with these capable shadows, gathering intel on the neighboring nations had not gone as smoothly as he hoped. Despite its outwardly open appearance, the imperial court seemed to have strict security measures, making it difficult even for the shadows to infiltrate. Furthermore, trying to pry information out of those close to the imperial family, or the more powerful nobles at social gatherings yielded little result. It was unclear if it was due to a strict information lockdown, but as a result, all Riley had been able to obtain about General Elmer Hagen were mere rumors. There was still no concrete information. "What I'm most concerned about," Riley said, "is whether the general intended to maintain a cooperative relationship with the surrounding countries or if he was planning an invasion." Liliana blinked at Riley's response. After a moment of thought, she interjected, "In other words, are you saying you thought the general might invade our kingdom? If he really had full control over the military, it would explain the recent tension along the borders, wouldn't it? He was an exceptional warrior who rose to the rank of general, so he must have had a keen strategic mind as well. If that was the case, what would happen now that the general was gone? It was hard to say. With no one to keep the knights and soldiers in check, they could run rampant and launch an invasion of the kingdom of Slybgrad. On the other hand, a faction advocating for cooperation might rise to power, bringing peace to both nations. If it were the former, the safety of Prince Roland and Princess Edith could no longer be guaranteed. Riley would need to consider whether to return them safely or treat them as hostages. Having fully understood Riley's concerns, Liliana calmly stated, "I believe it would be best to return them promptly. They're not the kind of people we can afford to handle carelessly. If, by some chance, they were harmed without our knowledge, it would only give the enemy an opportunity to exploit us." "As I expected, that's your stance. To be honest, I agree with you. However, I'm certain some nobles will suggest making the princess my fiancée to secure a marriage alliance," Riley said, with a wry smile. Marrying the crown princess of a neighboring country to the crown prince as a means of preventing invasion was a classic strategy. However, this approach required the assurance that the neighboring country wouldn't abandon the princess after the marriage. At the same time, they would need to confirm that the princess wasn't acting as a spy for her country. In a time of peace or post-war negotiations, it might be a viable option. But with the current instability, it's certainly not a strategy we should employ now. Liliana said, "Once again, I have to say, choosing you as my fiancé was the right decision," Riley muttered to himself. Given the Emperor's character, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't sacrifice the princess. He might deem her death a necessary price for the country's victory and launch an invasion. Alternatively, they might assassinate the princess and frame the royal family of Slybgrad. Princess Edith was simply too dangerous to keep around. Riley muttered his thoughts while listening to his fiancé's composed response. Liliana, however, continued to smile serenely, tilting her head slightly. She hadn't thought she had said anything out of the ordinary. Besides, Riley had come to the same conclusion as her. The other potential fiancés would likely reach the same conclusion eventually, if not immediately. Even so, Riley chose not to explain his reasoning any further to the puzzled Liliana. Although Duke Ealdred had garnered support for Riley's engagement to Liliana from other nobles, there were bound to be some who would change their stance if the situation shifted. Even though Riley had secured a written agreement, he wanted to formalize his engagement to Liliana as soon as possible. To that end, he needed to entertain Prince Roland and Princess Edith while advancing his engagement announcement with the help of Duke Ealdred and others. Sensing that things were about to get busier, Riley let out a small sigh. Section. The venue for the granting of the royal charter was the same hall where the guests from the Unitian Empire had been welcomed on the first day. Preparations were already complete, and Riley and Liliana waited in the antechamber for the appointed time. The guests from the Unitian Empire were in a separate room prepared for them, and the two were planning to enjoy a brief conversation alone. However, not long after they entered the room, there was a knock at the door. When they called for the person to enter, it was none other than Prince Roland and Princess Edith. Though surprised, Riley and Liliana couldn't simply turn them away, so they invited the two inside. Princess Edith glanced at Liliana with a curious expression, but soon blushed and moved close to Riley. "Riley." She gleefully reached out to touch him, but Riley gently avoided her hand. "I'm surprised. We had a room with a much better view prepared for you both as a waiting room. Was it not to your liking?" Though his words subtly conveyed that this is not a room meant for you, Princess Edith didn't seem to notice at all and laughed innocently. "Well, I am your fiancé, after all, Riley. I wanted to stay by your side as much as possible. Riley momentarily forgot to mask his expression, a deep frown forming on his brow. He had never once indicated that there was any possibility of Princess Edith becoming his fiancée. But he couldn't let her push her way through here, so he quickly composed himself and asked calmly. Fiancé. I believe I told you that Liliana is my fiancé. Huh? But isn't Lady Liliana just one of the candidates? I heard all the other candidates were dismissed, and I was to become your fiancé, Riley. With an innocent tilt of her head, Princess Edith looked utterly bewildered and quite adorable. However, Riley was unmoved by her mannerisms. In terms of appearance, Liliana, while different in style, was no less beautiful or graceful. Who did you hear that from? The problem was the basis for Princess Edith's belief that she was Riley's fiancé. If it was merely her own misunderstanding, that was troublesome, but still within manageable bounds. However, if a noble of the kingdom of Slibegrad had told her something of the sort, action had to be taken immediately. Just as Riley was solidifying his engagement to Liliana in the public eye, it was possible that some noble had deceived Princess Edith, intending to make her Riley's fiancé. It was from the Chancellor. Edith. Prince Roland cut off his sister's words, but Riley and Liliana had already clearly heard the name. The Chancellor, Duke Clark. Riley clenched his teeth. He hadn't expected interference from that quarter, but for Duke Clark, who opposed Liliana as Riley's fiancé, now was a prime opportunity. However, he hadn't anticipated that the Duke would go so far as to push Princess Edith into the role. Princess Edith, I'm sorry, but that is not true. Riley firmly denied the claim, his words aimed not at the princess, but at the attendants in the room, making it clear for all to hear. Princess Edith, shocked, paled. For the moment, Riley left her as she was and ordered the attendants to leave the room. He allowed only one trusted guard to remain. Once the door was closed, Riley finally offered seats to Prince Roland and Princess Edith. Princess Edith, looking as if she might collapse, shakily sank onto the sofa and gazed at Riley with teary eyes. But I thought I was going to marry you, and then father would. I'm sorry, but I cannot consider anyone other than Liliana as my wife. No matter what political reasons are put forth, no matter what hardships may come, I have decided that Liliana will be my wife. At that moment, tears spilled from Princess Edith's eyes, which she had been desperately holding back. Prince Roland, who had been sitting beside her, quietly handed her a handkerchief. Riley's words could be interpreted as an ardent proposal, but Liliana remained seated beside him, her serene smile unchanged. The conversation Riley and Liliana had earlier over tea was something Princess Edith would never understand. Although she had been educated as a princess and was far from foolish, her emotions as a girl in love likely overshadowed her sense of duty as a princess. Even if reason and emotion were to clash, a compromise would never be reached. In such cases, it was better to state outright that there was no romantic interest. While it might hurt the other person temporarily, it would increase the likelihood of them accepting the reality. On the other hand, dealing with Prince Roland required logic. Shifting his gaze from Princess Edith, Riley looked at the prince. Despite rumors of his dullness, there was a faint, mocking glint in the prince's eyes as he observed Riley's actions. Finally, Prince Roland opened his mouth. Your feelings may be clear, but if your decision leads to this kingdom's downfall, the people will never forgive you. Riley blinked, unsure of what the prince was getting at, and remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Their gazes locked, and it seemed as if sparks flew between them. Chapter 124. Exchange of Shadows and Lights 2. Prince Roland continued to regard Riley with an unreadable expression, as though testing him, before finally speaking. Our general, Elmer Hagen, has passed away. He had complete control over our army. Our soldiers are all highly spirited, and only the general could manage them. Now that restraint is gone, this country is more vulnerable than ever to the threat of ours. But the thought of this nation, which has been so hospitable to us, being reduced to scorched earth and soaked in blood pains my heart. That was why he wanted to make Princess Edith Riley's fiancée. As a symbol of friendship between the two countries, Prince Roland explained. His words were strikingly similar to what Riley and Liliana had discussed just hours earlier. However, he didn't touch on any of the concerns involved. Liliana furrowed her brow. It felt odd that the prince, who had been so kind to his younger sister since arriving in the kingdom of Slibegrad, would now offer her up to a country that might soon become an enemy. Yet Riley seemed unaware of the doubts Liliana harbored. Shaking his head slightly, he responded calmly. I understand what you're saying, but we also have concerns. First of all, even if we were to accept the princess as my fiancée, forgive me, but there's no guarantee that your country would refrain from invading ours. And secondly, Riley cut off Prince Roland, who had opened his mouth to respond, and continued. Your Highness, Prince Roland, you are here in our country on an official visit. Even if you've been given full authority in some negotiations, surely you don't have the power to decide Princess Edith's engagement. Therefore, unless we receive an official letter from His Majesty the Emperor, I cannot provide an answer. Of course, even if they did receive a letter from the Emperor, whether or not Riley would accept the engagement was another matter entirely. Prince Roland's expression soured, but perhaps because he recognized the validity of Riley's argument. Princess Edith, on the other hand, appeared only partially to understand what had been said, her tear-stained eyes wide in confusion. Still, Prince Roland wasn't about to back down so easily. After a moment of contemplation, he smirked. So, if my father officially proposes it in a letter, you'll consider making Edith your fiancée. We will consider it, but I cannot promise anything. Well, that's fine. Prince Roland snorted, clearly dissatisfied, but apparently not inclined to push further on the matter of Princess Edith's engagement. Liliana, sitting beside Riley, noticed him relax slightly, as if the tension had left his body. Well then, I have a proposal of my own. Prince Roland's tone suggested that since he had been willing to compromise, it was now Riley's turn to hear him out. Riley silently urged him to continue. Riley didn't see this as making demands. He had simply spoken common sense, but refusing outright could cause friction with the prince. Prince Roland shot a sideways glance at Princess Edith. Eddie has expressed a strong desire to accompany the inspection. She seems to have an interest in textiles as well. So, I'd like for her to go with you. We'll take care of her protection, so it shouldn't be too much trouble. Riley was momentarily at a loss for words, and Liliana narrowed her eyes. Adding a member of the royal family wasn't something that could be solved just by increasing the number of guards. There were various logistical concerns: the knights assigned to protect Princess Edith until her return, the accommodations at the inspection sites, meals, and so on. The necessary changes would be extensive, not something that could be arranged overnight. Prince Roland, noticing Riley's hesitation, grinned and looked directly at Liliana. If you're worried about the preparations, you could simply leave one person behind from your original party. Prince Roland knew that Liliana was planning to accompany the inspection, and he was implying that she should stay behind so that Princess Edith could take her place. But it wasn't as simple as he made it sound. Liliana was a duke's daughter, and Princess Edith was a foreign princess. The number of guards and attendants required would be vastly different. Riley, his expression grim, shook his head. We're scheduled to depart for the inspection the day after tomorrow. The destination is quite far, and ensuring Princess Edith's safety and making adequate preparations would be extremely difficult. Prince Roland's brow twitched slightly, but he didn't seem overly concerned. That's no problem. We can provide additional guards if necessary. Right, Eddie? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Huh? Oh, yes. I would be absolutely delighted to accompany Lord Riley. Though Princess Edith had been tilting her head in confusion, it was clear she was thrilled at the prospect of joining the inspection. The dejection she had shown after being rejected as Riley's fiancé seemed to vanish, and she leaned forward with eyes sparkling. Prince Roland glanced at Riley with a look that practically said, "What do you think?" At that moment, a piece of information resurfaced in Liliana's mind, causing her to momentarily hold her breath. But before anyone noticed the change in her, a knock at the door echoed through the room. It seemed the ceremony was about to begin. Riley stifled a sigh, accepting the inevitable. It seems we're out of time. We'll continue this conversation later. I'll be expecting a favorable answer, Prince Roland replied. With that, Prince Roland escorted Princess Edith, while Riley took Liliana's hand, and they all made their way to the venue. Liliana, whose voice had been rendered silent, could do nothing but observe. She trusted Riley to handle the situation without issue, and for the most part, he had done well, as she had predicted. The only miscalculation had been the prince's overwhelming audacity. His utter lack of diplomacy or consideration for his counterpart made Liliana wonder if Prince Roland had ever been involved in foreign negotiations. But as she observed the interactions between the three, Liliana found herself pondering another matter. For Edith and Riley's engagement to be solidified, a formal proposal would have to come directly from the Emperor of the Unation Empire. Publicizing the pair's close relationship could be one strategy to make the engagement more appealing. However, from Prince Roland's reaction, it didn't seem like the Emperor was particularly eager to push for Edith's engagement to Riley. It was possible that the Emperor might be persuaded to send a letter if asked. But at this point, he did not seem to have any immediate intention of marrying Edith off to the kingdom of Slybgrad. If that assumption was correct, then someone who wanted the engagement to happen might be working to create an atmosphere within the kingdom that would encourage Slybgrad to propose the match themselves. If someone in the kingdom of Slybgrad is looking to propose an engagement, could it be my father? If the words, the Chancellor, that Edith had almost mentioned were true, then Duke Clark was undoubtedly behind it all. However, Liliana furrowed her brow. That explanation created a contradiction. Previously, Liliana had learned from Obsidian about assassination targets within the kingdom of Slybgrad. Among those listed were the heads of two of the three major ducal houses, but Duke Clark was conspicuously absent. It was strange for the Chancellor, a powerful duke, not to be on the assassination list. This omission had led Liliana to suspect that her father might be colluding with the Unation Empire. Given that Margrave Kennys was among the targets, it seemed clear that the instigator of the assassinations was aiming to weaken the kingdom of Slybgrad. If the kingdom's defense was undermined, the Unation Empire would have a much easier time invading and subjugating it. However, it was Duke Clark who had planted the idea in Edith's head that she could become Riley's fiancée. Such a suggestion would only make sense if he were concerned with protecting Slybgrad from the Empire's threats. Even if there were a plan to use Edith as a spy for the Empire, her personality made her ill-suited for such a role. It would be far more effective for Duke Clark, as Chancellor, to leak information himself. Why did my father suggest Princess Edith as Riley's fiancée? Wasn't he plotting treason? But if he's plotting to have the princess killed... Suddenly, Liliana remembered something clearly, a scene from the Otome game in her previous life. In only one instance did Roland ever reveal the cause of his utter despair. The line could only be heard by following Roland's exclusive route, which didn't appear in the common storyline. It had long since faded from her memory, which was why she hadn't recalled it until now. I had a sister. A sweet, innocent princess, but she was too pure to survive in our kingdom. That's why I sent her away to keep her safe. And yet, I couldn't protect her in the end. Every time Roland called his younger sister, Eddie, something had felt off. He was undoubtedly referring to Princess Edith. If his words about sending her away implied that he had sent her to the kingdom of Slybgrad, then perhaps her fate in this kingdom was to meet a tragic end. Or had Liliana overlooked something? She pressed her lips together in thought. She wondered if Obsidian would come to her room tonight. If he did, she had a few things she wanted to ask him. Section. The first ever patent granted in the history of the kingdom of Slybgrad proceeded without issue. At the beginning of the ceremony, an explanation was provided regarding the background of the decision and the nature of the patent. Following this, a man with a tense expression was called forward. He was the director of the Crimson Museum in the Dyeing District and the foremost expert on crimson dyeing in the kingdom. It was then announced that if any new and novel inventions were made in the future, the inventor would be granted protection for a certain period in exchange for making their technology public. With that, the ceremony came to a close. Prince Roland withdrew to his quarters with Princess Edith. After ensuring that the princess had entered her room, he beckoned Dormir Butler and sat down on the sofa in the reception room. The patent system is intriguing. I'd like to implement it in our country as well. Yes, it's a good idea, but it's still too early for that, Butler replied. Prince Roland frowned at his words. Emperor Calvin Gainunation was keenly aware of anything that could benefit him. However, it was unlikely he would view the idea of granting rights to inventors with favor. Even if the patent system were adopted, it would likely differ greatly from that of Slybgrad. The system would likely be exploited, with those undeserving of the patent being granted the rights. Such arbitrary application would only hinder the original purpose of protecting inventions and advancing industries. Well, you're probably right. Have you learned anything about the general? No, nothing yet. It would be disastrous if Kunsel were the mastermind, Roland muttered, scowling and clicking his tongue, an action unbecoming of a prince, though Butler did not reprimand him. His expression remained impassive as he watched the prince. With a deep sigh, Roland covered his chin, lost in thought. There was no doubt that General Elmer Hagen's death had been an assassination. The question was who the mastermind behind it was. The assassin was likely a loyal subordinate, but the identity of the one who gave the orders would determine the future political landscape. Count Kunsel, one of the emperor's closest confidants, could very well be behind the assassination. If that were the case, it would likely align with the emperor's agenda, and Kunsel would further consolidate his power within the court. In the Unatian Empire, any shift in political dynamics was a direct threat to one's personal safety. Those without means to protect themselves were always on edge. After a moment, Prince Roland spoke in a hoarse voice. "Do you think this will bring major changes to our country?" "It's hard to say at this point." Despite the curt response, Prince Roland didn't seem bothered. He squinted, his face contorted in an expression of pain. Seeing this, Butler finally broke his silence. "This country cannot expect peace for much longer, given the king's current state. Yes, he's been bedridden for some time. It's been a while since the Royal Council was convened. In other words, the kingdom of Slybgrad could see the death of its king and the rise of a new monarch at any moment." With a furrowed brow, Prince Roland looked at Butler's unreadable, composed face. "I assumed it would be natural for the crown prince to become king, but do you have any concerns?" "Yes, under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. However, this kingdom has a faction loyal to the former king, and there are even some who are pushing for the Grand Duke, the king's brother-in-law. Considering their presence, the path to the throne may not be as smooth as expected." "Ah, yes, the former king's faction," Roland muttered. Roland had learned about the former king's faction during his studies, but this was the first time he had heard about nobles supporting the Grand Duke. Even in a country with fewer claimants to the throne than ours, a succession war could still break out, Roland scoffed. In the Unatian Empire, the current emperor had not only a queen but also several concubines, all of whom had multiple children. The order of succession wasn't determined by whether one was the queen's child or a concubine's, nor was it decided by age. The crown prince was selected at the time the emperor chose to abdicate and named his successor. Historically, this had led to fierce struggles over succession before a crown prince was appointed. There had even been a time when only one child survived, while dozens of others were killed in the process. Signs of such a conflict were already brewing again in the empire. However, the situation in the kingdom of Slybgrad was quite different from the empire. The previous king had taken a mistress, but he didn't have nearly as many as the emperor, which meant there were fewer children with claims to the throne. Roland had assumed that no succession conflict would arise in this kingdom, but it seemed that people were greedier than he had anticipated. "But still, this is better by comparison," Roland muttered under his breath. Perhaps Butler hadn't heard him, as there was no response, but Roland didn't mind. He let out a deep sigh and closed his eyes. Chapter 125. Exchange of Opportunities 3. After finishing her dinner and preparing for bed, Liliana glanced up, slightly widening her eyes at the figure that had entered her room unnoticed. The boy with navy hair smirked, clearly amused by her reaction. Liliana smiled softly and sat down in front of him. "You've come again, Seed." "Yeah, I heard something interesting was happening." "Something interesting?" Liliana tilted her head curiously, wondering what he meant. Obsidian nodded and said, "I heard the princess threw a tantrum about going on an inspection tour in your place." Liliana chuckled, impressed by how quickly word had spread. Riley had already informed the necessary parties about Princess Edith's participation in the tour, arranging for a swift response. While Riley had told Prince Roland that the request was likely impractical, there was no denying that having the princess attend would be beneficial for the kingdom's image. However, Riley had no intention of canceling Liliana's involvement, despite some nobles suggesting that she stay behind. It seemed he planned to ignore their wishes and proceed as originally intended. Yes, that's correct. It's quite the feat, considering this information should only be known by a select few. Well, that's just how it is. Obsidian shrugged, as if it were no big deal. Given his skills and abilities as a spy, it was no surprise that he could move freely, even within the heavily guarded royal palace. Liliana couldn't help but be curious about how he did it, though she doubted he'd share his secrets with her, nor was it something a noble lady needed to know. Liliana blinked mischievously and asked the skilled assassin, "Did you come to see me because of the inspection?" "That's part of it, but I've also brought you the information you asked for earlier." "Oh." Liliana's eyes widened slightly. She hadn't forgotten the information she had requested from him before, though most of it pertained to a neighboring country. She hadn't expected him to return so quickly with news, especially since the capital of the Unation Empire was months away from the kingdom of Slybgrad by normal travel means. Yet for Obsidian, such a distance seemed to be nothing more than that. "It wasn't too difficult," Obsidian said with a small laugh, though he admitted that he hadn't been able to gather all the information. "I couldn't find any solid proof that your father is in cahoots with the Unation Empire. That old man is pretty good at covering his tracks." "I see. In that case, I'll have to consider the possibility that father isn't secretly dealing with the neighboring country. Who knows? It's hard to say for sure, but I'd bet he's up to something shady. Everything around him is just a little too clean." Obsidian's cold remark seemed to dash Liliana's hopes, but she wasn't fazed. She smiled, knowing all too well how careful her father was. If proof were found so easily, she'd be more suspicious that it was a trap. Still, Obsidian grinned as if he had an idea. "Still, lately, he seems a little on edge. I think it's only a matter of time before something slips." "On edge?" Liliana blinked and tilted her head in confusion. The word didn't seem to fit Duke Clark. Yet Obsidian appeared confident. "It's just my guess, but there's a secret agreement to drop you from the Crown Prince's list of potential fiancés when you turn 10 because you can't speak right." "Yes, that's right. Well, I think your father's getting nervous, because it looks like you might actually end up as the Crown Prince's fiancé before that agreement comes into play." Liliana blinked in surprise. Things had been so hectic lately, with Prince Roland and Princess Edith's diplomatic visit, that she hadn't had a chance to review the information brought back by her magical spies. So she hadn't realized anything that would support Obsidian's theory. Yet he seemed confident. The Crown Prince is keen on the engagement, and the Alcasia faction, led by Duke Ealdred, is fully backing it. Almost no one in the advisory council is opposing it. There are a few neutral parties, but if they have to choose from the options available, you're the only real choice. Even with a secret agreement with the king in place, it would be difficult to oppose the engagement once the advisory council and the Crown Prince both supported it, especially since the king who made the agreement is now bedridden. His condition has worsened compared to before, and while he remains conscious, he spends most of his time asleep. Though the agreement bears the king's signature and is therefore legitimate, should the advisory council question its validity or claim it's null due to the king's condition, it would no longer be easy to remove Liliana from the list of potential fiancés. More importantly, that agreement is set to take effect when you turn 10, right? If your engagement to the Crown Prince is finalized before then, it'd be difficult to annul it based on the agreement alone. There was less than a year left until Liliana's 10th birthday. Breaking off an engagement a year after it was made would be unprecedented. Not only would it disgrace Liliana, but it would also severely damage Duke Clark's reputation. Furthermore, waiting an entire year to finalize Liliana's engagement would be equally problematic. The Crown Prince had already begun treating Liliana as his fiancée during the visit of the foreign prince and princess, an event attended by many of the kingdom's nobility. Even if it wasn't official, people would believe that Liliana was his fiancée and rumors would spread. If, in a year's time, she was neither the fiancée nor even a candidate, people would begin to question what had happened. No doubt, Duke Ealdred will start spreading rumors of how you were cruelly separated from your tragic love, Obsidian said with an amused tone. Liliana's cheek twitched at his words. "This tragic love you're referring to, Are you talking about me and His Highness? Who else could I be talking about? You're both so beautiful, it's prime gossip material for bored noblewomen, Obsidian grinned. Liliana sighed deeply, suppressing the headache forming from Obsidian's teasing. She wasn't sure whether Duke Ealdred would actually spread such rumors, but if Duke Clark had considered that possibility, it made sense for him to be nervous. However, Liliana had no intention of being treated like the heroine of a court romance novel, caught up in some tragic love story with Riley. Wanting to change the subject, she forced a smile and asked, "Well then, I'd appreciate it if you could continue looking into it. Did you find out anything else?" "I've got a pretty good idea why the princess wants to marry the crown prince," Obsidian said, with a hint of mystery. From the way he spoke, Liliana could tell it wasn't simply a case of Princess Edith falling in love at first sight. She stayed silent, waiting for him to continue, and Obsidian, not one to keep things to himself, quickly gave his answer. "Turns out, she's had all sorts of things whispered in her ear back home. Her sweet little head got filled with ideas that the crown prince would fall in love with her at first sight, and that she'd become the queen of the kingdom." Obsidian chuckled, as if amused by the naive belief of the young princess who had been fed such flattering lies. Normally, royals are supposed to be more discerning from a young age, aren't they? You'd think they'd be able to tell when someone's lying or telling the truth. But she just swallowed whatever they told her, no questions asked. The princess was only 8 years old. Considering her age, it wasn't surprising she believed what she was told, especially if she heard it repeatedly. It would start to feel like the truth. Still, Obsidian didn't seem to understand, tilting his head as if baffled by her gullibility. Liliana, giving up on explaining it to him, instead asked, "Do you think there's someone who's been encouraging her?" Obsidian nodded. "Yeah, I figured it out pretty easily. It was Elmer Hagen." Elmer Hagen. That was an unexpected name. Liliana repeated it, recalling that General Elmer Hagen had been assassinated only recently. If she remembered correctly, Austin had brought Riley the news. He's the general who was assassinated, right? Are you saying the man who held control over the military was planning to marry the princess off to a foreign prince? Liliana asked the question with a suspicious expression. General Hagen had the trust of both knights and mercenaries, and there were rumors that he even had more followers than the emperor himself. He was said to be a man who had been trying to take control of the empire. The idea that such a man would attempt to marry the princess off to a foreign prince seemed contradictory. Wouldn't it have made more sense for him to eliminate her and the emperor during a coup, leaving no lingering threats? Yet Obsidian nodded without hesitation, confirming Liliana's suspicions. Yeah, that was his intention. He was considered a moderate within the empire. Moderate, wasn't he planning a coup? He did plan to take over, Obsidian said, but added that Elmer Hagen had not considered invading other countries. What he truly desired was the Unation Empire itself, not territorial expansion. In fact, he had been deepening conflicts with some of his subordinates who favored expansion. Elmer Hagen wasn't a fool. Although he earned honor and power through his military achievements, the nobles looked down on him as just another unknown figure. Even if he succeeded in a coup, he wouldn't have lasting power. He probably intended to consolidate his position domestically, while maintaining friendly relations with neighboring countries after the coup. I understand that, Liliana nodded. After a coup, the domestic situation would be chaotic, to suppress opposing nobles and those waiting for an opportunity to seize power. It would be more efficient to stabilize relations with neighboring countries and focus domestic military strength. But if the princess is married off to the crown prince, it will make subsequent invasions difficult. Liliana hesitated to argue. If the coup succeeded, Princess Edith would lose the support of the Unation Empire. In fact, once she was aware of the kingdom's state secrets, it would be possible for them to demand her extradition and use a refusal as a pretext for war. Ah, that won't happen. But one thing to be cautious of is Hagen's character. Obsidian paused meaningfully. Noticing Liliana's puzzled expression, he continued with a knowing tone. He was intelligent but short-tempered and impulsive. He wasn't good at long-term strategic planning. For example, he was adept at reading the current situation and formulating strategies. However, planning for a year or several years ahead based on various factors and information was not his strength. This makes it unlikely that he independently devised the plan to marry Princess Edith to the crown prince. If a short-tempered and impulsive man were planning a coup, the kind of plans he would make would be evident without much thought, which means the idea of marrying the princess to the crown prince was likely not his own. That's a high probability. It wasn't just the marriage. There might also be someone behind Hagen regarding the coup. If this assumption is correct, it lends credibility to the rumor that the emperor was relying on the general for the coup. In other words, the emperor knew that the general alone could not achieve much. Do you know who the mastermind is? Unfortunately, nothing at all. I've picked up a few nobles who were friendly with Hagen, but none of them seemed to have the qualities of a mastermind. Obsidian was disappointed, describing the nobles as too insignificant to be of interest. Liliana smiled wryly, but decided to ask about a matter that had been on her mind. If the moderate general is dead, does that increase the likelihood of the empire invading? I don't think so, not immediately. Obsidian shook his head. It seemed that the power dynamics within the empire were complex, and right now, internal succession disputes were more active than plans for territorial expansion. However, some nobles still believed that advancing into neighboring countries would be beneficial. Everything depended on the emperor's decisions, so there was no certainty, but there were no signs of preparations for war. Liliana breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the clear and reasoned explanation. Knowing that the likelihood of an immediate attack from the empire was low made her feel more at ease. She asked Obsidian to continue his investigation. Of course, I'll let you know if I find anything. Honestly, I find espionage far more interesting than just being told to kill someone. Obsidian readily agreed. Apparently, he found espionage more engaging than assassination. Although Liliana didn't quite understand the difference, she chose not to comment since he had stopped performing assassinations for his previous employer. Meanwhile, Obsidian, as if recalling something, added casually, "Oh, and I overheard an interesting tidbit." An interesting tidbit. Obsidian smiled slightly. When Liliana tilted her head in curiosity, he told her about a conversation between Prince Roland and his aide, Dormal Butler, at the palace. It seems that Prince Roland is concerned about which of their countries is safer. Is that also of concern to Butler? No, it's Prince Roland who's worried. Butler doesn't particularly care. If anything, he's more of a schemer. Indeed, Butler seemed to be a complex character. Liliana nodded. He's actually the assistant to the Prime Minister, isn't he? It's certainly suspicious that he's presenting himself as an aide while concealing his true identity. I wonder what he's plotting. Well, I don't know yet. He seems to like Prince Roland, but he doesn't appear to be particularly supportive, Obsidian said with a shrug. He couldn't figure it out either. Dormal Butler was an important character from Liliana's previous life in an Otome game. In that game, he interacted with Prince Roland in the way Obsidian described. As for Princess Edith, since she wasn't in the game, Liliana had no information about her. Their light conversation soon gave way to the evening. The next morning, Liliana received an unexpected letter from someone. The letter requested a private meeting. With a puzzled expression, Liliana made her way to the specified room in the palace, accompanied by her guards. Section. The room Liliana was summoned to by the letter was a guest chamber in a corner of the palace. Her escort was Olga. Guild, as usual, disliked places with many nobles such as the palace and had avoided them as much as possible. Consequently, he was currently staying at the Clark Duke's residence in the capital. Though he wasn't thrilled about even staying there, he begrudgingly accepted it, and despite his sour expression, he acknowledged it with a resigned, "I understand." A steward stood in front of the door. After Olga announced their presence, the steward, seemingly informed in advance, allowed them inside. Inside the room was Dormal Butler, the person who had sent the letter. He appeared to be engaged with work, studying some documents with a serious expression. However, upon seeing Liliana and her escort, he set the documents aside and stood up. "I sincerely apologize for the impertinence of summoning you by letter," he said after greeting her and introducing himself. His dark eyes scrutinized Liliana with a sharp gaze. Liliana maintained her usual smile and gave a gracious nod. "It seems you have business with me." Although Butler was supposed to be serving as the assistant to the Prime Minister in the Empire, He was introduced to Liliana solely as an aide. Judging that he intended to act merely as an aide to Prince Roland and Princess Edith in the kingdom, Liliana decided to respond politely, yet in a manner befitting someone of lower status. Butler, however, remained unfazed, responding with exaggerated humility. "I am deeply grateful for your gracious words." Liliana raised her internal guard, unable to discern Butler's true intentions. Olga also seemed to be on high alert in the background. "Understanding that you must be busy, I would like to get straight to the point," Butler said, disregarding Liliana and Olga's cautious demeanor. "I wish to request the services of the mercenary, Olga." It was a bolt from the blue. Liliana could scarcely believe her ears. However, Butler's serious expression left no room for doubt that he was not joking. A heavy silence fell over the room. Chapter 126. Exchange of Opportunities 4. It was hardly a jest. Liliana frowned slightly and tilted her head, signaling her confusion. Butler's lips curled into a faint smirk. Although his expression remained largely unchanged, it seemed as though he was mocking Liliana's lack of understanding. On the other hand, Olga, despite being the one under discussion, maintained a perfectly neutral expression. She calmly observed Butler, adhering strictly to the rule that the primary duty of a guard was to protect their charge and avoid reacting to the conversation. Her composure in the face of such a personal matter demonstrated her exceptional professionalism. Liliana, while gauging Olga's demeanor, gently smiled and shook her head, indicating that the request was unacceptable. "Olga is my bodyguard, and our contract has not yet expired. Even if you were to ask me to hand her over, I cannot do so easily, especially to someone who speaks of her so casually as if she were a mere object. I have no intention of relinquishing my valuable bodyguard under such circumstances." "I see." Butler's mouth twisted into a sarcastic grin. This time, his expression clearly showed contempt as he exaggeratedly nodded. "I understand your position. It seems my phrasing was not ideal. I have been seeking a highly skilled bodyguard for some time now. Are you aware of the current situation in our empire?" Liliana silently urged him to continue. If asked about the current situation, she could confirm that she had some knowledge. However, she had no intention of disclosing how much she knew about the Unatian Empire. In our Unatian Empire, the struggle for succession is quite active. Of course, it's not just about ousting rivals. Some take more drastic measures if they consider others an obstacle. Do you know what the factions of nobles might plot in such circumstances? Butler spoke as if he assumed a 9-year-old child wouldn't understand. Without waiting for a response, he continued. "They target the heads of opposing nobles, but their primary aim is to take the life of the heir to the throne if possible. That's how they think." Liliana inwardly sighed, finding the information underwhelming. She had expected something more substantial given Butler's condescending tone, but the details were rather disappointing. "So, you're requesting Olga to serve as a bodyguard for Prince Roland and Princess Edith?" Liliana asked cheerfully. Butler narrowed his eyes slightly. "Indeed. Don't you already have competent bodyguards, considering the results of the martial arts tournament?" Butler did not directly answer Liliana's question, but made his intentions clear. Given the timing, it was evident that he wished to hire Olga based on her impressive performance in the tournament. Although she had been defeated by the captain and vice-captain of the Royal Knights' second squad, Olga's ability was well recognized, having defeated many other strong participants. It was likely that Butler had noticed Olga's deliberate placement in third place. The magic used by Olga was of a different lineage from the spells practiced in the kingdom of Slibegrad or the Unatian Empire. It was an ancient form of magic known as Eastern magic, used in countries far to the east of the Unatian Empire. In those eastern lands, where curse magic has become more prevalent, traditional magic has declined. However, the ancient magic once practiced there was believed to be incredibly powerful, potentially capable of annihilating an entire continent. This information is derived from the few remaining texts, and its accuracy is not confirmed. Liliana considered the possibility that Butler might be aware of this under her smiling exterior. Butler continued to explain, revealing no trace of his inner thoughts. "A mage swordsman is a rare asset. If you were to join our country, you would catch the Emperor's eye. Naturally, I promise a higher reward than what you currently receive. I believe it would be much more beneficial for you than remaining here. The first part of his statement was directed at Liliana, and the latter part was aimed at Olga. It seemed that Butler was attempting to recruit Olga through Liliana, his current employer. Liliana suppressed a sigh. She turned halfway to face Olga and asked, "What do you wish to do?" Olga blinked, seemingly surprised by being directly addressed, but quickly lifted his gaze and looked straight at Butler. "I appreciate the offer, but I am Lady Liliana's bodyguard. Unless Lady Liliana says otherwise, I wish to remain her bodyguard." Butler appeared taken aback by Olga's refusal, momentarily widening his eyes and hesitating. After staring at Olga for a while, who calmly endured the scrutiny, Butler cleared his momentary confusion and asked in a low voice, "You are quite loyal for a mercenary. To be so devoted to your master. Lady Liliana saved my life." Olga casually stated the reason. Butler frowned, unable to imagine a scenario where a 9-year-old duchess had saved the life of an older mercenary. Butler's questioning gaze turned to Olga, but Olga showed no intention of elaborating. Liliana had no intention of explaining either, but she quickly understood the context of Olga's words. 3 years ago, during the monster stampede that Liliana, Olga, and Guild encountered, Liliana had used holy magic to cleanse the surrounding area. Without her intervention, both Olga and Guild would have undoubtedly succumbed to their injuries and the miasma from the monsters. Although both were aware of Liliana's solo suppression of the monster stampede, they had remained silent about it, likely feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Butler, unaware of this, seemed to interpret Olga's statement as some kind of metaphor. He snorted in disbelief but did not pursue the matter further. "I see. In that case, there is nothing more to be done. I shall withdraw for now." The ominous words made Liliana's eyebrows twitch. The phrase, "for now," implied that Butler intended to continue his attempts at recruitment. "I hope you will respect our wishes." Liliana subtly warned against pushing further. Butler briefly displayed a smirk but quickly returned to a neutral expression and bowed. It seemed the discussion was concluded. Liliana left the room with Olga. As they walked back to their quarters, Liliana replayed the conversation in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that her responses to Butler had been poor, causing her to frown slightly. Butler was aware that Olga's employer was not Duke Clark but Liliana. This indicated that he had a very competent source of information, even outside his homeland. This made it unlikely that he had misjudged Liliana as a mere young lady. His condescending and mocking demeanor had likely been an act. It seemed that Liliana had lost her composure due to the unexpected proposal to recruit Olga. Butler was likely assessing how she would react to provocation, determining if she could be easily manipulated or if she would respond with composure. There is a saying that one can quickly gauge a person's character by provoking them. Butler's attitude might have been part of a strategy to assess whether Liliana would be suitable as Riley's fiancée or to determine effective tactics for such a match. Liliana sighed. The real challenge is not the prince but Dalmel Butler. As a man serving as the vice minister of the Unation Empire at such a young age, Butler lived up to Obsidian's warning. Although it was too late now, Liliana resolved to remain vigilant until their return from their travels. Section. The final part of Prince Roland's itinerary during his tour of the Kingdom of Slibegrad was an inspection. After departing from the royal capital, the group would visit other territories, but their ultimate destination was the dying district in Duke Clark's domain. Thanks to Riley's efforts, the inspection party now included not only the prince and Riley, but also Liliana and Princess Edith. Due to the princess's sudden addition, the number of guards had significantly increased. However, simply adding more guards for the princess did not solve the logistical issues. The real problem was that the accommodations and meals for the stay couldn't be prepared in time. As a result, the number of guards assigned to Liliana, who had the lowest priority among the four, was reduced. Inside the carriage, Liliana found herself alone with Riley, who first explained this to her. He furrowed his brows apologetically and bowed his head to her. "I'm truly sorry. Please understand, it's not my intention to treat you with disrespect. I understand completely, so please raise your head. The Crown Prince should not apologize so easily. But it's just the two of us here, Sasha. I know how I'm expected to behave publicly, but with those I'm close to, I want to be sincere. Riley expressed his desire to apologize when he felt at fault. Liliana smiled wryly and shook her head. In that case, there's even less need for an apology. I am not upset in the least. You're too kind. Riley relaxed his shoulders and gave a soft, resigned smile. Liliana responded with a gentle, ambiguous smile of her own. To her, having fewer guards was not a problem. In fact, she thought it might even be easier to protect herself without them. Moreover, Liliana had been tasked by Duke Ealdred with protecting Riley. For Liliana, who had never been asked for help or thanked warmly by others, this mission to protect Riley brought a strange, heartwarming sensation. If she prioritized keeping her promise to the Duke, she knew Riley wouldn't lose his life as long as she stayed close, even without guards. According to the game's scenario from her previous life, if the heroine chose Riley's route, Liliana would be killed by him. Yet, despite this, there was something oddly exhilarating about helping someone who might one day take her life. Hiding all such thoughts behind a smile, Liliana responded calmly. You've allowed me to bring 2 of my guards with me, haven't you? That will be more than enough. Well, it's true that having Olga around does give a lot of peace of mind. Riley nodded, seeming to understand. He had witnessed Olga's skill firsthand during the magic swordsmanship division of the martial arts tournament. Riley had been amazed at how Olga held her own against Danhill Calvert, the captain of the 2nd Guard Unit. Though Riley hadn't said it aloud, he had likely suspected that Olga's magic was different from the kind they were familiar with. However, he didn't seem to realize that Olga had deliberately let Danhill win. With a serious expression, Riley turned his gaze to Liliana. Still, I worry about you, so please stay as close to me as possible. With enough guards assigned to Riley, Liliana would naturally be protected by staying near him. This was likely also a way to keep Princess Edith, who was expected to act as his fiancée during the inspection, in check. But Riley's desire to keep Liliana safe seemed genuine. Liliana offered a soft smile in response. I will do my best. She never outright agreed. After all, her reason for staying close to Riley was not for her own protection, but to ensure his life wasn't taken. For her own safety, Liliana needed no one else. In fact, it would be easier to use magic if she wasn't in the public eye. Even with her vague answer, Riley seemed satisfied. He relaxed and smiled warmly. Thank you. Riley's voice was filled with gratitude as he reached out and took Liliana's hand. Liliana did not pull away, instead deepening her smile. At the same time, however, she quietly used magic to survey the surroundings without Riley noticing. Chapter 127. Exchange of Opportunities 5. The final destination of the inspection was the dying district in Duke Clark's domain, though the itinerary was quite different from the time Riley, Clyde, and Liliana had visited. Furthermore, since Princess Edith was not originally scheduled to join them, the inspection sites were not particularly suited to a young girl's tastes. Riley regretted not including places she might enjoy more, but his concerns were unexpectedly dispelled. Welcome. The person who bowed deeply with a tense expression was the abbot of a monastery located between the territories of Margrave Calvert and Duke Clark. He was young, but known for his charitable spirit. Following the abbot's lead, Liliana and the others entered the monastery. This building we are currently in is the infirmary. We provide medical care for the common folk and also take care of the elderly who have no family. The infirmary was a facility offering free medical treatment to the people, and recently, many monasteries had started incorporating such services. However, few facilities extended their care to the elderly as well. Only a limited number of people could fund the operation of these monasteries. Most of their funds came from donations by nobles or wealthy merchants, while any shortfall was made up by selling specialty products such as beer or wine. Most monasteries did not generate enough income to afford caring for the elderly, and yet this infirmary was housed in an impressive building. The building you see on the left is where the monks live and study. Orphan children also reside there. The building on the right is used for brewing wine, which, without, this monastery could not sustain itself. Each of the buildings on the vast property was harmoniously integrated and beautiful. If one looked closely, they could spot monks here and there near the left building. As Liliana and the others listened intently to the explanations while touring the facility, Princess Edith suddenly stopped in the hallway. "Oh my, how beautiful. What is this?" With great curiosity, she gazed up at a large piece of fabric hanging on the wall. But it wasn't just any fabric, it was a patchwork of many sewn-together scraps. The abbot, following the princess's gaze, allowed a small, genuine smile to slip through his previously tense demeanor. "That is a patchwork, a craft taught to us by someone who once resided in the monastery in Margrave Calvert's territory. Originally, it was something the common folk started as a way to make use of leftover fabric scraps when making clothes. Although it's time-consuming, it can result in intricate and beautiful designs if made from small pieces. It's so well received that we believe patchwork may one day help support our monastery, just like our wine." In other words, the abbot intended to sell the patchwork, just as they did with wine, to generate funds. Indeed, the patchwork hanging on the hallway wall was too beautiful to be dismissed as merely a collection of sewn-together fabric scraps. "It's truly a work of art," Riley murmured, impressed. Hearing his words, the abbot smiled gratefully. "Such praise is too kind, Your Highness. If I were to convey your words to the one who taught us the craft, they would be overjoyed beyond measure. Talented individuals are the lifeblood of institutions like this monastery." Riley concluded warmly, prompting the abbot to bow deeply. While Princess Edith had shown little interest in their conversation, her eyes suddenly lit up with an idea, and she stepped closer to the abbot. The guards, sensing a change, tensed slightly, but the princess seemed unfazed. "I'd love to see how this fabric is sewn. May I, brother?" "Edith, that's not something I can decide. I don't even know if they're working on it at the moment." The princess eagerly asked Prince Roland, but he only smiled wryly as he glanced at the abbot. If no one was currently working, it would be unreasonable to make the staff drop their usual duties to indulge the princess's whim. The abbot, sensing this, appeared momentarily flustered by the sudden request, but then quickly obliged. Of course, that would be no problem. However, the workspace is quite small and not particularly tidy. It tends to be littered with fabric scraps and thread. "That's fine." Prince Roland nodded magnanimously, though the abbot still appeared concerned. The idea of messy held vastly different meanings for royals compared to commoners. Even if they said they didn't mind, there was always a risk that the royal visitors could become displeased upon seeing the actual conditions, which could lead to punishment. Hence, the abbot hesitated at first and was now subtly seeking reassurance from the prince. "Understood. However, many of the workers have little education. There's a chance they may inadvertently show disrespect, so I must ask that you observe from outside without entering or interacting with them." "Oh, really? But aren't they poor, unfortunate people? Wouldn't it be kinder for us to speak with them?" While the abbot had initially agreed, he added the condition that they could only observe from outside and not speak to the workers, a stipulation that left the princess pouting in dissatisfaction. Prince Roland said nothing. Liliana narrowed her eyes slightly as she observed Riley, who stood beside her. He wore a troubled frown. Riley had visited monasteries before for inspections, but all such visits were strictly scheduled, with limited interaction and only with carefully selected individuals. He had met orphan children raised by the monastery, but each visit involved meeting just 2 or 3 children who had undergone background checks and interviews to ensure they were deemed fit to meet the crown prince. In other words, Riley had never had any real interaction with the majority of the people who lived in these institutions. The same was true in the Empire, though Princess Edith was clearly unaware of this fact. Riley, however, was keenly aware of it, and at this moment, he was the only one who could stop Princess Edith. Prince Roland had no intention of reprimanding his sister, and Liliana, for her part, was meant to remain silent. "Will," Liliana called out to Riley. He almost turned to face her, but realized it would be unnatural, so he simply moved closer while keeping his gaze ahead. "Please advise Princess Edith. It is dangerous to have the royalty meet those individuals without confirming their backgrounds or temperaments beforehand." Riley gave a small nod, as if agreeing, then called out, "Princess Edith." The princess, still looking dissatisfied with her puffed-up cheeks and sparkling eyes, couldn't resist muttering, "I've told you to call me Eddie." Riley, however, deftly brushed off her complaint with a soft chuckle. As someone responsible for ensuring the safe conclusion of this trip, I must insist. While your kind intentions will surely bring joy to the people, given the concerns about security, let us heed the abbot's suggestion and observe from a distance this time. Princess Edith blinked in surprise, clearly mulling over his words, before turning a questioning gaze toward Prince Roland. He simply shrugged slightly in response. He's saying it's dangerous, Eddie. Best to listen. What? Why is it dangerous? She furrowed her brows, looking puzzled, but the prince showed no sign of offering further explanation. I know you mean well, but no means no. Just listen, Eddie. Gently scolded by her brother, Edith eventually nodded, her eyes glistening with disappointment. Roland softly patted her head, while Liliana stifled a sigh. An awkward silence settled over them, but Riley broke it by speaking in a slightly brighter tone, addressing the abbot. Abbot, I know it's inconvenient, but could we trouble you for a tour? Of course. With that, the abbot led them toward the building on the right. Passing the winemaking facility, they reached a small, cramped space at the far end. Prince Roland and Princess Edith hesitated, momentarily recoiling from the musty odor and gloomy atmosphere. Riley, while slightly surprised, didn't show it, and Liliana remained composed. The abbot didn't open the main door to the workshop, instead leading them through a small side door into a garden, from which they could peer through a small window. This is our workshop. Those unable to work in the winemaking process, either due to injuries or lack of strength, are thrilled to have found something they can do, thanks to patchwork. After confirming it was safe, Prince Roland peeked through the small window. He gasped softly and stared inside for a while, before eventually stepping back, looking slightly pale. Next was Princess Edith, who reacted similarly. Riley and Liliana followed. The room inside was dark and oppressive. Perhaps to save on candles, there was only a dim light illuminating the space, where people huddled together, engrossed in their work. Their robes were old and tattered, and some had visible disabilities, such as missing limbs or eyes. Riley had encountered people like this before, and Liliana, thanks to her memories from a past life, wasn't particularly shaken either. However, for Prince Roland and Princess Edith, the sight was clearly shocking. Though they both remained silent, trying not to betray their emotions, their faces had turned pale. The abbot, after a brief glance at the prince and princess, shifted his gaze to Riley and Liliana, his expression softening slightly when he noticed how composed they were. We have been taught, under God's guidance, to extend our helping hands to all, regardless of who they are. For your highnesses to show interest in the lives of the common folk is truly a divine revelation. This will be remembered as a source of great joy for us. Afterwards, they toured the infirmary and listened to the abbot's explanations before finally leaving the monastery. Although Princess Edith seemed gloomy right after seeing the workshop, by the time they arrived at the Lord's manor and were treated to a banquet, her mood had visibly improved. Section. That night, they stayed at the residence of the high priest, who governed a territory further beyond the monastery they had visited. The pastoral landscape stretched out peacefully in all directions. However, the high priest was clearly eager to impress, given the royal and noble guests staying under his roof. As they sat before the lavish dinner prepared for them, Liliana found herself gazing distantly. She wasn't particularly in the mood for a large meal after such an exhausting day, but she couldn't refuse and quietly took her seat. Meanwhile, Princess Edith, who had regained her energy, excitedly inquired about the dish she had taken a liking to. "Oh my, this is delicious. What is it?" "It is a pie made with suckling pig. It contains apples, figs, raisins, and plums, which is likely why it tastes sweet." "That's why it's sweet. I didn't expect there to be fruit in it." The princess's eyes widened in surprise. Some of the dishes served were unfamiliar to them, while even the familiar ones had unique twists. It was evident that the high priest had gone to great lengths to prepare the dinner. Once the four of them had finished their meal, Riley turned to address the high priest on behalf of the group. "Thank you for going to such lengths, even though we made such sudden requests. Your words are too kind, truly." The high priest bowed his head humbly, though his face showed a hint of pride. Riley smiled and continued. "We usually spend time conversing after dinner. Prince Roland, Princess Edith, my fiancée, Lady Liliana, and I. Would it be possible for us to borrow a drawing room?" "Of course, by all means." The high priest agreed readily. It had already been about a week since the start of their inspection tour, and the custom of gathering after dinner for a discussion had become routine. Naturally, it wasn't just idle chatter. The discussions served as a way to exchange information and ideas on that day's observations and to plan for future inspections. Given their positions, they couldn't afford to waste their time on trivial matters. However, it seemed fatigue was starting to catch up with Princess Edith, who soon claimed tiredness and retired to her room early. Despite regaining her energy during dinner, it was clear that her real reason was likely her disinterest in the discussions she didn't fully understand. As she left, Edith cast a reproachful glance at Liliana, but Liliana pretended not to notice. Princess Edith had no way of knowing whether Liliana, who couldn't speak, actually understood the conversations between Riley and Prince Roland. Because of that, Edith likely assumed Liliana was just as confused as she was, and probably concluded that the only reason Liliana remained present was because Riley was there. Regardless, Liliana had no intention of correcting that misunderstanding. With Princess Edith gone, Prince Roland, Riley, and Liliana moved to the drawing room, where tea was promptly served. Riley asked if the High Priest would like to join them, but he respectfully declined, likely feeling it inappropriate to intrude among royalty, nobility, and the fiancée of a Grand Duke's heir. He left the room, saying they should call on him if needed. Once the room was reduced to only a few guards and the three of them, they finally began their discussion. Next up is the dying special district, right? That would be in Duke Clark's territory, wouldn't it? Prince Roland asked, turning his gaze to Liliana. She smiled and nodded, to which the prince snorted softly. Crimson dye, huh? If only our kingdom could breed cochineal insects ourselves. But unlike the kingdom, the empire doesn't rely on imports from other nations. Yes, the kingdom suffers a disadvantage due to the double tariffs it incurs, Riley responded gently. The Unation Empire only had to pay tariffs when importing from southern countries, but the kingdom had to pay additional taxes to the empire. Naturally, this made cochineal insects much more expensive in the kingdom. Prince Roland nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face. Of course, climate and geography are crucial for breeding cochineal, but rather than that, today's patchwork seems more feasible for us to adopt. I agree. It's innovative and might become quite popular with the ladies of high society. Their conversation continued smoothly, focusing on future plans and reflections on the day's inspection. After some time, there was a quiet knock at the door. When Riley gave permission, a civil servant from the kingdom of Slivegrand, who had accompanied them on this tour, peeked inside. It seemed he had something to discuss with Riley. Tilting his head in curiosity, Riley apologized to Prince Roland and Liliana before excusing himself from the room. Liliana assumed it was likely something related to their upcoming schedule. As soon as Riley left, Prince Roland turned to Liliana, calling her name in a serious tone. When she looked at him, their eyes met and he lowered his voice. "I have a favor to ask," he said. Seeing Liliana tilt her head, he continued, speaking evenly. "The Crown Prince calls you his fiancée, but in reality, you're just a candidate, aren't you? And Duke Clark opposes your engagement to the prince. He's concerned about the future of the kingdom, so step down and give Edith the spot." The request, spoken so smoothly, was exactly what Liliana had expected. Chapter 128. Exchange of Opportunities 6. Prince Roland had likely waited for the moment when Liliana would be apart from Riley. Without Princess Edith present, he wouldn't have been able to ask her to give up her position as Riley's fiancée. Liliana calmly pulled a piece of paper toward her and began writing. "Are you serious?" "I couldn't be more serious." Prince Roland's gaze remained steady, unwavering as he looked at Liliana. Even without asking, she could feel the weight of his sincerity. At the same time, she could sense the falsehood behind his words. A deeper smile played on her lips. The prince furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by her unexpected reaction. "How much of that is your true intent?" "My true intent." His face contorted in confusion, as if he couldn't comprehend what she was getting at. But Liliana remained unperturbed. "Yes, you say that, for the sake of the friendship between our countries, Princess Edith and Crown Prince Riley should be engaged. Did you think I would simply accept this because my father shares the same opinion?" Until now, Liliana had never exchanged words with Prince Roland directly. She always stood beside Riley, quietly smiling and maintaining a reserved demeanor. If Riley asked her something, she would either nod or shake her head, nothing more. Her personal thoughts or opinions were never conveyed to either the prince or the princess. Of course, this wasn't just because there hadn't been an opportunity, but also because Liliana herself hadn't felt the need to share them. Combined with her demure and delicate appearance, it was easy to see how a misunderstanding could arise. And indeed, Roland had been blindsided. In his mind, Liliana was a shy, hesitant young lady, the type who would crumble if pressured, incapable of making decisions on her own, and too naive to question what she was told. He had convinced himself that Liliana was just that kind of girl. But as Roland stood there, momentarily at a loss for words, Liliana pressed on. "I'm aware that your country is currently in a precarious situation. This means that danger is imminent for all members of the royal family, including yourself. I also understand, Prince Roland, how deeply concerned you are for Princess Edith." A brief flicker of surprise crossed Roland's face before he quickly hid it, but Liliana didn't miss it. She now had confirmation of what she suspected. The power structure within the Unation Empire was dangerously unstable. While the emperor's authority might remain largely unaffected, for those with claims to the throne, it was a matter of life and death. The turning point had undeniably been the assassination of General Elmer Hagen. With the general's death, the pro-cooperation faction among the nobles had lost much of its strength, allowing the hardliners, those who sought to invade neighboring countries, to gain prominence. Among the many claimants to the throne, there was no consensus even among the hardliners about whom to support. However, one thing was certain. None of Roland's supporters were particularly reputable, and Edith had no backers at all. Roland was widely seen as a foolish prince, supported only by nobles who wanted to use him as a puppet. Edith, on the other hand, was disadvantaged both by her gender and her relatively late birth. No matter how favored she might be by the emperor, her chances of ascending the throne were slim. However, there was always the possibility that someone might attempt to assassinate her, and even if she escaped assassination, her life in the court would become increasingly difficult without a powerful faction behind her. That was why Roland had set his sights on the royal family of the Kingdom of Sleibgrad as a potential refuge for Princess Edith. He must have thought that, compared to the Unation Empire, the kingdom would be a safer place for her. However, Liliana couldn't help but think that this hope was overly optimistic. "You are surely aware that my country is not safe either. The conflicts between noble factions continue to simmer beneath the surface, and, more importantly, the enmity our people hold toward the Empire will not disappear easily." Prince Roland's face twisted into a grim expression. The Unation Empire had a long and storied history. During the Age of Chaos, a knight from a small country, seeking glory on the battlefield, rose up with his comrades. They conquered neighboring lands, expanding their territory, and eventually he founded the Unation Empire as its first emperor. At its peak, the empire had controlled most of the continent. However, it had been overthrown by the founding heroes of the Kingdom of Sleibgrad, 3 individuals who defeated the empire's forces and liberated the continent. Their exploits had been passed down through generations, becoming a deeply ingrained part of the kingdom's national identity. Meanwhile, many nobles of the Unation Empire still considered their neighboring countries to be former territories of their empire. Though those lands now bore different names, they believed that they rightfully belonged to the empire. This sense of entitlement often manifested in minor skirmishes along the border, adding to the resentment felt by the people of the Kingdom of Sleibgrad, who saw their neighbors as aggressors. Among the kingdom's nobility, many harbored deep-seated hostility toward the empire, and the more strained relations became, the more likely someone would target Princess Edith as a dangerous outsider. In such an environment, could marrying into the kingdom truly be a path to happiness for the princess? As Liliana calmly posed this question, Prince Roland remained silent, his gaze slightly averted. If you truly wish to protect someone dear to you, then rather than entrusting their safety to others, shouldn't you strive to safeguard them yourself? Liliana pressed. Prince Roland's brow twitched. It's understandable to feel uncertain about protecting someone on your own, but if you let go, that won't bring you any real relief. It would be a shallow decision to make based on the immediate situation. What's more, Prince Roland would eventually come to regret his cowardice. You'll regret leaving it to someone else if you lose her, Liliana continued, her expression unwavering. Or will you spend your life resenting others, convinced it wasn't your fault? It's easy to shift the blame to say, I trusted them to protect her, and they didn't. But it wouldn't bring any peace. Instead, he'd be left wondering if things would have turned out differently had he been there. Of course, even if he tried and failed to protect her himself, he'd regret it either way. But which regret is easier to bear depends on one's values. In this case, however, if the royal family of Unation were to hold a grudge against the royal family of Slybgrad, that grudge could be exploited by those with ill intent, escalating into a conflict that would drag both nations and their people into turmoil. At Liliana's quiet observation, Prince Roland let out a low groan, covering his face with one hand. You see the harsh reality with a sharp gaze, he murmured. His tone and demeanor had changed. The arrogance that had clung to him earlier had vanished. Liliana met his gaze calmly, her expression neutral. The prince's face was more severe than it had ever been, a glimpse of the desperation of someone haunted by fear. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Liliana observed him closely. You may be right, Roland admitted, but I have no confidence that I can protect Eddie, my sister. Liliana waited in silence, offering no response, until Roland suddenly asked, Do you know much about the Emperor? She gave a small nod. I've only heard rumors, she replied. Rumors, huh? I can imagine what they say, and they're probably mostly true, rare as that is, he said with a bitter smile that soon faded. Eddie is the Emperor's favorite. She's even called the treasure of the Empire. But few truly understand what that means, not even she does. At first glance, it might seem like the Emperor doted on his daughter, but Roland shook his head, dismissing the idea. When my father takes a liking to someone, it's because they move exactly as he wishes. It doesn't matter if they're a subject, a child, or a wife. In his eyes, the most valuable person is the one who does as they're told without question, just like a pretty doll. And sure enough, Edith had been raised exactly as the Emperor had wanted. She couldn't think for herself and accepted every word spoken to her as truth. Of course, if she heard conflicting opinions, she would become confused. But in the end, she always came to the conclusion that her father, the Emperor, was right. Naturally, just blindly accepting others' words wasn't enough. What the Emperor desired most was a pure, innocent being who would never betray him. In that sense, Eddie grew up just as the Emperor intended. She listens to everything without question, never doubting. And with that innocence, she blindly trusts and adores him. Liliana sighed inwardly. What the Emperor wanted wasn't just a puppet that remained still, but a puppet that moved exactly as he commanded. If that's how Edith had been raised, it explained her unnatural behavior. Unable to think for herself, she had wholeheartedly believed the sweet words whispered to her back home, that she was destined to become Crown Prince Riley's fiancée. To her, it made more sense to trust what the people of her homeland told her rather than anything from the unfamiliar kingdom of Slybgrad. That's why no matter how many times Riley told her that Liliana was his fiancée, Edith refused to accept it. In her mind, the correct answer had already been ingrained. She was meant to be Riley's fiancée, just as she had always been told. It made sense now why Obsidian had mocked the strange way Edith was raised, suggesting there was something off about it. Liliana couldn't help but agree with Obsidian's earlier assessment. Prince Roland, unaware of Liliana's thoughts, continued speaking quietly. General Elmer Hagen, he may have come from humble origins, but he wasn't afraid to speak bluntly to me. At first, I thought he was incredibly disrespectful. But over time, I realized he had a keen eye for things, and his words were often sound. As Roland grew more familiar with the general, Hagen's words grew bolder. While many of his remarks made Roland furrow his brow, one statement had cut him deeply. The Emperor may be mighty, but his children are little more than puppets. They bend to the will of the Emperor and the nobility. Once the Emperor passes, this country will fall into chaos. When Hagen had chuckled and half-jokingly suggested he should take over the country himself, Roland couldn't refute him. Too many at court failed to see the inevitable future of the Empire, a future even a general with no knack for long-term strategy could clearly predict. Many of the princes and princesses with claims to the throne, while perhaps academically gifted, lacked the ability to think for themselves. They blindly followed the words of the nobles who supported them, leaving few with the broad perspective necessary to rule fairly over such a vast empire. Perhaps, with enough experience, some might eventually grow into capable leaders. But as things stood, none of them showed that potential. They only cared about the throne, fixated on standing at the empire's pinnacle, pouring all their energy into dragging down their rivals. In such a situation, there's no way Eddie can survive unscathed. That's why I believe it would be better for her to marry into your kingdom. The chances of her life being taken are lower here than in the empire. Liliana narrowed her eyes. It seemed to her that Prince Roland was trying to elicit her sympathy by divulging such personal details. Yet, his reasoning struck her as nothing more than sophistry. He was attempting to pass off a problem that should be resolved within the Unatian Empire to the kingdom of Slybgrad. Even if Princess Edith were to marry into the kingdom, it would only delay the inevitable. It wouldn't solve the underlying issue. More importantly, in her previous life's Otome game, the princess had died before the story even began. Since Liliana had remained Crown Prince Riley's fiancée in that timeline, it was clear that Edith had never become his betrothed. I can't say for sure what parts of this follow the game's script, but it's very likely that the princess will die soon. The game began when Liliana was 13, which would be 4 years from now. If, in that world, Roland and Edith had also visited the kingdom of Slybgrad, and if Roland had pushed for his sister's engagement to Riley, with Duke Clark's approval, then it was likely the marriage talks had progressed. But if the princess had died before the engagement could be finalized, then she had probably been assassinated before her stay in the kingdom grew too long. Prince Roland once lost someone precious to him and regretted pushing them away. In his route, it was the heroine Emilia Navy who helped him heal from that wound. But Roland's route was notoriously difficult compared to the other love interests. Not only were there almost no opportunities for Emilia to meet him, but unless Roland's route was completed, players couldn't access the hidden character's storyline. As a result, fans frequently exchanged strategies online. In any case, the immediate priority was to deal with the current situation. If the engagement talk between Edith and Riley continued, and Roland left his sister in the kingdom, or if they returned to the Empire only to come back shortly after, the princess's life would likely be in serious danger. Then doesn't that give you even more reason to stay close to her? Liliana suggested calmly, Roland's brow furrowed. Did you even listen to what I just said? Of course I did, Liliana replied, unfazed. However, the idea of marrying the princess to the crown prince was the general's plan, wasn't it? Now that General Hagen has passed, who would ensure her safety, even in another country? Implicitly, she was saying that there were still those who wouldn't hesitate to invade the kingdom, even if the princess married into it. Roland's expression soured. It was clear Liliana had struck a nerve. If Princess Edith marries into our kingdom, she could become a pawn of war. Liliana continued. If His Majesty the Emperor is, as you described, then all the more reason. Even if the princess's life is endangered, he could use her as an excuse to invade us, claiming that it is the duty of royalty to sacrifice for their nation. I can only imagine how cruel such a fate would be for her. Even if Edith managed to escape with her life, her heart would likely be shattered if she discovered that her beloved father, the Emperor, had betrayed her. Given her innocence, as even Roland had admitted, it was hard to imagine her possessing the strength to withstand such a reality. Roland was visibly shaken. Clearly, Liliana's words had hit close to home, but she didn't stop there. Even if she survives physically, if her heart is broken, that too would give you cause for regret. If she is truly a treasure in the palm of your hand, you mustn't let her slip away. Prince Roland let out a deep sigh. The bitterness that had clouded his face earlier was gone. His eyes, now clear and focused, reflected the resolve of a man who had made a decision. Meeting you during this trip may have been the greatest stroke of luck. You honor me with your words, Your Highness, Liliana replied gracefully, offering him a gentle smile. Seeing her reaction, Prince Roland gave a wry smile of his own. He ran a hand roughly through his hair and let out a small breath, followed by a surprisingly light-hearted laugh. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Prince Roland casually picked up the papers Liliana had been writing on. "Is this all right?" he asked, his words brief but clear in meaning. Liliana immediately understood his intent. She gave a small nod, and in that moment the stack of papers vanished from his hand. The door opened and Riley entered the room. "My apologies. I was in a meeting about tomorrow's itinerary." "No need to worry," Prince Roland responded smoothly. Liliana smiled serenely, as if nothing at all had happened. Chapter 129. Exchange of Opinions 7. Duke Bernardo Chad Ealdred glared at the man standing before him, who appeared completely unfazed. During a council meeting held while the Crown Prince was away on an inspection with Prince Roland and Princess Edith of the Unation Empire, along with Lady Liliana of the Clark family, a proposal was put forth. Lucian Kennys, the eldest son of Margrave Kennys, who attended in his father's stead, was stifling a laugh. The other nobles looked bewildered, and a few had an excited glint in their eyes. "Are you serious, Duke Clark? I wouldn't say such things in jest, would I?" Duke Clark responded nonchalantly. Despite having dropped a bombshell in the council, he maintained his composure. Lucian, barely holding back his laughter, spoke with a mocking tone, his eyes still brimming with amusement. "I see. You propose to marry our crown prince to the princess of a neighboring nation. It seems you know more about our neighbors than those of us tasked with defending the border." His words could have been taken as praise, but it was a clear insult. For Lucian to speak so casually, mocking someone older and of higher rank, should have been inappropriate. Yet he remained unfazed. Duke Clark's brow twitched at the jab, but as a seasoned politician, he quickly returned to a calm demeanor, casting a cold glance back at Lucian. Precisely because relations with the neighboring empire are unstable, marrying the princess, who is said to be the treasure of the empire, could foster goodwill between our nations. "That doesn't sound like something you'd say, Duke," Duke Ealdred retorted, not taking his eyes off the Prime Minister. His presence was sharper than usual, like a drawn sword, and the surrounding nobles were visibly cowed, averting their gaze. Only Lucian watched the exchange with amusement. Having trained rigorously under his father, the Margrave, for his future role as Margrave, he found nothing in this situation to fear. "You're well aware of Emperor Calvin's nature, Duke. He views people as nothing more than pawns. Even if the princess were to marry into our royal family, he would destroy this country without hesitation if it suited his plans." Duke Ealdred's words, spoken with the authority of a man known as a rare genius, sent ripples of unease through the gathered nobles. Some who had been hopeful about Duke Clark's proposal now shifted restlessly, overtaken by anxiety. Still, Duke Clark did not waver. "That may be a possibility, but there's no harm in considering all available options. You seem eager to assert that my daughter is the Crown Prince's intended fiancée, but there's no need to debate which union, hers or the princess's, would be more politically advantageous." "It should be debated, Duke." Duke Ealdred dismissed Clark's claim curtly. "This isn't a matter of which is more politically advantageous. Marrying the princess is a high-risk, high-reward strategy. If it works, the benefits could be immense, but if it fails, we could lose the entire kingdom. We cannot allow such a gamble to rest solely on the shoulders of the young crown prince." What's more, Riley himself preferred to marry Liliana rather than Princess Edith. While political considerations were important, the desires of the individuals involved in the marriage had to be taken into account. Forcing such a union could lead to disastrous consequences later on. Nobles often married for political reasons, but in such cases, both parties needed to be in agreement. And there was one more concern that could not be overlooked. "Moreover, I must question whether Princess Edith is truly fit to be the queen of our kingdom," Lucian interjected. All eyes, including Duke Clark's, turned toward Lucian. He wore a faint smile, but his eyes betrayed no emotion. "The princess is certainly adorable. She's pure, innocent, and unassuming, so much so that it's hard to believe she's royalty. In other words, she's incapable of diplomacy." Baron Mellers, who presided over the council, asked in a strangled voice. Lucian snorted at the question. Not only is she incapable of diplomacy, if she were to visit her home country, she'd likely share whatever sensitive information she overheard without a second thought. She'd easily spill who the Crown Prince dislikes, what policies he's planning next, and even the inner workings of the Night Order. "Why?" Baron Mellers, and the other nobles were left speechless. Only Duke Ealdred and Duke Clark remained composed. Baron Mellors barely managed to swallow his words, narrowly avoiding outright accusing the princess of being a spy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered bitterly. That is, indeed, quite a significant concern. It wasn't just after the marriage that problems could arise. Even while the princess lived in the kingdom of Slybgrad as the crown prince's fiancée and underwent training as the crown princess, issues could emerge. This training included matters considered state secrets, and if she were to answer questions naively and honestly, it would be impossible to continue her education as the crown princess. Duke Clark let out a small sigh. That's precisely why we must provide her with a thorough education as the crown princess. All correspondence can be censored, and whenever she returns to her homeland, we can assign our own people to accompany her. In other words, she would be placed under complete surveillance. However, neither Duke Ealdred nor Lucien showed any signs of agreement, both frowning at the suggestion. Lucien shrugged, speaking with skepticism. That's just her nature. No amount of education will change that. Do you intend to keep her under surveillance for her entire life? Or at least until she learns proper royal decorum, which could take forever, Your Grace. If it comes to that, we may have no other choice, Duke Clark replied, his tone calm and unflinching. For once, Duke Ealdred, slightly irritated, let out a low growl. That's out of the question. Both in public duties and private matters, you would place all the burden on the crown prince. With no certainty of stable relations with the neighboring empire, the sacrifices we would have to make far outweigh the potential benefits. I'm of the same opinion, Lucien added with a bright smile. As I'm attending in place of my father, Margrave Kennys, allow me to formally express our opposition to this proposal. Naturally, Duke Ealdred needed no further comment. Duke Clark furrowed his brow slightly but shifted his gaze to the other nobles. And what say you? The nobles exchanged glances. In situations like this, those of lower rank would wait for the higher-ranking peers to speak, so the counts and below shifted their eyes nervously. Finally, Marquis Finch looked to Duke Ealdred before speaking. I oppose the marriage to the princess. Perhaps expecting this, Duke Clark didn't show any reaction. Marquis Finch was part of the Alcasia faction, and he generally followed Duke Ealdred's lead. Seated farther away, Marquis Scone raised an eyebrow. Well, I'd say it's hard to make a decision at this stage. Both the princess and the crown prince are still quite young. Is there really a need to rush into such a decision? There are certainly concerns about marrying the princess, but if the union with the crown prince guarantees peace for our kingdom, that's a small price to pay. We could wait a little longer and see if her innocent nature changes with time before reconsidering. Marquis Scone had long been at odds with Marquis Finch. As such, when Finch opposed something, Scone often found himself in favor. In this case, his suggestion to wait indicated that, deep down, he was also against the marriage to Princess Edith. In the end, no clear decision emerged from the council meeting, as many of the nobles remained noncommittal. Duke Ealdred's expression grew stern, while Duke Clark, on the other hand, maintained a calm and confident smile. Section. After the advisory council meeting, Duke Ealdred returned directly to his mansion in the capital with his guards and butler. He carried a concealed cane, a gift from his late father when he succeeded him as the head of the family. Unlike a typical concealed cane, which hides a weapon, this cane also served as a magical tool and was undoubtedly a national treasure in terms of monetary value. Duke Ealdred was not particularly skilled in martial arts. His strength lay in his exceptional intellect. While his siblings excelled in combat and magic, the Duke himself was only proficient in basic self-defense. Therefore, he always kept the cane at hand. Since the death of his first wife, he had kept the cane stored away. Her death had been due to his own arrogance, which had broken his spirit. Although he had no hesitation in using his intellect to protect his family, he avoided using it otherwise. While he kept himself informed about political matters, he deliberately avoided predicting the future. For him, carrying the cane now symbolized a decision to re-enter the public stage. He had taken it up again after his son Austin had come close to death during a monster stampede. "Sir, I have a message from Lord Adolf." From Adolf Ealdred, the Duke's younger brother, was skilled in magic and had a personality quite different from the Duke's. Despite their contrasting natures, they had always been close, The butler nodded at the Duke's puzzled look. Yes, he said he understood everything. I see. The Duke's gaze dropped. His eyes dimmed slightly, but returned to their usual expression after a blink. The perceptive butler, noticing even the slightest change, cast a concerned glance at him. The Duke, aware of this but choosing to ignore it, continued to stare out the window in silence. When the carriage arrived at the mansion, the Duke proceeded to his private quarters. As he changed clothes with the assistance of his attendants, he instructed his butler. I'll be resting for the day. Please prepare some wine in my room. Understood. He had finished most of his lordly duties ahead of schedule, and was exhausted from the sharp exchanges with Duke Clark during the council meeting. Have I rushed things too much? He murmured softly. He was certain that the kingdom of Slibegrad faced unprecedented difficulties ahead. He anticipated that even his considerable abilities would not suffice to navigate these challenges easily. Thus, he intended to proceed cautiously. However, the more information he gathered, the clearer it became that time was running short. After changing into more comfortable clothes, the Duke returned to his room. The wine and snacks had already been prepared by his butler, and the Duke relaxed his face in appreciation. The butler, who had served him faithfully for many years, understood his preferences well. Sitting on the sofa, the Duke placed the cane within easy reach and took a sip of wine. A sigh escaped him. I've caused so much trouble for Adolf. Duke Ealdred's domain was vast. He worked with his steward to manage it, but as one of the 3 great dukes, there were many other responsibilities. The workload was enormous, and often the official channels of information were insufficient. In such times, his brother Adolf had been a great help. Though the Duke was aware of the trouble he had already caused, he knew he would need even more assistance from his brother in the future. Despite being the decision he had made, he felt a headache from the weight of the responsibility. Still, this is the best course of action. The Duke muttered to himself, trying to convince himself. He had lived with regret since the death of his first wife, never having been free of remorse. Despite his resolve to avoid repeating the same mistakes, he still questioned whether his choices were correct. Yet dwelling in regret would only lead to certain failure. That much was clear. He took another sip of wine to fortify himself. Ada. He called the name of his long-deceased wife, as if in prayer. Her presence had always been his guiding light. Calling her name dispelled his doubts. It had long been his habit to speak her name in times of trouble. He gently closed his eyes. At that moment, the curtain covering the window, which should have been closed, fluttered slightly. Chapter 130. Exchange of Opportunities 8. The curtain that had barely fluttered would normally have gone unnoticed. Duke Ealdred, however, remained oblivious to it as he brought the wine glass to his lips. As the rim of the glass touched his lips, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and the ring on his little finger gleamed faintly. You're earlier than expected, Duke Ealdred murmured. A thin needle aimed at his neck lay on the sofa. The ring on his little finger was a magical artifact that provided a protective barrier against physical attacks. Quickly grasping his concealed cane, he gracefully set the wine glass back on the table. With a light tap of the cane on the floor, a golden magical circle was drawn across the entire room. A soundless scream echoed as a shadow emerged from what should have been an empty space. As the magical circle vanished, the blinding light also disappeared. Pleased to meet you. What is your name? The man in black, revealed by the magical circle, glared at the Duke. The emaciated figure with a pale complexion bit his lip tightly, with a trace of blood seeping from it. By my name, I command you to reveal your true identity. As the Duke chanted, golden light wrapped around the man's body. A hoarse voice leaked through the man's clenched teeth. Kakofuki, a member of the Great Calamity clan, I see. Why yes, the magical circle and chant Duke Ealdred used were complex. It was a technique used not only to reveal hidden entities, but also to extract confessions about concealed truths. Though not forbidden, it was a technique permitted only to a select few. Sweat began to bead on Kakofuki's forehead, while Duke Ealdred's hand, maintaining a composed demeanor, also began to sweat due to tension and the expenditure of magical energy. State the name of the client and all other targets besides me. Zahi. The grim-faced assassin, despite feeling intense pain, resisted. Nonetheless, he couldn't fully withstand it, and just as he began to utter a few words in a hoarse voice, the air in the room exploded. The Duke's cane was hurled from his hand. The protective barrier from the ring was shattered, and the Duke's eyes widened in shock. Ugh! A searing pain assaulted his throat. He placed a trembling hand on his throat, but felt nothing unusual. Yet he was struck by a cold so severe that his whole body shivered and blood poured from his mouth. Despite his frantic attempts to staunch the flow, he could not manage it and collapsed to the floor. His poisoned body convulsed. The intellectual light in his eyes faded, becoming a sluggish, wandering gaze. His lips trembled, and he seemed to murmur something that sounded like a name. But the words were lost amidst his labored breathing. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kakofuki cast a cold gaze at the fallen Duke. Foolish schemes. He spat out in irritation. Kakofuki had known from his prior investigation that Duke Ealdred was neither skilled in martial arts nor magic. Thus, he hadn't expected the Duke to employ the draining technique for forced confessions. Although he had initially entered stealthily, he had assumed it would be a simple task. Caught off guard, Kakofuki had inadvertently spoken more than intended, but was already preparing the counterspell. The spell Duke Ealdred had cast could induce confessions, but could not halt the incantation. The extensive magic required for the confession spell also demanded precise magical control. The longer it went on, the more it would disadvantage the Duke. Seizing an opportunity, Kakofuki performed the counterspell and simultaneously threw a poisoned needle at the Duke. The first throw was a feint, but the second was precise. The needle pierced through the Duke's protective barrier and into his throat. Usually, Kakofuki would leave the scene immediately after eliminating his target, avoiding any unnecessary delays. However, he couldn't remain calm this time. Approaching the Duke with unusual roughness, he kicked the slumped body with force. The Duke, a man of considerable stature, was hurled through the air like a rag doll and slammed into a bookshelf with a loud crash. A cascade of books fell on top of him from the damaged shelf. Yet, the Duke lay motionless, his fingers twitching. Even a man called one of the three great dukes was ultimately just a man. As Kakofuki observed the Duke's condition, he carefully left the room, ensuring no trace was left behind. His gaze fell on the concealed cane lying on the floor. A magical tool, I see. Regaining his composure, Kakofuki identified the cane as a magical artifact. Squinting at the inscribed circle, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Troublesome. Muttering under his breath, he wasn't in a rush, having already completed his task. Just as he had arrived, he vanished from the room, leaving no trace behind. Abby. With the final whisper of his beloved wife's name, the room fell into silence. Section. The night's morning begins with training. That day, Austin awoke to a routine morning. After a light breakfast, he headed to the training grounds. As he started preparing with his training sword, he caught sight of Deputy Commander Eden approaching him briskly. Turning to face him, Austin saw that Eden seemed to have a matter to discuss. Austin, the commander wants to see you. The commander. Austin tilted his head in confusion. He had no reason to be summoned by the commander. However, noting Eden's unusually flustered demeanor, it was clear that the situation was urgent. Austin nodded, understood. Should I head to the commander's office? Yes, let's go together. Austin and Eden jogged side by side towards the commander's office. They noticed the curious looks of passing knights, but had no time to dwell on them. Reaching the commander's office, they took a moment to catch their breath. Eden knocked on the door and announced their presence, and a voice from inside called out, "Enter." Following Eden, Austin entered and was stunned by the sight before him. Brother. Austin blinked in surprise. His brother, Ulysses, was supposed to be instructed by their father to avoid the palace while Prince Roland and others were staying there. Although the barracks was not technically the palace, it was almost adjacent, making it unlikely for him to visit. Moreover, as a bureaucrat by nature, Ulysses had no reason to come to the barracks. What was most troubling, however, was Ulysses' pallor. Austin had never seen his brother look so haggard. Austin, listen carefully. Commander Hegarty spoke. With a sinking feeling, Austin swallowed hard. The commander, devoid of any visible emotion, delivered the single, devastating piece of news. Duke Ealdred has passed away. The world fell into a hushed silence. Austin's mind went blank. He couldn't immediately comprehend the words he had just heard. No, he didn't want to understand. Why? Why had his father? He couldn't make sense of it. Staring blankly, he turned his gaze to Ulysses standing near the commander. Despite his pale face, Ulysses answered his younger brother with resolve. This morning, he did not wake from his bed. The doctor said his heart had failed. Impossible. Austin swallowed the words that rose to his lips. He had never heard of his father suffering from illness. Always in good health, his father had built several villas in the territory, suggesting that he would visit once he had grandchildren. Austin had never doubted that his father would live a long, healthy life. He clenched his hands tightly. No matter how hard he squeezed, his palms didn't hurt. Feeling the concerned gaze on his cheeks, Austin remained frozen. The commander called out his name. Slowly, Austin raised his head. The calm, composed eyes of the commander met his own. Return with your brother now. You may take time off to mourn. Understood. With a strained thank you, Austin accepted the offer. Ulysses approached and put an arm around his shoulder, leading him out of the commander's office. Austin, your belongings. Just a few things. Austin had personal items at the residence in the capital as well, so there was no need to return to the dormitory. Still, he decided to return to his room briefly. He packed a few personal items into a bag and headed to the guest room where Ulysses waited, gazing out the window. Inside the carriage heading to the residence in the capital, neither Austin nor Ulysses spoke. The reality still seemed unreal. Glancing at his brother's profile, who stared out the window, Austin bowed his head. He tightly gripped his hands resting on his lap. The nails dug into the wounds from earlier, but he felt no pain. Austin wondered why he felt no pain when injured during training, as he numbly thought in the corner of his mind. Austin! Ulysses' voice called his name. Looking up, Austin saw his pale brother gazing at him with concern. Your hands are meant to hold a sword. You shouldn't hurt them like this. Take care of them. Brother. Austin's lips trembled. He took a small, deep breath and consciously relaxed his hands. Father truly is. He couldn't continue. Father is truly gone. Is it that we can no longer speak with him? The thought of receiving confirmation was unbearable. Seeing his younger brother at a loss for words, Ulysses tightened his lips and spoke softly. Our father lives on in our memories. You must feel the same, right? I can always recall father's words. I remember how kindly he watched over us. Ulysses spoke as if trying to reassure himself and comfort his younger brother, whom their father had loved just as much as he loved Ulysses. Austin bit his trembling lips. A single tear that he had been trying to hold back fell down his cheek. He struggled to suppress a sob that rose uncontrollably. Ulysses, moving to Austin's side, extended his arm and pulled his brother close. Though his brother was crying, Ulysses felt that he, as the elder, was not allowed to cry. Ulysses reminded himself to stay strong. With their father gone, it was his responsibility to support the family. As he approached his mid-20s, Ulysses had already joined the ranks of adults. However, Austin was still only 11. Since he had dreamed of becoming a royal guard, Ulysses' younger brother had always been diligent in his self-improvement. Ulysses often thought that perhaps Austin should be allowed to act more like a child. Despite his attempts to advise their father, who had been a prodigy himself and couldn't understand, Ulysses had continued to watch over his brother. He had always hoped that Austin could at least be his age when in front of him, and he made an effort to help Austin act that way. Although not entirely, Ulysses had taken over some of the responsibilities of managing the territory from their father. He reassured himself that, although there were many things to learn from the butler and house steward, he would manage. If he didn't face reality, he felt he might collapse on the spot. He feared that he might break down and cry uncontrollably, leaving his sobbing brother behind. For Ulysses, Duke Ealdred was a great man, a pillar of support. His father had been someone he could always count on without reason. Austin's raspy voice emerged from Ulysses' chest. Gently stroking his not-quite-grown brother's shoulder, Ulysses clenched his teeth to keep from breaking down himself. Chapter 131. Exchange of Opinions 9. When Riley and the others returned to the capital after their inspection, Liliana felt an unusual unease. The palace was oddly restless. Knights were rushing about, and there were senior court ladies with tear-streaked faces. Noting Liliana's puzzled expression, Riley glanced at her and murmured, "Is something going on?" Liliana followed Riley to his private quarters. After a while, there was a knock at the door. They were informed that someone wished to meet, and Riley, accompanied by Liliana, proceeded to the adjacent reception room. The person who appeared, having been granted permission to enter, was surprisingly Marquis Finch. Both Liliana and Riley widened their eyes in surprise. Marquis Finch gave Liliana a brief, pained look before stating sternly, "Your Highness, I have a report." "What is it?" "I must ask that Lady Clark be excused." Riley and Liliana exchanged glances. Of course, Liliana had no objections. She nodded and was about to step back, but Riley grabbed her hand and stopped her. "It's fine. There's nothing that Lady Liliana can't hear." However, Marquis Finch still furrowed his brow, clearly unconvinced by Riley's words. Riley, meanwhile, continued to observe him quietly. Eventually, realizing that Riley would not yield, the Marquis let out a small sigh and nodded in agreement. He then requested to set up a soundproof barrier, to which Riley consented. Only then did the Marquis directly state his business. "This morning, Duke Ealdred passed away." "What?" People often find themselves at a loss for words when faced with unexpected news. Both Riley and Liliana were stunned, staring at Marquis Finch for a while. Although the Marquis's complexion was slightly troubled, he scrutinized their reactions without hesitation. Riley, familiar with the Marquis's character, knew that he was not one to tell a bad lie. "Passed away, why?" Riley asked in a hoarse voice. Duke Ealdred had been in good health, and no one had mentioned a chronic illness. Marquis Finch briefly pursed his lips but quickly composed himself and answered quietly. "Officially, it is reported as death due to a sudden worsening of a chronic illness. However, the truth is that it was an assassination." "Assassination?" Without grasping the reality, Riley repeated the Marquis's words. The Marquis nodded, his eyes sharp as he fixed them on Liliana. "Lady Clark, do you know anything about this?" Caught off guard by the question, Liliana blinked, unable to react properly. Her usually controlled expression failed her entirely, and she realized with a shock that she was visibly shaken. However, Marquis Finch continued to glare at her menacingly. Riley, visibly alarmed, interjected. "Wait, Marquis, why do you think Lady Liliana might know something?" In his haste, Riley almost referred to Liliana as Sasha, but corrected himself quickly. The Marquis, showing no sign of noticing the slip, did not divert his gaze from Liliana. "Because the timing seems too deliberate, Your Highness." "Deliberate? A scheme?" As Riley furrowed his brow in confusion, the Marquis nodded. In a low, controlled voice, he continued, glaring at Liliana. "While you were away on your inspection, a council meeting was held. During that meeting, it was proposed that you should be married to a princess from a neighboring country. Naturally, Duke Ealdred opposed this." Riley drew in a sharp breath. Although he had anticipated something like this, he hadn't expected it to come up in this manner. The Marquis continued, his voice barely a murmur. "On the other hand, there were also those who advocated for the engagement with the princess. Duke Ealdred was opposed, as usual. We have always witnessed their debates in the council meetings. It is not an exaggeration to say that they were at odds. In fact, it was accurate to say that Duke Ealdred was unilaterally antagonized. It was only now that Riley and Liliana realized the Marquis's true feelings. With his eyes reddened, the Marquis was desperately suppressing his anger and sorrow, struggling to maintain composure. His Excellency died after vomiting blood. It was not due to illness. That man has always seen His Excellency as an enemy. Now that His Excellency has returned to the public stage, it is clear that an assassin was sent to eliminate him. The rarely emotional Marquis Finch's restrained, yet seething voice made both Riley and Liliana catch their breath. Liliana, subjected to the raw anguish of Finch's words, stiffened her expression but did not avert her gaze. Seeing this, the Marquis exhaled roughly. Struggling to regain his composure, he looked at Liliana quietly. Even without explicit names, both Liliana and Riley could infer who Finch suspected of being behind Duke Ealdred's assassination. Before Liliana could respond, Riley spoke up. "Marquis, I understand your feelings, but it is not appropriate to press Lady Liliana in such a manner. Even if these suspicions are based on evidence, the accused should be subjected to a formal judgment, not interrogated by you." Marquis Finch blinked in surprise at the calm tone of the Crown Prince. He shifted his gaze awkwardly and, seeing Liliana's slightly pale face, furrowed his brows apologetically. "Ah, you are right. I apologize for my actions." Liliana shook her head slightly. Seeing this, the Marquis sighed, appearing somewhat diminished. It seemed he had only just realized that he had been directing his anger at a 9-year-old child. This indicated that even the Marquis had lost his emotional stability. Apologizing once more with a deep bow, he added quietly, "However, there may be others who think similarly. Until things calm down, it would be best for you to stay out of sight at your residence." "Thank you for informing us," Riley responded to Marquis Finch. The Marquis bowed again and took his leave. After he exited the reception room, Riley, despite being visibly shaken and pale, cast a concerned glance at Liliana. "Are you all right, Sasha?" Liliana nodded. Although she was startled by the Marquis's attitude, the real weight of her distress came from the news of Duke Ealdred's death. Unable to hide her agitation, Liliana murmured, "Duke Ealdred?" "Yes," Riley replied, his hands trembling and face strained, but with a gentle and supportive tone. The warmth of his grasp made Liliana squeeze his hand in return, and he tightened his grip as well. Why did Duke Ealdred have to die? Liliana's unspoken question lingered. For the first time, Liliana's efforts, based not on past life knowledge, but on the knowledge she had gained since becoming a candidate for the Crown Prince's fiancé, had been recognized. She had been entrusted with a task and thanked for accepting it. The true intention behind it all was now unclear, but Duke Ealdred had been the first to treat and respect her as Liliana, to show faith in her. What kind of world would she see if she continued conversing with him? If she supported Riley by his side, would he proudly praise her? He was the first person who made Liliana feel close, someone she could truly admire. "I wish I could have met him more," Riley said, looking down and nodding. "Yes." His brief words carried a wealth of emotions. Riley's voice trembled with emotion. Among his grandfather, who cared only for his own heroics, his father, who loved his deceased wife and neglected his son, and his uncle, who was only interested in his own matters, Duke Ealdred had been the one to treat Riley as a crown prince and as a young child. He listened quietly but attentively to Riley's seemingly insignificant stories. Even if it was common knowledge for Duke Ealdred, if Riley learned something new, he would be genuinely surprised and say, "That's amazing." For young Riley, it was almost the only moment he could return to being a child. He wanted to see more, to talk more. He wanted to show how he and Austin, now a royal guard, would govern the country together. Riley swallowed the words he was about to say. Certainly, the Duke would have wanted to see Austin become a royal guard. Memories of past conversations resurfaced in his mind. When Riley had mentioned that Austin would become his royal guard, the Duke had smiled and said, "It is an honor." He had added, "I look forward to the day when I can see His Highness on the throne and your son standing beside him." "Why?" Beside Riley, who had tightly closed his eyes, Liliana bit her lip. Why did he have to die? Why was he killed? Despite remembering Marquis Finch's words about the lack of evidence, Liliana was certain in her heart that her father had killed Duke Ealdred. Why? Why did that person have to be gone? The repeated questions had no answers. In the next moment, Liliana clutched her stomach in discomfort, feeling as if she were about to be sick. "Sasha." Noticing the change in Liliana, Riley called her name. Unable to hear his voice, Liliana was overwhelmed by a severe headache and felt her consciousness slipping away. "Sasha." A single tear, unable to be contained, rolled down her cheek, cold against her skin. Chapter 132. Exchange of Opinions 10. Near the Ealdred Duke's mansion in the royal capital, Kako Fuki lay in wait. Normally, he would never linger at the scene after completing a job. But this time, there was still unfinished business. "Honestly, he's a nuisance even in death," he muttered softly to himself. Kako Fuki had only realized that fact shortly after his target, Duke Ealdred, succumbed to the poison. Initially, he hadn't thought the magic the Duke employed was particularly complex. He assumed it was a simple spell designed to extract a confession from the target. If he hadn't taken one last look at the Duke's cane on his way out, he likely never would have noticed it. And had that been the case, not only Kako Fuki, but also his employer would have been doomed. Even after realizing the truth, there remained a problem. Kakofuki had no idea where the evidence of the assassination left by the Duke's final act was hidden. It can't be too far, Kakofuki whispered under his breath. Even though the Duke's cane was a magic tool, it couldn't host a magic circle large enough to cover significant distance. The power and range of a spell or curse magic are largely dependent on the size of the circle. The spell that had activated when Kakofuki broke into Duke Ealdred's room had spread across the entire floor, but that was only because the Duke had expanded the magic circle using his own power. As per the information Kakofuki had gathered, the Duke wasn't particularly skilled in magic. That meant he could amplify a spell's effects near him, but sending the spell far away was beyond his capabilities. Letting out a sigh, Kakofuki waited for nightfall until the mansion grew quiet. Perhaps due to the Duke's passing, his second son, who usually stayed at the Royal Knights Barracks, had returned to the mansion. More people would only make Kakofuki's task harder. Likely in a few days, the Duke's family and relatives would gather in the capital for the funeral. His body would not be taken back to the estate. It was with this in mind that Kakofuki had spent nearly the entire day crafting a magic tool. The work had been somewhat rushed, but he felt confident it wouldn't be detected. While crafting magic tools wasn't his specialty, he was skilled enough. Once the mansion had finally gone still, Kakofuki pulled a black hood low over his head, covering his mouth with a black cloth. Tonight was a moonlit night, but thick clouds hid the moon most of the time. It was the perfect night for someone of his profession to operate. Blending into the darkness, Kakofuki completely erased his presence as he infiltrated the mansion. The wards cast around the entire estate were powerless before him. Without alerting the caster, Kakofuki, one of the continent's most skilled assassins, easily slipped inside and made his way to the room he had in mind. Typically, when a noble felt their life was in danger, they entrusted their final wishes to either their successor or a trusted ally. The only people currently in the mansion were the heir, the second son, and the household staff like butlers and attendants. Thus, the person most likely to have received something from the deceased was obvious: Ulysses Pat Ealdred. Kakofuki muttered quietly. The next head of the family? No, with the Duke dead, Ulysses was now the current head. Kakofuki silently made his way to Ulysses's room, his presence still completely concealed. Without a sound, he leaped up, gripping the ceiling with his hands. Using the smallest protrusions as support, he lifted his body and removed a wooden plank, slipping through the narrow opening into the ceiling space. Once above Ulysses's private room, he carefully removed a portion of the ceiling to peer down. A grin spread across Kakofuki's face. Without a sound, he dropped into the room. It was Ulysses's study. Sensing that the room's occupant was in the adjoining bedroom, Kakofuki nodded in satisfaction. Without a word, he began rifling through the shelves and desk drawers. But the object he sought was nowhere to be found. The bedroom, then. If Ulysses had deemed it important, he might have taken it to his bedroom instead of leaving it in his study. Kakofuki almost clicked his tongue in frustration, but stopped himself and silently made his way to the adjacent room. From his pocket, he took out a small pouch. Opening the door to the bedroom just a crack, he lit the pouch and tossed it inside. After shutting the door, he slowly counted to 30. The pouch contained a powder made from a plant his clan called sleep grass. Once turned into powder and mixed with other herbs, the smoke from lighting it became a potent sleeping agent. Even those with a high tolerance for poison would fall into a deep slumber after inhaling it. Of course, Kakofuki himself was immune, but as a precaution, he never entered a room immediately after using it. Once he finished counting, Kakofuki carefully opened the door. After confirming that the smoke had dissipated, he slipped inside, picking up the pouch from the floor as he entered. His eyes quickly scanned the room. His gaze fell on a small bedside cabinet near the pillow. The cabinet's design wasn't from the kingdom of Slibegrad, but from the east. He carefully opened it, ensuring it made no noise, and peeked inside. Kakofuki narrowed his eyes. The room's occupant slept nearby. Thanks to the sleep grass, Ulysses would not be waking up anytime soon. Satisfied, Kakofuki stifled his breathing further. He reached out, grabbing a sealed letter placed under a book. Taking out a similar letter from his pocket, he made the switch. His job was done. Feeling relieved that the mission had gone off without a hitch, he swiftly moved to leave the mansion. Kakofuki made sure to return everything to its original place, erasing any traces of his intrusion. Once outside the mansion, he took a deep breath. The satisfaction of completing his mission brought a rare sense of elation. Blending into the night once more, Kakofuki headed to his next assignment. The letter he had swapped, its recipient was addressed as Lord Placed. Though Liliana had collapsed in front of Riley, she quickly regained consciousness. It seemed that Riley had immediately tried to summon a doctor, but by the time the doctor arrived, Liliana was already awake, and she felt a bit embarrassed. The raging storm of emotions that had been churning within her before she fainted had somehow calmed. Still, her complexion remained pale. Perhaps noticing this, Riley called out to her with concern in his voice, "Sasha, you must be exhausted from the inspection. I think it's best if you return home for now. Ideally, you'd go to your estate near the capital, but I appreciate your concern. I was originally planning to do so, but considering Duke Ealdred's situation, I believe it would be better to stay at the mansion in the capital." Sasha. Riley's face paled at Liliana's words. With the doctor and attendants present, he couldn't say what he truly wanted to. However, it was clear that Riley was uncomfortable with the idea of sending Liliana back to the Duke Clark's estate. Liliana understood why. Riley was still grappling with the suspicions Marquis Finch had shared. To him, Duke Clark represented a potential threat to Liliana, and Liliana herself couldn't entirely dismiss those concerns. At the same time, she realized that while Riley might be wary of Duke Clark, he still trusted Liliana. This realization made her emotions even more complex, though she managed to hold back her feelings, offering a faint, strained smile. Whether Riley noticed or not, he called out to her again, his voice more urgent. "I'll come up with a reason, so please stay at the palace." "Will?" Liliana tilted her head in response to Riley's almost desperate words. His grip on her right hand was so tight it hurt slightly, but seeing the pleading expression on his face, she couldn't bring herself to pull away. "I'll assign guards to you, so." For someone like Riley, it was rare to see him faltering for words. Then, in a voice so soft that only Liliana could hear, he muttered something almost unconsciously. "I don't want to lose you too." Liliana was left speechless. She couldn't find the right words. Surely, she hadn't been unconscious for a short time. That meant Riley had yet to recover from the shock of Duke Ealdred's assassination. Even so, Riley had been doing everything he could to be considerate of her. Before she collapsed, too, Riley had been focused entirely on Liliana. Despite the sudden news, despite the turmoil he must have been feeling, he held her hand and defended her against Marquis Finch's accusations. Liliana gently squeezed Riley's hand in return. His large hand twitched slightly at her touch. She suddenly remembered that just a few years ago, his hand hadn't been that much bigger than hers. Without her realizing it, Riley had grown, becoming not only physically larger, but also someone struggling desperately to protect her. Though she wasn't as fragile as he might think, part of her felt a warm softness spreading inside her. "I understand. I'll be imposing on you, Will." "You're not imposing at all. I'm just relieved that you agreed." Riley's expression softened, and he lifted his head. His eyes, though still filled with the turmoil of sorrow and shock, held a firmness that touched Liliana deeply. She responded with a gentle smile, one that she hoped would convey kindness and reassurance. Once Liliana agreed, Riley wasted no time instructing the attendants to make the necessary arrangements. Noticing her pale complexion, he hurriedly had a guest room prepared for her to rest. Marian, who had accompanied Liliana during the inspection, also followed suit. Fortunately, the change of clothes they had brought for the inspection was proving useful, and there was no need for Marian to return to either the mansion in the capital or the nearby estate. After entering the guest room, Liliana sat down on the sofa. The fatigue weighed heavily on her body. Marian was next door, unpacking clothes and making preparations for their stay. Sensing her presence through the closed door, Liliana closed her eyes. "You seem tired." "Agilite," a deep voice echoed in the room. Liliana opened her eyes slightly, and as she turned toward the sound, she saw the black lion sitting on the floor near the window. It felt like it had been a while since she last saw him, and she couldn't help but smile. "It's been a while. There were always people around you. I thought you said you could make it so others couldn't see you." I'm not fond of places with too many people. Agilite snorted, and Liliana found the gesture amusing, letting out a soft laugh. Agilite observed her with a curious expression. Tilting her head slightly, Liliana asked, "What is it?" He hesitated for a moment before answering. "It's rare to see you laugh so genuinely." "Is that so?" Liliana tilted her head further in confusion. Even though Agilite had said it, she didn't quite grasp the meaning. It was true that the smile she always wore was both her strongest defense and her most potent weapon. After thinking about it for a moment, she arrived at a possible explanation. "I've been undergoing Crown Princess training for so long, I believe that's the reason." Crown Princess training. And that's why you don't laugh from the heart. Rather than not laughing, it's more that I've been trained not to express my emotions easily. I see. Agilite nodded, though he didn't seem entirely convinced. He stared at Liliana suspiciously, but didn't pursue the matter further, as if losing interest. Sensing this, Liliana took the opportunity to ask her own question. "What have you been up to recently?" "I've been to various places. Like a pilgrimage of sorts. There weren't many reasons to travel to various places in this world. Royal or noble families might do so for leisure or official inspections, but that didn't seem to fit Agilite. For commoners, such journeys were usually religious pilgrimages. However, the Black Lion gave an ambiguous nod. "A pilgrimage, rather. I've been visiting old acquaintances." "Old acquaintances?" Liliana furrowed her brow. The words "old acquaintances" seemed out of place when referring to the Black Lion in front of her. Agilite had always given off the impression of a solitary figure. Seeing her puzzled expression, Agilite bared his teeth, clearly displeased. "Is it strange for me to say I have old acquaintances?" "It's not strange, but I'm surprised." "Well, some of them have disappeared without a trace." Liliana couldn't help but wonder just how old these old acquaintances were. In fact, how old was this Black Lion? She recalled asking about his age once, but he hadn't answered. It seemed unlikely he would now. Instead of pressing the issue, Liliana asked a different question. "So, after meeting them all, you've come to see me?" Her unspoken question of whether he had a particular reason for visiting was met with an exasperated look from Agilite. After a moment, he sighed and spoke. "I told you, once we started calling each other by name, we became friends. And a friend doesn't need a reason to visit." He then turned the question back on her, asking if she needed an excuse to meet her friends. Liliana fell silent, lost in thought. As she searched her memories, she realized she had no reference for such situations. I didn't have any friends to begin with." Agilite's expression immediately softened into one of pity. Internally sighing at how expressive the Black Lion could be despite his nature, Liliana offered a faint, bittersweet smile. Chapter 133. Exchange of Opinions 11. Obsidian sat on a tree branch behind the royal palace, whistling softly. A raven perched on his outstretched arm. "Good work." He praised the raven while meeting its pitch-black eyes. White lines appeared and vanished in the raven's eyes, reflecting light. Obsidian continued to stare until the lines disappeared, finally letting out a deep sigh. He scratched his head and clicked his tongue. Such a hassle. He muttered in annoyance, and offered the core of an apple he had just eaten to the raven. The raven's expression remained unchanged, though it looked somewhat displeased. I guess you don't want it after all." He grumbled softly and dropped the core at his feet. The core fell to the ground and melted away into the soil. Obsidian didn't glance at it again. The raven flew off from his arm. Since Liliana and the others returned from their inspection, the palace had been in an uproar over the news of Duke Ealdred's death. Although Obsidian was already aware of the stories about the Duke being a child prodigy and hailed as a reincarnation of a sage in his youth, he hadn't expected such a commotion over just one person's death. Some were shocked by the Duke's passing, others mourned, while others were concerned about how the power structure within the palace might shift. The young head of the Ealdred family was Ulysses Pat Ealdred, the Duke's eldest son, but he was said to dislike public appearances and did not show himself often. As a result, few knew much about him, and various rumors were circulating. However, what caught Obsidian's attention more than the rumors was the information not widely known, the real cause of Duke Ealdred's death, known to only a select few. Obsidian was certain this information was accurate. An assassination, huh? Even in the capital, it's rare for anyone to break into the Ealdred estate. Maybe only someone like me could pull it off. He suspected that it was likely the work of a particular individual. Among the noble houses in the capital, the Ealdred family, the Clark family, and the Draco family, renowned for their lineage of mages, all had strong magical wards that would prevent normal assassins from infiltrating. This narrowed down the list of potential culprits to just a few. Obsidian knew the names of most notable figures in the underworld, as they were his business rivals. Sometimes, he would discover that targets from different clients turned out to be the same person. Typically, this would mean that the assassin who took the job would gain the credit. And if he encountered other assassins on the job, there would be a deadly competition before the target was eliminated. In Obsidian's case, his reputation as Deathworm often caused others to flee, which was helpful, though sometimes others sought to make a name for themselves by trying to kill him. There was one particularly troublesome individual among them. He was also well-known and skilled in the underworld, and a prime candidate for someone who could infiltrate the Ealdred estate. This person had always viewed Obsidian as an enemy. Despite not remembering having done anything to warrant such enmity, the information broker tenor seemed to go out of his way to keep the two apart. This is such a hassle. Dealing with that guy is really annoying. Obsidian continued to grumble, an unusual display of frustration for him. However, recognizing that complaining wouldn't help, he shook his head and refocused. The death of Duke Ealdred was, to be honest, of little concern to him. The assassination of another influential noble didn't bother him. Death was a natural part of life, and if someone was assassinated, it meant that was how their life ended. However, when it came to Liliana, it was different. If harm were to come to her, Obsidian would undoubtedly retaliate. Liliana was only the third person he had permitted to call him Obsidian. One of the others was already gone, and he didn't know the whereabouts of the other. Obsidian had never been one to trust others easily. Yet, he was aware that he had let his guard down with Liliana early on. I wonder if I haven't forgotten maybe. Obsidian lived entirely in the present, not dwelling on the past or regretting it. He had never questioned or regretted living this way. However, Liliana's expression reminded him of a friend who once called him Obsidian. When Liliana called him Seed, a nostalgic feeling surged within him. Although he had suggested changing the name, he had often almost asked her to stop calling him Seed. Still, he had never voiced it, and the voice that called him Seed had gradually been replaced by Liliana's. Enough, this is just too gloomy and not my style. He shook his head to dispel his melancholy. With a sigh, Obsidian narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. For now, it's more about protecting Liliana than gathering information. The situation had begun to change significantly over the past few days. The death of Duke Ealdred, who had supported the engagement of Liliana and Crown Prince Riley, and the support of Duke Clark for the engagement with Princess Edith, were all intertwined with the assassination of General Elmer Hagen from the neighboring country. Since it involved national defense, the nobles were cautious. However, such a significant change could occur due to just one person's death. Duke Ealdred had supported Liliana and Riley's engagement while opposing Princess Edith's, resulting in most of the Alcasia faction of nobles opposing Edith's engagement. However, this stance was taken immediately after the Duke's death. And as time passed, some nobles might shift their opinion to favor the princess for a peace treaty with the neighboring country. Although the empire was not united, some nobles wished to marry the princess off to the Slybgrad kingdom. In such a context, Liliana's presence was a crucial factor. Some might think that without her, things could proceed more straightforwardly. Section. As the night deepened, Obsidian remained hidden, never showing himself before Liliana but staying close enough to sense her presence. He closed his eyes, taking light naps, but the slightest disturbance would wake him. Occasionally, he would glance at the rats skittering about, but after giving a quick look to their glowing eyes in the darkness, he would shut his eyes again. Time passed, how long, he wasn't sure. Suddenly, Obsidian twitched. Without making a sound, he stood and melted into the shadows, moving across the rooftops. Though the black clouds obscured the moon, his eyes keenly tracked the presence of an unwelcome guest. His right hand moved slightly. As soon as he grasped the needle-like throwing weapon that slipped from his sleeve, he hurled it at the intruder. The intruder, startled for a split second, gasped but quickly swatted the needle away. Obsidian, anticipating the move, let a faint smile curl his lips. It seemed the intruder hadn't expected Obsidian to be there. "Who's there?" A voice demanded an answer, and Obsidian slowly stepped out from the shadows. It was dark enough that ordinary people wouldn't see him, but he knew the intruder could. "What are you doing here, Kakofuki?" he asked with a relaxed smile, though Obsidian already had a good idea of the assassin's purpose. His question was merely a way to buy time. Deathworm. Recognizing Obsidian, Kakofuki spat the infamous name bitterly, his shoulders tensing as he faced Obsidian. His voice dripped with threat. "Why are you here? Are you trying to interfere with my job? If you are, I'll show no mercy." "That's what I figured." Obsidian replied vaguely, with a weary chuckle. The response was exactly what he'd expected, and he couldn't help but laugh. However, his casual demeanor only seemed to fuel Kakofuki's anger. Glaring at Obsidian, his usual deathly pale face now flushed red in fury, Kakofuki scowled. Unbothered, Obsidian asked calmly, "Your target, is it Liliana Alexandra Clark?" "So, you're after her too." Kakofuki let out a low growl. It was a sound like that of a ferocious beast. He hadn't yet realized that Obsidian had been hired by Liliana herself and was facing him not as a fellow assassin, but as her protector. Whether it was due to neglecting to gather information or simply not caring, his ignorance was fatal for someone working long-term for nobles. Obsidian cast an exasperated look at Kakofuki, though he had hidden his involvement thoroughly enough. Kakofuki, further enraged by the contemptuous gaze from his despised opponent, flared up. "She's my prey, I won't let you interfere. You plan on killing her, right? Don't worry about me. Even if I finish the job, you can still take the credit." "What?" Kakofuki snapped at Obsidian's proposal. Knowing full well that Kakofuki's pride wouldn't allow him to accept such a suggestion, Obsidian tilted his head casually, as if to stoke the flames of anger even further. "Oh, so you're not going to kill her?" "I only plan to leave a mark. But even if I did intend to kill her, I wouldn't accept your charity." That response caught Obsidian by surprise. His eyes widened for a moment before countless needles came flying at him from all directions. But Obsidian wasn't about to let them hit. His figure vanished, reappearing a short distance away. "You're always so annoyingly quick, darting around like that. I still can't fathom why my master ever took an interest in a coward like you. You sure do talk a lot, a real chatterbox compared to Kamakiri. You filthy worm. Don't you dare utter my master's name." Though Kakofuki was known for his silence, he always became unusually talkative when facing Obsidian. His master, Kamakiri, was famously the opposite, verbose in normal conversation, but utterly silent when it came to work. Obsidian was an acquaintance of Kamakiri, not a disciple, something Kakofuki would lose his temper over if pointed out. Obsidian knew this from experience. With a mischievous smirk, he spoke provocatively. "I mean, what can I do? I'm his acquaintance." "His acquaintance, blasphemy. First, you tell me not to call him by name. Now, you're mad I'm saying acquaintance. Isn't that a bit contradictory? It's an insult just for someone like you to mention my master." Kakofuki launched another barrage of poisonous needles at Obsidian, but Obsidian simply dodged again, not bothering to counterattack. He continually evaded, forcing Kakofuki to change his position while unknowingly falling into Obsidian's strategy. "Come on, shouldn't you be focusing on something else? You've still got to kill Duke Ealdred, and then tomorrow it's Liliana Alexandra Clark, right? Whoever hired you, you don't have much time left, do you? I'll deal with you quickly and be done with it. Yet you still haven't even scratched me." At Obsidian's blatant taunt, the rage disappeared from Kakofuki's face. It seemed his patience had finally snapped. His killing intent flared, and his movements shifted. He hadn't been serious before, but now he lunged at Obsidian, slashing with his sword while releasing a flurry of poisoned needles. Obsidian knocked all the needles aside and met Kakofuki's blade head-on. They locked eyes at close range. Kakofuki's lips twisted into a gruesome grin as he opened his mouth, and black mist spewed out. It hit Obsidian in the face, causing him to grimace. His body convulsed, and he collapsed on the spot. "Pathetic." Kakofuki sneered, his voice dripping with disdain, as he kicked Obsidian's limp body in the stomach. Obsidian's form bounced across the rooftop and landed awkwardly, motionless at a distance. Kakofuki's true weapon wasn't needles or swords, but the unique poison he'd concocted. He had developed a resistance to it, so the toxins he wielded had no effect on him. The black mist he had spewed was a blend of poison and magic he'd created. Inhaling it meant instant death, even for the feared deathworm. No matter who you are, death makes you all the same, was it? I never thought. You would be the one to prove that saying true. With a sneer, Kakofuki repeated the phrase Obsidian had once spoken. The fact that he had slain the man he once saw as his greatest enemy filled Kakofuki with immense satisfaction. News that he had killed an adversary, sometimes deemed more skilled than himself, would quickly spread through the underworld, and Kakofuki would undoubtedly be recognized as a top-tier assassin. The thought of that stroked his ego, making him grin darkly. Well then, time to get to work. The obstacle was gone. All that was left was to finish the job. Kakofuki made his way to Liliana Alexandra Clark's bedchamber. He hadn't been ordered to kill her. His task was to wound her just enough that she would no longer be fit to become the crown prince's fiancée, and to instill such fear in her that she would never sleep again. For Kakofuki, this was an exceedingly simple task. Chapter 134, Exchange of Opinions 12. Kakofuki sneered as he repeated the phrase Obsidian had once said. The fact that he had slain the man he had despised filled Kakofuki with intense satisfaction. The news that he had killed an enemy who was sometimes deemed superior to him would swiftly spread through the underworld, and Kakofuki would undoubtedly be recognized as a top-tier assassin. Pleased with this prospect, Kakofuki allowed a cold smile to appear on his face. Well then, time to get going. With the obstacle removed, he only needed to finish the job. Kakofuki had already investigated the location of Liliana Alexandra Clark's bedchamber. Although he had confirmed it himself, all the information had been provided by his employer. While he had not anticipated that death worm would target Liliana, Kakofuki was confident that, with the death worm out of the picture, no other threats would be significant. At least, that was what he believed. Kakofuki's steps halted as he moved across the rooftop towards his target. Against his will, his body became immobile. What could this mean? Could there be another presence besides death worm lying in wait? His eyes darted around frantically to assess the situation, and he was met with an unbelievable sight. The man who should have been incapacitated by poison was now strolling leisurely. Unable to even voice his confusion, Kakofuki found himself under Obsidian's gaze, who was watching him with a look of amusement. Obsidian tilted his head with his arms crossed. Surprised, aren't you? To think you actually thought it would be so easy to kill me. I must have really been underestimated. Obsidian spoke in a tone that conveyed an undeniable truth, as if stating the obvious. Kakofuki's face reddened with anger, but the body that Obsidian had enchanted remained utterly still. Obsidian hadn't been dodging Kakofuki's attacks for no reason. After learning of Duke Eraldred's assassination, he had drawn a large protective array starting from the room where Liliana was staying. This had involved using a considerable number of apples, and just hours before, Obsidian had been thoroughly disgusted with the sight of them. Did you ever seriously consider why I'm not a disciple of the mantis? Kakofuki's eyes widened at the sudden question. His anger remained unabated, and his eyes were still reddened. Obsidian sighed softly. Kakofuki was also from a prominent family. The mantis was highly regarded within the clan, and after stepping down from the front lines, he focused on selecting and training talented juniors. Therefore, many skilled young people had trained under the mantis, including Kakofuki. Those who received direct training from the mantis were highly esteemed within the clan. However, Obsidian, who was said to be among the top in the clan, was not a disciple of the mantis. It can't be helped. It's the clan's educational policy. The clan's sole rule was to unquestioningly accept any order from above, no matter what it was. While they could devise and execute various strategies to complete missions, they did not consider the reasons or implications of assassination. This was a common trait among the clan's assassins. Thus, Kakofuki had never thought about why Obsidian was not a disciple of the mantis. He had also failed to notice that Obsidian had deviated from the clan's orders, betrayed his employer, and was now protecting Liliana. You thought I was an anomaly, didn't you? Calling me a bug while being scared of me when I'm near. Obsidian said with a gentle tone, as if speaking to a dying pet. He spoke with a compassionate voice, completely unfazed by Kakofuki's glare. That's right, I'm an outlier who joined the clan later, unlike you who were born and raised within it. That's why the techniques I use are different from yours. Obsidian lightly waved his right hand upwards. A black raven appeared in his palm. Kakofuki was left speechless, his previously angry face now pale with fear. You wouldn't take on a disciple stronger than yourself, would you? Obsidian stated matter-of-factly. Kakofuki would never have believed that someone could defeat the mantis, who was historically the strongest within the clan. But now, he could not doubt it. Obsidian, who had dodged Kakofuki's most powerful attacks and then feigned death, had used the opportunity to cast a binding spell without being noticed. The black raven now appearing in Obsidian's hand was imbued with overwhelming magical power. Whether it was a summoned raven or a creation of Obsidian's own magic, Kakofuki couldn't discern. Either way, it was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. While Kakofuki had heard of magic to control animals, it was supposed to be an obsolete technique. Creating animals through magic was also a forbidden technique that only those with immense magical power could perform. Seeing the fear in Kakofuki's eyes, Obsidian smiled slightly, indicating that it was too late to realize now. Your current employer is. And then he named one person. Kakofuki, stunned, was met with Obsidian's confident smile. Thanks for that. As Obsidian revealed that he had wanted that information, the translucent magical bindings that had restrained Kakofuki appeared. The moment the bindings tightened, Kakofuki's body began to convulse. His eyes widened, veins bulged on his forehead, and foam emerged from his mouth. The magic within his body was drawn into the bindings and then transferred to the black raven that had manifested on Obsidian's right hand. Obsidian, looking at the raven, asked in an incredulous tone, "Is it tasty?" The raven, which had previously refused the apple core Obsidian had offered during the day, opened and closed its beak slightly. It seemed to find it quite delicious. Liking the magic of this guy, what a taste for weird things, though I suppose, considering he was fairly skilled, maybe that's why. Obsidian grumbled, seemingly unable to come to terms with it. Eventually, once all the magic had been drained, Kakofuki crumbled to the ground like a desiccated husk. His parched body shattered upon impact. When Obsidian clenched his fist, the raven flew off into the night sky, evidently satisfied. Obsidian glanced at the retreating figure, but paid no further attention as he approached the remnants of Kakofuki and crouched down. Rummaging through the crumpled clothing, Obsidian retrieved the poison that Kakofuki had been hiding. What's this? With his task complete, the only remaining step was to use magic to incinerate the remaining clothing. This would delay the time when the clan would learn of Kakofuki's failure and death. However, before doing so, Obsidian noticed an envelope. He picked it up and examined the address. His expression darkened as he read the recipient's name. To deliver to the young lady, huh? Though he could open it here, the envelope was enchanted. That was likely why Kakofuki had not opened it. Obsidian tucked the envelope under his clothes, then continued to search through Kakofuki's belongings to ensure nothing else was left behind. After confirming there was nothing more, he easily set fire to the clothing Kakofuki had worn. Mission accomplished. With a satisfied grin, Obsidian turned on his heel and headed towards Liliana's room. Now that Kakofuki was dealt with, it was safe to assume that there were almost no remaining threats from the underworld to Liliana. However, he would remain vigilant. Thus, Obsidian intended to continue guarding Liliana for a while longer. Section. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Liliana found herself surprised by an unexpected visitor. It's quite unusual for you to come at this hour. I've got some urgent business. Liliana narrowed her eyes at Obsidian, who usually appeared under the cover of night. In the daylight, he seemed quite different. He didn't look like someone involved in shady dealings, but rather like an ordinary boy. Then again, if he constantly exuded a dangerous aura, it would be hard for him to live normally, Liliana mused. She tilted her head in curiosity. Urgent business. Liliana thought to herself how rare that was. None of the information-gathering tasks she had entrusted to Obsidian were urgent. Furthermore, there didn't seem to be any immediate threats to her safety. If the words of the late Duke Ealdred were to be believed, The one in the most danger wasn't Liliana, but Riley. As Obsidian approached, he pulled out a letter from his pocket. Liliana accepted it, and upon seeing the name on the envelope, she furrowed her brows. Lord Playstead. Lord Playstead was a key figure in the Alcacian faction, centered around Duke Ealdred. Though Playstead was one of its two leaders, he always deferred to the Duke, ensuring the faction remained united despite its large size. However, rumors circulated that very few people knew of Playstead's origins or childhood. Turning the letter over, Liliana saw the Ealdred family crest stamped in wax. She cast a suspicious glance at Obsidian. "Where did you get this?" "I took it from the guy who tried to sneak into your bedroom last night." "My bedroom?" Liliana blinked. No matter how generously she interpreted it, this person could only be seen as a suspicious individual who meant her harm. As expected, Obsidian confirmed it without hesitation. "He was planning to hurt you." "Do you mean that literally? Or in the sense of damaging my reputation as a noblewoman?" "Probably just literal injury." Obsidian replied with a bitter smile, muttering under his breath, "Thought it'd be harder to protect you, but I guess I worried for nothing." Liliana pretended not to hear. So, that person had this letter on them. Could it be that they were the one who killed Duke Ealdred? If the person had been carrying a letter addressed to Lord Playstead from the Duke, it was possible they had been hired by the Duke. However, Liliana doubted the Duke would have ordered her harm. It made more sense to assume that the person Obsidian encountered had killed the Duke and stolen the letter from his estate. "Bingo." Obsidian answered cheerfully. Liliana suppressed a slight sense of discomfort and kept her composure. The thought that the Duke's assassin was still alive only intensified her unease. "What happened to that person?" "I killed him," Obsidian answered matter-of-factly. Given that Liliana had shown no distress upon hearing that she had been targeted, he saw no need to hide anything. As expected, Liliana simply nodded in acknowledgement. She thought for a moment, then held her palm over the letter. It glowed faintly with a golden light. Carefully, she opened the seal and removed the letter inside. Not just the envelope, but the letter itself is enchanted as well. How thorough. Liliana murmured, pausing to think. She then rose and approached a cabinet, pulling out a letter from one of the drawers. It was the letter Duke Ealdred had sent her when he summoned her previously. There was still a faint trace of the Duke's magic on the handwritten letter. Using a curse technique, Liliana extracted and amplified the Duke's magic from the letter, channeling it into the new letter. At once, the innocuous text faded, and green letters began to appear in its place. Obsidian watched with interest as Liliana examined the letter. Her expression hardened as she read. She took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "I see." The words written, there were undeniable evidence that would hold up in court. It was a verbatim transcription of the confession made by the person who killed Duke Ealdred. The confession spell, used only by a select few, came with heavy restrictions and required a great deal of effort to perform. However, because it was carried out under strict procedures, it was considered irrefutable evidence in legal proceedings. By transcribing the confession obtained through this spell, Duke Ealdred had ensured that the mastermind behind it all would have no chance of escape. "So that's how it is," Liliana muttered as if finally understanding, exhaling deeply. A faint trace of fatigue showed in her eyes. Chapter 135, Exchange of Opinions 13. From where Obsidian was sitting, he couldn't read the letter, so he tilted his head and asked, "What does it say?" But Liliana didn't respond. She remained deep in thought, staring at the letter. The contents of the letter confirmed Liliana's suspicions. It not only revealed that the assassin who killed Duke Ealdred was from the Calamity clan, but also identified the assassin's employer. "Father," Liliana muttered bitterly as she saw the name of the requester written in the letter. Finch Marquis's suspicion about the involvement of Duke Clark turned out to be correct. Duke Clark had always considered Duke Ealdred his enemy. There might have been some old grudge from his youth or other reasons. According to Marquis Finch, there had also been disagreements over Riley's engagement. There were numerous reasons for Duke Clark to view Duke Ealdred as an adversary. Still, part of her refused to believe that her father could be behind such actions. But the confession spell could only reveal the truth. While it was possible that the assassin known as Kako Fuki was mistaken about the employer, it was unlikely. those who interacted with the Calamity clan could not hide their true identities. It was almost certain that Duke Clark was Kakofuki's employer. The reason for the directive to harm Liliana was likely to remove her as Riley's fiancée and place Princess Edith in that role instead. Duke Clark could not wait the remaining 6 months until Liliana turned 10. Liliana sighed deeply, trying to suppress her tumultuous emotions and focusing on one particular concern. If this letter falls into Lord Playsted's hands, it would drastically alter the situation. In the Otome game Liliana played in her past life, her brother, Clyde Benito Clark, who was one of the targets, and her father, the Duke, were still alive. Liliana was also known as Liliana Alexandra Clark, and the Clark family was a prominent ducal house in the Kingdom of Slybgrad. However, if this confidential letter reached Lord Playsted, it could lead to the extinction of the Clark family, or at the very least, Duke Clark would be punished severely, even if Clyde and Liliana were shown mercy. Did the letter never reach Lord Playsted in the game? In the game, Liliana had no acquaintance with Obsidian. She was neither harmed nor removed from her position as Riley's fiancée. If Duke Ealdred had been alive, Duke Clark would have met his downfall eventually. This implies that Duke Ealdred was assassinated before the start of the game. Even though the game's narrative was already diverging from reality, there were few possibilities that fit the information and current situation. Duke Ealdred was assassinated, and the evidence he prepared was secretly disposed of before it reached Lord Playsted. And as the fiancé at the time, I was not attacked. The reason Duke Clark ordered Liliana to be harmed was likely because she was still only a candidate. Even as a confirmed fiancé, the same might have applied. The premise in reality and the game must differ significantly. Who might have disposed of this letter if it didn't reach Lord Playsted? Most reasonably, it would be Duke Clark. However, Obsidian's presence complicated this issue. If Liliana had not met Obsidian, he would have continued his assassination work in the Unation Empire. In that case, Obsidian would likely have crossed paths with Kakofuki, leading to a deadly confrontation. Assassins who encountered each other on the job would typically kill their rivals before taking down their targets, as a man named Kamakiri once taught. Considering that Obsidian defeated Kakofuki last night, it was highly likely that, had he not met Liliana, Obsidian would have defeated Kakofuki and likely succeeded in assassinating Riley as instructed by the Empire. In the game, there was an attempted assassination of Will, but it failed. In fact, all the assassins were captured. This suggested that in the game, Obsidian was not an assassin sent by the Empire. Liliana suddenly thought of one possibility. "Hey, Seed." When called, Obsidian promptly responded. Liliana maintained her composure as she asked a single question. "Was there a possibility that you could have been hired by my father?" "Oh, to replace Kakofuki?" "Yes, there was, but I turned it down for other more interesting jobs." Liliana felt a sense of something falling into place, understanding the situation clearly now. It seemed that Obsidian, whose name did not appear in the first game, had been a shadowy figure all along. He was an assassin hired by Duke Clark. As a result, the letter Duke Ealdred had entrusted to Lord Playsted was easily taken and delivered to Duke Clark. Duke Clark then crushed the document that would lead to his downfall. "So, what will you do? Will you restore the letter and deliver it to Lord Playsted?" Obsidian asked, and Liliana hesitated. She knew that following Duke Ealdred's wishes would be the right thing to do. However, she couldn't immediately agree. Liliana had a vague sense of why Duke Ealdred had used such indirect means. Even Liliana could tell that her father was plotting something. Duke Ealdred must have had a good grasp of the specifics, but Duke Clark was not a fool. He would not easily allow evidence to be seized, nor could he be prosecuted without it. Attempting to do so would lead to major unrest in the kingdom. Even if the accuser was another member of the three great duchies, like Duke Ealdred, it would still result in turmoil, dividing the country. Thus, Duke Ealdred had needed to stage a diversion to thwart Duke Clark's plans. If it became known that he had plotted to kill a high-ranking noble, Duke Clark, no matter how influential, would not escape severe punishment. Considering the possibility that the actual target might be killed, and to prevent Duke Clark from realizing it was a trap, the diversion could not afford to fail. Therefore, Duke Ealdred used himself as bait, to shock the nobility and ensure Duke Clark would not escape. Although it had resulted in his death, if Duke Ealdred could secure evidence while protecting Riley and his son Austin, it would have been considered a success. He must have believed that Lord Plaisted would handle the evidence properly. Duke Ealdred likely intended to punish Duke Clark himself, but wanted to ensure that the punishment would not extend to his children, Clyde and Liliana. Otherwise, the letter would have been sent to the temple with judicial authority, not to Lord Plaisted. Even with this understanding, Liliana was still reluctant to hand over the letter to Lord Plaisted. While she believed in Duke Ealdred's trustworthiness, she wasn't sure if Lord Plaisted was someone she could trust. No matter how distinguished a person might be, if they acted in the public interest, there was no guarantee they wouldn't also bring punishment upon Clyde and Liliana alongside Duke Clark. No, I won't deliver it. I'll keep this letter with me. Understood. It was possible to destroy the letter entirely, but Liliana decided it was better to keep it on hand just in case. Since it was already opened, the chance of Lord Plaisted finding his way to Liliana was minimal. Upon hearing Liliana's decision, Obsidian's lips curled into a pleased smile. And Seed. After placing the letter back into the envelope, Liliana called Obsidian's name. With a look that seemed to ask what was needed, Obsidian turned his gaze toward Liliana, who then stated calmly, "Regarding the evidence of my father's connections with the Empire that I asked you to find before." "Ah, yes." Obsidian nodded. Liliana smiled gently. "I want you to investigate thoroughly what other schemes my father is planning and do it as quickly as possible." Obsidian took a moment to catch his breath at Liliana's firm tone. Tentatively, he asked, "By the way, how quickly do you mean?" "Well, let's say within 2 months at the latest. I need some time to devise a strategy before my next birthday." "Understood." Obsidian's face twitched slightly, but Liliana pretended not to notice and gave him a bright smile. "I'm counting on you, Seed." With a smile that carried an unspoken pressure, Liliana conveyed her expectation. Obsidian glanced briefly skyward, then let out a small sigh and nodded. "I was planning to act as a bodyguard, but all right, I'll start with the information gathering." Standing up from the sofa, Obsidian vanished immediately. Liliana watched him leave, then retrieved the letter from the envelope once more and turned her attention to the first personal letter. "To my dear Lord Plaisted, I have never forgotten the words you spoke to me when Austin was born. You told me that it wasn't my fault that my former wife, Ada, had died. You said it was simply a series of unfortunate events. When I reflect on it calmly, I can see that you were right. But at that time, your words didn't reach the heart of a man like me, who had lost not only Ada but also the will to live. Truly, you are my greatest, no, with Ada and my current wife Abby, my third greatest, confidant. You used to say my jokes weren't funny, but did you laugh at that one? That was supposed to be a joke. But I hope you believe me when I say how grateful I am to you. Now, I'm about to take advantage of your kindness once again. I've spent all this time trying to handle everything on my own. Ada's death, too, I've always blamed myself because I tried to do it all alone. If I had sought your help back then, Ada might still be alive. I still regret that, even to this day. You've always told me I could rely on you, and I've tried, little by little, to do just that. Having you craft several magical tools for me was part of that, but I was truly taken aback when you told me it still wasn't enough. I suppose I've grown far too used to doing things on my own, and I don't really understand what it means to rely on others like you. That's why this is my most selfish request. I'm entrusting this evidence to you because I trust you. The enclosed paper is a transcription of a confession spell containing the confession of the assassin sent to kill me. With this, you should be able to arrest Duke Clark. I know he's plotting various things, but I lack solid evidence. I've searched extensively, but haven't found anything. The only places I couldn't investigate were the Duke's residence in the capital, his mansion in the Forsha territory, and the estate on the outskirts of the capital. I'm certain that documents detailing his plans, as well as evidence of his past crimes, are hidden in one of those locations. Knowing his personality, I believe he's left a trail. With solid proof of his involvement in the assassination of one of the 3 great dukes, we will have just cause to search the Duke's residence. I want you to expose Duke Clark's schemes. I understand that time is of the essence. Please act as quickly as possible, but ensure that his 2 children do not fall along with him. Both of them are vital to the future of this kingdom, and to the Crown Prince. It may be difficult to prove his involvement in Ada's death, but if we can prove the other charges, it will be enough to justify Duke Clark's execution. While I don't plan on dying anytime soon, if this letter has reached you, then something unfortunate must have happened to me. I've taken every precaution, but even I know that fate does not always smile upon me. So, if this letter has made its way to you, at that moment, I entrust to you the task of avenging Ada. Bernard Chad Ealdred. Section. Lord Plaisted, who had hastily traveled from the Earldred estate to the ducal residence in the capital, furrowed his brow as he looked over the letter he had received from Ulysses Pat Ealdred. Pressing his lips with his index finger, he sank deeply into his chair. Ulysses, with a hint of tension in his gaze, studied the lord's refined and alluring profile. The first time he had met Lord Plaisted was when he was just a child. He knew neither the man's name nor his family ties. It was said that only the head of the ducal family knew Plaisted's true identity. Now that Ulysses had inherited the title after the death of his father, Bernard, he should have had the right to know the man's real name. Yet, Plaisted had not disclosed it. It seemed Ulysses had not yet earned that privilege, and asking directly was forbidden, so all he could do was wait for Plaisted to speak. Still, Ulysses did not voice any complaints. "This is it." "Yes, it is." The Duke of Earldred had been assassinated. Plaisted had assumed that Bernard, meticulous as he was, had foreseen everything and acted accordingly. For that very reason, it was hard to believe that the only thing Bernard had left behind at the cost of his life was a single letter. Indeed, there's a spell on it, but, murmuring to himself, Lord Plaisted effortlessly opened the sealed letter. He sensed traces of magic on the stationery as well, so he channeled his own magical energy into it, causing the words to emerge. Yet, something felt off. The magic on this stationery is designed so that the letters appear no matter whose magical energy is used. Would he really cast a spell like that? The mechanism by which letters appear when infused with someone's magical energy was not particularly complex. For that reason, it was common practice among nobles exchanging highly confidential information to use a spell that only responded to a specific individual's magic. Moreover, the words that appeared on this letter were not of great importance. In the past, Lord Plaisted had been aided by the Duke of Ealdred countless times. The debt of gratitude he owed was so great that no amount of time could ever repay it. This was why it pained him that, in the Duke's time of need, he had not been relied upon. The first time Plaisted had finally been able to express his desire to help had been when Austin was born, asking Bernard to lean on him when necessary. When Ulysses told him, "I have a letter," Plaisted had a vague sense of what to expect. Yet, the fact that it had come at such a critical moment disheartened him. He wondered if he had been so unreliable that even now, when things were dire, he wasn't called upon until the very last moment. He clenched his teeth in frustration at his own inadequacy. But at the same time, the thought that he had been entrusted with something that Bernard had risked his life to accomplish filled him with excitement. However, the contents of the sealed letter were nothing but ordinary words. Before disappointment could set in, his instincts told him something was off. Chapter 136. Exchange of Opinions 14. 2 days after completing his inspection of the Ealdred Duchy and other territories, Prince Roland, smiling cheerfully under the clear blue sky, extended his right hand to Riley. "It was a meaningful visit, I thank you." "I am grateful to hear you say that," Riley responded calmly, shaking hands. The visit of Prince Roland and Princess Edith, though marred by a few unexpected events, had generally gone smoothly. Initially, Princess Edith had planned to extend her stay in the kingdom of Slibegrad to formalize her engagement to Riley. However, for reasons unknown, she had decided to return to the Empire, persuaded by Prince Roland. Prince Roland, turning his gaze to Liliana standing next to Riley, took her right hand to show his respect. Liliana accepted it with a serene smile. "Lady Clark, you have also been of great assistance." "Not at all," Liliana replied with a graceful curtsy, and Riley narrowed his eyes in appreciation of her elegant demeanor. Behind Prince Roland, Princess Edith pouted in apparent boredom, her gaze not on Liliana but solely fixed on Riley. Her eyes were moist, reflecting a love-struck expression. Riley, however, maintained a neutral smile, showing no emotion. Well then, shall we go? Edith. Although Princess Edith only bid farewell to Riley, Prince Roland paid no mind and ushered his sister towards the carriage. Edith glanced back at Riley with a wistful expression over her shoulder, but sighed in resignation when she saw that Riley remained silent. She boarded the carriage without a word. Once everything was prepared, the carriage began to move. The carriage soon left the capital city after departing the royal palace. As they entered the main road, Prince Roland looked at his sister with a troubled expression. "Don't make such a face, Edith." "But I thought I would be marrying Riley," Edith replied, sulking. Seeing his sister's disgruntled face, Roland smiled wryly. This was a conversation they had repeated countless times since returning to the capital from their inspection. Although Edith had ultimately yielded to Roland's persuasion, she had clearly not come to terms with it. "Were you that eager to marry him?" "Well, Riley is my Prince Charming. Everyone was saying that Riley and I would get married. But I'm a prince too, Edith." "You're just my brother." Edith became even more sullen at Roland's teasing remark. Roland glanced at his sister with a rueful smile. Of course, a prince and princess could not marry each other, and Roland could not consider Edith as a marriage partner. He saw her as a beloved younger sister, whom he wished to see happily married to someone who genuinely cared for her, rather than a harsh and self-serving person like their father. Roland had initially thought that the Crown Prince of Slybgrad might be able to protect Edith, but he reconsidered after being advised by Lady Clark. Edith was still only 8 years old. There was no need to rush into an engagement. Though most princesses had their fiancés chosen early, Edith's father had been reluctant to make a decision. Roland suspected this was because it was more convenient to use Edith as a political pawn while she remained unengaged. "Don't sulk so. I will personally find a suitable fiancé for you. Will you, brothers?" Determined not to let her become a disposable pawn, Roland spoke with resolve, causing Edith to blink in surprise. It was the first time Roland had made such a promise. Indeed, so rest assured. Edith's face immediately brightened with joy. Though Roland had not said that Riley would be the chosen fiancé, she seemed unconcerned. For her, Roland was a trustworthy figure. Unconsciously believing in the Emperor's words as absolute, she would readily trust the Emperor's words over others. However, if Roland's words conflicted with her father's, she would likely become confused and uncertain about what to do. This alone highlighted the clear difference in her trust between Roland and anyone else. "I understand, brother, but I still want Riley. I'll keep that in mind." Seeing his sister blush yet nod obediently, Roland's expression softened with relief. Originally, he had planned to secretly report to the Emperor that there was an engagement offer from the Kingdom of Slybgrad for Princess Edith. However, he no longer had any intention of doing so, and as long as he refrained from making the report, there would be no engagement offer made from the Unatian Empire to the kingdom regarding Edith. The road back to the capital was long. Although it was a lengthy journey, Roland encouraged himself by thinking of the souvenirs he'd marked on the way there to purchase on the way back. After staying in the Kingdom of Slybgrad for a few days and drawing near the border, their leisurely traveling group came to a sudden stop. "What's going on?" Roland furrowed his brow. Edith, seemingly exhausted, had fallen asleep in the carriage. Sensing something amiss, Roland gently placed his cloak over his sister's body. He then picked up the sword that had been resting on the seat. The curtains of the carriage were drawn, but through a small gap, he could see no immediate threat nearby. However, the tense expressions on the faces of the guards were unmistakable. He cracked the window slightly. "What's happening?" "It seems there is a skirmish up ahead," one of the guards answered. "An ambush?" "No, it's unclear at the moment." It appeared the messenger had yet to return with full details. Even as they spoke, the noise of the commotion grew closer. The guards were beginning to show signs of agitation. "Your Highness, please close the window and remain hidden inside the carriage." "Understood." While thinking that if it were indeed an ambush, the attackers likely already knew that both the prince and princess were inside the carriage, Roland obediently closed the window and the curtains. Beneath the cloak he'd draped earlier, Edith stirred. It seemed the noise had woken her. "Brother, what's happening? Are we stopping for a break?" "No, something's come up. It's nothing to worry about, just keep the cloak on and rest quietly." Noticing that the carriage had stopped, Edith tilted her head in confusion. Not wanting to increase her anxiety, Roland aimed to speak in a calm and reassuring tone to avoid any actions that might endanger them further. Edith peered out from beneath the cloak with anxious eyes, but when she saw Roland's face, she seemed to find some relief. "I understand." She nodded obediently and pulled the cloak over her head, curling up on the seat. Roland, catching a glimpse of this in his peripheral vision, managed a small smile despite the circumstances. He prepared himself to draw his sword at a moment's notice. The noise outside grew louder, and Roland exhaled carefully. The sounds of clashing swords reached inside the carriage. Gently, he patted Edith's shoulder to comfort her as she trembled with fear, all the while keeping his senses sharp. Then, with a loud crash, the carriage jolted. "Ah!" Edith's scream pierced the air. "They're in here, Your Highness and Your Highness's sister." A rough voice shouted, having caught wind of Edith's scream. Edith's face turned pale as she dropped the cloak, understanding the gravity of the situation despite her young age. Roland clicked his tongue in frustration. It was now clear that hiding was no longer a viable option. Ignoring the fact that the carriage door was being smashed, he kicked it open and leaped outside, drawing his sword in a fluid motion. "Brother!" A pained cry from Edith echoed behind him, but Roland decided to ignore it. The guards were also fighting valiantly, but the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. More and more masked enemies slipped past the guards' defenses, attacking Roland in waves. He deflected and parried their attacks, incapacitating his foes with the bare minimum of movement. Roland was strong. Though the nobles mocked him as the foolish prince behind his back, he never neglected his training in private. Damn, there's so many of them. No matter how many he felled, more enemies seemed to emerge. Roland drew a dagger from his coat, holding it in a reverse grip in his left hand. Wielding a longsword in his right hand and a dagger in his left was his preferred fighting style. His movements became noticeably sharper, and with reflexes as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he swiftly cut down the enemies around him. However, as one guard after another fell, Roland's complexion worsened. He lost his balance when attacked from both the front and back simultaneously. He managed to deflect the frontal assault, but he couldn't react in time to the attack from behind. Preparing to be cut, a thunderous noise suddenly erupted, and the enemy behind him was blown away. Breathing heavily, Roland turned toward the source of the explosion. There stood Dormal Butler, as composed as ever, with his right palm extended and not a hair out of place. "You're leaving your back too exposed, Your Highness. Damn it, if you were there, why didn't you come out sooner, you sluggish oaf? My, is that the tone you take with the one who just saved you?" Roland glanced around and saw that all the enemies had been taken down. It seemed the fight was over. He wiped the blood from his longsword and dagger before sheathing them, then approached the carriage to check on Edith. Though she was unharmed, she had fainted, likely overwhelmed by terror, still wrapped in her cloak. Roland stepped back outside once more. Butler, surveying the surroundings calmly, shook his head in exasperation. "It seems even the quality of the guards has deteriorated. How pitiful." "I thought they put up a good fight," Roland countered. "But allowing the prince they're supposed to protect to join the battle is nothing to be proud of. Wouldn't you agree?" Roland instinctively tried to defend the guards, but Butler curtly shut him down. In truth, a third of the guards were either dead or severely wounded. Those still alive were all injured to some degree. The only ones unscathed were Butler, Roland, and Edith, who remained unconscious in the carriage, wrapped in her brother's cloak. "Let's not be too harsh. Both Edith and I are fine," Roland remarked. "If you had been injured, every one of them would be subject to punishment," Butler replied coldly. "Guards who fail to protect royalty are of no use." The guards, having overheard Butler's remark, turned pale and trembled in fear. However, neither Roland nor Butler paid them any mind. The two men approached the fallen masked attackers to inspect their attire. It seemed their enemies had taken care not to leave any clues about their origins. But when Roland picked up a weapon one of them had been holding, his handsome face twisted in a bitter grimace. "This is from the Empire, isn't it?" "Indeed," Butler confirmed, peering at the dagger in Roland's hand and nodding. The shape of the daggers used in the kingdom of Slybgrad was quite different from those used in the Unatian Empire. The eastern side of the empire, particularly near the capital, bore strong influences from Eastern nations. They likely wanted to make it appear as though this was an attack by the kingdom, but this dagger gave them away. Exactly. It's not so much that they overlooked it, but rather that this one was a scout. A scout would normally have stayed out of the fighting, but their plan must have gone awry, and the man had been killed by Butler's magic, exposing his identity. None of the other assailants carried anything that would suggest a connection to the Empire, which only reinforced the idea that the attackers wanted this to look like the work of nobles from the kingdom. Roland sighed deeply. They're trying to fabricate an excuse for an invasion. Yes, if a member of the royal family doesn't return safely, that's all the justification they'll need to strike. It's impossible to determine at this point who exactly gave the order to have them assassinated. It wasn't the emperor, but most likely one of the influential nobles. However, it is precisely because the emperor does nothing to rein them in that the conflict among his vassals has intensified. Roland bit his lip. If it was just a power struggle, he wouldn't care if they did it amongst themselves. For Roland, neither gaining power nor earning honor mattered. All he wanted was to live his life peacefully. As long as his sister Edith, who shared the same mother, lived safely and happily, that was all that mattered. He didn't want her to live the same kind of life their mother had endured. That was his only wish. However, the nobles would never leave Roland and Edith alone. To fulfill their ambitions, they wouldn't hesitate to take their lives. Until now, Roland had chosen to secure peace by allowing himself to be underestimated as a foolish prince. By making them think he was insignificant yet too bothersome to use as a puppet, he had kept himself distanced from the power struggle. But even with all his efforts, their homeland continued to drag Roland and his sister into its schemes. "I've had enough." Roland growled lowly. The anger welling up inside him set his heart ablaze. He consciously loosened his tightly clenched fist and called out to the man standing beside him. "Butler." "Yes." The calm man responded quietly. In a voice only he could hear, Roland declared his resolve. "I will show no more mercy. I will take the Empire, the Emperor's throne." There was no room to be selective about his methods. While he wouldn't betray his own sense of justice, he wouldn't continue down the path of ignorance. His resolve, embodied in those few words, was to protect Edith, himself, and the people of the Empire. To achieve that, not only he but also Edith needed to change. A dignified girl, who would soon become the fiancée of the crown prince of the kingdom of Slavgrandia, crossed his mind. As things stood now, his sister would not change. He would have to start by changing her way of thinking. It's difficult to change the path someone else is on, but if he changed, perhaps Edith, too, would come to her own realizations, Roland thought. "Is that so?" Dalmir Butler responded without any sign of surprise. As Roland looked into the man's eyes with a firm gaze, unwavering resolve burned within them. "You will follow me. When I become emperor, I will make you my prime minister." "Oh, how delightful." Butler raised the corners of his mouth in a smile, yet he was a shrewd man as well. With an insolent grin, he countered. "However, I could easily obtain the position of prime minister without your highness's help. Then what is it you desire?" Let's see." Butler laughed leisurely. With a devilish smile, he gave his answer. "A woman, I would like one woman." "A woman?" Roland furrowed his brow. He asked who exactly Butler meant, but the man showed no intention of giving a name. Realizing Butler had no intention of revealing it, the prince let out a small sigh. If it had been jewels or land that Butler desired, he could have easily agreed, but if it was a person, Roland couldn't decide that on his own. Yet he knew he couldn't achieve his ambitions without Butler's help. "Fine, you, of all people, asking for a woman is rare. If the woman in question agrees of her own will, I'll lend you my aid. That's all I can say," he added. Butler, seemingly satisfied, smiled. "Excellent, Your Highness." The words, spoken as if he were a teacher, left Roland looking at him with exasperation. But the Chancellor's assistant paid it no mind. As Butler smiled serenely, Roland gave up on continuing the conversation. Section. As Obsidian watched the group bound for the Empire tend to their injured and prepare for departure from the cover of the forest, he let out a small chuckle. "The Empire sure plays dirty, huh? Guess there's someone out there who's too desperate to care about appearances now that the general's dead." It had been Obsidian who had captured the scout that led to Roland and his group discovering the scout's identity. After swiftly locating the man, who had separated from the group and hidden in the forest, Obsidian knocked him out. Timing it just right, he then left the unconscious man in a place where Roland and the others were sure to find him. While he was confident Roland wouldn't notice his involvement, he'd been on edge, worried that Dalmir Butler might catch on. But in the end, he'd managed to pull off the task without being noticed. Soon, Roland and his companions would be leaving the kingdom of Slibegrad. Once they crossed the border, Obsidian's mission would be complete. After defeating Kakofuki, Obsidian's master, Liliana, had appeared to be troubled by something. Then, when it came time for Roland and his group to return to their homeland, she had given Obsidian a new job. His task was to secretly protect them until they safely left the kingdom. Although Obsidian found it a hassle, he had no reason to refuse. The first few days had been uneventful, but today, the very situation Liliana had feared had finally come to pass. That was quite the thorough ambush. These were no ordinary assassins. In fact, most of them had clearly undergone formal night training. They weren't just trying to kidnap or injure the prince and his companions, they were out to kill them. Despite the fact that Roland's escort was no pushover, a third of them had been rendered incapacitated in no time. Obsidian pondered for a moment, then stood up with a quiet, "All right. Guess I'll do some investigating." There were other things he needed to look into as well, but he could handle them at the same time. With a mischievous grin, Obsidian took a step forward. Then, like the wind, he dashed off, determined to watch over the prince's group until they reached the border. Chapter 137. Exchange of Opinions 15. Liliana sighed as she gazed out the window at the clear sky while relaxing in her mansion near the royal capital. Since the death of Duke Ealdred, Liliana had been obsessively searching for evidence of the schemes her father, Duke Clark, had been plotting. From what she could gather from the letter the late Duke Ealdred had addressed to Lord Playsted, it seemed the Duke believed that some kind of evidence had been left in the Clark estate. Ealdred must have had some level of certainty, and with that in mind, Liliana had focused her investigation mainly on searching for hidden rooms. I'm sure Father would have hidden the relevant documents in a secret room. It was hard to imagine that important documents would be left in a place like the study room. If that were the case, Duke Ealdred would have already found them by now. As Liliana came to that conclusion, she recalled the hidden room used by Philip, the butler, in the mansion of the Forsha region. That room had been packed with materials on magic and curses. Remembering this, Liliana had been trying to find a chance to sneak into that room several times, but Philip had been constantly lingering in the study room where the entrance to the hidden room was located, so her investigation had not progressed. As a result, she prioritized searching the Duke's mansion where she was currently living, just outside the royal capital. However, the mansion grounds were vast, and her efforts had yet to bear fruit. It was clear that the late Duke Ealdred had been aware of her father's schemes, but Liliana still had no idea what he entailed. If she at least knew what her father was plotting, she might be able to figure out what evidence to look for. She had released some informants and even asked Obsidian to investigate, but it seemed that even Lord Playsted was in the dark. Most likely, Duke Ealdred had avoided being too explicit due to the lack of concrete evidence. However, the Duke had been in a rush, certain that time was running out. He must have been so convinced of the urgency that he was prepared to push forward even at the cost of his life. I'm running out of time, and I still don't even know what Father is thinking. Continuing an investigation without knowing what to look for was deeply frustrating. It was possible that her father had been secretly dealing with the Unitian Empire, but given that he had been pushing for Princess Edith to be engaged to Riley, it was also likely that he wanted to prevent an invasion from the Empire. So far, there didn't seem to be any sign that Duke Clark was trying to put someone other than Riley on the throne. In the end, Clark's true motives remained a mystery. Still, there was no time to waste. Liliana was starting to feel a sense of urgency, something quite unlike her usual demeanor. In just a few days, Liliana would be turning 10. The matter of her engagement to Riley was still up in the air. Even after Duke Ealdred's death, the nobles remained hesitant about the engagement with a foreign princess. Despite this, Duke Clark remained calm and composed, likely because once Liliana turned 10, he would be able to use a secret agreement with the king to remove her from the list of engagement candidates. Moreover, the king's condition had worsened significantly in recent days. It was as if his previous state of consciousness had been a lie, as he had now fallen into a coma. As a result, even the nobles who opposed marrying the crown prince to a foreign princess were becoming anxious. Duke Clark would surely take advantage of the king's unconscious state and proceed with his plans, ignoring the king's desire to make Liliana Riley's fiancée. Of course, Liliana didn't mind being removed from the list of candidates for Riley's fiancé. In fact, ever since she regained her memories of her previous life at the age of 6, she had been working to ensure that she wouldn't become his fiancé. However, if she were no longer a candidate, she would lose her reason for staying by Riley's side. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to fulfill the promise she had made to Duke Ealdred to protect Riley. That was her only real concern. This is quite troublesome. If she only thought of herself, she could simply turn a blind eye to everything. After all, protecting Crown Prince Riley was the job of his guards and knights, not hers. However, Liliana had made a promise to Duke Ealdred. Since then, she hadn't spoken to the Duke again, meaning that protecting Riley was the final wish he had entrusted to her. The letter he had written to Lord Playstead also made it clear that the Duke had been thinking about the future of the kingdom, centered around Riley. Surprisingly, I do have a heart after all. She had always thought of herself as someone calm, detached, and devoid of emotion. She believed she lacked passion and attachment to anything. Yet here she was, trying her best to honor the promise she had made to Duke Ealdred, surprising even herself. It seemed that his words had left a much deeper impression on her heart than she had realized, Liliana thought, her expression growing complicated. "Milady." The air stirred. Having already sensed the faint presence, Liliana calmly acknowledged the intruder with a single word. "Seed, how unusual for you to appear in the daytime, and with such a cheerful expression, no less. I finally caught their tail." "Oh." Liliana noticed that the normally nonchalant and unreadable Obsidian seemed in a strangely good mood. As expected, Obsidian readily confirmed her suspicions. "Whose tail, I wonder? It's not my father's, is it?" "Well, I've only managed to glimpse the shadow of his tail, so to speak." Though Liliana had mixed feelings of hope and resignation, Obsidian's response made her eyes widen in surprise. Obsidian, amused, grinned at her reaction. "It's rare to see you look so surprised, milady. It almost makes all the effort worth it just to see that face." "Oh my, I'm quite pleased with how competent you've proven to be. At this rate, I think I can continue asking you for various favors." He. Obsidian slumped his shoulders as if regretting his words, but he didn't seem truly upset. If he were genuinely unhappy about it, he would have disappeared from Liliana's surroundings without a trace. Knowing this, Liliana smiled wryly and prompted him, "So, what is it?" Without needing any further prompting, Obsidian casually took a seat on the sofa opposite her. Then, putting on a slightly more serious air, he revealed the tale he had caught. "I found out who the director of the Ministry of Magic's been dealing with. Nicholas Bergson, the very man who had ousted Ben Draco from his position as deputy director and placed him on suspension. From the conversations in the advisory council and the subsequent movements, it had become clear that Bergson had been attempting to manipulate the Night Order under someone's influence. His methods were crude, but it seemed he had been trying in his own way." Liliana quietly met Obsidian's gaze, his pitch-black eyes gleaming. "Duke Abram Clark." Liliana gasped. However, her logical mind accepted the fact with surprising calm. While she had neither confirmation nor evidence, perhaps part of her had already suspected this on some subconscious level. Memories of her father and the director of the Ministry of Magic resurfaced in her mind. When Clyde had his debut at the Forsha estate at the age of 6, Nicholas Bergson had been in attendance. In hindsight, it didn't make sense that a man without a noble title, even if he was the director of the Ministry of Magic, would be present at the debut of the eldest son of one of the 3 great ducal houses. At the time, Liliana hadn't noticed this because, despite regaining her past life memories, she had still been only 6 years old and unfamiliar with the norms of this hierarchical society. But the fact that Bergson had been acting under Duke Clark's orders meant that it was the Duke who had orchestrated the suspension of Ben Draco and the attempted removal of both the commander and the 2nd Division captain from the Royal Knights. While Bergson's actions towards Ben could have been personal, It wasn't far-fetched to assume that Duke Clark had been pulling the strings when it came to the knights. As Liliana silently stared at him, Obsidian continued in a calm tone. It seems their relationship weakened after the monster stampede 2 years ago, but before that, they were as thick as thieves. Liliana tilted her head in thought. The fact that Obsidian mentioned a specific time suggested that something had changed in their relationship, or at least in their behavior, before and after that event. So, their relationship changed around the time of the monster stampede. Does that mean my father no longer needed Bergson's influence? It's more like Bergson was cast aside. Cast aside? Liliana furrowed her brow at the unexpected word. Obsidian nodded, confirming her thoughts. The director's efforts didn't live up to the Duke's expectations. He was whining about it in a tavern, so there's no doubt. Though his pride made him reluctant to admit it, it seemed the director had failed in the task entrusted to him. Apparently, the task was so unreasonable that success was nearly impossible, or so the director thought. Regardless, Duke Clark had deemed him useless. Because of that, he's fallen on hard times. When he was in good graces with your father, the money flowed freely, but now he's in debt. At this rate, he'll be neck-deep before long. Obsidian explained. It seemed that even with a decrease in income, the director hadn't been able to lower his standard of living. As the director of the Ministry of Magic, he should have a substantial salary. While it wasn't on the same level as a ducal household's budget, he could earn more in 1 year than the average citizen did in several. And yet, for him to be struggling with money suggested a lifestyle far beyond his means. Having heard Obsidian's report, Liliana couldn't help but chuckle. That was quite a detailed report. I wonder where you managed to gather such information. This kind of news would never be found within the Ministry of Magic or the Royal Palace. From his mention of the tavern, she could guess that his information sources came from such places. Obsidian let out a small laugh. A seedy tavern you'd never want to step foot in, milady. Nobles never go to places like that, so it's the perfect spot for people to vent their frustrations anonymously. And yet the director of the Ministry of Magic frequents such places. It was a far cry from the lavish image she had of him. Seeing Liliana's skeptical expression, Obsidian shrugged and replied, "There's a reason for it. He doesn't go just to drink or complain. Guys like Bergson, who are full of their own privilege, usually look down on those kinds of places. But some conversations can only happen in places like that." The way he worded it made Liliana realize the truth. Though Bergson didn't have a noble title, he was still part of the privileged class. When people like him went to places where their peers wouldn't be found, it was usually to discuss something private. Seeing that Liliana had figured it out on her own, Obsidian's lips curled into a slight smile. Exactly. The director's probably looking for his next host and found someone willing to talk. From the way you're phrasing it, does that mean you know who he's dealing with? Of course. Obsidian's face showed that he considered it obvious. Disguised as a common boy, Obsidian had blended into a tavern, keeping company with rough men while observing them. There, Nicholas Bergson had met with a young man dressed like a vagrant. Despite his shabby appearance, Obsidian had noticed the man's socks, a detail that stood out. Common folk didn't wear socks. While his mannerisms weren't those of a noble, the condition of his hands and neck suggested that he worked in a noble household. Obsidian had followed the young man after he left the tavern. Sure enough, the man passed through the commoner district of the capital, even beyond the neighborhood of wealthy merchants, and finally entered the area where the nobles resided. "He's a servant of the Mellors family," Obsidian said. "The one who serves as the facilitator for the advisory council. I thought he was a serious man." Liliana tilted her head slightly, wondering if her initial impression had been wrong. Of course, people's personalities and beliefs are rarely one-dimensional. Just because someone seems serious doesn't mean they are particularly righteous, and someone who appears carefree can turn out to be honest and sincere. She didn't know what motivated Mellors' servant to approach Bergson, but it was something to keep in mind for now. "And what about the shadow of the tale you mentioned concerning my father?" It seemed Obsidian had finished sharing everything about Nicholas Bergson. Liliana pressed him for the other report. Obsidian opened his mouth to speak. "You told me to find proof of his secret dealings with the neighboring country, right?" "Yes." Liliana nodded. already suspecting that Obsidian had been unable to bring back solid evidence. If he had, he wouldn't have referred to it as the shadow of the tale. As expected, Obsidian hesitated a little before prefacing his statement with, "This is just hearsay, but it seems Duke Clark and Elmer Hagen of the Unetian Empire have been exchanging secret letters." That was certainly unexpected. Liliana's eyes widened. General Hagen, who had been assassinated, had advocated for a policy of non-aggression and cooperation with neighboring countries. However, now that she thought about it, both the general and Duke Clark had shared the goal of making Princess Edith the fiancée of Crown Prince Riley. If the two had been secretly collaborating, it wasn't such a far-fetched idea. Some of the information now in her possession was still unconfirmed, but no matter how strange it seemed, facts could be found when all the pieces aligned into a coherent picture. Up until now, Liliana had suspected her father of planning a rebellion. When she considered the possibility of him conspiring with a foreign nation, she naturally imagined a scenario where the kingdom would fall under the control of the Unetian Empire. However, when she put the available information together, that conclusion felt oddly out of place. My father, could he be planning a coup d'etat? If that were the case, everything made sense. He would want to weaken the faction supporting the king and crown prince, but he also needed to prevent an invasion from the empire until the domestic situation had stabilized. If that was his line of thinking, it explained why he would have partnered with General Elmer Hagen. Then, there was the reason her father was trying to remove Liliana from consideration as Riley's fiancée and marry him to Princess Edith instead. If he falsely accused the princess for colluding with the enemy, they could both be imprisoned. He could even assassinate Riley and blame it on the princess, executing her as a traitor. There were many ways her father could, legitimately, usurp the throne. As for Liliana herself, she could either be handed over to the Empire or married off to the next king. If Duke Ealdred had figured this out, it would explain why he was willing to act so quickly, even at the risk of his own life. That would be a very dangerous situation, Liliana muttered. In her previous life's Otome game, Duke Clark's scheme hadn't succeeded. The plan might have progressed to a certain point, but he had died midway through the story. However, that didn't mean things would unfold the same way in reality. No matter how far things deviated from the game's plot, Liliana knew she would have to take action at some point. She bit her lip in determination. Section. One late night, long past midnight, Belinda Clark awoke in the Forsha estate to find an unexpected light on in a room where no one should have been. "Who's there?" Her husband, Abram, and their son, Clyde, were both in the capital, residing at the Duke's mansion. Her mother-in-law, Barbara, suffered from insomnia, but she had taken her medicine and wouldn't be up at this hour. Her daughter, Liliana, seldom left the estate on the outskirts of the capital, so it had to be one of the servants moving around in the middle of the night. Abram had personally selected the servants working at the estate, and their loyalty was unmatched. There was no way any of them were involved in criminal activity like theft, but still, something about the situation made Belinda uneasy. She approached the room as quietly as she could, taking care to muffle her footsteps. The sound seemed to be coming from the study adjacent to Abram's private quarters. Belinda peeked through the gap in the door, but she could only make out a figure inside, not who it was. However, she could hear a muffled voice. The person was clearly using magic or some kind of sorcery to communicate with someone at a distance. Master Clyde is an ordinary young man, but given his blood relation to the master, success is inevitable. However, we must proceed carefully so as not to arouse suspicion. The necessary potion is already arranged, so rest assured. Belinda's face froze. She gasped, quickly covering her mouth with both hands. Her heart was pounding so loudly she was afraid it would give her away. Fortunately, the person inside hadn't noticed she was eavesdropping. Pale-faced and shaken, Belinda hurried away. She locked herself in her room, her entire body trembling. No, it can't be, could it really be? But her eyes were filled with a mix of fear and fury. She was far too agitated to sleep. What should I do? Oh, what am I supposed to do? She paced around the room, biting her nails. Her mind was in chaos, preventing her from thinking clearly. It was hardly the behavior of a proper lady, but Belinda had no presence of mind to care about that now. No, I have to stop this somehow. Clyde, my dear boy, he's my precious child. Belinda rarely left the Forsha estate. In fact, the number of times she had set foot in the Duke's mansion in the capital could be counted on one hand. But the next morning, with an unusually grim expression, she summoned her maid. "Madam, do you require something? I am going to the capital. Prepare my things." "As you wish." The maid's surprise showed for just a moment before she quickly composed herself and rushed to make the necessary preparations. Belinda rarely fulfilled her role as the lady of the house, seldom hosting tea parties or other such gatherings. As a result, her sudden departure for the capital caused no inconvenience to anyone. With a speed unbecoming of a noblewoman, she had her things packed and boarded the Duke's carriage, heading for the capital. This was about a week before Liliana's 10th birthday. Chapter 138. Revenge and Counterattack 1. That morning, Marian entered Liliana's room to wake her up, beaming with a bright smile. "Liliana-sama, happy birthday." Liliana, who was already awake, blinked in surprise. But she quickly understood Marian's words, and her face lit up with joy. Though her family still sent her birthday presents every year, they were always arranged by the butler. Considering the possibility that they might be imbued with curse magic, she couldn't truly enjoy them. However, the gifts prepared by the servants at the mansion where she lived were always heartfelt. "These flowers are from the gardener. Shall I place them in your room?" "Yes, please, put them in the bedroom." As usual, the cooks would likely prepare a lavish feast far more extravagant than normal. Duke Clark would probably begin moving to remove her from the list of crown princess candidates today or in the near future, but the gifts from the servants were so splendid that Liliana almost forgot all about that. Of course, compared to the gifts hastily prepared by her family, these were far more modest, but Liliana didn't mind at all. "This one is from His Highness the Crown Prince." After finishing her breakfast and changing clothes, Liliana accepted the box Marian handed her. Accompanying it was a luxurious bouquet of flowers, incomparable to the one from the gardener. Liliana decided to place the gardener's flowers in her bedroom and put the bouquet from Riley in the adjacent study. Opening the box, she found a matching pendant and earrings inside. The gold and green hues reminded her of Riley's hair and eyes. They were simple yet intricately crafted, and their delicate design suited Liliana's graceful appearance perfectly. "Oh my, how beautiful. They enhance your beauty so well, Liliana-sama." As expected of His Highness the Crown Prince's impeccable taste. Marian, flushed with excitement, showered her with praise. Liliana smiled and nodded, but didn't wear them, instead handing them to Marian to put away in the vanity. Riley had never given special gifts to any of his other fiancé candidates. In fact, he had been so careful that he never used colors resembling his own appearance when gifting jewelry. But it was already clear that he had chosen Liliana as his betrothed. He must have known about the secret agreement between the king and the duke to remove Liliana from the list of candidates due to her inability to speak. But perhaps he had some kind of plan. However, if things went according to her father's scheme, Riley's gift would never see the light of day. A young lady who wasn't engaged to the crown prince could never wear something in his colors. Unaware of this, Marian cheerfully suggested, "Shall we have a dress made to match this pendant and earrings?" Liliana, pretending to be mute, only responded with a smile. She silently read the letter from the crown prince that had accompanied the gift. The contents were rather ordinary, as if written with the expectation that others might read it. However, it contained more affectionate words, treating Liliana as his fiancée, unlike previous letters. "Marian, I'll write a thank you letter to His Highness. Has anyone else sent me gifts?" "Yes, we've had a few more new patrons this year, as we've seen since last year." Since Liliana hadn't made her debut in society yet, she didn't receive many gifts. Typically, gifts would come from relatives with sons of the same age, but few dared send anything to Liliana, likely out of consideration for her status as a crown princess candidate. On the other hand, those eager to curry favor with the future crown princess had started sending more gifts in recent years. Although Liliana had already sorted out most of these people, thanks to information from both the enchanted mice and obsidian, it didn't make the task any less tedious. Upon hearing Marian's response, Liliana sighed in exasperation. "I wish I could just use replication magic and be done with it." She imagined using something like the computer and printer from her previous life. If someone like Riley, who put genuine care into his gifts, sent her something, she would agonize over the wording of her letter. But for those merely trying to cozy up to the future crown princess, a simple form letter would suffice. While the high nobility could freely afford to use paper and ink, they were luxuries for lower nobility and commoners. The thought of wasting such precious resources on people driven by selfish motives was infuriating. I understand. Please make a list of those people for me. I'll write the thank you notes later and send them out when they're finished. Of course. However, Lady Liliana, there's no need to rush to write the thank you notes today. After all, it's your birthday. Please do as you wish. Thank you. Liliana thanked Marian for her thoughtfulness. However, even though she was told to do something she liked, Liliana had no real hobbies. Researching magic and curse magic was something she did regularly, in between her lessons on how to be a crown princess. Aside from that, there was nothing she particularly wanted to do. If anything, her current priority was gathering evidence to confirm Duke Clark's conspiracy, a matter she felt most urgently needed addressing. Even if Liliana were to be removed from the list of Riley's fiancé candidates, she couldn't simply walk away from the situation. But even she knew that wasn't what Marian had meant by doing something you like. While Liliana was still undecided about what to do, Marian left the room to tend to her duties. Left alone, Liliana let out a small sigh and began inspecting the gifts that Marian had arranged for her. Of course, she meticulously checked each one to ensure they weren't tampered with using magic, curse magic, or poison. 4 years ago, Liliana had started learning curse magic from Petra. And after Petra became monitored by the Ministry of Magic, Liliana had continued her studies independently. Thanks to that, her inspection speed had increased over time. With practiced ease, Liliana confirmed there were no issues with the gifts and breathed a sigh of relief. There were quite a few, so the process took some time. But once she finished, there was nothing else to do. She absent-mindedly picked up one of the gifts and looked it over. All the gifts from those trying to curry favor with Liliana were expensive items. If she sold them, she could donate the money to a convent. Regardless, most of them weren't to Liliana's taste. As she pondered this, Liliana suddenly sensed a presence and looked up. Glancing toward the window, she saw a black lion had appeared without her noticing. Liliana smiled softly. "It's been a while, Adulite." "Ah yes, it's been a while. What's all this? A mountain of tribute, is it?" "Tribute? Not at all." Liliana chuckled at Azurite's phrasing. "These are gifts. It's my birthday after all." "Birthday? Ah, I see. I've heard that humans celebrate the day they were born. You don't have such customs." Intrigued by Adulite's casual remark, Liliana tilted her head. Adulite had always said he wasn't a monster, though he wasn't human either. Liliana had no clear understanding of what he truly was, but she knew he was a different kind of being. When she had asked him his age, he had only replied, "Time flows differently for me, so it's hard to say." It wouldn't be surprising if he didn't have the concept of birthdays. As expected, the lion nodded. "No, we don't. We don't recognize such a thing as a birthday. We just find ourselves existing." "Do you have no parents?" "Parents? You mean beings who give birth to us?" "Yes. For humans, children are born from their parents. For plants, it's the stamen and pistil, or perhaps division of bulbs. Some species reproduce through spores, and there are countless methods of reproduction. Naturally, there are species that reproduce by splitting." When Liliana asked how it worked for beings like Adulite, he thought for a moment and then replied, "It varies. Some are born from parents, some just appear naturally, and some split to reproduce." That sounds complex. When Adulite mentioned splitting, Liliana imagined the lion before her dividing into two, and her expression grew slightly uneasy. Amused, Adulite observed her reaction, but he didn't elaborate on how he was born. Perhaps it was something he didn't want to talk about. Sensing that, Liliana decided to stop asking. "By the way, do you have any plans for today?" Liliana asked. "I don't have any particular plans for today. I was thinking of taking a nap here." Azurite replied. "Well then," Liliana said with a smile, "if that's the case, please keep me company. Since it's my birthday, I plan to take it easy today." "Keeping you company sounds interesting." Adulite agreed readily. "Then what shall we talk about?" Adulite's tail flicked against the floor as he thought. Liliana waited for him to decide. Eventually, Adulite chose to share travel stories from various parts of the world. Section. Liliana enjoyed her conversation with Agilite, and before she knew it, the time until dinner had flown by. As night fell, Agilite said it was his time to leave and flew out into the darkness with his dragon wings, leaving Liliana behind. Liliana watched Agilite depart through the window and then enjoyed some reading after her meal. "Hello." A voice broke the silence, and Liliana looked up from her book. Standing before her, looking down, was Obsidian. Liliana had noticed his intrusion the moment he entered and remained unfazed. Frustrated by his own inability to surprise her, Obsidian's mouth turned into a frown. "I wonder when I'll be able to surprise you. At least, I think it would be best if you refrained from trying to outsmart me in my own territory," Liliana replied. "I appreciate the advice." Obsidian muttered bitterly with a small click of his tongue, but he wasn't truly angry with Liliana. He was merely frustrated with his own lack of success. Liliana, understanding this, gave a small smile. However, unlike usual, Obsidian did not immediately take a seat on the sofa. Feeling suspicious, Liliana tilted her head and looked up at him. "Is something the matter?" Obsidian approached with a stern expression. He came close enough to cause harm if he wished, but remained stationary. Liliana observed him silently until he finally pulled out a small box from under his robe and offered it to her. "It's your birthday today, right?" Obsidian said. Liliana nodded, realizing it was likely a birthday gift. Her eyes widened with surprise as she set her book aside and reached out to take the small box. It was very light. "May I open it?" "It's not much, just something cheap," Obsidian replied. Even as a skilled assassin, Obsidian had limited funds compared to the nobility. Liliana smiled as she untied the string on the small box. Opening the lid, she found a charming little trinket box adorned with shell beads. It was clearly handcrafted with care by a skilled artisan. Although it was inexpensive for the nobility, it was something ordinary people might find difficult to afford. It was evident that Obsidian had chosen it with some effort. "It's very lovely, thank you, I will cherish it." When Liliana expressed her gratitude, Obsidian's face softened in relief. However, his expression quickly shifted back to a scowl. Liliana then took the trinket box to her vanity and promptly placed her favorite jewelry into it before storing it in a drawer. Obsidian observed her with a complex expression, but Liliana, unaware of his demeanor, returned to the sofa she had been sitting on. "By the way, I didn't expect you to know it was my birthday," Liliana remarked. "Well, when I found out about you, I did some research," Obsidian replied. It was likely part of his work, and Liliana accepted this explanation without any annoyance. Also, the Duke's residence in the Forsha territory was a bit noisy. "I remembered your birthday gift because, was it Philip, the butler?" "He was preparing it, which jogged my memory," Obsidian explained, sounding slightly defensive. Although it might have been a point of dissatisfaction for a typical young lady, Liliana accepted it without displeasure. Obsidian had been asked to gather evidence of Duke Clark's schemes, which meant he had frequently infiltrated both the Duke's residence in the capital and the Forsha estate. "Oh, and recently, something unusual happened," Obsidian said. "Unusual?" Liliana tilted her head in curiosity. Obsidian nodded. "For some unknown reason, the Duchess left the Forsha estate," he said. "Mother left?" Liliana was surprised by the news. She recalled that her mother wasn't scheduled to attend any evening events. "Yes, she headed to the Duke's residence in the capital. It seemed rather sudden, and she appeared quite tense," Obsidian added. Obsidian didn't know the exact reason for this, but it was unusual for her mother, Belinda, to go to the Duke's residence, which was considered a significant event. Liliana had known that her parents' relationship had been extremely strained since her childhood, with her mother avoiding her father. The idea of her mother heading to the Duke's residence was nearly unthinkable. Yet, Belinda had indeed left the Forsha estate, suggesting there must have been a compelling reason for her decision. Liliana's expression, darkened as a sense of unease, settled over her. If Belinda arrived at the Duke's residence, it would mean that her father, Abram, her brother, Clyde, and her mother, Belinda, would all be there together. Obsidian absent-mindedly glanced outside. The sun had set, and night was approaching. "I think she'll arrive by this evening. It should be any moment now," he said. "What did you say?" Liliana's voice was low and tense. Obsidian looked at her in surprise, but Liliana was too preoccupied to notice. A memory surfaced in Liliana's mind. In the Otome game from her previous life, Clyde and her mother did not appear. She had died of illness when Clyde was 15, which meant this period was right. However, Belinda was not yet ill, and a sense of dread filled her as her heart raced. Was mother truly ill and died of illness? Liliana had no fond memories of her mother. She had been shunned and called a monster. Before regaining her memories, Liliana had felt suffocated by this treatment, which had seemed normal to her at the time. As she interacted more with Clyde, the disparity in treatment between him and herself had become more apparent. That was why Liliana had no strong feelings for Belinda. Even if she were not dead from illness, she would not feel a desire to help her. When Marian rushed to the ailing Baron Kenny's, Liliana had given her a magical pendant to protect her maid. Her feelings then were entirely different. Although Marian was someone she wanted to protect, she had no such desire for Belinda. However, the situation was different for Clyde. He had built a good relationship with Belinda and had tried to mediate between her and Liliana. He was also aware of the guilt he felt over the disparity in treatment between himself and his sister. If it wasn't a natural death, what if Clyde's father killed his mother right before his eyes? Given that his father, who assassinated Duke Ealdred, might not hesitate to kill our mother, it's highly likely he has already committed 4 murders without leaving evidence: his biological father, his in-laws, and Duke Ealdred's first wife. Someone who has already broken the taboo of murder would not hesitate to commit it again. If deemed necessary, Duke Clark would dispose of even his own kin without hesitation. However, Clyde is unaccustomed to killing. While he practices swordsmanship, he likely has never witnessed someone being killed before his eyes. He has also never encountered a monster stampede. It's easy to imagine the mental state he would be in upon witnessing his mother being killed by his father. The Clyde from the game is different from the Clyde of reality. The game version was more devious and cunning than the brother Liliana knows now. He viewed the world with resignation and cold detachment. Even so, he hesitated to punish his sister until the end. Ultimately, he chose to pass judgment, but he struggled between his feelings for his family and his hatred, with the heroine supporting him. If the death of his mother, Belinda, was the catalyst for his change in personality, it could very well lead to his own downfall. Liliana unknowingly exhaled the breath she had been holding. Though there was no concrete proof, her intuition whispered that it was certain. Obsidian had mentioned that Belinda would likely arrive at the Duke's mansion soon. If that were the case, there was no time left. Hesitation would be fatal. So, Liliana quickly glanced at Obsidian and thanked him. "Thank you for informing me, Seed. I have urgent matters to attend to." With that, she excused herself with a smile, though her expression was tense. Without waiting for Obsidian's response, Liliana used a teleportation spell silently. "Hey, miss." Obsidian, who was momentarily stunned, stared in shock, but by then, Liliana had already vanished. Left behind, Obsidian muttered a small well and covered his face with his hands. He had a hunch about where Liliana might have gone. However, he didn't understand why she was so frantic. Scratching his head, Obsidian sighed softly. "Should I go as well?" He might be told he wasn't needed, but he was concerned. Without hesitation, Obsidian stood up and quickly went out through the window. He blended into the night's darkness and headed toward the capital. Chapter 139. Revenge and Counterattack 2. At the Clark ducal residence in the royal capital, Clyde, the Duke's eldest son, was assisting his father, Duke Clark, with paperwork. Though Clyde was not yet the head of the family, as he had just turned 15, the age of adulthood, he still needed to gradually learn the management of their territory. However, he had not been entrusted with any of the more important matters yet. While he felt a slight dissatisfaction with this, Clyde reminded himself that he simply hadn't earned his father's recognition yet. Even the tasks deemed unimportant were numerous, often keeping him up late into the night. Particularly because Duke Clark also served as chancellor, his workload was overwhelming. With the king in a critical condition, even the decisions that the king would normally make were being deferred to the chancellor. It would have been ideal for the crown prince to step in, but Riley was still only 12 years old, far too young to handle political affairs. Still, Duke Clark never once voiced a complaint. Clyde's gaze suddenly landed on a stack of documents atop the desk. They were documents Duke Clark had prepared to present to the court. Feeling something was off, Clyde picked up the papers. The first page contained nothing out of the ordinary, but as soon as he read the contents of the second, he was rendered speechless. Withdrawal of the Crown Prince's fiancée candidate. His younger sister, Liliana, had been a candidate for the Crown Prince's fiancée since she was 2 years old. As such, preparations for her education as the future Crown Princess had begun before she was even aware of it, and by the time she could comprehend, she was living apart from the family, devoted to that education. Clyde, 5 years her senior, knew very well how hard Liliana had worked. Of course, he understood that she was only a candidate, meaning there was a possibility she wouldn't be chosen by the royal family. However, even if his father opposed it, if the advisors and other influential figures supported Liliana, not even the 3 great ducal houses could overturn that decision. Moreover, when the princes from a neighboring country visited for diplomatic purposes, Riley had already made up his mind that Liliana would be his fiancée. Clyde had believed it was all but certain that his sister would become the crown princess. And yet, at this very moment, his father, Abram, was trying to nullify Liliana's engagement. Clyde had no intention of doubting his father's judgment without reason, but the idea of betraying all the effort his sister had put in and disregarding Riley's own wishes left him reeling. "What's the matter, Clyde?" Abram had returned, having been away for a short time. Clyde, forgetting to hide his concern, looked up at his father with the papers still in hand. Duke Abram, with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, glanced at the document Clyde was holding, furrowing his brows. Finally, Clyde regained his voice and asked, "Father, are you planning to remove Liliana from being considered as His Highness the Crown Prince's fiancée?" "Yes." The Duke's simple nod mercilessly shattered Clyde's hope for a denial. His father's attitude made it clear that there was no point in asking, as if the documents themselves should have already answered the question. Clyde slowly placed the papers back on the desk and asked another question, his confusion deepening. "Why? Liliana has worked so hard on her education to become the crown princess since she was little. His Highness has even expressed his intent to choose her, and the advisory council also." "Know your place, Clyde." Despite the fact that his father's tone hadn't changed, Clyde could feel a chill in the air and fell silent. Duke Abram walked past the desk and sat down in the large chair reserved for the head of the household, a seat that only amplified the heavy, authoritative aura surrounding him. He returned his son's gaze with cold, emotionless eyes. Clyde fought the urge to look away, but just barely managed to hold his ground. To strengthen ties with the neighboring country, His Highness must marry their imperial princess. As for Liliana, she will either marry someone of suitable rank domestically or be sent to the neighboring country if necessary, Abram stated. "A prince cannot take a wife who cannot even speak," the Duke added dismissively, leaving Clyde unable to respond. Although Riley didn't seem to see it as a problem, the Council of Nobles certainly viewed Liliana's inability to speak as one of the major reasons why she couldn't be the crown princess. As the heir of the Duke, Clyde understood that marriage was often a political tool, especially among high-ranking nobles. Yet, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfaction with how his father was ignoring the wishes of both Liliana and Riley. Clyde fell silent, a conflicted expression on his face. Abram, however, seemed utterly indifferent to his son's concerns, continuing in a matter-of-fact tone that there were several candidates among the princes of the Unation Nations Empire. Though the emperor had many children, the one closest in age to Liliana was Prince Roland, who had also visited the kingdom of Slybgrad. The other candidates were older, some even close to Abram's age. For a man like Duke Clark, who saw Liliana as nothing more than a pawn in his political maneuvering, there was a high chance she could be married off to someone significantly older if it suited his plans. "But father, I've heard that the emperor of the neighboring country shows no mercy, even to his own blood, executing his children on a whim. Sending Liliana to such a place would be," Clyde began, trying to reason with him. "You have no authority to make that decision," Abram cut him off sharply. The Unitian Empire was notorious for its ruthless reputation. Hoping his father might reconsider, Clyde's words were swiftly silenced by Duke Abram's cold rebuke. The sharpness of his father's tone left Clyde speechless. When he met Abram's gaze, his father's eyes were as icy as ever, glaring at him with disdain. Getting a bit ahead of yourself, Clyde. Just because you're being trained to take over doesn't mean you're guaranteed the position. Remember, I can always adopt someone else if necessary. Don't overstep, Abram warned. I apologize. I spoke out of turn, Clyde stammered. His father had all but told him outright that his position as the next head of the family was not yet secure. The rebuke left Clyde's lips pressed into a tight line. He had clearly angered his father. He had let his guard down recently, having gotten along with him well for a while, but Duke Abram despised being questioned or challenged. In this, he was the complete opposite of Duke Ealdred, with whom Clyde occasionally conversed at the royal palace. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Clyde deeply bowed his head and refocused on the stack of paperwork in front of him. His palms, slick with sweat, trembled slightly. The atmosphere in the room, with just the two of them, was suffocating. The silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of pens scratching across paper and the turning of pages. At some point, the sky outside had grown dark. Clyde stood up from his chair, intending to close the curtains. Just then, the voice of a servant called out from the distance. Still holding the curtains in his hand, Clyde turned his head toward the door. "My lady, please wait." The next moment, without any warning, the study door swung open. Clyde's eyes widened in shock, while his father, seated calmly in his chair, remained completely unperturbed, casting a cold, disinterested gaze at the visitor. "How noisy! Hardly the behavior I'd expect from a duchess," the Duke remarked coolly. "And you are hardly what I'd call a dignified Duke," came the biting retort. Clyde was left speechless as the exchange of insults began the moment his mother, Belinda, opened her mouth. Though Clyde was used to his father's cutting remarks, it was the first time he'd ever seen his mother hurl insults back at him. Belinda turned her sharp gaze toward Clyde, who stood frozen in place, and spoke in a stern voice. "Clyde, come here. Stay with that man any longer and you'll end up dead. Let's go to my homeland, the two of us." Mother, what are you talking about?" Clyde stammered, bewildered. Before he could finish, Abram sighed, sounding thoroughly exasperated. "You've finally lost your mind, Belinda. To openly declare you're kidnapping the heir of the duchy, how far you've fallen. If you're ill, I'll arrange for you to be sent somewhere to recover," Abram said, his voice dripping with condescension. His words, barely veiled with a threat of confining her to the family's estates, caused Belinda's expression to darken with rage. She glared at the man who was supposed to be her husband, hatred burning in her eyes. "I won't let you have your way. If you plan to cast me aside and kill Clyde, I will show you no mercy." Kill, you've been saying that for a while now. Don't you care what people will think if they hear you talking like this?" "Who are you to talk about such things?" Belinda shrieked. At last, she had lost her temper completely. Behind her, the flustered attendant flitted about, unsure of what to do. Abram snapped his fingers, and the study door closed of its own accord. It was only right. Clyde thought that no one else in the household should witness this quarrel, particularly between the Duke and Duchess. Seething with rage, Belinda failed to notice that the door had closed behind her and continued her high-pitched tirade, hurling even more accusations at her husband. "You've always been like this, pretending to be innocent, living without an ounce of guilt for all the terrible things you've done." Clyde, still in shock, struggled to comprehend half of what his mother was saying. His father, on the other hand, remained calm and unfazed, watching his wife as though her words meant nothing to him. Abram was as stoic as ever, resembling the cold and calculating prime minister known throughout the kingdom. To Clyde, it seemed as though his father had no emotions at all, especially toward his wife. The chill running up Clyde's spine intensified. Abram's expression was more akin to that of a jeweler inspecting a gemstone for flaws or value, completely indifferent to the outburst in front of him. He didn't look like a man facing an enraged person. "I know the truth," Belinda screamed, her voice cracking. "I know it was you who killed father. It was your fault our second child died, too. You didn't hesitate to murder my parents just to force me to give birth to Liliana." The shrill accusations left Clyde reeling. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Stunned, he glanced back and forth between his parents. Despite being accused of killing his in-laws, Abram remained completely unfazed. "Father, is that?" Clyde began. "Is it true?" Clyde asked in a hoarse voice, his gaze clinging to his father, hoping for a denial. The side profile of Abram, the man he had known all his life, suddenly seemed unfamiliar, almost like a stranger. Who is this person standing before me? His lips trembled as the fear of not knowing who this man really was gripped him. The Duke shot a glance at Clyde with his cold, glass-like eyes and scoffed at his son's question. Does it matter whether it's true or not? His contemptuous tone left Clyde speechless. He muttered, "Pathetic," as if sneering at his son's weakness. In pursuit of a goal, one cannot afford to question the means, especially if it's for the sake of this nation. That's precisely why I've been instructing you in the affairs of the duchy. Or was I mistaken in thinking you were fit to be my successor? Though he framed it as a question, it was clear Abram wasn't expecting an answer. Clyde understood that he had disappointed his father. Panic clouded his thoughts, rendering him mute and motionless. But his father's words only fueled Belinda's rage. You speak of the nation, but all you've done are wicked deeds that defy the gods. You murderer. Watch your tongue, Belinda, Abram's voice, calm until now, bristled with anger. It was clear her words had struck a nerve. Clyde's body instinctively trembled, sensing the danger. He didn't fully grasp what had triggered his father's ire, but the situation had certainly worsened. The magic, born from his father's fury, began to swirl around him, wrapping his body in an oppressive aura. The tension in the room grew unbearable, the movement of the magic almost monstrous. Clyde took a step back, fear consuming him. Don't speak so arrogantly when you know nothing, fool. Do you even understand who I am? Even Belinda, who had been paralyzed by fear, went pale, her body quivering uncontrollably. It seemed she would collapse at any moment, but she somehow managed to stand her ground. I cannot allow this nation to fall under the control of a neighboring kingdom, but right now, we have no hero. To protect this country, we need a hero. For a moment, Clyde lost track of what his father was trying to say. He furrowed his brow, confused. As Clyde stared at him, the Duke's voice grew more fervent. The previous king was a true hero, a man worthy of the royal line that carries the blood of the hero. But he is no longer with us. We need a hero now, yet there is no one suitable in the Ealdred family, which carries the blood of both the hero and the sage. The solution is simple. If we don't have a hero, then we will create one, a hero, a sage, and a mage. The hero, the sage, and the mage. These were the three legendary figures who brought an end to the 300 years of darkness and founded the kingdom of Sleibgrad. The royal family was said to carry the blood of the hero, the Ealdred family that of the sage, and the Rokold family that of the mage. However, because the blood of the royal family also ran through the Ealdred family, it was more accurate to say that the Ealdred family carried the blood of both the hero and the sage. Yet Clyde couldn't grasp what his father meant by creating heroes. On the other hand, Belinda, her face as white as wax, muttered in disbelief. No, it can't be. There's no way that could be possible. Do you think someone of your limited perspective could ever comprehend such noble aspirations, let alone the means to achieve them? Duke Clark shot Belinda an exasperated glance before clicking his tongue in irritation. Utterly insufferable. I had thought to send you away for treatment, but it seems it would be better if you simply succumbed to your illness. Suddenly, pale blue flames erupted around the Duke. Overwhelmed by the surge of magic, Belinda's face twisted in fear as her legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the floor. Paralyzed by terror, she could do nothing but tremble. The immense power radiating from her husband was far beyond that of any ordinary mage. Clyde, too, found himself shaking as he realized what his father intended, his own face going pale. Father, return to your parents. Did he even manage to scream? Stop. Clyde didn't know. His father's cold words were followed by the blue flames surging toward Belinda, burning with relentless intensity. Clyde desperately cast a spell to protect his mother, but it was effortlessly obliterated by his father's overwhelming magic. Faced with the terror of death, Belinda could not even muster a scream. Tears welled up in her wide, vacant eyes as she sat helplessly on the floor. Chapter 140. The Tragedy of Duchess Belinda Clark. It was my first time stepping into the social scene of the royal capital, and I couldn't help but feel a sparkle in my eyes. After all, the soirees held at my family's estate couldn't compare to this at all. The kingdom had been in turmoil for so long due to political upheavals, but thanks to the king, we could once again enjoy balls and soirees. I truly felt fortunate to have been born during His Majesty's reign. "Belinda, look over there." It was my cousins who called out to me. They always kept me informed of the latest trends in the royal capital, and thanks to them, I could keep up appearances among the other nobility. Of course, the quality of my attire couldn't match that of the daughters of high-ranking noble families. But unlike them, I had something I could take pride in. That was my beauty, and the fact that my maternal ancestors were from the northern lands, a line of nobles said to possess special abilities. Though such powers had waned over the generations and no longer manifested, I used to hope that perhaps they might appear in me as well. But now that I'd reached this age without any sign of them, I had given up on that dream. Still, I remained fond of magical artifacts, like the pendant I was wearing today. It's an enchanted item, you know. What's the matter? Oh my, that gentleman over there is quite striking, isn't he? That's Duke Clark. He was discovered by His Majesty at a young age and was just recently appointed as the Prime Minister. Really? I thought Duke Earlred was going to be appointed Prime Minister. I couldn't help but be surprised. Just a little while ago, I had overheard a rather intimidating man with an imposing figure say something like that. He was being called Your Excellency and had many medals, so I figured he must have been a general or something. My cousin shook her head, dismissing my question, and leaned in to whisper to me. Duke Earlred recently lost his wife and didn't play much of a role during the political upheaval. I heard His Majesty was quite disappointed in him. Oh, I see. I didn't care much for the blood-stained world of politics and warfare, so I only half listened to her explanation. My eyes, however, remained fixed on Duke Clark. Duke Clark is so gallant and dashing, isn't he? Oh, Belinda, don't tell me you're interested in someone like him. It's not that he's my type, but wouldn't any woman be drawn to a man like him? He's handsome, intelligent, and favored by the king. Surely, one of the royal princesses will be betrothed to him. No matter how much I admired him, he was the head of one of the 3 great ducal houses, and I was just the daughter of a country earl. There was no way we would be a match, and it was unlikely that he would even notice me. Accepting that, I spent my time dancing and conversing with heirs from viscount and earl families. Maybe one of them would become my husband. I mused as much while meeting them. Still, I hadn't yet found anyone who truly caught my attention. After attending several more soirees, my cousin found her match, a rather unimpressive man, the eldest son of a viscount. Despite that, she seemed happy. One day, she asked me, "Why haven't you chosen someone yet? What kind of man are you looking for?" "I want someone who is kind and will love me." "Well then, how about that viscount's second son I introduced you to? He's a little timid, but he fits the bill. But he never whispers words of love to me." My cousin looked at me, exasperated. Words of love are the typical lines of frivolous and insincere men. I worry you might be deceived by them. Besides, you're the type to follow your instincts. It was something my cousin often told me. Think things through more carefully. Tired of the constant lectures, I decided to change the subject. I picked up a cherry from the table in front of me. "Does your lover whisper sweet words to you?" "He's a sincere man. He treats me with respect." How boring, I thought, but all I said was, "I see." The cherry I put in my mouth wasn't sweet. A marriage without words of love would only lead to a life of miscommunication. I wanted a man who would express his feelings to me. My parents didn't have a bad relationship, but there was always a certain coldness between them. I suppose that's how noble marriages are. Still, I longed for a romance like the ones in the courtly novels that were so popular lately. In those stories, a knight would appear out of nowhere, pledging eternal love to the heroine. I couldn't stop myself from dreaming of such a love. But in reality, men rarely uttered such sweet words. They might compare me to flowers or fairies, but they never told me they loved me or found me adorable. Section. At yet another soirée, I found myself staring in disbelief at the handsome man standing in front of me. He smiled apologetically, a man I had seen at every gathering but never imagined I'd speak to. I had admired him from afar, never daring to think we could exchange words. Now, other young ladies watched from a distance, whispering among themselves. "May I have this dance, my lovely lady?" He offered his hand with soft, sweet words, and I placed my right hand on his. His smile was so endearing that I couldn't believe how close he was. Duke Clark led me gently and gracefully, far more effortlessly than anyone I had danced with before. He listened to me talk about my estate and family with genuine interest, even though I thought such topics would bore him. When I apologized, saying, "Stories of the countryside must be dull," he narrowed his eyes lovingly and brought his lips to my fingertips. "Not at all. When it's about you, every word feels precious and dear to me. But you're someone who serves beside His Majesty." Feeling overwhelmed, I hesitated, but he leaned closer and whispered my first name softly in my ear. "Call me Abram." "What?" "Please call me Abram, my sweet." My cheeks grew hot. I could feel myself turning bright red. Barely able to muster the courage, I whispered, "Abram." His eyes softened as he smiled, looking at me with such affection. "Belinda, your name is so beautiful. Of all the names I've ever known, it's the most enchanting. When I whisper it, it feels like a prayer, and when I say it aloud, it sounds like music. I could call your name forever. That's how much I adore it." I was elated. I knew he didn't let anyone else call him by his name. And the fact that this calm, composed man was looking at me with such tender eyes, it was almost too much to believe. I was so happy, so blissful, that I felt my whole life was bathed in a rosy glow. And surely, I thought, I was falling in love with him too. We spoke at every soiree we attended and went to balls as partners. Within less than a year, Abram proposed to me. Of course, at first I couldn't believe it. The great Abram Clark asking for my hand, how could we ever be a good match? Our ranks were so far apart. But still, he asked me again and again to marry him. Eventually, I came to truly believe that this man loved me with all his heart. I was certain that, unlike my reticent parents, Abram and I would be a couple overflowing with words of love and happiness. And finally, I met his parents. They were strict, and I quickly realized I didn't get along with them. His mother, in particular, seemed displeased that my father was only an earl. But Abram passionately insisted that I was the one he wanted. He declared he couldn't bear to marry anyone else, and eventually, his parents had no choice but to accept it. His younger brother was close to Abram but cold toward me. Still, Abram was kind enough that it didn't matter. He always whispered words of love to me, treating me with respect. No one else around me was like him. 2 years after that fateful night when he first spoke to me at the soiree, we had a grand wedding. It was far more extravagant than anything I could have imagined as the daughter of an earl. Even His Majesty attended. Nothing about it was what I had once envisioned for my marriage. My cousins were envious, and my parents told me, "Be happy." The wedding gown was the finest quality, and I felt as though I was floating on air. Abram was so kind. When I became pregnant with Clyde, he worried constantly that I might collapse, keeping me confined to my room. We lost our second child shortly after birth, but Abram gently comforted and consoled me. He said we could try again when I was ready. I believed, without a doubt, that he respected my feelings, that he loved me. Section. It was pure coincidence that I overheard that conversation. I was well into my third pregnancy and nearing the due date. After losing our second child before it was even born, I had fears that the baby I was carrying might not survive either. But I kept telling myself that this time would be different. If only I hadn't left my room that day, if I hadn't passed by the study, I could have lived the rest of my life blissfully ignorant. Marrying her, because of her northern bloodline, turned out to be a disappointment. There was no mistaking that low, irritated voice. It was Abram. A terrible feeling crept over me, and I froze in place. My instincts warned me not to listen, but I couldn't move. His voice was muffled through the door, and I couldn't catch everything, but it was clear he was speaking to someone. I had no idea who. The second one didn't make it. As long as we have Clyde, the succession is secure. Whether the next one is a boy or a girl, we'll have to proceed carefully. Abram's voice was colder than I had ever heard it. A shiver ran down my spine. Yes, 2 or 3 should suffice. Any more would raise suspicion, so we'll keep it to the bare minimum. As for that one's parents, well, no one will care if they die. I held my breath, trying to make sense of it all. Whoever those parents were, they couldn't have been his. That much was clear. But then, whose parents was he talking about? And what was Abram planning to do? I didn't want to know. Yet, something deep inside me told me I had to find out. The next child has to be born and nurtured to a certain point. The amount of magic is crucial. It has to meet my expectations. A puppet would suffice, but we can't risk drawing suspicion. I didn't understand the full meaning of his words, but I knew it wasn't good. Fear crept in, but terminating the pregnancy wasn't an option. And I couldn't bring myself to take the life of the child I had been blessed with. When my daughter was finally born, she was beautiful. I named her Liliana and planned to raise her with all the love and care I could muster, until everything changed. My father and mother passed away. They had fallen ill shortly before Liliana's birth, and both were bedridden. Before my daughter's first birthday, they were gone, far too young. For years, I had believed my parents were distant, cold, a couple who never spoke of their love. But after they were gone, I found something in my mother's vanity, a trove of love letters. All of them from my father. He had written her every single day since they first met, without fail. "The sky is beautiful again today. How are you feeling? I long to see your face. The full moon was stunning last night. Did you see it, just as I did? The flowers you love are blooming in the garden. I wish I could show them to you. I look forward to the day we can meet again. The full moon reminded me of the day we met. Please take care of yourself." A distant, cold couple, I had told myself I would create a warmer, more loving family than theirs. But in truth, I had just been blind to the love they shared. If I had known sooner, if I had learned that earlier in life, I wouldn't have been so lost. Tears streamed down my face as I realized they had truly loved each other, and that love had extended to me as well. I had always been enveloped in happiness, even if I hadn't seen it. My daughter, Liliana, was not a normal child. In some ways, she was too clever. She didn't cry. She didn't smile. Her eyes responded to things, so I knew she could see, but that was all. Her pale green eyes were empty, and staring into them filled me with dread. It was then that I realized I didn't know what Abram had planned or what he had done. But my parents had died because of Liliana's birth, and the child that had been born at the cost of their lives, she was not ordinary. What have I brought into this world? That question gnawed at me in the dead of night, keeping me from sleep. Still, I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to trust the man who had whispered sweet, loving words to me. Desperate to cling to something, I asked him, "Abram, why did my parents die? They were never sick a day in their lives. And Liliana, she's not right. She doesn't cry or smile at all." I couldn't bring myself to ask, "Did you kill my parents?" Nor could I ask, "What have you done to our child?" Instead, I muttered something to smooth things over, but in doing so, I noticed a change in him that I would have once dismissed as my imagination. Abram sneered at me, his face cold and cruel. He was mocking me, mocking my ignorance, laughing at how foolish I was. "Illness can strike without warning, you know, and Liliana is undoubtedly our child. You're just unsettled after the birth. Get some rest." His voice was calm, just like always, but something in me had shifted. Instead of feeling reassured, I was filled with dread. From that moment on, I watched Abram's every move carefully. He still showered me with sweet words, but I had come to understand the truth. Abram was a liar, someone who could easily say things he didn't mean. No matter how much I cried or how angry I got, he would soothe me, but he never truly empathized. My fear of Liliana only grew. Though she appeared human, to me she seemed like something else entirely. And more than anything, I couldn't forget that she had been born at the cost of my parents' lives. I had no way of knowing whose life she might claim next, so I distanced myself and Clyde from her entirely. Even if she looked human now, I couldn't bear the thought of waking up one day to find her transformed into something monstrous. I couldn't have her anywhere near us. Abram was no longer the man I had loved. I had fallen in love with a fiction, the facade of Abram Clark. The real Abram was cold, unfeeling, a man consumed by his own self-love, a man who lied without hesitation. I was almost certain that he had been the one who killed my parents, yet he showed no sign of guilt. The more I learned about him, the more terrified I became. He didn't see other people as his equals. He was a master of pretending, so no one else noticed, but having been by his side for so long, I could feel his unfathomable cruelty and ruthlessness. I also suspected that he was involved in something far worse, though he hid it well. There was nothing I could do, only nurture my growing fear. Fortunately, after Liliana was born, Abram no longer seemed interested in continuing our life as a couple. The loving words he had once whispered to me stopped entirely, and he hardly ever said my name anymore. He claimed his work had become more demanding and stayed at the ducal residence in the capital, rarely returning to the Forsha estate where I lived with Clyde. Even when he did come back, he stayed in a separate bedroom. And as soon as possible, he sent Liliana away to a manor near the capital, the very child who had caused my parents' deaths. No matter how much I hated and feared Abram, I couldn't bring myself to leave him. He didn't abuse me, nor did he subject me to violence. In fact, he provided me with more luxury than I could ever need. But more than anything, I couldn't abandon my beloved son to the den of vipers that was the ducal house. As my relationship with Abram grew more distant, the rift between me and his parents, who had never gotten along with me, widened even further. Only Clyde gave me any sense of peace. If anything were to harm him, my beloved son, you claim it's for the sake of the country, but what you're doing is nothing short of a godless crime, you murderer. I shouted, finally giving voice to the fear I had nurtured for so many years. To protect my son, I had decided I would face the devil himself. Even if it cost me my life, I would find the courage to do it. Blue flames surged toward me, intent on taking my life. Though I had some skill with magic, I was no match for Abram's power. All I could do was barely defend myself, my throat trembling so badly I couldn't even chant a proper spell. How foolish I am. In the end, I would die, unable to protect Clyde. I'm so sorry for being such a pitiful mother. Please forgive me, Clyde. Words of apology are meaningless now, but if only you could, please, live a life of happiness. Be happy even for my share. Live on. Chapter 141. Revenge and Counterattack 3. I wasn't able to protect Mother. Clyde's mind went blank. He knew only that his magic had been nullified, but his vision was obscured, and he couldn't see if his mother was safe. Nonetheless, Duke Clark's attack was ruthless enough to claim Belinda's life. Gradually, his vision returned, and what he saw made him doubt his eyes. Mother. To Clyde's shock, Belinda, who he had thought dead, was still alive. She sat on the floor, trembling uncontrollably and on the verge of fainting, but she stared intently at Duke Clark, her tears streaming down her face. Clyde wondered if his father had perhaps held back. With disbelief, he looked at his father, who was frowning in irritation. It seemed Duke Clark had genuinely intended to kill Belinda. Clyde had been convinced that Belinda would be killed, so why was his mother unharmed? At a glance, she seemed to have no injuries. Liliana, is it? The answer came from an unexpected source. At Duke Clark's low voice, Clyde was stunned. In response to the name, Liliana appeared in the empty space, dressed in simple indoor wear. She stood protectively in front of Belinda, smiling quietly, her gaze locked directly on Duke Clark. Section. Time rewinds a little. Liliana, who had transferred from the manor near the capital to the Duke's residence, vanished to search for her target. There's still time. Her mother, who had come from the Forsha estate to the Duke's residence, was apparently in the Duke's office. Though no noise reached her, locating her target was Liliana's specialty. Remaining invisible, she approached the office. She detected 3 presences inside, but there were no sounds. Liliana deduced that a soundproof barrier had been set up. However, this was no hindrance to her. She used her teleportation magic to enter the room without disturbing the barrier, taking care to remain hidden behind a piece of furniture. The room was a battlefield. Liliana's eyes widened slightly. Belinda was glaring fiercely, while Duke Clark looked on with a cold, indifferent expression, seemingly annoyed by his wife's outburst. I know it was you who killed my father-in-law. The second child died because of you too. You killed my father and mother without hesitation, just to make Liliana. Clyde stood dazed, making a commendable effort to understand the situation. He questioned his father about the truth, but Duke Clark responded with a look of exasperation, asking, "Is it so important to know whether it's true or not?" Of course it's important. What on earth is father talking about? Duke Clark, without doubting his own righteousness, criticized Clyde's lack of understanding. Liliana couldn't hide her frustration with her father. While the concept of false accusations existed in this world, the tragic nature of such falsehoods was not always fully grasped. Nevertheless, the head of one of the 3 great ducal families should not have spoken so casually about such matters. Claiming it's for the country, yet what you're doing is a sin that even the gods would fear, you murderer. Until now, Belinda had avoided Abram, looking at her husband with a mix of disgust, contempt, hatred, and fear. But at this moment, she was determined to confront Abram, overcoming her fear and directing all her anger at him. On the other hand, Abraham's face twisted in rage the moment he heard Belinda's words. Liliana, frowning, couldn't immediately understand what had triggered her father's anger. But as Abraham spoke next, Liliana felt the blood drain from her face. It would be better to create a hero, a sage, and a magician, Liliana realized with shock. It was a forbidden technique. Indeed, there had been those who researched it in the past, but all attempts to construct usable formulas failed, and it was deemed a forbidden technique for infringing on the realm of the gods. Research on it was no longer permitted, and all documents from earlier researchers were burned. Only a few documents remained, stored as forbidden books deep within the royal palace library. So, father intends to create humans. That was why Abram was so enraged. Belinda's words, a sin that even the gods would fear, were spot on, yet Abram must see himself as a being on par with the gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't even think of creating heroes. To be condemned by someone beneath him was an insult that an arrogant duke could not tolerate. As expected, the duke attempted to kill Belinda with magic. Clyde tried to protect his mother, but his magic was nullified by Abram. The scene before Liliana was just as she might have imagined from a past game scenario. A dispel. Abram's magic clashed with Liliana's nullification magic, filling the room with a blinding white light. This was a sign of the immense magical power clashing. Liliana had anticipated that Abram's magical power would be considerable and that he would be skilled in using it, but she had not expected him to match her in power. She managed to nullify the attack magic. Confirming that Clyde and Belinda were safe, Liliana exhaled in relief. The events unfolding before her would certainly deviate significantly from the scenario she remembered from the game. If that happened, one of the key pieces of information for predicting the future would be lost. However, Liliana was determined not to remain a mere observer this time. As the remnants of the magic faded, Liliana's hope that her presence would remain undetected was quickly betrayed by Duke Clark himself. "Liliana, is it?" With a voice full of conviction, Liliana resigned herself. She had intended to keep her ability to use magic a secret from Clyde. But now that Duke Clark had mentioned her name, Clyde would likely believe that Liliana was present. Even if she fought the Duke while remaining hidden, Clyde would probably continue to harbor doubts about her. Moreover, her chances of becoming Riley's fiancée were now almost entirely closed. Since there was no longer any need to hide, Liliana decided there was no need to pretend she couldn't use magic. Accepting the situation, Liliana resolved to reveal herself and stand between her mother and father. Sensing Clyde's astonishment, Liliana smiled and focused her gaze on her father, instinctively feeling that any sign of weakness could result in her death. "When did you learn to use magic?" Duke Clark, who had seemed angry just moments before, now asked the question with an air of amusement. Though sensing the discord, Liliana searched for words, unsure how to respond. After some hesitation, she decided not to answer. There was no need to provide more information than necessary. "And when did you start employing assassins, father?" "Lily, your voice." Clyde's eyes widened in surprise, but Liliana didn't glance at him. Her gaze remained sharply fixed on her father through her smile. Could it be that the shadows of the Duke's house couldn't manage to infiltrate the Ealdred estate? A silence fell. Both Clyde and Abram were at a loss for words. Liliana's question seemed to have caught them off guard. Clyde, dazed, muttered, "Could it be father?" It seemed that he realized from Liliana's question alone that the death of Duke Ealdred was the work of his father. Meanwhile, Abram, having recovered from his shock, began to laugh lowly with amusement. "I see, so you've seen through it. How did you manage that?" The Duke, who had been sitting behind his desk, stood up and moved around the large table to approach. His entire body still crackled with a bluish flame, ready for attack at any moment. Liliana tilted her head cutely, deepening her smile and murmuring, "Well then, father, I must tell you, I am quite angry." "Angry?" Duke Clark raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected answer. Liliana nodded. Liliana didn't fully understand the emotion of anger. She was aware that her feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure were notably weaker compared to others. She also had little attachment to people or things. However, if the intense, burning sensation that rose from her core every time she remembered Duke Ealdred's assassination could be described as anger, then she was indeed feeling it strongly at this moment. Her desire for retribution against the man responsible for Duke Ealdred's death was powerful enough that she could easily lose control if not careful. Fortunately, a thin layer of calmness covered this anger, allowing her to observe her own actions with a sense of detachment. The Duke, with a smile that suggested he was greatly amused, raised the corners of his mouth. "That's good. By harboring anger and sadness, you will only become stronger." Liliana frowned. However, she could not afford to be swayed by her father's rhetoric. To avoid giving Abram an advantage, she needed to unsettle him emotionally. Passion could cloud judgment. Having neutralized Abram's previous attack against Belinda, Liliana was not entirely confident that she had the strength to overcome him now. Although her magical power was slightly superior, her technical skills were either on par with or inferior to Abram's. Additionally, they were in the Duke's study, Abram's domain, where she had no knowledge of potential traps. Abram could execute impossible attacks within this space. Furthermore, Liliana was fighting while protecting Belinda and Clyde. Though Abram had not yet shown an intention to kill Clyde, his nature meant he could decide to eliminate him if necessary. Protecting both while battling a Duke of equal or greater strength put Liliana at a severe disadvantage. Thus, she needed to gain a strategic edge. As she thought quickly, Liliana spoke calmly. "Your Excellency was a remarkable man. You truly foresaw the future of this country and always thought of us young people. It is unacceptable to lose someone like him due to your personal feelings." Realizing whom Liliana was referring to, Abram's mood darkened immediately. He quickly understood that Liliana was speaking of the late Duke Ealdred. Confident that her words had trapped her enemy, Liliana chose her words with even greater caution. "Even without you, the Duke would have ensured the country's stability. He was truly a hero, deserving of the title of sage. Father, you are not even close to his level." Not even close. As Liliana continued, a defensive barrier around her began to glow white. The barrier she had quietly maintained deflected a sudden attack of fire magic from Abram. "Oh, you're rather impatient, aren't you? Such behavior is hardly befitting a hero, don't you think?" Duke Clark's face reddened with anger at his daughter's mocking words. Hero? That man was insufferable from the start. Despite having no real abilities, he was praised by everyone. Yet he did nothing to protect the country and only isolated himself in his territory like a weakling. Only the previous monarch recognized my power. While he spoke, relentless attacks continued to rain down on Liliana without pause. The study itself seemed to be protected by a magic nullifying spell, preventing significant damage. However, any direct hit would result in severe injury. Fireballs of various sizes and fire pillars assaulted Liliana, some of which could nullify her barrier. The defensive barrier began to weaken. Liliana focused on protecting Belinda, who was more likely to be caught in the attacks than Clyde, who could likely defend himself. Though Liliana's strategy to provoke Abram and dull his judgment had some effect, it was not entirely successful. Duke Clark, despite his fury, maintained a calm control over his magic. Abram continued to cast spells without incantations, and Liliana, while neutralizing each one, began to sense a reason for her unease in her calm moments. "It seems Father has no intention of killing me." Liliana also initially struggled with what to do about her father. Choosing the right path would require capturing him, gathering evidence, and filing a formal lawsuit with the temple. However, there were several problems with doing so. First, there was no telling whether evidence would be found. Even if it were, Father, with his extensive connections and high magical powers, would likely be released on bail or escape without notice. Second, formal charges could bring the Duke of Clark's family to ruin. Even if Liliana herself didn't mind, Clyde, her mother, and her grandmother were still alive. And the biggest problem was whether she could even capture the Duke. To capture him, she had to be stronger than him. Otherwise, she would be defeated. Clyde might be a valuable asset, but Liliana had no intention of relying on him. Wind blast, scythe wind. Liliana conjured a small gust of wind to consolidate the blue flames into a single sphere, and then aimed a wind blade at the Duke's body. Abram, momentarily surprised, easily defended himself from the attack and grinned with satisfaction. This magical power, indeed, it's more than sufficient. As expected, I was not wrong after all. From the brief incantations, the precision of the magic, and the attack power, Abram seemed to recognize Liliana's magical capacity and talent. "But you are still immature. You will bow before me, my subordinate." Abram smirked and began to weave a small incantation. Liliana felt a shiver of dread run through her body. The unclear yet melodic words were a curse of subjugation, a forbidden magic that should not be used in this era. Chapter 142. Revenge and Counterattack 4. As Abram began chanting the forbidden spell, Liliana felt her strength gradually drain away. Her magical power was being siphoned off, and her consciousness started to blur. She had no obligation to endure a curse of subjugation, nor did she have any compassion for the father who had killed the only person who had ever truly recognized her, Duke Ealdred. It was the moment when the last option of subjugation within her had completely vanished. Abram, focused on pouring his magical energy into the forbidden spell, did not notice the subtle shift in the air. Before he could finish his incantation, Liliana, with a sheen of sweat on her brow, whispered with a faint voice, "Goodbye, father." The spell she had been silently weaving completed. Noticing something unusual, Abram looked at Liliana with unnaturally glowing eyes. His voice faltered abruptly, and he opened and closed his mouth, eyes wide with shock. Golden vines of magic ensnared his body, absorbing his magical power. Green magic circles appeared on the floor beneath him and the ceiling above. Abram convulsed, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he tried to cover his mouth. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Ugh! A voiceless groan escaped his throat along with blood. Scythe wind. The swirling wind turned into a blade, slicing a deep wound from the Duke's chest to his abdomen. The blood seeping out stained his finely tailored clothes red. Red streaks ran from his wide-open eyes as he knelt and then collapsed face down onto the carpet. Liliana watched in silence, devoid of any emotion, as her father's body became a silent corpse. Eventually, Abram ceased moving. Confirming his death, Liliana performed a ritual to honor the dead. Purification. She lightly purified Abram's corpse just to be sure. With no reaction, Liliana breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her father's body was that of an ordinary human after all. She had suspected he might have used some forbidden magic on himself, due to his use of high-level fire magic without incantations, but it turned out to be unnecessary worry. Perhaps Liliana's high aptitude for magic was inherited from her father. As she pondered this, Liliana looked up at the sound of Clyde calling her name. "Lily, why are you?" "And your voice?" Clyde was confused, as Liliana should not have been in the Duke's mansion. Clyde knew where his sister was. Liliana furrowed her brow, troubled. The sudden turn of events had completely erased her plans to cover up the situation. It was true that her uneasy premonition had been triggered the moment she heard from Obsidian. Admitting to the use of teleportation without a teleportation circle was out of the question. If she claimed to have removed the circle, she would have to deal with arranging a carriage for the return, which was troublesome. Besides, there was no carriage available to her. As Liliana was contemplating what to do, Belinda, who had been sitting on the floor in a daze, finally regained her senses. Trembling, her eyes darted around wildly. Clyde and Liliana both turned their gazes toward Belinda. However, Belinda's face was contorted in terror. With froth at the corners of her mouth, she screamed at Liliana in a high-pitched voice. "Monster!" Liliana momentarily froze. She had been called a monster by her mother countless times before. Even though she had saved Belinda's life, it seemed that for Belinda, everything Liliana did was a source of fear. "You murderer, murderer. Because of you, my father and mother." "Mother, please stop." Clyde tried to restrain Belinda, who was screaming frantically and wildly. Despite his desperate efforts to calm her, Belinda's eyes did not register Clyde's presence. Liliana looked at Belinda with pity. Her mother had lost her sanity. The years of mental strain combined with the terror of death had proven too much for her fragile nerves when facing that man, her father. Belinda's neatly arranged hair was now disheveled, her cheeks hollowed out. Her wild eyes reflected her fear, and her body squirmed in an attempt to distance itself from Liliana. With a soft sigh, Liliana cast a spell on Belinda. Immediately, Belinda fell into a deep sleep. Clyde, in a panic, checked his mother in his arms. Upon confirming her gentle breathing, he let out a sigh of relief. Lily, you put mother to sleep. Yes, brother. It's just a little charm. Liliana added that it wasn't a spell or curse that interfered with the mind, but simply a way to enhance the parasympathetic nervous system. It was effective on Belinda, who was in a heightened state of agitation. Clyde looked up at Liliana. He understood that his sister had protected both him and their mother, even though the opponent she fought was their own father. Regardless of how poorly he had been treated or their lack of communication, killing a blood relative was a terrifying and sorrowful act. Clyde sensed the fear, sadness, and despair Liliana must have felt. Moreover, the shock of being harshly condemned by the very person she had saved was immense. Liliana had chosen to protect them, even at the cost of her own hands being stained. For this reason, Clyde could not bring himself to blame her. I'm sorry, I should have been the one to do it. With a deep sense of regret, Clyde apologized. He felt that it was his role as the elder brother to protect their mother and shield his sister. But in reality, he had only stood helplessly in the corner of the room. The moment his powerful spell to protect Belinda was nullified, Clyde had realized he could not defeat their father. Of course, he also had feelings about his sister, who had suddenly become able to use magic, and with such strength. Even so, he could not bring himself to condemn her as their mother had. His gaze held the trembling, small hands of his sister. Don't worry about it. It was only because I knew you were here, brother, that I was able to confront father with some measure of peace. On the other hand, Liliana quietly returned Clyde's gaze, filled with sadness and apology with a smile. Only she was unaware of how her expression added an air of fleetingness to her demeanor. Mother should recover somewhere peaceful. This place, and the mansion in the Forsha territory, has too strong a presence of father. Yes, you're right. Despite her body trembling unconsciously, Liliana spoke in a calm and collected tone. Clyde, unable to suppress his emotions, nodded as he clenched his lips tightly. Lily, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, brother. The timing was unfortunate. Belinda had become enraged and confronted their father, which led to her being nearly killed by him. But the one truly at fault was undeniably Duke Clark. He had claimed it was necessary, but there must have been other ways. At the very least, he had killed 5 people. Although evidence needed to be gathered regarding Belinda's parents and Duke Abram, Liliana felt confident that her father's reactions confirmed it. I am truly sorry, brother. Why are you apologizing, Lily? Committing such an act against one's own father is a grave sin. If it were truly the case, we should have sought judgment from the temple and questioned the crime justly. Liliana apologized, but Clyde could only offer a wry smile. However, the regret Liliana felt was not limited to that. In the game, their mother died early, but their father lived on for some time after their adulthood. Because of this, Clyde was able to take over the family estate after gaining some experience. But in this life, Liliana had ended their father's life prematurely. Although Clyde was nearing adulthood and could take on the title of Duke without issue, governing one of the 3 great duchies like the Clark Duchy would be a considerable burden for a young lord. Lily hasn't done anything wrong. You've only protected Mother and me. Besides, that final spell was the enslavement curse, wasn't it? It was self-defense. And making everything public isn't always the right thing to do, Clyde murmured, casting his eyes downward slightly. His awareness of the forbidden curse, enslavement, likely came from his education as a successor to one of the 3 great duchies or from knowledge gained as a future aide to the crown prince. Clyde laid Belinda down on a sofa and approached their deceased father. I don't know everything father was doing. The assassination of Duke Eraldred, Lily, you have certainty know about that, don't you? Yes. Good. Then the next step is to reinvestigate the causes of death for our maternal grandparents and Grandpa Rodney. It's clear there was some scheme, so if it goes public, important information might be suppressed by his accomplices. Liliana nodded. There was indeed a possibility of that. The worst-case scenario would be if their father were imprisoned only to be exonerated later, and then he would tighten surveillance on Liliana and Clyde. A man who would use an enslavement spell on his own daughter without hesitation. Perhaps Abram was one of the reasons Liliana's character in the game followed a path of ruin. Clyde glanced around the study, then crouched down to examine Abram's body carefully. After deep thought, he began to outline a potential scenario. Father had a mental breakdown and argued with Mother. Mother tried to stop him during a magical outburst, but unfortunately she died. Clyde's words, after examining the body, left Liliana stunned. His statement was an attempt to cover up her crime. Given Clyde's previous attitude towards Liliana, she had hoped he might protect her. Yet, the image of Clyde from the game, who ultimately condemned Liliana, flashed through her mind, and she had considered the slight possibility of being imprisoned. Although she had been prepared to flee if necessary, it would be far preferable if the incident were dismissed as an accident. Clyde glanced at Liliana, who was silently staring at him, and scratched his cheek in a troubled manner. Lily and Mother are both skilled in wind magic. Since your family, the nature of your magical power is similar. The remnants of magical energy from Father are also of wind magic. Even if an investigation were to occur, it should be possible to cover it up. Leave it to me. If Clyde could manage things well, there was no reason for Liliana to refuse. Seeing his sister nod in agreement, Clyde gave a wry smile and said, "I don't want to be a brother who would condemn his sister for protecting him." Liliana fell silent, unsure of what to say. Clyde, apparently not expecting a response, methodically checked the state of the study. Once he confirmed that his account of events was consistent, he turned back to Liliana. "Lily, who knows you came to this mansion? Only Father, Mother, and you, Brother. What about the staff? You didn't happen to leave without informing them, did you?" The staff referred to was those at the mansion near the capital where Liliana normally lived. Realizing immediately, Liliana shook her head. "No, there's no one." "Then it should be possible to cover up." Clyde briefly displayed a complex expression, but quickly nodded. Belinda would be said to have suffered a mental breakdown, so even if Liliana were to testify, it could be explained as symptoms of her condition. And Clyde, appearing sane, would testify that Liliana was not present. Given that considerable time had passed since Belinda burst into the room, the staff would likely be concerned about her well-being. Although Clyde was curious about how Liliana had arrived at the mansion, he judged that now was not the time to inquire about it. "I'd really like to send you back, but can you make it home?" "Yes, I'm fine. I have a teleportation circle." Understanding Clyde's intentions, Liliana anticipated that he would not ask to see it and casually lied. As expected, Clyde simply said, "That's good," and smiled. "In that case, Lily, you've been at the mansion all this time and never came here. If anyone asks you about it, just say that." "Yes, understood." "All right then. We'll talk again another day." Liliana returned Clyde's smile. He was likely full of questions. Considering the future complications, she almost wished she could erase Clyde's memory. However, using memory-altering magic was forbidden and could have adverse effects on Clyde. Fortunately, it seemed she would not be questioned further at this moment. Relieved internally, Liliana decided she had time to devise a strategy. She moved to a corner of the room and pretended to take out a teleportation circle from a hidden pocket. Concealing the circle in the shadow of her body and placing it out of Clyde's sight, she made it appear as though it had been activated. Of course, the actual method she used was teleportation magic. Soon, Liliana's figure vanished from sight. Left alone in the study, Clyde watched his sister disappear and let out a deep sigh. What a terrible night, he thought. The shock of his father being killed by his sister was immense, but the prior revelation that his father had attempted to kill their mother was just as shocking. The fact that his father had assassinated Duke Ealdred and likely had killed his maternal grandparents, and Rodney still seemed almost unreal. At the same time, Clyde had a nagging sense that his father might have other crimes to answer for. Still feeling as though he were in a dream, Clyde reviewed the next steps he needed to take. His mind was numb, and he had little room to sort out his emotions, but he needed to stage the performance of a lifetime. The audience would be the Duke's servants, doctors, and mages. Suppressing his gloomy sigh, Clyde steeled himself. Hoping his face appeared pale, he flung open the door to the room and, with the most anguished voice he could muster, called out for the servants. Someone come quickly. Father." "Lord Clyde." The Duke's household was thrown into chaos. The servants, faced with their master lying dead and bleeding from every wound, stood frozen in shock. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 143. Cleaning up the Twin Peaks 1. When Obsidian arrived at Duke Clark's mansion in the royal capital, the place was already in an uproar. Cloaked in darkness, he observed the situation, wondering what had happened. The pale-faced servants had summoned both a doctor and a mage, and the two were now examining Duke Clark's body with solemn expressions. Nearby, the eldest son, his face drained of color, listened to their words. From what he overheard, it seemed that the Duke's wife, Belinda, who was currently resting in another room, had lost control of her magic during a marital quarrel, catching the Duke off guard. Unable to neutralize the magic, the Duke had been fatally struck. The doctor and the mage didn't seem to find anything strange, but Obsidian furrowed his brow, unsettled. A magic outburst killed him. He twisted his mouth in disbelief. The amount of magic power someone possessed wasn't something you could easily discern just by looking. However, based on all the information he had gathered so far, it didn't seem like Belinda, the Duchess of Clark, had enough magic power to cause such an outburst. Moreover, the Duke's office was equipped with various mechanisms. Obsidian had already noticed the presence of a magic circle designed to suppress the magic of others while amplifying the Duke's own power. But that wasn't the only clue. There were clear signs left on the body. The damage to the Duke's body was severe, so much so that even the doctor and the mage hadn't noticed, but the wounds were inflicted from the inside out. If the wounds had been caused by a magic outburst, they should have originated from the outside and penetrated inward. So, the young lady killed her father, huh? And if the brother's covering it up, that makes him an accomplice. Obsidian, having easily deduced the truth, nodded as if satisfied. He was surprised that Liliana, who had been careful to hide her ability to use magic, had used it in front of Clyde. But more important to her, it seemed, had been taking Abram's life. Maybe she was more angrier about Duke Ildred's murder than I thought. Considering Liliana's personality, Obsidian had expected her to submit Duke Clark, the mastermind behind Duke Ildred's assassination, to proper judgment. That's why something didn't sit right with him. He had no idea what had happened, but Liliana had likely returned to her estate near the capital. Troubled by his thoughts, Obsidian decided to leave the scene quickly. "I'll head back for now," he muttered, intent on checking on Liliana. Cloaked in the shadows of the night once again, Obsidian began to retrace his steps. Section. When Liliana returned to her estate near the royal capital via teleportation, Obsidian was already gone. She felt a mix of disappointment and relief. With a sigh, she collapsed onto her bed. Her confrontation with her father had left her mentally exhausted. Though Liliana had once fought off monsters during the largest-scale stampede in history, the toll on her magic felt far greater this time. Back then, she knew that even the slightest lapse in focus would mean death, so she had shown no mercy, and the magic she had used wasn't particularly complex. In contrast, confronting her father, the Duke, had required an overwhelming amount of magic and advanced spells, all while she grappled with the question of whether she should take his life. Was this really the right thing to do? She muttered bleakly. The more she reflected on herself in that moment, the more she realized how far she'd been from acting rationally. Should she have captured him, even if it meant injuring him, and subjected him to a fair trial? Or had killing him been the better choice? Though she'd considered these options, Liliana had known deep down that capturing him alive would be nearly impossible. What had ultimately prompted her to cast the killing spell was hearing him utter the words of the subjugation curse. The subjugation curse was a dark spell that could destroy the target's will, turning them into a puppet, essentially the same as necromancy, which reanimates corpses. Because of its nature, the spell was classified as forbidden magic. That's why Clyde had comforted Liliana, telling her that what she did was self-defense. But even if she hadn't heard the subjugation curse, Liliana knew she would have still taken her father's life. That said, trials weren't all that important in this world. In the countryside, trials were conducted by the local lords. If someone was dissatisfied with a verdict, they could appeal to the temple in the royal capital. For cases in the capital or disputes among nobles, the temple would judge, and the king himself often intervened in noble conflicts. However, not every dispute was brought to the temple or the lords. Private retribution was also a common practice. For instance, if a young member of one family was killed by a young member of another, the victim's family had the right to kill someone from the offender's family. The offender's family could choose to protect the perpetrator, but if they admitted guilt, they were obligated not to shield him. In this world, losing the protection of one's family was akin to a death sentence unless the individual had some extraordinary talent, like martial or magical prowess. Even if one managed to survive without familial protection, they would be perpetually hunted by the victim's family. To evade capture, sometimes fighting back to survive, was an exceedingly difficult task. Yet, if someone managed to endure against the odds, they would undoubtedly gain renown as a mercenary. Of course, such cases were rare. In any case, Liliana's act of killing her father, Duke Clark, wouldn't automatically make her guilty. If the crimes he committed, deserving of death, were brought to light, her actions would be deemed justified, and she would likely be declared innocent. However, that was a separate matter from rumors and reputation, and Liliana couldn't shake her unease or accept what she had done with a clear conscience. Liliana couldn't convince herself that her decision to kill her father hadn't been driven by emotion. Yes, Liliana had wanted Duke Clark dead. Her anger was undeniable. She couldn't say that part of her didn't resent the fact that the man who killed Duke Ealdred was still walking free. And yet, doesn't that just prove I'm following the script of this game? She murmured. The low voice that echoed in Liliana's ears made her grip her pillow tightly with her slender hands. In the game, Liliana was driven by jealousy, and she attempted to drive a wedge between the heroine, Emilia Navy, and her fiancé, the Crown Prince, by borrowing the game's own words, resorting to dark magic. Even when the player's chosen romantic target wasn't Riley, Emilia would inevitably be involved with him to some extent, leading Liliana down a path of ruin. The core issue was that Liliana, in the game, was consumed by jealousy, anger, and hatred. Although she had lived her life thinking she was different from the Liliana in the game, the more she reflected on what had just happened, the more it felt like she was no different from her game counterpart. And besides, everything seems to be unfolding exactly according to the game's scenario, she muttered. There was another issue weighing on her mind. All this time, Liliana had been acting in ways to avoid following the game's script in an effort to escape her impending doom. Pretending to have lost her voice to annul her engagement to Riley had been one such action. Yet in the end, it seemed almost certain that she would become Riley's fiancé. Now that Duke Clark, the most powerful opposition to their engagement, was dead, it would be nearly impossible to overturn that decision. Liliana had also assumed that her brother Clyde's change in personality was due to their mother's death, but there was no guarantee that was true. In fact, after witnessing his sister kill their father right in front of him, his emotions were surely far from calm. If this incident caused a further change in Clyde's character, that could also lead to Liliana's downfall. Liliana covered her face with both hands. In the darkness behind her closed eyes, the image of her father's final moments vividly reappeared, sending a chill down her spine. She didn't feel any guilt over killing her father. Her heart was hollow, and she felt no sense of regret or remorse. She hadn't hesitated to take his life, nor did she regret doing so. And it was that part of herself that terrified her. A small gasp escaped her as she felt herself being engulfed by the darkness creeping up from her feet. Forcing herself to calm her trembling body, Liliana cast a spell on herself. Slowly, her consciousness was swallowed by sleep, and the magic and sorcery embedded in the room extended invisible tendrils throughout the space to ensure her peace. The defensive barrier that blocked all intrusions even rejected the dark figure that soon appeared. "Milady." Obsidian, who had hurried to the scene, couldn't hide his confusion when confronted with a barrier more sophisticated than ever before. With the previous barriers, he had been able to get inside, albeit at the cost of waking Liliana. But the one in front of him now allowed for no such entry. Obsidian was completely powerless against it. What on earth? Confounded, he tried to make sense of the situation, but with no way to get in, he couldn't ask Liliana herself. Uneasy, but with no other options, Obsidian decided to spend the night in the attic near her room. The next day, Obsidian approached Liliana's bedroom. However, the barrier that had been erected was still meticulously intact, leaving no opening for entry. Though Obsidian could force his way in, doing so might have adverse effects not only on himself, but also on Liliana. Uncharacteristically impatient, he lingered as close as he could to the barrier, waiting for the moment when he could finally see her. It seemed that Liliana had informed Marion and the others that she was feeling unwell, and so she spent the entire day confined to her room. Downstairs, the news of Duke Clark's death had spread, and the servants were in a state of shock and unrest. But Obsidian's concern lay more with Liliana than the commotion among the servants. Then, the day after that, 3 days after Duke Clark's death, Liliana finally emerged, saying that she had recovered. The barrier that had enveloped her room was also gone. Relieved, Obsidian took the opportunity, unnoticed by the servants, to appear before Liliana. "Hey, milady. Seed, I must thank you for telling me that Mother had left Forsha." Obsidian was caught off guard by Liliana's sudden remark and fell silent. But she seemed unfazed, continuing with her usual smile. "Thanks to you informing me about my mother, I was able to rush to both my father and mother's side." Obsidian was at a loss for words. He wanted to ask if Liliana had indeed killed her father and why she had locked herself in her room for so long. So many questions flooded his mind, but he wasn't sure if he should ask them. After all, Obsidian lacked a grasp of what would be considered normal. Then he quickly abandoned his line of thinking, deciding it was pointless to dwell on it. "So, you killed your old man, huh?" His tone was one of confirmation, not inquiry. Liliana deepened her smile. Tilting her head slightly, she answered in a calm, measured voice. "I'll leave that to your imagination." It was clear she had no intention of giving him a straightforward answer. Obsidian resisted the urge to sigh. "Then why did you stay locked in your room all day yesterday? Were you really feeling unwell?" "Yes, it seems the fatigue finally caught up with me." Her polite response sounded strangely hollow. Obsidian furrowed his brows, but Liliana's expression remained unchanged. She sat there calmly, her usual smile fixed in place like that of a doll, unchanging and serene. Section. As the carriage swayed on its way to the royal palace, Clyde let out a deep sigh. Only a few days had passed since his father's death, but he was already feeling utterly exhausted. It had been officially acknowledged that the cause of death for his father, Duke Clark, was the result of his wife, Belinda's, magical outburst. Belinda had been diagnosed with diminished mental capacity. As expected, Belinda had not been able to find any peace in the ducal residence in the royal capital, where traces of her late husband lingered everywhere. She constantly cursed at him, screamed that Liliana was a monster, and repeatedly begged Clyde to flee with her. Initially, Clyde had planned for her to attend the funeral, but after just one night, he had already changed his plans. Under the guise of sending her for treatment, Clyde swiftly made arrangements to move his mother to a mansion on the far edge of Duke Clark's territory. He also summoned Philip, who was residing at the Forsha estate, to the royal capital. Since it would take about a week for Philip to arrive, Clyde planned to use that time to not only prepare for the funeral, but also gather the necessary documents to formally take over as the head of the ducal family. Normally, a guardian would be appointed when someone below the age of majority inherited such a title. However, either fortunately or unfortunately, Clyde was only a few months away from reaching adulthood, so there was no need for a guardian. This made it relatively simple to gather the necessary paperwork, though mentally, he was far from feeling at ease with the myriad of issues weighing on him. Clyde had planned to return home as soon as he submitted the documents, but as he entered one of the offices in the wing where the administrative offices were located, a familiar civil servant stood up in a fluster. Quickly motioning for the other officials in the room to stay seated, he hurried over to Clyde. "We have received your documents without issue. However, there's, someone who wishes to speak with you after this." From the civil servant's hesitant tone, Clyde immediately understood. The man wore an uncomfortable expression. It was undoubtedly an order from someone whose rank made it impossible for him to refuse, yet he also sympathized with Clyde, who had just inherited the title at such a young age and was clearly overwhelmed by the demands on his time. That was likely why he found it difficult to convey the message. With no choice, Clyde nodded. "Very well, where should I go?" The civil servant's face visibly relaxed in relief. He then leaned in and whispered the location, a room situated deep within the palace, near the royal family's living quarters. Chapter 144. Cleaning up the Twin Peaks too. Clyde expressed his gratitude to the official, who delivered the message before promptly heading to the designated room. The fact that his father, Abram Clark, had passed away was already known among the nobles. While some of the nobles retreating to their territories might still be unaware, it was rare for those staying in the royal capital to be uninformed. As a result, the people he passed in the corridor murmured words of condolence. He inwardly sighed, wondering how many of them were sincere. Compared to when Duke Ealdred had died, the atmosphere within the palace remained entirely unchanged. When news of Duke Ealdred's death had reached them, not just the nobles, but also the ladies-in-waiting and attendants had mourned his passing. Although he had withdrawn to his territory after losing his first wife, Duke Ealdred had still made appearances in the royal capital when necessary. He treated his servants with kindness, which earned him many loyal followers, regardless of their status. In contrast, Clyde's father, Duke Clark, had a tendency to change his demeanor depending on the status of the person he was speaking to. Clyde had witnessed this firsthand. To his father, the servants were no different from decorations on the wall. He did not regard them as fellow human beings. Of course, as chancellor, he had to maintain some decorum, but the servants were still human. They could easily sense the underlying truth behind his words. Even if they initially held a good impression, as time passed, many would recognize Duke Clark's hypocrisy. "Excuse me." Upon arriving at the intended room, Clyde found 2 guards standing at the door. He nodded to the familiar faces and entered the room. Inside, the expected person was waiting for him. "I apologize for summoning you so suddenly." "No, please don't worry about it, Your Highness." Clyde faced the Crown Prince Riley Williams of the Slybgrad Kingdom. 3 years younger than Clyde, he exuded an unexpected calmness, smiling gently. Sensing that Riley likely did not wish for casual conversation, Clyde let out a wry smile and took a seat on the sofa in front of him. As soon as he did, a soundproof barrier was set up in the room. "I sincerely pray that the late Lord Clark may rest in peace." "Your words are too generous. I am grateful." Clyde lowered his head in response to Riley's words. It was questionable whether his father truly desired peace in his eternal rest, but the sentiment was appreciated. He bowed his head sincerely. It seemed Riley had no intention of wasting time and quickly moved on to the main topic. "I hear that Duke Clark, now the late Duke, was killed as a result of the outburst of the Duchess's magical power." "Yes, that is correct." Clyde nodded. He had already submitted documents signed by physicians and sorcerers, so he had ample excuses for that. However, Riley directed a meaningful gaze toward Clyde. "I have no intention of disparaging the deceased. However, I must confirm something, which is why I asked you to come." "Something you need to confirm? What is it?" Clyde furrowed his brow at Riley's indirect words. He did not have a good feeling about it. However, Riley continued without showing any concern for Clyde's reaction. "There are many who believe that Duke Ealdred's death was part of Duke Clark's scheme. Their anger is intense. Normally, their outrage would be directed at Duke Clark himself, but now that he has passed, all that negative sentiment may turn toward you." Clyde remained silent. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring back at the Crown Prince. Riley met his intense gaze without showing the slightest sign of disturbance. "I believe such a thing should not happen. You and your father are separate individuals and should not be seen as the same. However, there are those who cannot make that distinction." "There are indeed." Clyde had no specific memories prompted by Riley's words, but he could easily imagine that such individuals existed. It seemed Riley genuinely cared about Clyde. As he admired the concern of the younger Crown Prince, Clyde waited for Riley to continue. "By the way, I realize it may be cruel to ask you this right after losing your father, but do you truly believe Duke Clark murdered Duke Ealdred?" Clyde fell silent. This was not something he could answer immediately. His primary concern was why Riley had suddenly posed such a question. If it could lead to a positive outcome for Clyde, Liliana, and the Clark family, that would be one thing. However, if it had any potential for negative repercussions, he would need to intervene. Riley let out a slight smile as he met Clyde's inquiring gaze. "Please don't make that face. I swear that I will never cause you or Lady Liliana any harm." Receiving Riley's calm words, Clyde quietly exhaled slowly. Indeed, Clyde had suspected that his father had some connection to Duke Ealdred's death. From what he had overheard during the conversation between Liliana and his father, it seemed highly likely that Duke Ealdred had not died of natural causes, but had been assassinated. and that his father had given the order. However, he had no means to prove it. Even if his father were still alive, the man known as the Blue Flame Chancellor would never allow himself to leave any evidence behind. Furthermore, his father was involved not only in Duke Ealdred's death, but also in the deaths of his maternal grandparents. Yet again, there was no evidence. I don't know. After hesitating, Clyde expressed his honest feelings. He still could not sort through his thoughts. He had the impression that his sister knew something, but they had yet to find a moment to speak privately. Until he understood what his sister, who had pretended to be mute, was thinking, he had no intention of recklessly revealing the truth, even to the lord he was destined to serve. If it became known that he had lied to the crown prince, he would undoubtedly be suspected of treason and face punishment. But Clyde chose, without hesitation, to conceal the truth. Riley nodded as if understanding and continued to question him. When the Duke passed away, it was just the Duchess, you, and Lady Liliana in the room, correct? No, only my mother was in the same room. I was in a separate room. I had gone in to speak with my father and found my mother collapsed due to a magical outburst, and then my father was already gone. Liliana was at a residence near the royal capital and had not set foot in the Duke's mansion at all. Ah, right. Riley narrowed his eyes, seeming to contemplate something. Then, even if the Duke said something before he died, no one would know. Yes, as I informed you, my mother is in a state of mental instability. Misfortunes tend to compound, don't they? Indeed, I truly believe so. Clyde agreed, feeling the weight of those words, and Riley sighed in response. Not all of Duke Ealdred's followers will harbor hostility toward you. However, you should be cautious of the Alcasia faction. I've been hearing some suspicious rumors. I will. Thank you very much. It was likely that Riley's source of information was the intelligence group known as the Shadows, which the king controlled. It would probably be best not to pry too deeply, but it was undoubtedly valuable information. Clyde sincerely expressed his gratitude, and Riley smiled at him. Contact me immediately if anything comes up. I appreciate your concern. It seemed there was nothing more to discuss. After bidding farewell to Riley, Clyde left the room. He nodded to the familiar guards as he walked down the corridor toward the Duke's mansion. There were still countless tasks to attend to. As a sigh escaped him unconsciously, he suddenly thought of something that furrowed his brow. Perhaps Riley had realized that Liliana could use magic. It was a possibility he couldn't dismiss. Clyde did not know the extent of the intelligence capabilities possessed by Riley's Shadows. However, it was conceivable that he had secretly obtained some information. The fact that Riley had intentionally summoned Clyde to inquire privately about his father's death suggested that he might harbor some doubt about the cause of death that Clyde had reported. Clyde shook his head slightly as if to dispel the headache that threatened to form. There was no point in pondering such matters. Even if Riley had discerned the truth, there was nothing Clyde could do at this moment. His priority was to proceed with the necessary administrative tasks to complete the funeral and to handle the nobles who might direct their anger toward himself or Liliana. That was what Clyde needed to focus on now. At the same time, he would need to speak with Liliana. As Clyde climbed into the carriage, he pressed his index finger against his forehead, rubbing it gently. Feeling the sway as the carriage began to move, he decided to take a short nap on the way back to the mansion. Riley called Clyde Benito Clark to confirm something that had been weighing on his mind. However, he could not directly ask his question. Instead, Riley opted for a more indirect approach, using subtle inquiries to gauge Clyde's reaction. It seems likely that my assumptions are correct. Once Clyde left and he was alone in the room, Riley muttered to himself. When he first received the report that Duke Clark had died due to his wife's magical outburst, Riley could hardly believe his ears. Duke Clark was a figure known as the Blue Flame Chancellor. Though few remembered it now, it was his magical prowess that had earned him the position, recognized by the late king. About 20 years ago, during the political upheaval, the rebellion was widely discussed as having been suppressed under the king's command. However, the battles of that time had been anything but easy. The rebel forces were smaller in number than the government troops, but their unity under a single belief was formidable. Their momentum had been astonishing, to the point where they nearly captured the royal capital. When the palace was on the verge of falling into the hands of the rebels, It was the young Duke Clark who stepped in to subdue their elite fighters. Abram Clark's fire magic turned the rebel soldiers into flaming torches, incinerating their weapons. The young man stood amidst the gruesome scene, coldly looking down at the soldiers who screamed in pain, illuminated by a pale blue light. From that moment, he became known as the Duke of Blue Flame, and after ascending to the chancellorship, he was called the Blue Flame Chancellor. In contrast, his wife, Belinda Clark, was an ordinary noblewoman. Her family was a typical count's house, with no one in her lineage possessing extraordinary magical abilities. She herself lacked any outstanding talents and rarely appeared in high society after the birth of Liliana. In summary, she was an unremarkable duchess. Instances of magical outbursts are rare. They occur when a person with an immense amount of magic loses control of their emotions, falling into one of three conditions. Even if one lacks magical talent or excels in attack magic, a lack of substantial magical power would prevent them from experiencing an outburst. In other words, both the report of Duchess Clark experiencing a magical outburst and the possibility of Duke Clark, who bore the title of Blue Flame, failing to suppress such an event and losing his life seemed implausible. I figured he wouldn't say anything, but as expected, he's tight-lipped. Riley let out a faint smile. Clyde's tendency to hold his tongue was a virtue that Riley appreciated and found trustworthy. The only one who could stand against the Chancellor, by process of elimination, would be Sasha. Belinda was certainly out of the question, and so was Clyde. Riley had seen Clyde use magic a few times, but he could hardly believe he could defeat Duke Clark. As for Liliana, Riley had never witnessed her using magic. However, during the largest monster stampede in history that had occurred 2 years ago, Liliana had created soundproof barriers and illusions, managing to disappear from the scene. That was not something achievable with a mere moderate amount of magical power. If anyone could defeat Duke Clark, it might be her. And without a doubt, Clyde, who had given a false report, knew that his sister had taken action against their father. Yet questions still lingered. Despite facing the men who had kidnapped her, she had urged for a proper trial rather than resorting to vigilante justice. The reasons behind her actions puzzled Riley. If there was certainty that Duke Clark had murdered Duke Ealdred, it could explain why Liliana had killed their father. Indeed, when Marquis Finch had barged in and unjustly accused Liliana, she had been visibly shocked by Duke Ealdred's death. Although she had fainted, she quickly regained her composure. Was there something else that had driven her into a rage, or was she cornered to the point where retaliation became necessary? Sasha, what on earth are you thinking all alone right now? If it were true that the young girl had killed her own father, the psychological impact would be unfathomable. Yet, it was certain that Liliana would endure it alone, refusing to rely on anyone. His murmured voice, tinged with loneliness, echoed in the quiet room, unheard by anyone. Frustrated by his inability to rush to her side, Riley bit his lip. Chapter 145. Cleaning up the Twin Peaks 3. The Ealdred Duke's territory was vast. In a room of a small castle, nestled in one corner of a forest that sprawled across part of it, a man who had received news furrowed his brow. Both Duke Ealdred and Duke Clark have passed away. Yes, that is correct. I see. To have two heads of the three great ducal houses die in quick succession. The man who brought the letter bowed deeply at the sound of the growl in his voice. Yes, Your Excellency, I wish to seek your counsel regarding the future of the national governance. Is the condition of His Majesty not favorable either? The man known as Lord Plaisted sighed as he spoke. Whispered to be the right arm of Duke Ealdred, he was a prominent figure within the Alcatia faction, holding considerable influence. He appeared as a dashing gentleman, so much so that the moment he stepped into high society, it was said that ladies swooned in excitement. Yet now, the gentle smile usually gracing his handsome features was replaced by a sharp glint in his eyes. The tense messenger replied with a strained voice. The physician stated that it may be less than a year. At the messenger's words, Lord Plaisted narrowed his brow. He pressed his lips with his index finger and sank deeply into his chair, a habit of his when deep in thought. Eventually, he raised his eyes. The messenger swallowed hard under the intensity of Plaisted's gaze. Is it only the physicians confirming His Majesty's condition? I've heard that a magician doubted it and examined him as well. Yes, the Minister of Magic, Nicholas Bergson, confirmed that it is not due to sorcery. The moment he heard Bergson's name, Plaisted snorted. A mocking glint appeared in his otherwise noble eyes. It was the Chancellor who appointed that incompetent, power-hungry Nicholas Bergson, wasn't it? The messenger was taken aback, astonished at how Plaisted could know. Yet, Plaisted had no intention of answering, his mouth clamped shut as he squinted in contemplation. After a moment he muttered, "Very well. With the heads of two of the three great ducal houses changing, it's evident that the current advisory council will be in disarray." The messenger, hearing the derisive words, displayed a complex expression despite his otherwise emotionless demeanor. He could not deny it, but was likely unable to affirm it due to his position. Of course, Plaisted had not expected an answer. Now that both Duke Ealdred and Duke Clark were gone, there were no influential figures left in the advisory council. It was easy to imagine that discussions would become mired in conflict, resulting in no conclusions being reached as time passed. If only the Margrave Kennys were present, a single word from him could command authority. Although Plaisted deemed him far superior in martial skills compared to other nobles, he still held reservations regarding his political acumen. The Margrave himself was aware of this, often seeking various perspectives from multiple sources, including Duke Ealdred. However, that would not suffice in an emergency. There was a significant chance that no conclusions would be reached when swift decisions were required. "I will arrange for another physician to examine His Majesty's condition. If you agree to that condition, I will attend the advisory council." "Understood." The messenger bowed deeply. "By the way," Lord Plaisted casually asked, "who do you plan to appoint as the next Chancellor?" "That remains undecided, but currently, Earl Mellors is serving as the acting Chancellor." It seemed the next Chancellor had yet to be determined. However, it was common for an acting Chancellor to remain in office. Plaisted frowned. "Mellors, huh?" He murmured lowly, then asked, "Is that all you have to say?" The messenger nodded, respectfully presenting the summons. It contained a request for attendance at the advisory council and the date of the meeting. After glancing over the document, Plaisted signed it and handed it back to the messenger, not forgetting to add a note regarding conditions. With that, all preparations were complete. Once the messenger had departed, Lord Plaisted stood and gazed out the window. The forest spread endlessly beneath him. Since the monster attack that occurred during the Crown Prince's birthday festival 2 years ago, no large-scale incidents had taken place. Instead, the number of smaller monster attacks had increased. Reports were coming in daily from somewhere in the kingdom. The forest that Lord Plaisted was currently gazing at had to be constantly monitored. Although the Ealdred Duke's territory still had functional mages and knights, preventing harm to the residents, regions without mages or knight orders had reportedly suffered casualties. Most nobles, comfortably nestled in their privileged positions, seemed to believe that another large-scale monster stampede would not occur. However, Lord Plaisted thought that danger could lurk anywhere. With an exasperated sigh, Lord Plaisted bitterly muttered, "Mellors as Chancellor, huh? The person who becomes Chancellor must possess ability, so nobility is not regarded as highly important. Of course, if two candidates have equal capabilities, the one with the higher title will typically be appointed." Historically, there have been cases where a former chamberlain, recognized for his abilities, transitioned from diplomat to chancellor. Considering the current members of the advisory council and the faces among the bureaucrats, there weren't many suitable candidates for chancellor. It wasn't surprising that Earl Mellors, who had long served as the council's facilitator, was appointed as the acting chancellor. However, if he were to become chancellor, the situation would be different. Plaisted pondered various possibilities regarding the implications of such an event. The earlry will be thrown into chaos. Yet, there were no other appropriate candidates. A few potential names flashed through his mind, but compared to Earl Mellors, they all seemed inadequate. Pressing his throbbing head in response to the unsettling premonition that lingered, he braced himself for the consequences. Section. Abram Clark's funeral concluded without incident, and Liliana and the others were in mourning. Their mother, Belinda, had left early under the pretext of recuperation and moved to a villa in their territory, while Clyde was busy as the next heir. Although Liliana was doing her best to assist her brother, her position as a younger sister limited her contributions. Most of the work of the Clark family was being handled by the butler, Philip, and Clyde. Thus, Liliana continued to secretly search for evidence of Abraham's crimes. Until now, it had been difficult to infiltrate the Duke's residence in the royal capital or the mansion in Forsha, but with Abraham gone, it was easier to conduct her search. I found it. That night, in the Duke's office where she had stealthily entered after midnight, she finally discovered her first clue. It was a black leather-bound diary that she now held in her hands. The old diary was tucked away in a hidden compartment of the desk drawer. This thick diary had been written during Abraham's youth and was not a recent one. However, understanding his origins would likely provide useful insights into his intentions. Liliana opened the diary and began searching for the specific words she sought. To her surprise, she found them fairly early on. Bernardo Chad Ealdred, an arrogant fool who climbed to power through despicable means. The name of the late Duke Ealdred, whom Abraham had assassinated, appeared throughout the pages. Liliana's father seemed to look down on others fundamentally, rarely expressing praise for anyone. When he did, it was only to commend Abraham or recognize actions that positively influenced him. Within Abraham's diary, the writings regarding Bernardo were frequent. Moreover, there were no words of praise. Instead, every mention of Bernardo was filled with malice and hatred. He is full of himself, believing he knows everything. He is nothing but an eyesore. Why is everyone deceived by that facade? Even His Majesty thinks of that man as the wise one. It is utterly ridiculous. However, he could never voice these true feelings. The young Ealdred Duke was so admired by the kingdom's nobles that it was beyond comprehension. It's tiring to talk to fools who blindly believe that dominating multiple chessboards showcases superior ability. There was only a 5-year age difference. Abraham was younger than Bernardo. Over time, the young Duke Clark nurtured a growing sense of frustration, feeling he was not being recognized justly. Whenever Abraham voiced his opinions, the nobles from their parents' generation favored Bernardo's words. Of course, Abraham's abilities were acknowledged. Otherwise, the policies he proposed would never have been adopted. Yet, to him, it seemed everyone was simply favoring Bernardo. Why does that man appear in my path and hinder me? Does he think of nothing but disrupting the order of the world I am meant to govern? There is no place for that man to be, yet I want to take away even the little place he occupies. Eventually, the diary's tone shifted. This change occurred 1 week before the death of Bernardo's first wife. Soon, everything will come to an end for that man. He will no longer be able to mock me. The day his honor is tarnished is near. I will not let him escape. Bernardo Chad Ealdred, your ruin is imminent. After I have thoroughly made you suffer under the stigma of murdering your wife, I shall purge you with my own hands. Abraham left behind ecstatic words when Bernardo's wife died. Even with that brilliant mind that everyone praises, that man has been forsaken even by the God he believes in. To throw everything away for the death of a single person, indeed, that man was not worthy of the title of wise one. After Bernardo Chad Ealdred retreated to his territory, following his wife's death, Abraham's diary regained its brightness. On the day he was appointed chancellor, his joy was evident. I was right all along. The path to accomplishing everything is naturally opening up before me. Things have already started moving. The Lord who has retreated and allowed his mind to rest cannot possibly understand my noble aspirations. That pretender to wisdom, praised for being able to read the future, is of no consequence. I am akin to a god now. No one can stop me. Even so, his resentment toward Bernardo seemed to persist. Though it decreased in frequency, he still referred to that hated man whenever possible. That calm face, as if he knows everything, is burned into my eyelids. It haunts me in my dreams. All I can do is picture the day I will slice that face to pieces. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him. I want to kill him right now. At first, he had been satisfied that Bernardo was secluded in his territory. However, as time passed, his hatred intensified and anger consumed him. I loathe everything about him, his face, his clothes, even his breath. Just the thought of him being alive fills me with a rage that bubbles up from my gut. I want to see that man, suffering and begging for my forgiveness with a face soaked in tears and snot. Would tearing his limbs apart and feeding him to monsters in front of his children bring me relief? Even after retreating to his estate, the rumor that he had killed his wife spread throughout high society. Yet Bernard Chad Ealdred's reputation did not significantly decline. Those who knew his true character did not believe the rumor and even denied it. Thus, the rumor soon died out, further inciting Abram's fury. While Abram had become chancellor in Bernard's stead, every time he worked, he felt Bernard's presence everywhere. Occasionally, he heard whispers of if only Duke Ealdred were here. Some would wonder, what would he do? Even carrying a stain on his reputation, Bernard's intellect captured the hearts of the nobility. Still, Abram's reputation and authority were undoubtedly on the rise. However, while his abilities were only ever regarded as equal to those of Duke Ealdred, they could never be said to surpass them. This was what wounded Abram Clark's pride. That man is an eyesore. It didn't take long for anger to transform into hatred. He was simply too bothersome. And when Duke Ealdred finally stepped back onto the stage then, the preparations of Duke Clark would be complete. The circumstances were set in place for him to take that life whenever he issued the order. How I wanted to witness that struggling, suffering figure with my own eyes. On this finest of days, I would toast with the wine I had been saving for this moment, celebrating that man's disgraceful death. The diary in Liliana's possession was from Abram's youth. However, if the Duke had written about the assassination of Duke Ealdred in the diary, he surely would have expressed such sentiments. This was an easy enough conclusion to reach, causing Liliana to exhale deeply. Reading the diary soaked in hatred was a burdensome task. Her heart felt heavy. Despite not much time having passed, she felt terribly fatigued. Liliana returned the diary to its original place. What a foolish man. He spent his life nurturing nothing but hatred and selfish grudges. What a wasteful life it was. How one should live their life varies depending on their values. Still, her father's way of living felt incredibly empty. Surely, even if he were alive, he would never atone for his sins. He would only resent those who drove him to ruin, thinking only of using others as stepping stones to reclaim his position. A fleeting regret passed through her mind that she shouldn't have read the diary if it was going to make her feel so gloomy. Yet at the same time, Liliana felt certain. From not only his usual behavior, but also the character that could be discerned from Abram's youthful diary, a cold, cruel, self-serving egoist. He lacked empathy and had no qualms about lying. He bore no guilt and had an inflated sense of self-esteem. Above all, he was eloquent and was praised by those around him. While no such concept existed in this life, there was a perfectly fitting term in her memories from her previous life. Father was a psychopath. Liliana sighed, confident that the possibility she had faintly sensed was correct. Now she felt nothing but sympathy for Belinda, who married Abram. Surely, if her mother hadn't married her father, Belinda would have been an ordinary woman. She wouldn't have insulted or mistreated Liliana, but would have cherished her just like Clyde. Now, it was nothing more than a hypothetical scenario, and even if she understood it, she would have to answer no if asked whether she could approach her mother. Belinda would not accept Liliana, nor did Liliana wish to improve her relationship with Belinda. If father was a psychopath, then there must be some evidence left behind. Liliana murmured, attempting to switch her mindset. A psychopath's defining trait is lack of guilt, and even if they commit heinous murders, there is no sign of remorse. Furthermore, believing in their own righteousness, they sometimes publish AC Earls of their crimes. If this was true, then Abram likely did not perceive his actions as criminal. In that case, he wouldn't have eliminated the evidence, leaving it somewhere. The conjecture Abram had written in a letter to Lord Plaisted about Duke Ealdred was spot on. Let's search again, from the beginning. Liliana steeled herself. First, she needed to acquire the evidence and grasp the full scope of her father's machinations. Without that, she wouldn't be able to progress. Liliana had an instinct. Even if her father was dead, his influence would still linger everywhere. Chapter 146. Cleaning up the Twin Peaks 4. A certain room in a mansion in the royal capital was filled with a tense atmosphere. Sean Tanner, who had just become the head of the Tanner Marquisate, was in his mid-20s and not unattractive, but his slanted eyes sparkled with a cunning glint. Honestly, This is all because you're not handling things well. Are you blaming me, brother? Isn't it because you can't make the arrangements to be able to speak at the advisory council? The sharp-eyed and strong-willed Marvina Tanner, far younger than Sean, shot back. She was listed as a candidate for Riley's fiancé, but it was assumed that she would never become one. Sean had always hoped that his sister would become the crown princess, but after witnessing her conversation with the crown prince during the visit of Prince Roland and Princess Edith from the Unation Empire, he gave up, realizing it was futile. No matter how hard he tried to pave the way, the advisory council was leaning toward either Lady Liliana, the daughter of Duke Clark, or Princess Edith from the neighboring earlry as Riley's fiancée. With the death of Duke Clark, who was a strong advocate for Princess Edith, it was safe to say that Liliana becoming the crown princess was almost a certainty. Even the one flaw she had, her inability to speak, seemed to be of little concern to the crown prince. While some might express reservations, those who wished to honor the late Duke Ealdred would likely not oppose her. Although Sean wanted to interject, the previous Marquis Tanner, namely, Sean and Marvina's father, had shown no interest in power or politics, leaving the Tanner Marquisate without a seat in the advisory council. Seats were typically reserved for royalty and dukes, with other ranks only obtaining a position after being recognized for some merit. If a predecessor had earned the right to attend the advisory council, that right could be inherited, but among the historical Tanner marquises, only Sean and Marvina had any ambition for power. Are you saying it's my fault? The root cause is that you failed to capture the prince's heart. Do you have any idea how much time and money I've invested in you? Seriously, Lady Clark has been unable to speak for 4 years. Yet you've still failed to earn his affection. What on earth have you been doing? Have you just been daydreaming about becoming the crown princess? What did you say? Marvina's temper flared as she glared at her brother. That's exactly what I should be saying. I don't want to hear that from you, who can't even become the chancellor despite being a marquis. It's pitiful to think someone of an earl's caliber would outshine you. Sean's nerves were frayed by his sister's words, and he furrowed his brow. It was evident that Earl Mellors, who was currently acting as chancellor, would likely become the next one. There was no one else suitable for the role. However, Sean wanted to solidify his footing by becoming the chancellor himself, even though he understood the heavy responsibility that position entailed. He knew that he could not become chancellor without being recognized for his track record and achievements. Even so, Sean was confident. Holding the title of Marquis, he had revitalized his territory and focused on developing its specialties. In fact, at the recent product competition, his territory's perfume had made it to the final selection. This perfume had added value and was on track to be exported at a higher price abroad. He prided himself on being in a far better position than nobles who simply lived off their ancestors' legacies. Yet the members of the advisory council would not recognize Sean's accomplishments, claiming that anyone could have done such things. They're underestimating me. I'm a marquis, you know. He struggled to suppress his growing hatred and could not hide his irritation, letting out a tongue click. To be honest, Sean believed that Marvina's arrogant and haughty attitude at the product competition was the main reason why he couldn't even participate in the advisory council, let alone become the chancellor. The council members did not acknowledge Marvina as Riley's fiancée. Therefore, they likely feared that if Sean became chancellor, he would firmly recommend his sister as the crown princess. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but feel infuriated at the sight of his sister, who was elegantly dressed before him. It would have been easy if you could have become the prince's fiancée. All you do is pull me down. Don't you realize that? W.H. Marvina was left speechless. Her face flushed with anger, but Sean was no longer inclined to continue the conversation. Enough, leave. I'll find your fiancé soon enough. Until then, just stay quiet. Perhaps thinking it was useless to say anything, Marvina slammed the door behind her as she left the room. In the hallway, she shouted at her maid, "Bring the sweets quickly. You're useless, you slowpoke." Grimacing at her shrill voice, Sean called to the butler standing by the wall, "Bring me a letter." In brief, the butler handed Sean several letters that had just arrived. The envelopes had already been opened for easy inspection. Sean checked the senders with apparent disinterest until he paused at one letter. He tossed the other letters onto the table and pulled out the contents. Since it wasn't a long letter, he finished reading it quickly. By the time he reached the end, the displeasure he had felt moments earlier had vanished, replaced by a cheerful smile. I see, this is indeed good news. He needed to write a reply immediately. Sean instructed the butler to draft a response and told him to send it off promptly, then murmured to himself in a good mood. Perhaps that fool Marvina is lucky not to become the prince's fiancée after all. She was on the verge of suffering a huge loss, all for short-term gains. Meanwhile, Marvina, unaware that her brother was concocting his next scheme in his office, was in her own room, throwing a tantrum and hurling a knife at her maid. Fortunately, the knife missed the maid but left a mark on the wall beside the door. Everything is just so infuriating. Glaring at the maid who brought her a new knife, Marvina sulked as she continued to eat her sweets. But the worst is that Liliana, that woman has the gall to settle down as Riley's fiancée. The news of the Duke's death is suspicious, too. She must have killed her father to become Riley's fiancé. Oh, it's terrible. I feel so sorry for Riley. I want to be the one to comfort him. Since Liliana's engagement to Riley was practically confirmed, the prince's education for other fiancé candidates had been halted. Consequently, the candidates, including Marvina, no longer had opportunities to visit the royal palace. Of course, they could enter if there was a valid reason, but they had to inform the gatekeeper of their destination, reason for visiting, and duration of stay. Naturally, to meet Riley, they needed to submit a request for an audience in advance. Even if they did submit a request, they still could not meet him unless it was deemed necessary. Marvina knew of this system, but had never used it. She had regularly visited the palace for her education as a potential crown princess, and Riley had held tea parties with the fiancé candidates regularly. Though the frequency varied somewhat among the candidates, none of them were aware of the specifics aside from Riley. If he called for them, there was no need to submit a request for an audience. That fact had completely slipped Marvina's mind as she munched on her sweets, pondering when she might visit Riley and how she could comfort him. Gradually, her mood improved, and she finished her sweets without lashing out at her maid again. Section. After concluding the funeral of the late Duke Abram Clark and sending his mother, Belinda, to a villa in the estate for recuperation, Clyde managed to take care of all the necessary arrangements and successfully inherited the dukedom. Although there was a massive amount of work to be done in the territory, he was managing to handle it with the assistance of his butler, Philip. Amid all this, Clyde finally secured some time to be alone with his sister. "Brother, welcome. I hope you're not too worn out." "Lily, thank you for the warm welcome. I'm fine, I finally found some time." His sister, who had somehow started to speak again, greeted him with a gentle smile. Next to her stood Marian, the maid, gazing at Liliana with an expression of overwhelming emotion. Liliana informed Clyde that the servants had rejoiced with tears when they learned she could speak again after the funeral. Although some time had passed since she began to talk normally, the servants still seemed overjoyed at their young mistress's recovery. This was not Clyde's first visit to the house near the capital where his sister lived. He had always wanted to visit more frequently, but his mother had always prevented him from doing so. Whenever he had come in the past, he had been unable to stay calm, as he was often preoccupied with thoughts of his parents. This was his first visit since Liliana regained her voice. He had wanted to check on her as soon as possible, but he had been too busy with the funeral preparations and other duties. As he surveyed the surroundings again, he noticed that the house, which he had seen several times before, felt sparse. The decorations were minimal and simple, yet they did not convey a sense of loneliness. Flowers that had apparently bloomed in the garden adorned various places, and unlike the Duke's residence in the capital or the estate in Forsha, there were hardly any works of art on display. The only decorations were a few family portraits and landscapes that his late uncle had likely hung. Once in the reception room, Clyde looked at his sister, who sat across from him. Previously, most of their meetings had taken place in public settings, so he had only seen her dressed up. During his inspections, she had also been in formal attire because Riley was present. Therefore, although it was arranged for visitors, it was rare for him to see Liliana in her simple, everyday clothes. "Did you decide how to decorate the house, Lily?" "I give my approval, but for the most part, the servants handle the decorations." "I see. Clyde understood why it felt simple and rustic. If the servants were allowed to decorate freely, they would probably find it challenging. While Marian, being the daughter of a margrave, might be accustomed to more extravagant decorations, her family, the Kennys Margrave, also had a reputation for being simple and unadorned. It was far from being luxurious. As he considered this, Clyde suddenly realized that he hadn't seen his sister purchasing extravagant jewelry or dresses. The outfit she wore now, while enhancing her charm, was quite modest. Her jewelry was minimal, and some of it appeared to be magical tools. Could it be that Lily doesn't enjoy embellishments? Liliana tilted her head in confusion at Clyde's question, seemingly unsure of its intent. Clyde couldn't help but smile at the youthful expression on his sister's face. "I thought you mainly wore just the bare minimum of jewelry." At his prompting, Liliana glanced down at the bracelet on her wrist. "That's true. Marian and the others know very well what suits me." She implied that she didn't have to choose for herself very often. Clyde raised his eyebrows slightly, unsure how to respond, but it was just a fleeting moment. He nodded in acknowledgement. Although Liliana appeared slightly puzzled by his question, she soon returned to her usual smile and changed the subject. "By the way, brother, since you've come to visit me despite your busy schedule, is there something you need from me?" Oh yes, that's right." Clyde nodded. The day Liliana turned 10 was the day their father died. Officially, it was said that after a marital quarrel, their mother, Belinda, had become mentally unstable, leading to her inability to control her magic, which resulted in their father's death. However, the truth was that Liliana had killed Abram, who had tried to murder Belinda and had attempted to cast a curse of subjugation on Liliana. At that time, there had been no time to discuss it, but Liliana had kept her ability to speak a secret from Clyde. He had no idea when she had started to speak again. There were other puzzling points as well. To clarify his doubts, Clyde had come to the house to spend time alone with Liliana. "I have a lot of questions for you, Lily." Whether she could predict what Clyde was about to ask or simply thought it wasn't a big deal, Liliana's expression remained unchanged. Clyde suddenly realized that he had never seen any expression on his sister's face other than her smile. What would that be? Her mature way of speaking was surprisingly unchanged for someone her age. It felt as if she was suppressing her emotions, and while one could attribute this to her training as a future princess, Liliana had taken on the demeanor of a princess more so than Riley, who was a born royal. Shoving aside the unease that surfaced, Clyde opened his mouth. "It's about your voice. When did you start to speak again?" When he reminded her that she hadn't been able to talk when she was 6, Liliana nodded. Still wearing that inscrutable smile, she gently began to speak. Chapter 147. Cleaning up the Twin Peaks 5. With a gentle smile that held a hint of confusion, Liliana took a moment before weaving her words together. "I can't say for certain when it started. Before I knew it, I was able to speak." "Was it recently?" "No, it was about a year ago, I believe." She added that it had been after the return of Prince Roland and Princess Edith from the neighboring kingdom. Clyde nodded, recalling that he hadn't seen Liliana since the visit from the prince and princess. The next time they met was on the anniversary of their father Abram's death. If she had regained her voice before or during that visit, the talk of Princess Edith becoming Riley's fiancée would never have arisen, and Liliana wouldn't have remained silent all that time. Clyde accepted this logic. "Then you trained in magic during the past year." "Yes, that's right. So you had a talent for it, Lily." In just a year, she had surpassed Clyde in her magical abilities and demonstrated combat skills that rivaled their father's. Clyde sighed with a bitter smile. He didn't consider himself a poor magician. On the contrary, he believed he was above average for his age group, but in the face of his sister's talent, he felt a loss of confidence. Liliana took a sip of tea without responding to Clyde's remark. He followed suit, moistening his parched mouth with the tea prepared for him. "Who did you study magic under?" "I consulted with Lord Ben Draco. He introduced me to someone whose name I didn't catch, and I studied under that person for the first few lessons. Unfortunately, they became unavailable, so I switched to self-study. Thankfully, there are many books available here." Clyde understood. If it were indeed Ben Draco, he would likely have connections to such a person. It was unsettling that she didn't know the name, but if it was a direct introduction from a member of the de la Cour family, he felt he could trust it. Is there anyone else who knows that you can speak? I haven't mentioned it to anyone, except for Lord Ben Draco. I see, so he's the only one who knows, huh? You've kept his contact information well. I've met him a few times at the Royal Palace. Liliana smiled brightly at Clyde's impressed tone and took another sip of her tea. Clyde pondered for a moment before speaking again. Why did you consult Lord Ben Draco instead of me or father? I thought it would be better to keep the fact that I can speak as secret as possible. Why is that? Even though she was his sister, Clyde didn't let up on his inquiries. Upon reflection, he realized that this was the first time he was asking for her personal thoughts rather than specific opinions about practical matters. He had always viewed her as an adorable yet pitiful child with intelligence. However, as they talked, he felt a rising anxiety, like being caught in a fog on a mountain road without a signpost. Forcing down the unease bubbling up inside him, Clyde focused on his sister in front of him. You know that father was against my engagement to Riley, right? Yes. Clyde knew about the secret agreement that stated Liliana would be removed from the list of potential fiancés for the Crown Prince if she couldn't speak by the time she turned 10. Riley was also aware of this. Although it wasn't widely known among the nobility, given the existence of that agreement, it was clear what their father Abram's intentions were, regardless of the advisory council's discussions. I regained my voice before my 10th birthday. If father were to find out, it would contradict the conditions of that agreement. In that case, I worried about what measures he might take next. Above all, Riley had already intended to become engaged to Liliana. Although the late Duke Ealdred was no longer alive, many nobles who followed him and others had no objections to Liliana becoming the Crown Prince's bride. Given such circumstances, the options for removing her from the list of potential fiancés were limited. Furthermore, the individual in question was their father, Abram Clark. It was impossible to deny the possibility that any actions he might take could be extreme, and that there was no guarantee the situation wouldn't involve others. Carefully choosing his words, Clyde asked his sister. Until now, he had treated her as a young girl in need of protection, but he finally understood that she was not like their mother. At that time, did you foresee that father might take action against Duke Ealdred? Yes. Liliana showed a slight hesitation, but soon nodded. In the brief pause that most would not have noticed, Clyde became aware. Why were you able to predict it? I believe the former Duke was reported to have fallen ill at that time. Instantly, a hint of bitterness clouded Liliana's smile. The brief change in her expression quickly vanished as she calmly answered with the facts. I heard the news when His Highness the Crown Prince and I returned from our inspection. At that time, there was someone kind enough to inform me. With just that statement, Clyde grasped the gist of it. Liliana had likely been accused by that noble of being involved in her father's conspiracy regarding the late Duke Ealdred's death. Clyde's expression twisted with frustration as he suppressed a low growl in his throat, cursing his own misfortune for not being present. Still, he forced down his anger and asked, "What about His Highness at that time?" A hint of warmth returned to the smile Liliana wore, but that change disappeared as quickly as it had come. He said it wasn't my fault. He was also quite shocked by it. I see. Clyde couldn't help but lower his brows in a self-deprecating smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At the same time, the anger that had nested within him dissipated. He whispered to himself that he could trust Riley to look after his sister. While he was curious about which noble had accused Liliana, he felt no need to press for that information. But you didn't have any confirmation. So when you confronted father, you mentioned the name of the late Duke Ealdred to gauge his reaction, right? Exactly. Clyde had almost confirmed his suspicions. However, there was one more question that lingered in his mind. To be honest, the topics they had discussed so far weren't the real issues. He had somewhat imagined them, and the confirmations he had received didn't significantly diverge from what he had anticipated. Yet one mystery remained that even his sharp mind, often regarded as exceptional among his peers, couldn't make sense of. Then, Lily, why did you teleport to the residence in the capital at that time? It was impossible to use a teleportation circle without a reason. There had to be a motive behind it. Yet, Liliana had said she was at a mansion near the capital at that time. Under normal circumstances, there would have been no apparent trigger for her to teleport. Clyde's gaze pierced through to Liliana's face directly. However, his 5 years younger sister remained calm, still wearing her unchanging smile. He thought he had caught her off guard, albeit imperfectly. But in reality, it had been quite some time since Abram's death, giving Liliana ample time to prepare a falsehood. I had originally received a warning from the late Duke Ealdred. From the Duke. The name was unexpected for Clyde, causing him to widen his eyes slightly. Liliana nodded gently, confirming yes. In truth, he had only hinted at the possibility of Riley's assassination, but only the late Duke, Liliana, and the Duke's butler knew the specifics. Even if it was 9 parts lies, mixing in 1 part truth could increase its credibility. Moreover, the crux of Liliana's response was the dead speak not. Even if Clyde suspected Liliana's answer, he couldn't directly confirm it with the deceased Duke Ealdred. The Duke seemed to believe that father was plotting something. He was very concerned about both you and me. It was he who gave me a set of magical tools, advising me to use them if anything were to happen. While her words were not outright lies, they were also not entirely true. Liliana had no intention of revealing the existence of the letter that the late Duke Ealdred had addressed to Lord Plaisted, in which he had resigned himself to the possibility of his death. However, it was evident from the content of that letter that he had harbored suspicions about Duke Clark for some time. Furthermore, the magical tools he had given her were meant to prevent Riley's assassination, not to foresee the sins their father Abram was likely to commit in the future. Clyde did not realize that Liliana was carefully selecting her words, speaking in a way that was never entirely accurate. With a troubled expression, he continued to question her. Did you use those magical tools to sense the danger to our mother? More accurately, I should say I sensed that an anomaly had occurred. Liliana replied nonchalantly. She added, almost as an afterthought, that the magical tools were designed to be one-time use, disappearing after their magic was activated. Clyde let out a deep sigh and ran his fingers through his tousled hair. So, that means we can't check that magical tool now. Unfortunately, that is correct. Moreover, Clyde had no idea who had created the magical tools. After hearing Liliana's words, he nodded and said, I understand. There was no evidence whatsoever. However, the option to doubt his sister's words did not exist for Clyde. He forcibly suppressed the rising doubts and distrust toward Liliana with guilt. Both his grandfather and father were already gone from this world. His strict grandmother was the type of noblewoman who showed no interest in her grandchildren, and his mother, Belinda, had moved beyond mere dislike to outright hatred of Liliana. For Clyde, his mother was a parent he needed to protect but could never rely on, and as he watched her behavior toward his sister, he wanted to keep his distance. In such circumstances, Liliana was the only person he could consider family. For Liliana, Clyde was the only reliable family member. He didn't want to corner his sister, who must have been suffering from the trauma of having lost their father. More than anything, he felt a sense of guilt at the thought of doubting his sister, who had been treated poorly by their family. I understand, but honestly, I wanted you to tell me, Lily. I'm sorry. Thus, Clyde merely conveyed his feelings. Upon seeing Liliana's downcast expression, he forced a smile. With father gone and mother recovering in the territory, and considering grandmother's nature, I'll say this without fear of misunderstanding. I believe we are the only family we have. Liliana blinked in surprise at Clyde's confession. Her puzzled expression seemed age-appropriate, making Clyde smile even more fondly. Therefore, I'd like for us to have as few secrets as possible between us. Given how we are, I won't push you, but I'll be living a life going back and forth between the ducal residence in the capital and the territory. I'll be visiting here more often, so let's try to talk more than we have until now. Liliana showed signs of confusion, while Clyde appeared to be enjoying himself. I had never thought about having conversations with family, but Austin taught me otherwise. He said that the Ealdred family made it a point to have meals together as much as possible, discussing what happened that day. They intentionally set aside time for family gatherings like that. Is that so? Clyde barely had any memories of having meals together in the Clark family. The most vivid recollection he had was during his grandfather Rodney's funeral, and it had been a disastrous affair. Their father Abram had left the gathering to return to work. Their mother Belinda had thrown a fit, and their grandmother Barbara had been so exasperated with Belinda that she had walked out. It had been the exact opposite of a family gathering, just a stressful occasion. However, if it were just Clyde and Liliana together, he believed such a situation would not arise. Still, whether Liliana could find enjoyment in that was another matter. "I won't force you, but I'd be happy if you would join me. Especially since you've learned to speak now, right?" "Yes," Liliana replied vaguely. In the game she enjoyed in her previous life, Clyde had been one of the targets for a route that led to Liliana's downfall. Although he couldn't completely sever their brother-sister relationship, he wanted to keep it to a minimum, which made it difficult for her to readily agree. Yet, she had no reason to decline. Unaware that Liliana was internally deciding to consider it later, Clyde took her ambiguous response as acceptance and smiled happily. However, his expression quickly turned serious as he changed the subject. "Now, let's talk about the future. If you're going to remain as His Highness's fiancée, we'll eventually need to announce your ability to speak. The question is the timing. Should they inform the prominent nobles immediately, or should they wait for the engagement announcement? Was there another suitable time? Now that their father Abram was dead, they could disregard the existence of the secret agreement made with the king. The king had always wanted Liliana to be Riley's fiancée, so there was no reason for harm to come to Liliana or those around her due to that agreement." Liliana pondered for a moment. When she finally raised her head, she tilted it slightly. "Brother, actually, I'm thinking that it might not be necessary to announce it so grandly." "What do you mean?" "I believe we should inform His Highness. However, I think there's no need to make it a point to tell the advisory council, either. Of course, there's no need to keep the fact that I can speak a secret, but regardless of the situation, it is certain that I will become his fiancée." Well, that's true. If she was to become Riley's fiancée, there was no need to create a fuss, even if she couldn't speak. Clyde nodded in agreement with her point, though he looked at his lovely sister with a concerned expression. "However, if you become his fiancée while it's thought that you cannot speak, there will likely be those who try to undermine you. It's best to eliminate weaknesses as much as possible." "Well, brothers." Liliana couldn't help but chuckle softly at his words. Clyde was surprised by her unexpected reaction and blinked. "There have always been people who say various things about me. It's not as if I'm pretending to be unable to speak, and as I engage in social activities, the truth will likely spread." With that, Liliana smiled brightly. "This is a perfect opportunity to flush out such people." Clyde widened his eyes in surprise. Her words had caught him off guard. When Liliana was announced as Riley's fiancée, those who would still gossip about her would fall into three categories. The first would be those who held animosity toward Liliana herself. The second would be those who harbored ill will toward the Clark family. And the last would be those who would scheme to make Riley a puppet after gaining the position of the Crown Prince's fiancée. In the first case, there wouldn't be much real harm. In the second case, it would be necessary for Liliana and Clyde to address the situation to protect the Clark family. In the third case, they would need to use that person as a starting point to uncover related parties and punish them for treason. Clyde stared at his smiling sister for a while, then let out a sigh, relaxing his shoulders. "You've become quite the future crown princess, without me even noticing." "Well, is that so?" Liliana tilted her head, looking thoughtful. Facing a sister who had become unexpectedly strong, Clyde felt the disquiet he had suppressed bubbling up again. Chapter 148. Cleaning up the Twin Peaks 6, Liliana walked down the palace corridor with Clyde by her side. Although she usually visited the palace alone, accompanied only by guards, this was the first time she had done so with Clyde from the outset, rather than meeting him later in one of the rooms. Clyde had been especially considerate toward her, even slowing his pace more than necessary. "I'll have to leave you for a while, but let's head back together," Clyde said. "Yes, Marion is with me, so I'll be fine." Liliana smiled at her brother, who looked apologetic. Relieved, Clyde let out a small sigh and relaxed. Today marked the first advisory council meeting since their father Abram's death. As the new head of one of the three major ducal families, Clyde had been requested to attend. While he was generally composed for someone his age, the gravity of the advisory council, second only to the royal council, seemed to weigh on him. Even though the agenda had been shared in advance, It included sensitive topics, some directly concerning Liliana, that were sure to provoke intense debate. Depending on the content, some meetings ended swiftly without much opposition, but this time Clyde's succession of the title came at an unfortunate time. On the other hand, it was fortunate that Liliana would no longer be subjected to their father's manipulations. The two of them soon arrived at Riley's office. The guards had been informed of their visit and, after a polite greeting, knocked on the door. Riley's voice came from within, granting them permission to enter. Clyde stepped in first, followed by Liliana. As they entered, Riley rose from his desk to greet them. "Thank you for coming. It's been a while, Lady Liliana. May I extend my sincerest greetings to your highness?" Clyde offered a polite greeting, but Riley shook his head with a wry smile. "There's no need for such formality, Clyde. Nothing's changed since we last met. Even among friends, there is a place for proper etiquette." "That's not quite the type of etiquette I meant," Riley quipped in a more casual tone. Clyde chuckled slightly, not inclined to argue further over the formalities Riley wished to discard. "I've come to deliver some news today," Clyde said. "Good news, I hope." "Yes, I believe you'll be pleased." Encouraged by Riley, Clyde and Liliana took seats on the sofa. Riley gave them a curious look, clearly eager to know the nature of the news. Clyde then revealed the most significant piece of information. "My sister has regained her voice." Riley's eyes widened in shock. He quickly turned his gaze to Liliana. "Is that true?" Liliana smiled softly and nodded. "Yes, before I knew it, I was able to speak again." "I see, so that's your voice." Hearing Liliana's voice for the first time in 4 years, Riley's face lit up with genuine joy. Before Clyde could speak again, Liliana continued. "I must apologize for not informing you sooner, Your Highness. After I realized I could speak, I deliberately kept it concealed, as I had personal reasons. During that time, I've been studying magic privately. Now that my concerns have eased to some extent, I felt it appropriate to inform you that I have regained my voice." Liliana explained the situation fluently. While she had told Clyde the specific time when she regained her voice, she had no intention of revealing that to Riley. The about a year ago timeframe she had given Clyde was far too late in Riley's estimation. Liliana suspected that Riley had already deduced her ability to use magic, and thus her ability to speak, well before then. She realized he might have noticed during the monster stampede 2 years ago. The explanation she gave Clyde would likely contradict what Riley already knew. As expected, Riley's next question followed the path she had anticipated. "Concerns? Was there a reason you kept your ability to speak a secret?" "Yes," Liliana replied. The moment Liliana mentioned the secret pact between the king and the duke, Riley's expression subtly darkened. It was a slight change, barely noticeable to others, but clear to Liliana. The reason she had lost her voice and the timing of its return were not the main points of concern. Liliana knew that what would draw the most attention was her reason for keeping the fact that she could speak a secret. "As you know, my father, well, he was the sort of man he was. Had he learned that I regained my voice, who knows what lengths he would have gone to remove me from the list of potential fiancés." She repeated the same explanation she had given Clyde, though she kept silent on the matter of the assassination of the previous Duke Ealdred. It would not make sense to claim she had been fearful of her father being the mastermind behind the murder, as the timeline wouldn't align. Liliana had not told Clyde that Riley had been present when the possibility of her father's involvement was raised. It wasn't strange for Clyde to refrain from sharing such a scandalous rumor about their family with Riley, and, as expected, Clyde remained silent, seated beside her. Riley listened to Liliana's explanation with a thoughtful expression. When she finished, he nodded. "I see. So, Lady Liliana, what do you plan to do now?" "Plan to do?" Liliana tilted her head, unsure of his meaning. "Do you intend to publicly announce that you've regained your voice, or will you keep it quiet?" Riley's eyes gleamed with amusement as he asked the question, as if he already knew the answer. This was precisely the topic Liliana had discussed with Clyde beforehand. Following their plan, Liliana responded calmly. "I would appreciate your highness's opinion, of course, but I do not believe there is any need to make a formal announcement. I think simply responding, if asked, will suffice." Riley didn't nod immediately. Instead, he gazed at her, scrutinizing the seemingly delicate fiancée before him. He seemed to be probing for her true intentions. Eventually, a grin spread across his face. Could it be that my future fiancé is hoping to flush out those harboring ill will toward the royal family and the Duke's house? I cannot claim it will be so easy to uncover such individuals, but I do believe it's a strategy worth considering, Liliana replied with a serene smile. There's truth in that, Riley said, crossing his arms in thought. Clyde, who had been watching their exchange with a slightly exasperated expression, finally spoke up. It seems your highness understands my sister far better than I do. Do I? There's still much I don't know, which is why I hope Lady Liliana will open up to me in the future, Riley replied without missing a beat, his gaze turning toward Liliana with a hint of curiosity. It was clear he had questions he wasn't asking in Clyde's presence. Liliana, however, merely smiled and tilted her head slightly, not offering any further explanation. Sensing that Riley wasn't inclined to press the matter, he brought the conversation back on track. In any case, be careful. I'd like to assign a shadow to watch over you if possible. I am grateful for your highness's concern, but with Olga by my side, I believe I am well protected. Please allow your shadow to continue serving your highness, as is their duty. Riley knew Olga's strength, having witnessed it firsthand at the martial arts tournament. With her name invoked, he had no choice but to relent. He let out a wry chuckle before his expression turned serious once more. At today's advisory council meeting, you will officially be recognized as my fiancé. The engagement ceremony, which will serve as the formal announcement, is planned for several months from now. But I intend to finalize the paperwork immediately after today's meeting. I understand. Typically, the engagement papers were signed, and the status confirmed at the engagement ceremony. However, Riley wanted to secure Liliana's position as his fiancée before the ceremony. There's been no interference yet, but who knows when the Empire might try to meddle again, Riley added, his voice filled with caution. Riley's bitter words hinted at the difficulties experienced when Prince Roland and Princess Edith of the Empire had visited the kingdom on a diplomatic tour. After their departure, Riley had remained on edge, overly sensitive to any correspondence from the Empire. He was unaware of the conversation between Liliana and Prince Roland, and thus did not know that the prince had lost interest in marrying off his sister to Riley. Though some time had passed without any formal engagement proposals from the Empire, and Riley had felt somewhat reassured, the constant fear remained that the Emperor might change his mind at any moment. With Abram Clark, the most prominent supporter of an engagement between Riley and Princess Edith, now deceased, there was no longer a need to be wary of the kingdom's nobility. However, the vigilance toward the Empire had yet to subside. The documents are all in order. Once your highness and Liliana have signed them, the engagement will be officially confirmed. You can rest easy, Clyde said, offering reassurance. Riley's expression softened slightly at that. A small smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Liliana's purpose in visiting the royal palace today was nearly complete with the engagement papers ready to be signed. After the advisory council meeting, Riley, Clyde, and Liliana were scheduled to have dinner together. After chatting for a little while longer, Riley and Clyde stood and left the room to attend the advisory council meeting. Liliana watched them go and then, accompanied by Marion, made her way to the palace library. Section: The advisory council meeting, the first since the death of Abram Clark, saw several new faces in attendance. Among them were Ulysses Pat Ealdred, the young head of the Ealdred ducal family, accompanied by Lord Plaisted, leader of the Arcasian faction, as his aide. Then there was Clyde Benito Clark, who had assumed the title of Duke of Clark. Although Clyde was the youngest, Lucian Kennys, standing in as a proxy for Marquis Kennys of the Frontier, was also considered part of the younger generation. Lucian, wearing a sly grin, cast a curious glance toward Clyde as he entered. However, Clyde, unfazed, offered his greetings and calmly took his seat, a composure that momentarily caused Lucian's eyes to widen in surprise. Once all the members had gathered, Count Mellers began to speak. Since it appears that everyone is present, let us commence the advisory council meeting. But first, let me introduce those attending for the first time. The first to be introduced was Lord Plaisted. His face, exuding a bewitching allure, showed no emotion. A man of considerable renown within social circles, he merely nodded to the other nobles without offering a formal introduction. His arrogance was evident, but none dared voice any objections. Next was Clyde's turn. Being a newcomer to the world of high society, Clyde rose courteously and delivered a formal greeting. The nobles seated around him could be broadly divided into three groups: those who were indifferent, those assessing him carefully, and those who regarded him favorably. A swift generational shift, and among the highest-ranking nobles at that, murmured Marquis Finch, clearly referring to the Ealdred, Clark, and Kenny's families. Lord Plaisted turned his eyes toward him, and Finch, sensing the silent pressure, awkwardly fell silent. With that, Lord Plaisted, having quieted the man without uttering a word, folded his arms and looked ahead. Now, for the first item on the agenda. Earl Mellors continued. There were two matters to be discussed in today's council: the formal decision of the Crown Prince's fiancée and the appointment of the next Chancellor. While the late Duke Abram Clark had appointed a secretary, he had left the position of Vice-Chancellor vacant. Normally, the Vice-Chancellor would step in to fill the absence of the Chancellor, and in some cases, be promoted to the role. However, at present, no such candidate existed. With ongoing negotiations with other nations, it was imperative to quickly decide on the next Chancellor. Chapter 149. Cleaning up the Twin Peaks 7. With Marian and her guards in tow, Liliana made her way to the Royal Library. While it didn't boast as extensive a collection as the manor on the outskirts of the capital where she lived, it was still one of the most well-stocked libraries in the kingdom. Every time she came to the palace as a candidate for the Crown Prince's fiancé, Liliana would find time to pick up a book in the library. She was especially dying to get her hands on the tomes that were forbidden from being checked out. Today, however, she hadn't come to read. "Could you wait for me here?" Upon arriving, Liliana instructed Marian and her guards. She was about to enter a room where the non-circulating books were stored. This chamber was strictly managed, with entry granted only to those with permission. At this moment, Liliana was the only one with a permit. Since there was only one entrance, her guards raised no objections. Liliana went inside alone. After closing the door, she placed a few books she'd grabbed at random on the table, then sat down and removed her earring. She held a hand over it, activating the cursecraft array embedded within. A sound, audible only to Liliana, filled the room. Very well. The matter of making Lady Liliana Alexandra Clark the fiancée of His Highness, the Crown Prince, is approved by a majority vote. Success, Liliana thought, a corner of her mouth lifting into a smirk. The voices that began to flow in belonged to the nobles participating in the advisory council meeting, which was being held in a different wing of the palace. The curse magic rats she'd originally created for espionage could only record and bring back audio. But after extensive research, she had improved them to the point where they could not only record, but also transmit sound to a distant location. She had used them a few times already, but she had never tested whether she could directly listen in on a location that was likely protected by a soundproof barrier. Once the Duke of Clark's sister regains her voice, we shall have no cause for concern, no matter what our neighboring countries might say. Indeed, quite right. As she is of the House of Clark, they have surely arranged for the finest physicians in the kingdom. While I believe the chances of her recovery are slim, I do hope His Highness will attend to the matter swiftly. She could hear someone whispering. It seemed neither Riley nor Clyde had mentioned that she had regained her voice. Her selection as fiancée must have been met with so little resistance that they saw no need to bring it up. Now, let us move to the next item on the agenda. With the passing of the former Duke Clark, the seat of Chancellor is currently vacant. I have been serving as acting Chancellor, but we cannot allow an acting official to perform these duties indefinitely. The speaker was Earl Mellors. What followed was a reading of the names of the candidates for the position of Chancellor. Among them, of course, was Earl Mellors himself. From the younger generation, Duke Ulysses Ealdred and Duke Clyde Clark were also nominated. They were likely included not for their acknowledged talents, but because their family names made their candidacy unavoidable. The most likely to be appointed Chancellor was Earl Mellors, followed by Marquis Finch. Although the Marquis held a higher rank than the Earl Mellors was considered more suitable for the chancellorship due to his practical abilities and extensive connections in foreign countries. Marquis Scone, you have the floor. Duke Ealdred is still young. Would the duties of Chancellor not be too heavy a burden for him? And Duke Clark has only just inherited his title. He has too little experience to take on the chancellorship, and it would only weigh him down. Several voices echoed, no objection. But Earl Mellors seemed intent on hearing from the men themselves. What are your thoughts, you two? I have no objections either, Clyde said with a shake of his head. Likewise, it is not a position for a novice like myself, Ulysses replied coolly. A voice, seemingly impressed by the two men's refusal to be swayed by short-term gain, could be heard somewhere in the room, but no one else chose to speak. And so, with those two out of the running, it came down to a duel between Earl Mellors and Marquis Finch. The nobles who supported Marquis Finch belonged to the Alcasia faction, while Earl Mellors's supporters were mostly younger men who favored meritocracy over existing frameworks. Of course, there was a considerable number of undecided members, opportunists who would change their stance based on prior negotiations. Then, how about we decide with a fair, anonymous vote? Earl Mellors proposed, his tone brimming with confidence. But Marquis Finch immediately countered. I have no objection to deciding by vote, but should we not hold a round of questions and answers for each candidate first? Questions and answers? Indeed. I'm sure there are still those among us who are undecided as to which of us is the more suitable candidate. In that case, to clarify everything before the vote, would it not be appropriate to have an opportunity to sincerely answer everyone's questions, to hear what we intend to do upon becoming Chancellor, and what contributions we can make to His Majesty, His Highness, and the Kingdom? I see. After hearing the Marquis's proposal, Earl Mellors responded with a low growl. The Marquis's words were logical, and there was no reason to oppose them. Earl Mellors fell silent for a moment before nodding. Certainly, we could arrange for such an opportunity. What say you, gentlemen? Would you not take this chance to clear up any questions or uncertainties you may have? Perhaps because he was surrounded by high-ranking nobles, Earl Mellors posed the question with a deferential air. No one answered immediately, but after a short pause, someone finally spoke up. Then allow me to begin. Lord Plaisted, please proceed. Nominated by Earl Mellors, Lord Plaisted posed his question. I trust you are both aware that the Chancellor carries out the administration of the state in accordance with His Majesty's will. His Majesty intends for the Crown Prince to take the throne, but His Highness is still young. It is our duty as his subjects to strive to enable His Highness to demonstrate his talents in state affairs as soon as possible. To that end, I would like to hear what you intend to do as Chancellor. As silence fell, it seemed neither of them had given it any thought. Liliana noted with a faint, bitter smile. Marquis Finch was the first to answer. His wife had been serving as a tutor to Riley and Liliana for some time, so perhaps it was easier for him to envision Riley's future. It is widely known that His Highness's talents are exceptional. Therefore, I shall endeavor to connect His Highness not only with the lords of our kingdom, but also with those of neighboring countries, and thus aid him in building his ideal kingdom. Marquis Finch's confident voice sent a shiver through his listeners. The opportunistic nobles who heard his conviction-filled words were undoubtedly swayed to cast their votes for him. However, Earl Mellors was not to be outdone. Then, I shall not merely connect him with lords at home and abroad, but I shall also give him a detailed look into the tacit knowledge of how to obtain information from merchants rooted in the empire. A stir went through the nobles. Liliana could only hear the sound, but she was certain Marquis Finch was grinding his teeth in frustration. What Earl Mellors offered was to pass his own experience on to Riley, a contribution that no one else could replicate. Within the kingdom, Marquis Finch held considerable power. In terms of influencing other lords, he was no less capable than Earl Mellors, but his influence abroad was inferior. In his youth, Earl Mellors had actively traveled abroad as a diplomat. Though he had retired from that post in recent years and remained within the country, he still maintained a rich network of contacts overseas. That was why, despite his rank as a mere count, he had been entrusted with moderating the advisory council and had been appointed acting chancellor. Marquis Finch, on the other hand, had his network of nobles, but its breadth and depth could not compare to that of the former diplomat. The moment he decided to fight on the same field, Marquis Finch had no chance of victory. Still, why was Marquis Finch put forward as a rival candidate in the first place? Liliana tilted her head. Originally, Marquis Finch wasn't supposed to be on the list of candidates. The selection of the next chancellor had been on the agenda, but it was expected to be decided in favor of Earl Mellors without any opposition. Looking at the available talent, there was no one with more suitable abilities for the role than him. The fact that Marquis Finch was deliberately put up as a rival must mean someone's agenda was involved. If I knew who pushed for Marquis Finch, I could probably guess their intentions. The most likely candidate was Lord Plaisted, a fellow member of the Alcasia faction. Ulysses, now the Duke of Ealdred, couldn't be ruled out, but considering who could approach Marquis Finch and persuade him, and who had the power to interfere in a personnel decision that was all but settled, he was out of the running. Lord Plaisted met both conditions. Just as she was about to fall deep into thought, Lord Plaisted's voice pulled Liliana's focus back. I see. I have heard with my own ears that you both intend to follow His Majesty's will and devote yourselves to His Highness. Whichever of you becomes Chancellor, the reign of His Majesty and the Crown Prince shall be secure. Hearing those emotionally charged words, it clicked for Liliana. She was now certain that Lord Plaisted had been the one to back Marquis Finch. His final statement was, in a way, a threat. He was reminding Earl Mellors not to betray the king and Riley. He had likely orchestrated this whole charade just to declare to Mellors's face that if he harbored any rebellious intentions, he would show no mercy. But Liliana couldn't understand why he needed to press the point with Earl Mellors. The Earl was renowned as a loyal retainer who had served both the previous king and the current one with sincerity. If anything, it's Marquis Finch who should be suspected. 3 years ago, Liliana had witnessed Marchioness Finch having a tryst with Grand Duke Franklin Slybgrad. What's more, their secret meeting had taken place at the Finch estate. It was possible the Marquis didn't know, but the fact that his own residence was being used suggested he might be aware. In this world, it wasn't condemned for nobles to have lovers outside of their marriage. Even if Marquis Finch was turning a blind eye to his wife's infidelity, it wasn't a strange story at all. Considering that, it seemed more likely that Marquis Finch, not Earl Mellors, would favor the Grand Duke and seek to have Riley's right of succession revoked. In fact, on that day 3 years ago, Liliana had suspected the Finch family of treason. Though she had conducted her own investigation afterward and found no significant information, leaving her without proof, her suspicions remained unchanged. Is there anything else? If not, I would like to proceed with the vote. Earl Mellors was now running the meeting. No one spoke. The vote proceeded, and after a short while, the ballots were counted. It will likely be decided in favor of Earl Mellors. Yes, I think so too. While waiting for the results, the nobles whispered among themselves. The popular opinion favored Earl Mellors. Eventually, the counting was finished and a voice, not Earl Mellors's, rang out. The next chancellor by a majority vote has been decided. It is Earl Mellors. Applause erupted. Earl Mellors, maintaining his humble posture, expressed his positive aspirations for the future. There were no other items on the agenda. Clyde and Riley should be returning soon. When they did, a handmaid would likely come to fetch her. Liliana held her hand over the earring, ending the array's activation. She put it back on as usual and picked up the books she had casually stacked. She opened one to a page near the back and began to read. Now everyone would believe she had been reading. And so, Liliana killed time until the handmaid came for her. Section. The advisory council meeting ended, and the nobles began to file out of the room one by one. Lord Plaisted remained seated, his face grim and silent. He was aware of the concerned glances Ulysses, sitting next to him, was casting his way, but he did not speak. Soon, only Lord Plaisted and Ulysses were left in the room. Lord Plaisted. Ulysses tilted his head in confusion, but the older man paid him no mind and removed a ring from his finger. Then, he threw it toward the floor. The unexpected action made Ulysses's eyes go wide, but Lord Plaisted was unfazed. The ring he'd thrown vanished for an instant. When it reappeared, it had grown to the size of a bracelet and had captured a single mouse. "A mouse, sir. It's no ordinary mouse, that's for certain," Lord Plaisted muttered, standing up to retrieve the captured creature. He studied it intently for a moment before clicking his tongue in annoyance. "A rat," he said. It was clear he didn't mean the word in a biological sense. Ulysses was stunned. He'd never imagined a spy could infiltrate the royal palace, and a rat created by cursecraft, no less. The palace was protected by magic, its defenses the strongest in the kingdom. He was confident it was on par with the empire's. And yet, someone had managed to release a rat into the palace to gather information, completely undetected. The creator of the rat was undoubtedly a person of great skill, but the implications of their motives were terrifying. If handled poorly, the entire nation could be easily overthrown. A cold sweat ran down his spine as he wondered whose work this could be. Deciding it was best not to say anything unnecessary at this stage, he kept his mouth shut. Lord Playstead glanced at the young Duke of Ealdred's reaction from the corner of his eye and smiled with satisfaction for a moment before his expression turned serious again. He took a small pouch from his pocket and stuffed the mouse inside. The pouch was smaller than the mouse, but it fit without any trouble. "You can speak now." Given permission by Lord Playstead, Ulysses asked, his expression slightly tense. "Are you taking it with you? We can't let them know we're onto them. We'll manipulate the records, analyze the spell, and then attach a tracking spell to find out who's behind this before we release it." Ulysses nodded, understanding. It certainly seemed like the best course of action. Then, with conviction, he sought confirmation from Lord Playstead. "You'll ask my uncle, won't you?" Ulysses had several uncles, but the third son was an expert in magic, cursecraft, and magical artifacts. A recluse with a researcher's temperament, this uncle rarely left his domain. On the rare occasion he did appear, he would wear a deep hooded robe, never showing his face. He barely spoke to his nieces and nephews, and it was said that only his own brothers knew what he looked like. However, his abilities were highly renowned. If not for his severe misanthropy, he would have likely joined the Ministry of Magic, but he preferred to conduct his research as he pleased in his own territory. And he would create any magical artifact requested of him. The ring Lord Playstead had thrown, the small pouch that now held the mouse, they were surely all his handiwork. Lord Playstead grinned and gave a small nod. "He'll be delighted, I'm sure. I can just picture it." The occasions when his taciturn uncle showed joy were extremely limited. One of them was when he encountered magic or cursecraft he had never seen before. The prospect of analyzing it would excite him even more. Ulysses could understand the feeling, which was why a smile unknowingly graced his own lips. "Lord Playstead, if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate it if you could share the results with me." "Of course. You are the head of the House of Ealdred now. I will provide you with the information." At Lord Playstead's reply, Ulysses nodded with a solemn expression. He would be given information, but that was likely all Lord Playstead would do. He couldn't expect advice or an exchange of opinions. The old lord would watch how Ulysses acted upon receiving the information, seeking to gauge his qualities as a head of house. Knowing this, Ulysses couldn't hide his tension. Chapter 150, Cleaning Up the Twin Peaks 8. When he heard the news, the director of the Ministry of Magic, Nicholas Bergson, desperately suppressed a smile that threatened to break out into pure elation. As he barely managed to control the twitching of his cheeks, Thorne Greed, the man who had kicked out his rival, Ben Draco, to seize the position of deputy director, shot him a suspicious look. To cover it up, Bergson cleared his throat and replied with a deadpan expression. "After the death of Duke Clark, I wondered who would become chancellor, so Earl Mellors has been appointed, has he?" "Yes, it seems so. Earl Mellors is understanding of the Ministry of Magic's position, so we can expect some flexibility with the budget." Greed answered flatly. Bergson nodded gravely, but his inner feelings were the complete opposite. He felt like dancing a jig. "Is there anything else?" "No, that is all for my report. I will take my leave now." Greed bowed and exited the director's office. Once the door closed and his presence faded, Bergson let out a laugh he could no longer contain. 2 long years of suffering. It seems fortune has finally smiled upon me. The largest monster attack in history, which occurred during the banquet celebrating Crown Prince Riley's 10th birthday. Bergson had made a mistake back then. He himself believed it was by no means his own failure. Rather, he had achieved a minimum result even in difficult circumstances and deserved to be praised. But Duke Clark had not forgiven Bergson's negligence. "I'll never forget how he mocked me, as if to say I had no talent." The Duke's final ultimatum was still fresh in his memory. In the advisory council, in front of all the other nobles, he had cast Bergson aside. No one else probably noticed, but to him, it was obvious. Bergson had condemned the royal knights for their mishandling of the monster attack, but Duke Ealdred's statement had silenced his supporters, and the tide had turned in favor of defending the knights. It was then that Duke Clark had casually remarked, "To condemn a man for a single mistake, unless he has made it repeatedly, that seems a bit excessive, does it not?" The moment he heard those words, Bergson knew that Duke Clark had given up on him. The first failure had undoubtedly been when he'd seen the Duke's daughter at the Forsha estate. At the Duke's command, Bergson had tried to undo the spell cast on the young Liliana Alexandra Clark. Undoing a spell cast by another is difficult without the subject's consent, but if it's one's own spell, it can be dispelled relatively easily, even if the subject resists. So Bergson had never dreamed he would fail. When he actually attempted the dispelling, he had only felt a sense of unease and hadn't realized the spell had been repelled. It was only later, when Duke Clark pointed it out, that he realized his failure. She was probably wearing a magical artifact, but the memory of it was infuriating. None of it was Bergson's fault. In the first place, the Duke should have taken responsibility for ensuring the matter with his daughter was handled properly. And during the inquiry into the knight's responsibility, the Duke should have insisted they be punished. Duke Clark only ever gave Bergson orders and was never cooperative. But Bergson, realizing he had been cast aside, had been living in constant fear. The man he was up against was, after all, the Duke Clark. Being merely abandoned would have been one thing, but the fear of when he might be killed was always with him. That man is finally dead. To think he'd die so anticlimactically from his wife's magical overload, the title Blue Flame Chancellor has really hit rock bottom. Laughing as if it were the most amusing thing in the world, Bergson unconsciously reached for the back of his neck. The gesture had already become a habit. The black mark that had surfaced there, an ancient foreign script, was illegible to him. But because of that mark, he could not betray Duke Clark, and he had no choice but to obey any unreasonable command with meek compliance. Because of this mark of subjugation, I couldn't cut him off either. The black mark was proof of an enslavement curse. Bergson's soul had not been taken, so his own will still remained. But as long as that mark was there, he never knew when his life might be forfeit. Even if his life was spared, the freedom of his body could be taken away at the Duke's whim. Of course, he had been well compensated. Even as the director of the Ministry of Magic, he was able to live a luxurious life that would have been unattainable without a title. And he had gained fame. It was a status, reputation, wealth, and power he could never have obtained with his own abilities. Bergson was unaware of the whispers behind his back that his actual skills didn't match his position at all. But now that he is dead, I have truly obtained my freedom. The curse of subjugation automatically disappears when the caster dies. His eyes, filled with a sense of liberation, glittered fiercely. He no longer had to worry about offending Duke Clark. For 2 years since being cast aside, he had been short on funds and had been eating through his assets, but now he could seek a new patron without a care for anyone else. I must go and pay my respects to Earl Mellors. Eagerly, Bergson checked his schedule and penned a letter requesting a meeting with the Earl. Earl Mellors had approached him once before. He had sent a manservant out of consideration for Bergson's position, and they had met in a back alley tavern, so he hadn't spoken to the Earl himself. Still, he had been promised help whenever it was needed. In that case, Bergson would not spare any effort to assist him in return. If he did favors for Bergson, the entire Ministry of Magic would fall under the Earl's influence, so some of his demands should be met. Bergson's face, lost in thought about his bright future, shone with hope. Feeling warm from the excitement, Bergson took off the robe he rarely removed and loosened his collar. Until now, he had kept his collar buttoned up out of concern for the mark of subjugation, but there was no need for that anymore. In a good mood and about to start humming, Bergson was oblivious to the black mark that still remained, stark and clear, on the back of his neck, in his blind spot. Section, though she was now the fiancée of Riley, the crown prince of the kingdom of Slibegrad, Liliana's life hadn't changed all that much. The crown princess training she had been receiving became more advanced, but it wasn't particularly difficult for her. Since she couldn't learn about the royal family's confidential matters until she was officially married, the volume of material was less than she had imagined. After enjoying dinner with Riley and her brother Clyde, Liliana parted ways with Clyde and returned to her estate on the outskirts of the capital. Clyde, having just become the head of the family, was swamped with work, and Liliana felt more at ease in her own familiar home. Most importantly, she had things to do. Oh, having finished her preparations for bed, Liliana was counting the curse magic rats she had released in the palace when she tilted her head in confusion. She had released a total of 5 rats today, but only 4 had returned to her. The last one must have run into some kind of trouble, she surmised. I wonder where it's dawdling. Muttering to herself, Liliana spread a map on the table and placed a cursecraft array on top of it. When she channeled a small amount of magical energy into the array, a small light glowed in a corner of the capital. She then spread out a map showing only the capital and did the same, and this time a light appeared over a certain nobleman's mansion. Liliana frowned as she confirmed the name of the estate. This one wasn't taken, it was brought there. That's probably what happened, she thought with a sigh. The rat that had been taken to an unscheduled location was the one that had been gathering information at the advisory council meeting. It was the rat Liliana had made contact with in the royal library. Most likely, someone had noticed the minute amount of magical energy that had leaked out at that time. Normally, only an exceptionally skilled mage would notice, but occasionally, some people could sense it with a magical artifact. Liliana had taken every precaution to avoid such a situation, but it seemed there was still room for improvement in her research. The rat had been taken to the Ealdred Ducal estate in the capital. She had confirmed that the current residents were Austin's brother, Ulysses, and Lord Plaisted, who was closely associated with the Ealdred family. Both had attended the advisory council meeting, but it was undoubtedly Lord Plaisted who had noticed the rat. I wonder if he brought a mage with him. Liliana tilted her head. The rat was her masterpiece. Someone who only knew a little about magic or cursecraft could never analyze it. That meant he must have brought a trusted mage to the ducal estate. Racking her memory, she recalled thinking when she received a magical artifact from Duke Ealdred that he must have a favored mage. It wouldn't be strange if Lord Plaisted knew of that mage as well. In any case, I'd like to avoid trouble. If they were just analyzing the rat, that was within an acceptable range. Even with analysis, she hadn't left any traces that would identify her as the caster. And even if they tried to trace her through the residual magical energy, she had arranged it so they couldn't reach her. The problem would be if they cast a tracking spell on the rat and released it with a nonchalant air. In that case, the moment the rat reached her estate, they would identify her as the one who had released it into the palace. If what Liliana had done became public, the House of Clark would not get off scot-free. Even if they managed to avoid punishment, once it was known that she had engaged in espionage, she would have no place in this country. It's a pity, but it can't be helped. Fortunately, she had heard the contents of the advisory council meeting directly, and losing one rat was not a major blow. If necessary, she could just make a new one. Annihilate. Taking extreme care so that they could not trace her through her magical energy, Liliana cast a spell on the captured rat through the array. The next moment, she severed the invisible magical thread connecting the array to the rat and completely destroyed the array itself. Now there should be no trace left on their end either. Liliana smiled, satisfied. Next time, I'll build a self-destruct spell into them. That way, she wouldn't have to cast an annihilation spell each time, and she wouldn't have to risk being discovered by her opponents in the process. With a weight off her shoulders, Liliana immediately began to analyze the 4 rats that had returned to her. Chapter 151, Cleaning Up the Twin Peaks 9. At the same time, in a room at the Ealdred Ducal estate in the capital, a man entered. Locking the door behind him, he took a black robe from the wardrobe. As he put it on and pulled the hood deep over his face, his aura instantly became intensely gloomy. He let out a sigh of relief. Then, taking a single mouse from a small pouch, he tossed it onto the tabletop. The mouse, trapped in a golden ring, lay limp. Such fine workmanship. It was just a mouse created by cursecraft, but at a glance, it looked no different from an ordinary one. Its movements were all perfectly lifelike. No one would normally realize it was a spy of some kind. He poured water from a pitcher on the shelf into a cup and drank it down in one gulp. His throat quenched, he neurotically adjusted the position of a candle and lit some incense he had taken from his bag. Soon, a gentle, calming fragrance began to fill the room. The incense, which he regularly purchased from merchants from foreign lands, was a personal favorite. Honestly, I wouldn't come all the way to the damn capital unless I was asked to. He grumbled under his breath, but his face didn't look particularly displeased. He seemed to have resigned himself to the fact that it couldn't be helped. Rubbing his hands together, he sat down in a chair. Finally able to settle down and analyze the mouse, he let out a delighted smile. Unaware of the perfect arc his lips formed, he spread out a curse-craft array. It was his own improved version of a common array, and he was confident in its quality. Chanting, he channeled his magical energy into the array and began his analysis. What's this? He frowned, puzzled, but after a moment, his eyes widened. Frantically chasing the golden characters that floated in the air before disappearing, he scribbled down every formula on paper without looking at his hands. Wait, how many formulas are layered on top of each other? And they have incorporated contradictory formulas without their effects canceling each other out. Ah, I see. They omitted the formula here and substituted another one. No, wait, I've never seen this formula before. What effect is it aiming for? He muttered to himself as he wrote down the intricate formulas, wondering if this was really just a spy mouse. Eavesdropping alone wouldn't require such complex formulas, nor would it be necessary to layer multiple ones. The mouse before him was designed not just for simple eavesdropping, but to slip through heavy defensive barriers, avoid danger, bring back necessary information, and even transmit the sounds of the location directly to the caster upon contact. This formula is converting something into magical energy, which explains why the mana stone powering it is so small. But I can't figure out what's being converted, and that's the most important part. Automatic magical artifacts were not unheard of, but to make them move on their own, away from the caster, a mana stone was required. The longer they were away, the larger the mana stone needed to be. And once the magical energy in the mana stone was depleted, the artifact would stop moving. If one didn't want to use a large mana stone, the caster would have to periodically send magical energy from a distance. However, sending magical energy increased the risk of the caster's presence being detected by a third party. Therefore, creating a magical artifact that could continue to move for a long time away from the caster was said to be impossible. I'd like to speak with this caster just once. I wonder who they are. A caster who could sneak a spy into the royal palace, or a caster who would accept such a request. They were likely not a decent person, but their skill was among the best the man had ever known. If that talent were used for the good of the country, the kingdom of Slibegrad would surely prosper even more. What a waste of talent, the man thought, his lips turning down in a frown. But now was not the time to lament a wasted talent. He needed to finish his analysis quickly and cast a tracking spell. After that, he would release the mouse, and the trap would naturally reveal its owner. But in that instant, the man felt a sense of wrongness and stopped what he was doing. Stunned, the man stared at the tabletop with a look of disbelief. The mouse on the array was crumbling. He scrambled to stop the disintegration, but it was too late. The mouse quickly turned to dust, and the dust transformed into glittering light and vanished. There wasn't an annihilation formula built into it. The man muttered in a hoarse voice. He hadn't finished analyzing everything yet, but he was fairly certain the mouse itself didn't have a self-destruct mechanism. That meant he had to assume the caster who created it had destroyed it remotely. The residual magical energy is gone. When using magic remotely, an invisible, thread-like path of magic forms between the caster and the target. No matter how skilled the caster, they cannot erase this path. Therefore, one could normally identify the caster's location immediately by sending their own magic down that path. However, if that identification process was delayed, the opponent could sever the path. Once that happened, there was nothing more to be done. The thickness of this magical path varies depending on the caster's skill. For a skilled individual, it's like a single line drawn with a fine pen. For a beginner or an unskilled caster, it can be as wide as a highway. The thinner it is, the harder it is to trace and the easier it is to sever. Of course, thinner isn't always better. A truly skilled caster can channel high-purity, high-density magic through a thin path, making the spell more effective. But normally, such a feat is impossible. There are limits to how pure and dense a person can make their magic. That's why it's said that a thin path results in a weaker spell, and the man had never seen high-purity, high-density magic before. But what he had just witnessed was precisely that theoretically possible but unrealistic magic. In other words, the person who created the spy mouse was not only an exceptionally skilled curse user, but also one of the foremost mages in the kingdom. The man groaned, caught between the joy of having touched a fragment of a brilliant mage's skill and the frustration of being outwitted. He slammed his clenched right fist onto the table. Section. In one corner of the royal palace, people rarely ventured these days. Despite this, security was tight and the atmosphere was gloomy. Passing through a corridor where not even a single sound could be heard, one would find a single room. The room was lavishly decorated, but contrary to the interior that boasted of power and wealth, it was filled with the stench of death. On a bed placed in the center of the large room lay a man. He had been bedridden for the past few years, waking up only occasionally, but recently his consciousness had been clouded. Famed physicians and mages alike could not identify his illness, and thus there was no known cure. The only thing they could do was to maintain his weakening stamina. The man slowly approaching death was Horatio Jeff Slibegrad, the king of the kingdom of Slibegrad himself. But that day, things were different from usual. Several men entered the room, which was rarely set foot in by anyone other than his daily caretakers. One of them was Earl Mellors, who had just become chancellor a few days prior, and he was eyeing a figure in a black robe with suspicion. Behind him followed the director of the Ministry of Magic, Nicholas Bergson, with a disgruntled expression. At the very end walked Ulysses Pat Ealdred, looking as if he wanted to say he was out of place. Greeting them was Horatio's legitimate son, Riley. He rose from the chair he was sitting in and welcomed Earl Mellors and the others with a smile. "Is that the mage Lord Plaisted spoke of?" "Yes, and Duke Ealdred has vouched for his identity," Earl Mellors replied, his tone outwardly polite. The face of the man in the deeply hooded robe was not visible, but he placed a hand on his chest and gave an elegant bow. Although it was so informal as to be considered presumptuous when addressing the crown prince, it was, at least, a proper gesture of respect. As this was an unofficial setting, no one rebuked him. Riley, for his part, didn't seem to mind much. The bigger issue was that the man kept his face hidden under the deep hood even before the crown prince and the king. Despite the fact that removing one's head covering was a matter of etiquette, the man showed no sign of taking off his hood. Earl Mellors frowned. "Mage Dono, you are in the presence of His Majesty and His Highness. I must ask you to remove your hood in accordance with etiquette." But far from removing his hood, the mage shrugged his shoulders with a sarcastic twist of his lips. "Taking off my hood would only cause you further displeasure, so I ask for your forbearance." The language was barely polite, but it teetered on the edge between disrespect and acceptability. No, under normal circumstances, it would be condemned as insolence. Indeed, Earl Mellors and Bergson both showed clear displeasure. Bergson, in particular, had a poor impression of the mage before him from the start. This mage, sent by Lord Plaisted to re-examine the king whom he himself had previously examined, was, in a sense, a fellow who could potentially tarnish Bergson's reputation. Having demoted the thorn in his side, Deputy Director Ben Draco, and placed him on probation, and with the death of Duke Clark who held his weakness, Bergson was finally about to enjoy his reign. He couldn't let some mysterious, shady man heal the king now. If a strange man calling himself a mage could cure an illness that Bergson, the director of the Ministry of Magic, could not, the nobles and commoners would be disappointed in him. Then he could no longer bask in the glory of his time. He would lose his fame and power, and possibly his fortune as well. That was why, when he heard that a mage not affiliated with the Ministry of Magic was being dispatched, he insisted that a mage of uncertain identity could not be allowed near the king and wrested the right to accompany him. If Marquis Finch had become chancellor, his request would likely have been rejected, but fortunately, the new chancellor was Earl Mellors. As they had some previous association, securing his approval was easy. You refuse to give your name, and you will not remove your hood. Even with Lord Playsted's recommendation, such selfish behavior is beyond the pale. Though polite, Earl Mellors' tone was stern. Bergson nodded deeply in agreement, his gaze accusatory as he looked at the mage. Sensing that this was getting out of hand, Ulysses, who had been content to be a bystander, was about to speak up. But Riley interjected before he could. Earl Mellors, I am deeply grateful for your loyalty, but let us overlook this matter for now. If he has Lord Playsted's recommendation and Duke Ealdred vouches for his identity, then I have no intention of reprimanding him. Rather than debating this here, I would like you to examine His Majesty's condition at once. Earl Mellors was momentarily at a loss for words, but he quickly bowed his head and retreated, saying, As your Highness commands. Bergson looked dissatisfied but said nothing, and Ulysses, standing diagonally behind him, gave Riley a look full of gratitude. Meanwhile, the mage in question stood there, radiating an air of amusement. Riley let out a small, wry smile and turned to the mage. However, it is rather inconvenient to call you Mage Dono. If possible, would you be so kind as to tell me a name I might call you by? In that case, you may call me Chad. Chad, is it? Yes. The robed man nodded meaningfully. Riley's eyes widened for a second, but he quickly nodded to show his acceptance. Very well. Then, Chad Dono, I am counting on you. As you wish. Prompted by Riley, the mage approached the bed where the king slept. He took out the magical artifacts and cursecraft arrays he had prepared and set them up. Riley, Earl Mellors, and Ulysses watched the man's actions with keen interest. Bergson stood by, looking annoyed and bored. He seemed frustrated that he couldn't say or do anything since the crown prince had given his approval. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the mage steadily began to deploy his spell formulas. A golden light filled the space, and various patterns and characters appeared and disappeared. When the light faded, Riley and the others were jolted back to reality, having been in a dreamlike state in the all-too-fantastical space. Analysis complete. At the mage's words, Riley took a step forward. Did you find anything? Yes, it was surprisingly simple. For 4 years, countless physicians and mages had examined the king, only to report that they could find nothing, leaving them in despair. Because of this, Riley, Earl Mellors, and even Ulysses almost missed the mage's nonchalant reply. What? Simple, you say? Earl Mellors stammered, repeating the word. The mage gave a slight shrug and shot a fleeting, provocative glance at Bergson. It's a very simple curse. I could analyze it while swatting away a noisy fly with one hand. It's a wonder no one figured it out until now. Bergson gritted his teeth. The mage turned his face to Riley. A seed of cursecraft has been planted in His Majesty's body. Vines, grown from the seed, were entwined around his heart and lungs. They are quite intricately tangled, but they have not yet fully assimilated with the organs. If this continues, he will pass away in another year or two, but if we begin treatment and dispelling now, he will gradually recover. And how long will it take to heal him? Still reeling from the sudden revelation, the mage gave them a nod. Riley, finally regaining his composure, thoughtfully posed a question. The curse eating away at the king's body was a vine of cursecraft grown from a seed. Growing slowly over many years, the vine was wrapped around his heart and lungs, sucking away his life force. If more time passed, the organs and the vine would completely fuse, making it impossible to separate them no matter how hard they tried. But they were still at a stage where a cure was just barely possible. To avoid any lasting side effects, we must take the utmost care not to damage the organs when removing the vines. We also need to build up his strength. Therefore, we will proceed slowly, using magic and medicine to restore his health over time. Depending on His Majesty's stamina and willpower, it will take at least 1 year, and at most, several years. That long, Earl Mellors murmured. The mage's eyes, though hidden by his hood, seemed to glint. He turned to the Count. This type of magic is slow to progress, so dealing with it also takes time. If you don't mind him ending up a cripple, I can dispel it in an instant. You will do no such thing, Riley interjected, cutting off the provocative words. Though he had spent 4 of his 6 years on the throne bedridden and had only been involved in the superficial aspects of governance during his 2 healthy years, he was still the king. Having him become a cripple was not an option. The mage seemed to understand this and replied, "That's why we will take our time. I will bring the medicine as a decoction. As for the dispelling spell, I will visit periodically to perform it. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, of course. However, you must be accompanied by a knight and an attendant of our designation whenever you enter this room." If he were to enter alone and the king's condition worsened, the mage would be the one suspected and blamed. Riley's words were not only for the king's protection, but also showed consideration for the mage. Understanding this, the mage executed a perfect bow. It was not the abbreviated one from before, but the highest form of respect a person of rank shows to royalty. Earl Mellers's eyes widened, but Riley remained composed. The mage replied quietly, "As you command." Section. Having identified the cause of the king's illness as cursecraft, the mage, along with Ulysses, boarded an Ealdred family carriage and headed toward the ducal estate in the capital. As soon as they left the palace grounds, Ulysses looked up. A wry smile played on his handsome features. "Uncle Adolf, why did you introduce yourself as Chad?" "A bit of mischief. I figured if I borrowed my brother's name, some might guess our blood relation." And indeed, it seemed His Highness caught on. He's quite a promising young man. The mage, now addressed as Adolf, chuckled softly. Chad was the middle name of the late Duke Ealdred, Bernard. Borrowing his brother's name had been purely for his own amusement, and at the same time, it had been a way to test Riley. Ulysses didn't know, but this was not Adolf and Riley's first meeting. He had once received a secret request to create a magical artifact for the prince. What he wanted was a bracelet that functioned like telepathy. It was a surprising request, but as a mage, it was a thrilling job. For the sake of his position, he had informed his brother, Duke Bernard, who, for some reason, had asked for a receiving device for himself as well, but he hadn't told anyone else. At that time, Adolf had asked Riley not to tell anyone that he was a mage. He rarely appeared in social circles. Although he was rumored to be a misanthropic eccentric, very few people knew he was a mage. Therefore, he had been slightly suspicious that Riley might mention or show in his expression that he knew Adolf, but it seemed to have been a groundless fear. It'd be a pain if it got out that an uncle of the Duke of Ealdred is a mage. I had no intention of revealing my name from the start. Indeed, Ulysses agreed. If it became known that the House of Ealdred had a skilled mage, the Ministry of Magic would not remain silent. It was not hard to imagine they would be dragged into a power struggle. This time, in particular, director Nicholas Bergson had been hostile toward Adolf from the very beginning. He possessed neither magical talent nor an aptitude for cursecraft. That's why Bergson must have wanted to prevent anyone else from examining the king. If someone else analyzed the cursecraft that he couldn't, it would expose Bergson's incompetence. So Adolf had anticipated some form of interference, but Bergson had been unexpectedly blatant. Adolf grumbled, his voice laced with exasperation. "Bergson has hardly any skill, yet he tried to interfere with my analysis." "Ah, the fly." Ulysses thought for a moment and quickly recalled his uncle's earlier comment. After finishing his analysis, Adolf had said, "I could analyze it while swatting away a noisy fly with one hand." That fly must have been Bergson's interference. Adolf nodded, affirming Ulysses's words. "I think it's presumptuous of him to call himself director with that level of skill, but I suppose he had the money and the timing was right. If he were younger, his name wouldn't have even appeared on the main stage." The period when Nicholas Bergson joined the Ministry of Magic was a time of personnel shortages. There weren't many talented individuals, which is why even someone with only Bergson's level of ability could climb to the position of director using connections and money. However, the younger generation included the heir of the renowned Draco family of mages. Compared to Ben Draco, Bergson's skills were woefully inadequate. He'll probably try to interfere again, but what a pain. Adolf sighed, fed up. His opponent's skill was nothing special, so he could be easily repelled. But it was annoying, like a fly buzzing around one's face. Now, what should I do with him? Adolf wondered as he gazed out the carriage window. Chapter 152. Cleaning up the Twin Peaks 10. In a corner of the capital, in a district frequented by lower-ranking nobles and wealthy merchants for their shopping, stood the restaurant. On the surface, it was an ordinary establishment, but certain types of customers were guided to a hidden private room. That room, rarely used, was enveloped in an unusual atmosphere that day. It's been a while since we've gathered like this. Indeed, Mellors Dono, congratulations on this occasion. The man with the monocle nodded at the man with the mustache, who smiled cheerfully and raised the wine glass in his right hand. Earl Mellors raised his own glass in return, then smiled at his two guests with a polite tone. I am delighted you could both join me. It has been a long time, so let us warm our old friendship and speak of our hopes for the future. Shall we not, Marquis Skonekaka? Agreed Dono. Now that Mellors Dono has become Chancellor, our future is bright and shining, Marquis Scone said, stroking his proud, meticulously maintained mustache with his fingertips, a satisfied smile on his face. Beside him, Earl Greed adjusted his monocle and let out a small laugh. Earl Greed and Earl Mellors were old acquaintances, but Marquis Scone, who held only a countship and no important position at court, was cold to him. If not for his old friendship with Earl Mellors, the Marquis would not even spare him a glance. That was why he did not react to the Marquis's words. Earl Mellors glanced at Earl Greed and changed the subject. Speaking of which, Greed Dono, it seems your son is also doing well as the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Magic. To think that you are aware of my foolish son's reputation, as a parent, I am both pleased and embarrassed. My third son is not the most brilliant among my children. You are too modest. During the monster attack about 3 years ago, after the then Deputy Director of the Ministry of Magic, Ben Draco, was demoted, the one who took his place was Thorn Greed, who had always been hostile to him. He was Earl Greed's third son. In truth, the Earl had little interest in his third son. His attention was solely on his brilliant eldest son, who would inherit the title. When he heard that his son had become the Deputy Director, the Earl had merely given a small nod. Becoming the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Magic meant little. The only mages who held power in the kingdom of Slibegrad were members of the Draco family. The director was barely acknowledged, but he couldn't stand the thought of his son boasting about a position as lowly as Deputy Director. No, I am being sincere. I would have been much happier if he had served as a knight captain, like the son of Marquis Skonekaka. Brune. He was always clever, even as a child. He must have had an aptitude for it, Marquis Scone replied coldly, likely aware of Earl Greed's blatant flattery. Marquis Scone's second son, Bruno, served as the captain of the 8th Brigade of the Royal Knights. The 8th Brigade specialized in stealth, espionage, and the like. It was rumored that some of the knights in the king's personal intelligence group, known as the Shadows, had once belonged to the 8th Brigade. They were said to be the most loyal and excellent among the 8th Brigade. That was why the 8th Brigade, though unconventional for knights, was popular in some circles. Though they never appeared in public, being recognized by the king was the highest honor. Joining the Shadows meant completely severing ties with one's family, but many nobles still schemed to get their relatives into the group. They harbored the illusion that if they had a relative in the Shadows, they could become the shadow rulers of the kingdom. Marquis Scone was undoubtedly one of them. I do hope Bruno Dono handles things well. Commander Hegarty has sworn his loyalty to the Crown Prince. Earl Mellors spoke calmly. Hearing his words, Marquis Scone shook his head in irritation. The commander of the Royal Knights, Thomas Hegarty, was a typical knight who had sworn loyalty to the king. Therefore, he was also subordinate to Crown Prince Riley. His heart was true. In a good way, he was straightforward. In a bad way, he was inflexible. His loyalty could not be broken by any means. On top of that, his skill as a knight was first-rate. The fact that he was not just a knight, but a magic knight, was another headache for Earl Mellors and his associates. Furthermore, Hegarty had the complete trust of his men. Even if ordered by the higher-ups, if Hegarty did not say yes, his men would surely not move. Marquis Scone's son was the captain of the 8th Brigade, but if the commander gave an order, it was highly likely that the knights of the 8th Brigade would disobey their captain. This wouldn't happen in other brigades, but due to the nature of their duties, the 8th Brigade had many individualistic knights. This trait, which made them different from other brigades where cooperation was highly valued, was a drawback for Earl Mellors' faction. Damn it, I regret not being able to press our advantage during the monster attack. There haven't been any large-scale monster attacks since then, nor any blunders from the knights. Bruno seems to be looking into various things, but he hasn't found anything of note yet. Monster attacks are a natural phenomenon that we can't control, no matter how much we might wish for one. And he doesn't seem to have any rumors about women either. I once sent a woman to him at a ball, but he was so curt with her that she got angry. The one who chimed in was Earl Greed. Earl Mellers let out a deep sigh. It was a common saying that when a man fails, it's because of wine, women, or gambling. But Thomas Hegarty had no interest in women or gambling, and he could hold his liquor extremely well. They had considered drugging his drink, but it seemed that his proficiency in magic made him immune to minor drugs. If women don't work, what about men? I believe there was a place on Paulney Street that deals in male prostitutes. Earl Greed spoke up, as if the thought had just occurred to him. Paulney Street was a district with shops that dealt in prostitutes of both sexes. As if hearing something unexpected, Earl Mellers's eyes widened, and Marquis Scone, seemingly disgusted, grimaced deeply. Men, you say? Yes, I hear there are those with such tastes. Earl Mellers shrugged it off. In response, Earl Greed tilted his head but then quickly dismissed the idea. That doesn't seem to be the case either. I've heard he's extremely ascetic. What does he even live for? Marquis Scone, who had twisted his face in disgust at the mention of male prostitutes, now frowned as if he couldn't understand after hearing Earl Greed's opinion. Earl Mellers couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Then, changing the subject, he said, "We should consider that matter in due time, but there is something I must inform you both of at this stage." "Is it good news?" Marquis Scone, having composed himself, grinned. Earl Greed gave him a probing look. Earl Mellers let out a small sigh. "It is not very good news." "Oh, a cure has been found for His Majesty." At Earl Mellers's words, Marquis Scone and Earl Greed were speechless. For both of them, this was completely unexpected information. For the past 5 years, the cause and cure had been said to be unknown. To be suddenly told that a cure had been found was something they couldn't immediately comprehend. The first to speak was Earl Greed. "W.I. now." "Why, yes, exactly. Wasn't Bergson handling things well?" Marquis Scone chimed in. His normally polite tone was crumbling due to his agitation. Faced with their accusatory gazes, Earl Mellers frowned slightly. But with the mental fortitude he had cultivated during his time as a diplomat, he put on a look of apology. "Yes, I was told by Duke Clark, the former Duke, that is, to have Bergson Dono handle it well. I believed him, but a dark horse has appeared on the scene." With a sigh, Earl Mellers told them about the mage sent by Lord Plaisted. The two listened in silence, then let out heavy breaths. Marquis Scone, in particular, looked as if he was about to click his tongue. In the first place, why was Lord Plaisted invited to the Advisory Council? Once the decision was made in the Advisory Council, there was nothing I, who was not yet Chancellor, could do. Duke Ealdred and Duke Clark are still young. Margrave Kennys has sent his son as a proxy, and Margrave Calvert continues to be absent. Many were anxious about the lack of experienced members when important matters were on the agenda. His Highness also endorsed Lord Plaisted's attendance. The Advisory Council is surprisingly under the strong influence of the Alcasia faction. If I had become Chancellor at that point, I would not have welcomed Lord Plaisted to the Advisory Council, Earl Mellers stated. While observing Marquis Scone's bitter expression, Earl Mellers let out a sigh of relief that he had become Chancellor. When he learned beforehand that Marquis Finch had been put forward as a rival candidate for Chancellor, he realized that a shadow had been cast over the future he had envisioned. The Advisory Council was dominated by the Alcasia faction, that is, the followers of the House of Ealdred. Marquis Finch was one of them, and considering faction and rank alone, Earl Mellers could not beat him. But he did not give up. Earl Mellers's weapons were his experience as a diplomat and his wide network of contacts. His pride would not allow him to lose to Marquis Finch, who could only claim superiority through bloodline and rank. That was why he conducted his preliminary negotiations with more caution and persistence than he had planned. Even within the Alcasia faction, there were nobles who were not so committed to the faction. He approached not only those who were originally on good terms with him and the neutral faction, but also anyone in the Alcasia faction who seemed like they could be brought over to his side. As a result, the position of Chancellor had fallen into his hands, but the existence of a mage who claimed to be able to cure the king was a complete surprise to him. Marquis Scone nervously touched his mustache. So, what are we to do? Are we just going to stand by and watch as His Majesty is cured? Regarding His Majesty, I believe it would be best not to act carelessly. Weakling! Unsatisfied with Earl Mellors' answer, Marquis Scone spat out the word. The Earl felt a pang of displeasure, but before he could speak, Earl Greed interjected with a small smile. There is no need to worry so much about His Majesty. I hear he has never been deeply involved in state affairs. He has always been more interested in things like music and painting than politics. Isn't His Highness the Crown Prince the bigger problem, Mellors Dono? Well, perhaps you're right. At Earl Greed's calm observation, Earl Mellors, who had been deep in thought, shed his earlier gloom and nodded. The king had no interest in state affairs and had left the main duties to Duke Clark, who was the chancellor at the time of his accession. It was thought that even if he recovered from his illness, he would not become deeply involved in politics. In contrast, Crown Prince Riley was more active in state affairs. Even before coming of age, he had proposed a series of policies that had impressed adults. Although there were still some naive aspects, his proposals were astonishing for his age. Once he came of age, his duties as Crown Prince would begin in earnest. In that case, there was a possibility that the king would entrust full authority to Riley. That was why it would be troublesome if Duke Ealdred and Duke Clark, two of the three great dukes, were to become Riley's backers. It would only solidify Riley's position as Crown Prince. To avoid that, they had initially planned to make Lady Malvina Tanner his fiancée, but her behavior in front of everyone during the visit of the Imperial Prince and Princess had been the final straw that led to her removal from the list of candidates. In that case, they had thought Princess Edith would be the perfect new fiancée, but neither Earl Mellors, Marquis Scone, nor Earl Greed had any intention of currying favor with the Empire. The information about the princess's personality brought by Lucian Kennys, who was attending the advisory council on behalf of Margrave Kennys, had been a major miscalculation for them. On top of that, the current head of the House of Clark, Clyde Benito Clark, was considered a close aide to Riley. The situation was not looking good for Earl Mellors and his faction. Once His Highness is entrusted with state affairs, not full authority, mind you, it will become rather troublesome. Earl Mellors muttered to himself. Earl Greed nodded gravely. Indeed, the Royal Council might even be revived. I hear His Highness's judgments are strict. Even with Mellors Dono as Chancellor, things will not be as they were under the former Duke Clark. Silence fell upon the room. After a while, Earl Mellors summarized the situation in a calm voice. I have all spoken to Bergson Dono, so we can consider the Ministry of Magic to be in our hands. As for His Majesty, there is a possibility of some lasting after-effects after his recovery, so we need not think too seriously about it now. What remains are the positions of the Knight Commander and His Highness. What do you intend to do about the Alcasia faction? Now that the former Duke Ealdred and Lord Plaisted have supported His Highness, the Alcasia faction is our enemy. The one who interjected was Earl Greed, but Earl Mellors was unfazed. He quietly shook his head and showed a slight smile, as if to say he had it all under control. His Grace the Grand Duke himself has secured a source of information. It seems a lady he has been on intimate terms with for a long time has been sharing various things in their bedchamber talk. A lady he has been intimate with for a long time, who might that be? It was Marquis Scone who frowned, puzzled. Earl Greed also seemed to have no idea, looking perplexed. Seeing this and realizing they didn't know, Earl Mellors muttered, "Ah, that's right. This was not widely known, was it? The Marchioness Finch and the Grand Duke have been on close terms for some time. The Marchioness Finch and..." It was a fact that even the late Duke Clark had not known, so it was natural that the two of them were unaware. Hearing the name of the Marchioness Finch, the two men's eyes widened in astonishment. They had clearly not imagined it. Earl Mellors, his voice tinged with laughter, affirmed, "That's right." For a while, Marquis Scone was speechless, but then he let out a cheerful laugh, saying, I see. So the Marchioness, renowned for her wisdom, was just a woman after all. The Marchioness Finch was known in high society for her beauty and intelligence. It was well known that her marriage to her husband, the Marquis, was purely political. But in society, the two maintained an appropriate distance and did not seem to be on bad terms. Marquis Scone and Earl Greed had both thought their marital relationship was a calm and peaceful one, but it turned out the Marchioness was the Grand Duke's mistress. Perhaps she had been dissatisfied with her husband. Regardless of his qualities or abilities as a royal, the Grand Duke was well known for his sweet words to women and his handsome face that attracted women, married or not. It seemed even the Marchioness, called the ideal lady, could not resist the Grand Duke's charms. Seeing Earl Greed nod in satisfaction, Earl Mellors turned his gaze to Marquis Scone. When he asked if he had any questions, the Marquis shook his head. "I trust that you will not fail in what you do. I was worried for a time about what would happen after Duke Clark's death, but I must be grateful that he left behind a trusted confidant like you. I am not worthy of such high praise. I will need your continued assistance in the future." To Earl Mellors, who said he was counting on them, Marquis Scone slightly puffed out his chest and declared, "Of course. Then, let us pray for the glorious future of our Grand Duke Franklin Slibgrad." The three men raised their glasses. Draining the remaining wine, they stood up, put on their cloaks, and pulled their hats down low. Marquis Scone left first, and after a short interval, the other two also left the restaurant. They could not let it be known that the three of them had been meeting in secret, and no one saw them, so cautious were they in their movements. End of Volume 3.